After Lu Qinggan returned home, he gave the telegram to Li Yue and asked her to take it to Su Mo. This is a telegram from the third brother to his wife. Take it to her. Tell her that I thought something big happened, so I opened it and read it. Li Yue was a little nervous after taking it. What happened? Why send a telegram? Lu Qinggan waved his hand. It's okay. I sent a telegram to ask his wife to write to him.
Li Yue.
Is it because you have too much money and you are in a hurry to burn it? Why not write a letter instead of sending a telegram? This telegram, one word is almost enough to send a letter. In these days, sending a telegram costs 3.5 cents per word, but the speed is very fast. It can reach big cities in as fast as 2 hours and remote areas in no more than 3 days. Li Yue took the telegram and went to Su Mo. As soon as she approached, she smelled a mouth-watering aroma, so she asked as she entered the yard, "Old Third, what are you doing? It smells so good."
Su Mo was chopping meat at this time.
When she heard the sound, she quickly collected about 3/4 of it into the space. "I'm stewing the pig's head."
Shomori Blade.
"Old Third sent you a telegram. I brought it to you." Li Yue said, "Your old father thought something big was going on, so he opened it and read it." Su Mo didn't expect Lu Chongjing to send her a telegram. In this day and age, if it wasn't a big deal, people would write letters, so she didn't blame Lu Qingyan for opening her telegram. "It's okay, mother. Father is also worried." Su Mo washed her hands, took the telegram from Li Yue, opened it and took a look, and couldn't help but smile. This guy is really something. He actually sent a telegram asking her to write a letter. It just so happened that she had finished knitting a sweater, so she would send it to him tomorrow. Li Yue saw Su Mo chopping meat and asked, "Are you preparing to make dumplings again?" Su Mo shook her head. "No, I'm making mushroom meat sauce. I'll send it to Chongjing tomorrow when it's done." Li Yue smiled and waved her hand. "Okay, then you go ahead." The third brother was still anxious. If he didn't send a telegram, his wife would also be ready to send him a letter tomorrow. After Li Yue left, Su Mo took out the meat and continued to chop it. After chopping it and seasoning the meat, she started to put some oil in the pot. Put the meat in, stir-fry until the water was dry and the oil came out, then put in dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, sugar, 5 spice powder and pepper powder. Stir-fry the meat until fragrant, then put in the diced mushrooms that had just been stir-fried with oil, add soybean paste, and stir-fry continuously. After it was stir-fried dry and fragrant, pour in an appropriate amount of oil that was just used to stir-fry the hazel mushrooms, sprinkle with a handful of white sesame seeds, and then it was ready to be served. For the mushroom cubes, Su Mo used fresh hazel mushrooms from the space. After washing them, she fried them with oil until dry. The mushroom cubes were fragrant and chewy. After cooling the mushroom meat sauce, Su Mo looked at the braised pork head meat. Seeing that the meat was already soft and rotten, she fished it out and cut the prepared potatoes into pieces and put them into the marinade to cook. Then she took out 4 transparent plastic cans for snacks from the space, tore off the labels, checked that there were no super arrow marks, washed them and dried them, and waited for the mushroom meat sauce to cool down before canning them. At this time, the pork was almost cool, so Su Mo peeled off the meat on it, cut it into small pieces, and put it in the cans with the potatoes to continue to braise for a while. When the potatoes were also powdered, she took the whole pot. First fill the 2 aluminum lunch boxes bought a few days ago, and then take them to the cowshed to give to my parents. The rest is divided into 2 portions, one for myself and one for the 3 elderly people later. Then she filled 4 large jars with mushroom sauce, 2 of which were sent to Lu Chongjing, 1 to the cowshed, and 1 to Gung Chongqing. The rest was also divided into 2 portions, one for the Lu family and 1 for herself. As for the bones and ribs, she was not going to cook them today and directly put them into the space to make soup later. After finishing, Su Mo carried a bamboo basket, covered it with cloth, and sent it to the Lu family. Li Yue was really touched and helpless to see Su Mo sending things again. "You child, you sent us all. What do you eat?" "We have some at home, but there is not much meat, just mushrooms and potatoes." Su Mo smiled and said, "Mom, I don't have enough jars at home. You can take a jar to put this mushroom sauce and mix it with noodles or eat it with steamed buns in the future. It will be delicious. Oh, okay. Li Yue looked at the mushroom sauce and said that there was not much meat, but I am afraid that half of the pound of meat given to her was put back. This child is so honest. It is really lovable. Seeing Su and Mo bringing more food, the first and second wives were actually a little embarrassed. The second wife was fine, as they only had 1.5 kilograms of meat, and her parents-in-law got more than them, so they had nothing to say if they didn't give it. The first wife had 8 kilograms of meat, and this time she asked for 4 kilograms, which was also 2 kilograms of oil and 2 kilograms of meat. Lu Yuji salted 1 kilogram of the 2 kilograms of meat and chopped the other kilogram into stuffing for dumplings. She ate some at noon, and there wasn't much left at night. Dad, do you want to bring a bowl of dumplings over too? Lu Yuji asked. She had thought that her parents-in-law had also received some meat, so she didn't give it. Lu Xingjuan waved his hand. My third sister-in-law just gave it, and the old people have several mouths to feed, so they can't eat that much. We'll give it next time. After thinking for a while, Lu Xingjuan said again, next time when there's something delicious, think of your parents, and give them something no matter how much. Lu Yuji was unhappy when she heard this, as if she was a very demanding person. I just want my parents to have as much meat as us. They have 3 people to feed, but we have 5 people to feed. The children are staring at us every day. Give more if you want more. Give less if you want less. Even if it's just one for each person, it's still given, and it's our filial piety. Lu Xingjuan said. He is the eldest child, and he should take the responsibility of respecting the elderly. You are the eldest sister-in-law, and you should set an example for the younger brothers and sisters. Lu Yuji sneered. Eldest sister-in-law? The third brother's family is okay, but you see the second brother's family, when did they ever treat me as the eldest sister-in-law? Lu Xingjuan choked and had nothing to say. The next day after breakfast, Su Emo rode her bicycle to the post office to send something to Lu Chongjing. In addition to sweaters and mushroom sauce, she also packed a lot of chestnuts, walnuts, and pine nuts. She also wrote a letter last night, talking about some recent events, and also implicitly expressed her thoughts for him, asking him to pay attention to safety and take good care of himself. Thinking that there would be more steps to send it at the commune post office, Su Emo went directly to the county post office to send it. When packing, she even asked the post office staff to wrap the mushroom sauce in several layers to prevent it from leaking on the way and staining the sweater. There were a lot of things, and although the distance was shorter, it still cost 1 yuan. After sending the things, Su Emo took out the 50 yuan sent by her aunt. After thinking about it, she decided to call them and tell them about the situation here. She told the operator the number, and after the call was connected, she asked Su Emo to come in. Su Tingda was not at home today. Only Fu Manhwa and Su Mo's second cousin Su Yuan were there, and it was Su Yuan who answered the phone. Little sister, I heard from my parents that you got married over there? What's going on? Su Mo just said hello, and Su Yuan's excited voice came. Second brother, why are you at home? She remembered that Su Yuan didn't seem to be in the Guangxi Provincial Army. Su Yuan was 4 years older than the original owner. He also lived in Shanghai for a period of time when he was a child and had a good relationship with the original owner. He was also one of the people who often sent money and things to the original owner. Why can't I be at home? I've been transferred to Guangxi province. Don't change the subject. Tell me why you got married. After Su Yuan came back and heard what his parents said, he was almost angry to death. If he hadn't just been transferred here and couldn't ask for leave, he would have rushed to Hejiang province. Su Mo had to tell them about Lu Chongjing saving her. Just for this, you want to marry him? Su Yuan couldn't believe it. It's not just because of this, it's mainly because he's handsome, the type I like.
Su Yuan.
Send me a photo of him. I want to see how handsome he is. Su Yuan almost choked to death. He wanted to see what kind of person made his little sister fall in love with him at first sight. The Su family members are all good-looking, and they are usually said to be handsome by others. I sent it. I mailed you some hazel mushrooms and chestnuts a few days ago. I think it should arrive in a few days. The last time Su Mo mailed something, she also sent a photo. Why mail those things? Keep them for yourself. If you don't have enough money, tell your second brother and he will send you money. Second brother, I have enough money. I picked up those things in the mountains. They are unique to the north and not available in the south. I mailed them to you to taste. Soo Yun almost cried when he heard this. His delicate little sister actually went up the mountain to pick up things. How hard it must be. Just when he was about to make a sensational performance, he was slapped by Fu Manhwa on the side. Long-distance calls are expensive. To make a long story short, ask your little sister what she wants to call. Soo Yun choked and asked, Little sister, what's the matter with you calling? Second brother, is my aunt here? Let me talk to my aunt. Soo Yun had to reluctantly hand over the phone to Fu Manhwa. Aunt, I received the money. You don't have to send it anymore. I met Grandpa Zhang and the others. They all gave me money. I have enough money to spend.
Sumo said.
Have you seen them?
How are they?
Is the old lady in good health? She is in good spirits, but has lost a lot of weight. I will take time to visit her from time to time and ask her to take care of herself. Okay, you should take care of yourself too.
Fu Manhwa reminded.
I know, don't worry, Aunt. I went to Uncle Gung a few days ago and he also gave me 100 yuan to spend. Su Mo mentioned vaguely that Gung Chongqing was helping. Okay, your Uncle Chongqing is a good person, but he is also busy with work, so you don't have to go to him often. With Gung Chongqing in charge, those people won't have a hard time, but if Gung Chongqing is implicated, it will be hard to say what will happen in the future. I understand, don't worry, Aunt. Okay, I may go to High City again in 2 months, and then I will find you.
Fu Manhwa.
Well, tell me when you come, Aunt. I will pick you up in the county town. There is a bus from the city to Qingxi County. Okay, I will send you a telegram then. Fu Manhwa said. The two greeted each other again and hung up the phone, which made Soo Yun, who was waiting to speak, stare in anger. This call lasted for 10 minutes and cost Soo Mo 11 yuan. After the call, Soo Mo thought about going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some more meat. She only had 1 pound left from the previous purchase. With the meat coupons given by Gung Chongqing, Soo Mo now had 10 pounds of meat coupons. She would go see how the meat was before deciding how much to buy. Not long after coming out of the post office, Soo Mo ran into Sister Lu. Sister Lu was chatting and laughing with a middle-aged woman pushing a bicycle. When she saw Soo Mo, she quickly sent her away and ran towards her. Sister Sue, what are you doing? Sister Lu was a little disappointed to see that there was only a basket hanging on Sumo's bicycle, and it didn't look like there was anything on it. I'm here to do something today. Sumo said, Sister Lu, aren't you working today? I was just about to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there was any meat for sale. I'm on vacation today. During this period, all public institutions are paying public grain, so there will be no shortage of meat. Our supply and marketing cooperative has 4 pigs every day. Sister Lu said. Usually we get 1 pig a day and occasionally 2 pigs on holidays. Only during this period of time, when there is sufficient meat supply during the public grain payment period, can we get 4 pigs. The purchasing station has collected so many pigs, but there is not enough food to feed them. If they don't feed them, they are afraid that the pigs will become hungry and thin. So they can just kill them nearby and provide more meat to the supply and marketing cooperatives in the city and county. Anyway, the weather is cold now, and the pigs can be stored for a long time. Everyone takes this time to buy more and make pickled meat or bacon to eat slowly in the future. Sister Sue, you bought so much meat last time, and you ate it all? How can it be so fast? I made it into bacon. Isn't it taking advantage of the sufficient meat supply now, so I'm going to buy some more. Sister Lu's eyes flashed, and she approached Sue Mo and said, Sister, I have a channel to get meat, but the price will be a little higher. Do you want it? People like Sister Sue don't say they eat meat every day, but they must eat it every 2 or 3 days, so the amount of meat they want must be quite a lot. How much? Sue Mo also asked in a low voice. Sister, let's do this. We are so familiar with each other. If you bring me a few more baskets of fruit, I will give you 1.2 yuan per caddy. I guarantee that they are all fresh and high-quality meat. Sister Lu said. She really didn't make much money at this price. She had to pay 1.1 yuan for this meat. This is also because she is an acquaintance, so she gave this price. Other middlemen would charge 1.3 yuan. Su Mo thought about it and said, I want 50 caddies of meat. Can you get it? Sister Lu took a breath. This might not only make bacon but also sausage. Okay. Sister Lu gritted her teeth. For the fruit in Sister Su's hand, there was nothing she couldn't do. Can you get it today?
Su Mo asked.
The weather was getting colder. There was no good excuse, and it was not good to go to the city all the time. Sister Lu frowned. It was not easy to get so much meat in broad daylight. Do you have any more oranges? Can you send them all today? There aren't many oranges left. I can only give you one more basket at most, but I can get you 2 baskets of yellow peaches. People here love to eat canned yellow peaches, so they must also love to eat fresh yellow peaches. Sure enough, when she heard about yellow peaches, Sister Lu's eyes lit up. Okay, then yellow peaches. How many baskets can you send today? I can send you 4 baskets at most today. Can't you send more? No, sister, it's cold now, and it's hard to get fruits. Scarcity makes things valuable. If you get too many at once, they will be worthless in the future. Okay, then 1 basket of oranges, 1 basket of pears, and 2 baskets of yellow peaches.
Sister Lu said.
Okay, I'll send them directly to your home when I get them. Sister Lu nodded, asked Su Mo to go quickly, and went home herself. She quickly found her husband and asked him to have someone send meat. So, Su Mo spent more than 2 hours delivering 4 baskets of fruit to Sister Lu, basically ensuring a frequency of more than 1 trip per hour. The rest of the time, she went to the deserted road outside the city and hid in the bushes to absorb energy. She could feel that her ability was just 1 step away from the first order midterm. 4 baskets of fruit were sold for a total of 117.7 yuan. The price of yellow peaches in the supply and marketing cooperative is similar to that of apples, and they are also sold at the same price as apples, 0.5 yuan per caddy. When Su Mo delivered the second batch of fruit, the meat she wanted was also delivered. Su Mo checked it and found that the meat was indeed good and fresh. It should have been killed today. 50 caddies of meat were given 60 yuan. Sister, if you have good things in the future, you must think of me. Sister Lu said with a smile when sending Su Mo out. She would sell Su's sister meat so cheaply, first to sell her well, and second to show her strength. Su's sister can get good quality fresh fruits. She is not bad. She has a wide range of channels. Basically, she can get something. Okay, no problem.
Su Mo said.
Sister Lu is still a very stable partner for now, and she has no plans to change her partner for the time being. On the way back, Su Mo put all the 50 kilograms of meat she bought into the space. In this way, she basically doesn't have to worry about meat this winter. She can occasionally use the meat coupons to buy some from the commune supply and marketing cooperative to conceal the source of the meat. Back to the brigade, Su Mo found that the village was quite lively. Seeing several ants walking towards the brigade office happily, she stopped and asked, "Aunt, what happened in the brigade? Why is it so lively?" The ant smiled and said, "Su Jiqing, it's nothing serious. It's the credit union who came down to encourage everyone to save money. As long as you open an account, you'll be given a foot of cloth coupons."
Chemin.
It turns out that banks have started to attract deposits since this era. I guess they heard that the Lujia village brigade distributed a lot of money, so they came down to do it at a specific point, and they didn't have to go to the bank. The director of this credit union is really sharp. He even gave away cloth coupons for opening an account. In those days, cloth coupons were very attractive to the common people. In the countryside, each person was only given 3 feet and 4 inches of cloth coupons per year. To make a new set of clothes, the cloth coupons of 3 or 4 people had to be pulled together. New clothes were made in turns, me this year, you next year, and him the year after. Families with many children might not get a turn for several years. Su Mo also wanted to see the excitement, so she rode her bike to the brigade. Not to mention, there were quite a few people opening savings accounts. In those days, people's thoughts were pure. The director of the credit union praised everyone, saying that if they deposited their spare money in the bank, they would lend it to the country for construction. This really set off the atmosphere. In addition, cloth coupons were issued, and all the families in the brigade who were not starving came to open accounts and deposit money. For rural people, being able to deposit money in the bank was a big deal. So, the brigade members were happy, and the people in the credit union were also happy. It was really a win-win situation. Just when Suemo was about to go back, the postman who had just arrived called her. "Comrade Suemo, there is a letter for you." Suemo was curious about who wrote to her. When she took it and looked at it, it turned out to be Yang Suyun. Suemo took the letter and went home. When she got home, she opened the letter and saw that Yang Suyun hadn't received her letter for a long time. She was a little worried and wrote to ask about the situation. Suemo didn't comment and put the letter aside. Originally, she had thought about not contacting the heroine before she had enough strength in order to avoid being cannon fodder by the protagonist's halo again. But since she realized that there might be a huge bug in the book, Suemo changed this decision. Before figuring out the situation, it is still necessary to keep in touch with the heroine occasionally. According to what she knows now, the original owner's family should not be destroyed without any resistance. The original owner's parents can still say that they can't stand the of their daughter's death, but the original owner's uncle's family is a bit unreasonable. Su Tingda is the division commander, Fu Manhwa is the chief doctor, the eldest cousin Sui Chen is the regiment commander, and the second cousin Sui Yuan should have been promoted to company commander now. In addition to Su Zhongli's previous years of management, such a configuration should not have left none. Moreover, the book has never mentioned the eldest aunt, Fu Manhua. According to the memories received by Suemo, Fu Manhua is a person with good abilities and skills. Moreover, from her willingness to travel thousands of miles to Hejiang province to see her niece, she would not be a person who does not care about her brother-in-law's family. So, with Geng Chongqing in front and Fu Manhua in the back, why would Yang Xin come to collect the body for the original owner and get the original owner's relics? Even if Fu Manhua was too far away at the time and didn't have time to come, let Yang Xin come. With Fu Manhua's character, she should also go to Haishur to express her gratitude and take back the original owner's relics. There are heavy fogs and too many unreasonable places in this. Suemo had a hunch that if these things were not clarified, the Su family might end up being torn apart. After thinking about it, Suemo finally picked up a pen and wrote a reply to Yang Suyun. But she didn't say much, just saying that she was married here, life was fine, nothing happened. After finishing these, Suemo went to take care of the vegetable garden and then went back to the house to transfer superpowers to the ginseng. Just when Suemo was transferring superpowers to the oldest ginseng, the superpowers suddenly shook and finally broke through the threshold of the First Order Middle Stage, successfully entered the First Order Middle Stage, and the consumed superpowers returned to full state. Suemo quickly stopped transferring superpowers, feeling happy. When the superpowers reached the First Order Middle Stage, she could give birth to plants with a growth cycle of less than half a year at one time, without any pause in between. Suemo took out a cabbage seed from the space and activated the superpowers. The cabbage seed took root, sprouted, and grew leaves at a speed visible to the eye until it grew into a large cabbage. The whole process took no more than 2 minutes. Suemo was so happy. Then she took out a watermelon seed from the space and started to induce it to grow. Soon, the watermelon seed turned into a watermelon vine and then produced a big watermelon. After 2 inducements, Suemo's supernatural power was completely consumed. Although the number of inductions was small, being able to induce a complete induction at one time was already a qualitative leap, and Suemo was still very excited. Moreover, the land is not polluted now and she can still use the land, which makes it more convenient to induce growth. Suemo picked the watermelon and put it into the space together with the cabbage. Suddenly, Suemo paused and then sank into her consciousness to explore. Her space was really about 1/3 larger than before. In addition, she sold a lot of fruits today, so there are quite a lot of empty spaces in the space now. The surprise came too suddenly, and Suemo wanted to put her hands on her hips and laugh wildly at the sky. So, now her 2 systems of supernatural powers are bound together. As long as one system is upgraded, the other system can also be upgraded. The god of the book still loves her very much. This is such a great convenience for her. She won't have to worry about how to upgrade the space in the future. Suemo was very happy. She took out the watermelon that had just been born, cut half of it, and ate it. Although it was silly to eat watermelon in such a cold weather, not eating watermelon was not enough to express her excitement. Just as Suemo was eating watermelon, the excited voice of the announcer came from the brigade radio. The Commune Film Projection team will show movies at the brigade headquarters tonight and tomorrow night, and ask the members to watch them at night. Important things should be said 3 times. The announcer broadcast 3 times. Suemo seemed to hear the cheers of the villagers. In these days, even radios are rare in rural areas. Cultural life depends entirely on the movies shown by the film projection team. Therefore, as long as the film projection team comes, every household that can move will go out to watch it, although they may have seen these movies several times. Suemo curled her lips and smiled. She was thinking about finding an opportunity to deliver things to the cowshed. Isn't this a good opportunity? In the evening, the members of the brigade had eaten early and went to the grain drying platform in front of the brigade to grab a spot. Ma Xiaowan also came to find Suemo and went to the movies together. I heard that there will be 2 movies tonight. One is the model opera Red Lantern, and the other is Tunnel Warfare. Ma Xiaowan said, "It is said that there will be a foreign movie tomorrow." She had seen these movies when she was in the city, but it was her first time to watch an open-air movie in the countryside, and she felt that it should be quite interesting. The 2 of them went late, and there was no seat in the front, so they could only sit at the back. At this time, the curtain had been hung on the podium of the brigade, and the tripod projector had been set up, and the projectionist was connecting the wires. With the thump-thump of the diesel generator, the originally lively drying field suddenly became quiet, and the movie began to be shown. The first one to be shown was the model opera Red Lantern. Suemo was worried about something and was not interested in watching it. After more than half an hour, she used the excuse of having a stomachache to go home and rest. Suemo went home first, and after a while, she went up the mountain from the road up the mountain from her home. Fortunately, the moon was bright enough tonight, and the moonlight was enough to walk on the mountain. Lijiao is close to the Lijiakan Brigade. Movies are being shown here. Many people from Lijiao come to watch. No one should go to the cowshed at this time. When they were about to reach the cowshed, Suemo took out the prepared backpack and put it on her back. She carried the quilt prepared for Zhang Zhen in one hand and a straw basket with a pound of eggs in the other hand. After arriving at the cowshed, she hid herself first, knocked on the door with small stones and imitated bird calls. After a while, Su Tingqian came to open the door. After Suemo went in, she asked in surprise, "Momo, why are you here so late at night?" As she spoke, she took the things from Sumo's hand. "Today our brigade is showing a movie. There is no one around, so I came here. Are you guys asleep already?" Looking at the dark lights, it was estimated that they were. There was not much kerosene in the cowshed, and it was hard to see at night, so he went to bed early. In the room, Mo Yurong had already lit the kerosene lamp when Su Tingqian went to open the door. After Mo went in, she started taking things out of the backpack, explaining as she went along. "That quilt is for Grandpa Zhang, and this cotton coat is for Comrade Xiaoding. There are more than a pound of eggs in the straw basket. You can hide them and cook them when you want to eat them. I also brought you some delicious food. It's still hot now. You can call Grandpa Zhang and the others later and eat it while it's hot." Suemo took out the lunchbox filled with braised pork head and potatoes. "These daily necessities are for Grandpa Zhang. I put lard in this enamel pot. You can put some in when you cook. This is the mushroom sauce I made myself. Put a little in when you eat. It's delicious. I also brought 2 thermos. The weather is cold, and you need hot water to drink. I cut some coarse cloth for you. Here are the needles and thread. If your clothes are torn, you can sew them yourself. I also brought a pound of kerosene. You can light the lamp at night. I will bring more next time." Because Suemo always used a desk lamp at night, she really ignored the kerosene. She just took it out from the space under the pretext of covering it up. "This is straw paper, and here is more than half a pound of kelp. You can cook some soup occasionally. Emo Yorong looked at her daughter taking things out and explaining non-stop, and her tears suddenly fell. Su Emo was startled. Mom, what's wrong with you? Nan, you have suffered. Emo Yorong choked and could hardly speak. Mom, don't cry. As long as our family is fine, I won't suffer. Such days will eventually pass. We have to believe in them.
Su Emo meant something.
Emo Yorong quickly wiped away her tears. Yes, Mom. Don't cry. We have to be fine. We can't let those people succeed. Sumo's eyes flashed. It seems that the couple knows something, and she'll find a chance to ask them in the future. Although most people in the village went to the movies, Su Emo didn't dare to stay in the cowshed for too long. After telling the couple about the situation on Uncle Su's side, Su Emo quickly withdrew. After returning to the Lujia village brigade, Su Emo didn't show up at the movie, but went to bed directly. In the middle of the night, Su Emo, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a familiar heat flow and quickly got up and lit the light to see that it was indeed her period. Su Emo quickly took out a sanitary napkin from the space and put it on. The original owner has always had a regular, and her period only came a few times a year. Su Emo has been using her supernatural power to warm her body for a month, and this has improved. Her period should come on a monthly basis. But after her body was back to normal, Su Emo began to worry again. In this era, sanitary napkins seemed to be sold only in friendship stores. There were definitely no such things in a small place like Qingxi County. She didn't have much space, so no matter how she saved, it wouldn't last long. Would she have to stock up on cotton and make sanitary napkins herself? Or buy a menstrual belt and use tissues as pads? It didn't seem impossible. After packing up the menstrual belt, delete if infringement, Su Emo went back to sleep. She didn't know if it was because of her period, but Su Emo slept very deeply. She woke up the next day when she heard someone calling her. Su Emo got up quickly and looked at her watch. It was already 8 o'clock. She quickly put on her clothes and got up. She opened the door and saw Ma Xiaowan and Chenlan outside the courtyard gate. Su Emo hurried over to open the gate. Su Emo, are you okay? Ma Xiaowan was a little worried when she saw that Su Emo hadn't come back since she went home last night, so she came to see her this morning. It's okay. I just had my period and I feel a little uncomfortable. Su Emo had a ready-made excuse, of course.
Oh.
Then you should keep warm and have a good rest. Do you have any brown sugar? Drink some brown sugar water. Ma Xiaowan sometimes suffers from menstrual cramps, and she knows this feeling very well. Yes, I'll make some later. Su Emo nodded and said to the two, come in and sit for a while. Ma Xiaowan waved her hand. No, we have to go collect firewood, otherwise there will be no firewood to heat the Kong in winter. I saw that you didn't come back last night, so I came to see you.
I'm fine. Thank you, Xiaowan.
Well, what's there to say thank you between friends? I'm leaving.
Have a good rest.
Ma Xiaowan waved her hand and left with Chenlan. Su Emo didn't plan to go out when her period came, so she stayed at home to make delicious food. After tidying herself up, Su Emo took out the big bones she bought the day before, washed them, cut them into pieces, put them in a large casserole, threw in a few red dates, lit a small stove, and slowly boiled them. She also soaked a handful of kelp, and when the soup was boiled to a milky white, she cut the soaked kelp and put it in. Then, she dug up the soil of another 4-grade leaf wild ginseng, plucked off a few small whiskers, washed them, and put them in the soup. She planned to take turns pluck these 2 4-grade leaf wild ginsengs. Otherwise, it would be bad if she caught one and was left alone. While the soup was boiling, Su Emo took out the 50 kilograms of meat she bought yesterday and cut it into long strips. She didn't deliberately consider the weight and cut about 40 strips. Then she took one to chop stuffing and took 4 or 5 fresh sweet corns from the space, broke them into corn kernels, and prepared. She kneaded the dough, rolled out the dumpling wrappers, wrapped the dumplings, and boiled them in water. After a busy morning, Su Emo made 2 large pots of dumplings. She put them all in the space, and when she wanted to eat them, she could just take them out and eat them directly. The bone soup was also boiled. Su Imo first took a small clay pot and filled it up and put it in the space, preparing to bring it to her parents and Grandpa Zhang when she went to the cowshed next time. Then she took another large basin, filled it with a basin, carried it in a bamboo basket, and sent it to the Liu family. Li Yue had just come back from the mountain to collect firewood. Before she had time to cook, she saw Su Imo bringing something over again.
She was really upset.
Xiao Imo, why are you bringing something again? I don't need to cook now. I can just eat your food.
So Montag was stund.
It was the first time she heard Li Yue call her name. Then she couldn't help but smile. So she was considered to be in the eyes of her mother-in-law and had a name in her mouth? It's not a good thing. I just bought some bones the day before yesterday and boiled some kelp soup. It's cold now, and it's good for moistening the throat and warming the body. Su Imo said with a smile. It seems that she, as a daughter-in-law, has done a good job. While it's still hot, why don't you help Grandpa get up and drink some?
Su Imo asked.
It was almost time now, and the old man must have been hungry.
Okay.
Li Yue said, washed her hands, filled a large bowl, and took it to the room for Lu Boming. I went to collect firewood today and walked a little further, so I did come back late. Su Imo followed and went to help. Lu Boming was sleeping at this time. When Su Imo saw him, she was secretly shocked. The old man's vitality was very weak, and there was even a trace of death on his body. Mom, didn't you give me pears these days? Su Imo couldn't help asking. Could it be that because the oil was exhausted, those weak vitality had no effect?
I ate it.
Li Yue sighed. It's cold now, and I can't eat too much. The main reason is that the old man can't eat much anymore. He is so stubborn that he hasn't gone out to the main hall to eat since yesterday. Li Yue woke up Lu Boming, helped him up, and leaned on the Kong chin. Su Imo quickly brought the Kong table over and brought the soup to the old man. Grandpa, I made some kelp and bones soup. You drink some to moisten your body. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoma. Lu Boming sat for a while, then picked up the spoon and scooped the soup to drink. Lu Boming took a sip and found that it was very suitable for his taste. He couldn't help but drink a few more sips. The more he drank, the warmer his cold body felt. Unknowingly, he finished a bowl of soup. Li Yue almost cried when she saw it.
Great.
It's good that you can eat it. Li Yue quickly took the bowl. Dad, I'll get you another bowl. There's still a lot. After saying that, she hurried to the kitchen to get more. Xiao Imo is still the best. She is filial and her cooking is delicious. The old man can eat it. Lu Boming drank 2 bowls of soup in a row before he stopped. But he still looked weak, so the two helped him lie down again. On the way back, Su Imo was in a heavy mood. She didn't expect the old man's condition to deteriorate so quickly. She had to give him the wild ginseng as soon as possible, otherwise she estimated that the old man would not live for a few days. Lu Qing'an also went up the mountain with Li Yue to collect firewood today. Li Yue had to come back to cook, so she came back early, and he would be later. After Lu Qing'an came back, he went to see Lu Boming first. Seeing that he was asleep, he went to the kitchen to ask Li Yue, "How is Dad? Did he eat anything?" "I drank 2 bowls of kelp bone soup, which Xiaoma brought to me." Li Yue said, "Dad loves the soup, so let's drink 1 bowl each and save the rest for Dad to drink in the evening." "Okay." Lu Qing'an nodded, thought for a while, and said, "The third sister's cooking is delicious. Why don't we let her cook for Dad, so that Dad can eat more?" Li Yue thought about it, and it was true. She was used to cooking rough, and it was indeed not as delicious as Xiaoma's. "Okay, I'll talk to her after dinner. This child is filial and will definitely agree." After dinner, Li Yue went to talk to Su Imo. Su Imo naturally agreed, because she was worried about how to give the wild ginseng to Lu Boming. After Li Yue left, Su Imo rode her bicycle to the county hospital. She had to ask the doctor how to eat it better, in case she didn't use the right dosage and had any problems. Lu Boming's vitality was already very weak, and he could not withstand any torture. Su Imo paid 10 cents to make an appointment, and asked the doctor in detail how to take care of patients in Lu Boming's condition, and then asked if wild ginseng could be used, how to use it, the approximate dosage. The doctor was also patient, and answered all the questions one by one for Su Mo. After asking clearly, Su Mo did not stroll around the county town, but went back. When passing by the commune supply and marketing cooperative, she was stopped by Lu Xiaolan, who had chased her out. When Su Mo left, Lu Xiaolan saw it and deliberately exchanged with someone for a counter near the entrance. She kept staring at the road, waiting for Su Mo to go back, so that she could bring something back. Third sister-in-law, wait a minute, help me bring something back. Lu Xiaolan chased out breathlessly, and the aunt who was waiting to buy something at the counter looked confused. Su Mo quickly stopped, turned around and rode back. Slow down. Don't be anxious. Third sister-in-law, wait for me for a while, Lu Xiaolan said, and then rushed into the supply and marketing cooperative. After a while, she brought out a big fat chicken. Third sister-in-law, please take this chicken back for me and stew it for Grandpa, Lu Xiaolan said. When her mother came last time, she said that Grandpa's health was already very bad, but recently he was doing some one-strike-3 anti-activities and didn't allow him to take leave at all, which really made her anxious.
Okay.
Su Mo took the chicken and tied it up on the back seat of the car. Anyway, it was going to be killed soon, so there was no need for preferential treatment. Then I'll go back and get busy. When I have a day off, I'll go back and take a look, Lu Xiaolan said. This period of time is the busiest time for them, and the director has been keeping a close eye on them recently, so they dare not be lazy at all. Su Mo waved her hand and waited for Lu Xiaolan to go in before riding away. After returning home, Su Mo killed the chicken, dug some ginseng whiskers, added some chestnuts and red dates, and stewed it. At that time, the soup was given to Lu Boming to drink more, and the meat was eaten by Lu Qing'an and his wife. In the evening, when Li Yue and the others came back from collecting firewood, Su Mo had already brought the stewed chicken soup over, and Lu Boming had already drunk it. Because he drank 2 meals of ginseng whisker soup in a row, Lu Boming's vitality was stronger than before. Dad, Mom, Xiaolan asked me to bring this chicken back for Grandpa to eat in the afternoon. I killed it and stewed it for Grandpa to drink. Okay, you don't have to go back to eat tonight, just eat here together. Mom made 2 grain steamed buns for lunch,
Li Wei said.
Su Mo thought that she had something to tell them, so she didn't refuse and ate together. While eating, Li Wei tore a chicken leg for Su Mo and kept the other one for Lu Boming tomorrow. Xiao Mo, this chicken leg is given to you by your mother. You can't refuse it. You must eat it. Li Wei pressed the chicken leg into Su Mo's bowl with a firm attitude. Su Mo smiled. Okay, thank you, Mother. I'll eat it. It has been a long time since anyone gave her a chicken leg. After dinner, Su Mo said to the 2 elders with a serious look, Dad, Mom, I went to the county hospital this afternoon and asked the doctor about Grandpa's condition. The doctor said that if there is wild ginseng, there should be hope. Because the doctor said in the afternoon that in Lu Boming's case, it would be better to hold ginseng slices in his mouth instead of stewing them in soup. If he held ginseng slices in his mouth directly, the 2 elders would definitely know, so Su Mo just said it directly. Lu Qing'an sighed, I know, the doctor at the commune health center also said it before, but wild ginseng is rare and can't be bought at all. I dug a wild ginseng when I went to the mountains to harvest the autumn crops a few days ago. Su Mo lowered her voice and dropped a bombshell. Lu Qing'an and Li Yue were so surprised that they almost jumped up. Lu Qing'an looked around, with hope in his eyes, and then lowered his voice and said, Xiao Mo, what do you mean? Yes, I plan to give this wild ginseng to Grandpa to eat. Okay. Lu Qing'an said a few excitedly, Xiao Mo, you are really a great benefactor of our family. Don't worry, Dad and Mom will give you the money for this wild ginseng in a while. Su Mo waved her hands quickly, Dad and Mom, Changzheng has a deep affection for Grandpa. This wild ginseng is for Changzheng to fulfill his filial piety. How can I ask for your money? In addition to fulfilling her filial piety for Lu Changzheng, it is also a little thought for these revolutionary martyrs and these old Red Army soldiers. When her ability is upgraded, she can have as much wild ginseng as she wants. Lu Qing'an didn't hold on to this. Anyway, the money must be given. Filial piety is filial piety, But how can such a valuable thing be paid by the third family? Did the doctor tell you how to give it to your grandfather? The doctor said to hold the ginseng slices in your mouth for a few days, and when your complexion is better, you can soak it in water or stew it in soup every day. Okay, then what about today? I have already put some ginseng roots in the soup I stewed for Grandpa today. I will go back and cut some ginseng slices and let Grandpa hold it in his mouth at night. Suemo said. Okay, then let your mother go back with you, and you cut it and let her bring it back. Lu Qing'an originally wanted to say that he and Suemo would go to get it, but then he thought that it would not be convenient for him, a father-in-law, to go to his daughter-in-law's house at night. Suemo nodded, and then went back with Li Yue. When Li Yue saw Suemo coming out with a clay pot, she was stunned. Xiaoemo, how come it is still alive? Well, after I dug it back, I took a clay pot and planted it. Fortunately, it was planted. The doctor said that fresh ones are better than dried ones. Suemo said, pulling out the wild ginseng. Li Yue saw Suemo digging wild ginseng like digging wild vegetables, and she looked a bit mysterious. It was the first time she saw someone growing wild ginseng in a clay pot. After Suemo dug out the wild ginseng, she found that it was a little bigger than when she dug it. It seemed that her supernatural powers had not been lost in vain. Li Yue looked at the wild ginseng that was as thick as a thumb and exclaimed, Xiaoemo, this ginseng is so thick, it must be 100 years old. I don't know how to look, but it should be. Suemo said, gently scraping the soil off the ginseng, and then cut a small piece at the end for Li Yue. Mom, wash it and take it back for Grandpa to hold in his mouth. I'll cut another piece for him tomorrow morning. Li Yue took the ginseng piece and left quickly. She could already foresee how her father would get better. After Li Yue returned, she hurried to Lu Boming's room and put the wild ginseng in his mouth. The couple returned to the house and Lu Qing'an whispered, just now, the eldest and second eldest families came to see Dad. Let's not talk about the wild ginseng for now, just let us know.
Li Yue nodded. No.
If she told him, she was afraid that the second eldest family would go back and tell her parents. With Xiao Jiuxian's chatterbox personality, I'm afraid that within 2 days, the whole team would know about it. Don't let some people with red eyes make trouble, and the wild ginseng will have to be handed over, and Dad will be useless. On the other side, Suemo washed the wild ginseng and put it directly into the space. It might not be easy for others to keep wild ginseng alive, but for her it was too easy. After putting it into the space and taking it out again, it was no different from just digging it out. After that, Suemo loosened the soil in the jar, took out 2 wild ginseng seeds, and began to promote growth with her supernatural power. Soon, the 2 wild ginseng seeds turned into 2 plants with 3 leaves. Suemo moved the clay jar back to the corner of the bedroom, blocked it with something, and occasionally moved it to the window to get some sunlight. With nothing to do in the evening, Suemo began to brew her literary creation again. No matter whether the batch of manuscripts was good or not, she still had to create something new. The next day, Suemo got up and ate some dumplings casually. After lifting the wheat straw in the vegetable garden, she cut some ginseng slices and went to the Lu family. Seeing Suemo, Lu Qing'an and his wife were very happy. Li Yue pulled Suemo and whispered, your grandpa ate chicken this morning, and he ate a whole chicken leg. He could only eat liquid food in the past few days, which was not very scary. Now he can eat meat, which means he is getting better. Suemo went in to see Lu Boming. Although the old man was still in low spirits, he was not sleeping like yesterday. He was sitting on the Kong to rest at this moment, and his vitality was obviously much stronger. Seeing Suemo, Lu Boming smiled. Xiaoemo, Grandpa thanks you. Who wants to die if you can live? He still has too many things he wants to do. Suemo waved her hand. Grandpa, don't say that. Hold this ginseng slice in your mouth. Chew it and eat it when it has no taste. Suemo handed the ginseng slice wrapped in a tissue to Lu Boming, and Lu Boming took it and put it directly into his mouth. Lu Boming sat for a while, and Lu Qing'an helped him lie down. The 3 did not disturb him to rest, and went out to do their own things. Lu Qing'an and his wife went up the mountain to collect firewood as usual, while Su Imo rode her bicycle to the commune. Yesterday was the last day to pay public grain, and today she went to deliver pears and mushroom sauce to Gung Chongqing. Su Imo first went to the commune post office to mail the reply to Yang Suyun and found her package. Su Imo thought it was from Lu Chongqing, but when she signed for it, she found it was from Haisher. It was difficult for Su Imo to open it outside, so she could only tie the package to her bicycle with doubts. This time, Su Imo went to find Gung Chongqing, but she didn't need to inform him. The staff on the first floor told her to go up directly. Su Imo carried half a basket of pears and went directly to the third floor. After the secretary informed her, Su Imo went in. Gung Chongqing was looking at the report at this time. When he saw Su Imo coming in with the basket, he raised his eyebrows. "Uncle Gung, I bought you half a basket of pears last time and sent it to you."
Shumoshmail.
"Okay, how much is it?" Gung Chongqing asked. The pears were really good. The north was dry, so it would be good to eat more pears. Su Imo waved her hand. "No, I haven't spent the money I gave her last time." Gung Chongqing thought about it and realized that this girl had quite a lot of money recently, so he didn't hold on to it. He would just give her more money next time to save her from spending all the money at once. Gung Chongqing stood up and took the basket. Seeing a jar on it, he asked, "What is this?" "I made mushroom sauce for you to mix with rice when you eat." Gung Chongqing smiled. It was new that this girl could make mushroom sauce. He picked it up and unscrewed it. Instantly, a tempting aroma came to his nose, and Gung Chongqing swallowed unconsciously. "When did you learn to cook?" Gung Chongqing was surprised. Su Imo snorted proudly. "I learned it in the past few years. Girls change a lot when they grow up. I know a lot of things now." Anyway, Gung Chongqing hadn't seen the original owner for a few years, so he didn't know what she knew. Gung Chongqing's eyes were somewhat obscure, and he smiled and said, "Yes, girls change a lot when they grow up. The things have been delivered, so I will leave first and not disturb you, Uncle Gung, from working." "Okay, go ahead." Gung Chongqing waved his hand. After Su Imo left, Gung Chongqing stood up and walked to the window, looked for a while, and suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. Then he turned back to his desk and started working again. After arriving home, Su Imo opened the package and took out all the things. There was a pack of White Rabbit milk candy, a piece of khaki corduroy cloth, 2 cans of Malin brand luncheon meat, 2 bags of milk powder, 2 cans of Haisher brand vanishing cream and hair oil, and an envelope. Su Imo quickly opened the envelope, and in addition to the letter, there was also a big unity. Su Imo opened it and saw that the letter was written by Zheng Ling, a good friend of Imo Yurong, saying that she had asked Yang Suyun for Su Mo's address in the countryside and sent her some things, and asked her to write to her if she needed anything, and she would buy it and send it to her. Su Imo was a little surprised. She didn't expect Zheng Ling to send her something. People who knew their family situation would keep their distance from them. At the same time, she was a little touched. In this era, there are still people who are loyal and grateful. Sending something directly is much more sincere than writing a letter to comfort them. Su Imo decided to confirm with Imo Yurong in a few days to see if Zheng Ling is really trustworthy. She still has a lot of Haisher tickets in her hand. She can send the money tickets to ask her to help buy things or exchange them for National General tickets. Zheng Ling is also a miserable person. Her husband died in an accident, but because of the obstruction of villains, she did not get the compensation she deserved, leaving her alone to raise 4 children. After Su Zhongli knew about it, he funded their family. When he died, he also told Su Tingqian not to stop the funding before her children grew up. Because of this relationship, Mo Yurong and Zheng Ling were also co-workers, and the two soon became good friends. Zheng Ling often made delicious food and sent it to the Su family during festivals. Today, Zheng Ling has finally gotten her reward after all the hardships. Of the 4 children, except for the youngest who is still in high school, the other 3 are promising. The eldest is in the Revolutionary Committee, the second is in a food factory like her, and the third is in a textile factory. Su Zhongli has also sponsored many families like Zheng Ling. Although these people may not be in high positions, small people also have their own wisdom. These small people have contributed a lot to the fact that Su Tingqian and his wife were able to leave Haishur in one piece. It can only be said that Su Zhongli is really a very far-sighted person. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. Su Imo put away the things, and except for the cloth, she planned to take the rest to the cowshed to give to her parents. There was still chicken soup from yesterday, and Su Imo was not going to make another one for Lu Boming at noon. She packed a few dumplings from the space and went to see the old man's condition. When she saw Lu Boming, Su Imo was really shocked. This wild ginseng is indeed the king of herbs. This old one has a really good effect. After just 2 pieces, Lu Boming's vitality is almost back to the state when Lu Chongzheng first brought her to see him. Lu Boming was sitting on the Kong reading a newspaper at this time. Seeing Su Imo coming over, he waved her over. Su Imo put the dumplings she was holding on the Kong table. "Grandpa, you eat the dumplings first, I'll go and heat up the chicken soup for you. Dad and Mom went to collect firewood and won't be back at noon. They asked me to cook for you." Lu Qing'an and his wife pushed a cart and took steamed buns with them today. They didn't plan to come back at noon. Su Imo also planned to go up the mountain to collect some firewood after dinner. Although Lu Chongjing asked Lu Guoping to help her collect firewood, he didn't know how much he could collect. Now that her space was empty, she could collect a lot in one trip. Lu Boming waved his hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Wait a moment, take this." Lu Boming took a small red cloth bag from the Kongqin behind him and handed it to Su Imo. Su Imo opened it and found a roll of money and a small yellow croaker inside. "I was going to leave these things to Qing'an and his wife after I left. Now that I have your wild ginseng, I think I can live a few more years.
I will save money for them then."
"These are for you," Lu Boming said with a smile. "Keep the yellow stuff. It will be useful in the future." He knows his own body well. He can clearly feel that his body is getting better. If he eats not only one but half of this wild ginseng, he thinks he can live a few more years. Su Imo hurriedly returned the things. "Grandpa, how can I take your money? This wild ginseng is a gift from us, the younger generation. We all hope that you live 100 years and have a good look at the good days ahead." Lu Boming smiled. "Okay, I will definitely live a few more years and have a good look at the good days ahead. You have your own thoughts, and Grandpa has his own thoughts. These are not for buying wild ginseng, such a life-saving thing. How can it be worth so little? This is a little gift from Grandpa to the filial piety of the younger generation. You have to accept it." It was not easy for the old man to save such a little money. Su Imo was about to refuse when she was interrupted by Lu Boming. "Xiao Imo, as a family, there must be give and take. You, the younger generation, should accept the filial piety from us, the elders. As the elders, you, the younger generation, should also accept the kindness from us. Going back and forth with give and take is the way to manage a family." Su Imo was a little stunned. It was the first time that someone said such words to her. It seems that since she entered the book, she has been trying to play every role of hers well: a good wife, a good daughter-in-law, and a good descendant. It seems that she has been trying too hard. She lost her parents at the age of 14 and received very little kindness in the end of the world. For so many years, she seems to have become unaccustomed to accepting the kindness of others. What the grandfather said makes sense. Going back and forth, giving and taking, is not only a way to manage a family but also a way to deal with things. You hope that others will accept your kindness, so you'd better accept the kindness of others. Maybe in your opinion, those things are what you are willing to give without expecting anything in return. But the person who accepts, as long as he is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage, will feel more or less pressure. Then, if you accept the feedback from others, others will feel comfortable and the relationship between the two can last. Lu Boming looked at Sumo's thoughtful look, smiled, and stuffed the things into Sumo's hands, waved his hand and said, "Go and heat up the chicken soup. I'm really a little hungry." I don't know what this child has experienced. It seems that he doesn't like to accept things from his elders. Su Imo put away the things and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go heat them up right away." Many things are not known overnight, and a person's heart can only be revealed over time. After heating the chicken soup for Lu Boming to drink, Su Emo left a few slices of chopped ginseng and asked him to take one slice every half a day. Su Emo didn't see anyone from the first and second houses and guessed that they all went to collect firewood. Winter is long, and there is a lot of firewood to burn. Most people go out with their whole family, busy for several days in a row, and bring back all the firewood for the whole winter. Su Emo returned home, locked the door, borrowed an axe from the brigade, and went up the mountain. Although Su Emo had a knife in her space, she didn't have one at home. On the mountain, Su Emo found a deserted place, absorbed the energy of some branches of trees that were about to dry up, cut down the branches, cut them into small pieces suitable for burning, put most of them into the space, and tied a small part outside. Of course, after chopping down the Su Emo, some energy will be transferred to the roots. As long as the roots are still active, they will sprout again next spring. After a few more years, it will be a good tree again. Su Emo changed several places in a row. After a series of operations, the empty space was soon filled with firewood. It was great to have a built-in bug. This firewood was probably a day's work for a family of several people. Su Emo the 2 bundles of firewood that were left outside with vines, carried them on a bamboo pole, and went home. After arriving home, Su Emo first put half of the firewood in the space into the firewood room, and then picked up the 2 bundles that she had brought back. Not long after she finished, she heard someone calling her at the door. She went out to see that it was Lu Guoping and his wife pushing a cart of firewood. Su Emo hurried to open the gate and let them in. Lu Guoping pushed the cart and went around to the door of the firewood room from the reserved road. The couple was surprised to see that Su Emo still had so much firewood. "Sister-in-law, did you go to collect firewood by yourself?" Long Xiaomei asked. "I went to collect a few bundles this afternoon, and the others were brought back by the way when I was harvesting in autumn." Anyway, she almost never ran into anyone when she came back during a harvest, which made sense. "Sister-in-law, you are really capable," Long Xiaomei praised. "And the vegetables in this field are also well grown. Vegetables planted at this time usually don't grow well." Su Emo smiled awkwardly. "It's not that I planted well, but the field itself is doing well. This field has never been planted before, and the soil is fertile. The vegetables planted by the Lu family did not grow much." She was used to the supernatural power to promote childbirth and was really insensitive to these climate changes. That's right, the new land reclaimed by the team before, the grain production in the first few years, was also more than other places. Seeing Lu Guoping start to carry firewood into the room, Su Emo hurried to help. Long Xiaomei also wanted to join, but was stopped by Su Emo. With such a big belly, she didn't dare to let her work. "Sister-in-law, I will bring you 2 or 3 carts of firewood in the next few days. You should have enough to burn this winter," Lu Guoping said after moving the firewood. The firewood he brought to his sister-in-law was all strong and durable. There was a 3 or 4 carts of firewood, plus the original ones. It was enough to burn. The main thing was that the people digging the canal had already gone, and after collecting firewood, he had to rush to dig the canal. He was about to become a father, so he had to earn more for his wife and children. "Okay, no problem. I will also collect some in the next few days, so you should focus on your own first." Su Emo waved her hand. After Lu Guoping delivered the money, she would see how much money to give. Long Xiaomei was also going to give birth in 2 months, so she would go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 kilograms of brown sugar and send it together. In the evening, Su Emo opened the small red cloth bag given by Lu Boming and counted it. There were 200 yuan. It was not easy for an old man to save 600 yuan for medical treatment and medicine and to help the family. Su Emo remembered that the original owner seemed to have a radio purchase voucher in Haishur, so she quickly took out the ticket in the space to look for it, and there was indeed one. If Zhengling is sure that it is credible, she will send the ticket and money to her and ask her to help buy a radio and send it to her. After the old man gets better, he can also listen to the radio to relieve boredom. At dinner time, Lu Boming came out to the main hall to eat together. Lu Qing'an and his wife were very happy, but the first and second wives were very uneasy. During dinner, Lu Hohot couldn't help asking Lu Weiguo, Do you think our grandfather has a last gasp of energy? He can actually come out to eat. Lu Wei was scolded in a low voice. Shut up. Hope my grandfather is better. In fact, he himself was not sure. He suddenly got better, and it really looked like a last gasp of energy. The first wife's situation was similar. The two wives were worried, and after dinner, they went to see the old man again. Seeing that he was really in better spirits and didn't seem to be a last gasp of energy, they were relieved. That night, the team leader Lu Baogua and his wife also brought things to see Lu Boming. Lu Baogua also heard Lu Qing'an say yesterday that his father was not feeling well, so he hurried to buy things to see him today. Lu Boming was a hero of their team, and it was reasonable for him, the team leader, to come. After arriving, he found that although Lu Boming looked weak, he was in good spirits and did not look like he was about to die. Lu Qing'an was even more smiling, not looking like his father was dying at all. Lu Baogua almost cursed. Lu Qing'an, this old man, was really out of his mind. He could say such things without thinking. He even cursed his father. Fortunately, the old man had a strong life. If he was really cursed to death by him, he would have cried. The next day, Su and Mo got up early in the morning to take care of the vegetable garden and cut several slices of ginseng to send to Lu Boming, and then went up the mountains to collect firewood. Su and Mo wandered in the mountains for 2 or 3 days. During this period, she collected a lot of firewood, dug a lot of cactus, and caught a few pheasants and rabbits. That day, Su and Mo found a suitable place in the deep mountains and took out her solar battery to charge. When it was fully charged, it was already late, so Su and Mo quickly put the solar panels into the space and hurried home. When they were about to leave the deep mountains, Su and Mo suddenly heard voices and quickly found a place to hide. After a while, she saw 2 men hurriedly approaching. Su and Mo hid in a good position, where she could see others, but others could not see her unless they approached. Su and Mo saw that the 2 men had light and steady steps, sharp eyes, and bloody murderous aura on their bodies, which showed that they had killed people. They were just wearing casual clothes, so it was difficult to tell whether they were soldiers. The 2 men talked quietly while walking, and Su and Mo happened to be in the downwind, so she heard some of them intermittently.
Cowshed.
Ask about the situation.
Don't say.
Capture his daughter and threaten. Su and Mo didn't pay much attention at first, but suddenly paused. Cowshed, daughter. Why did it feel like they were talking about her family? Thinking of the foggy bug in the book, Su Mo's eyes became sharp. Putting on a gray dress that was easy to hide, Su and Mo quietly followed the 2 men. The more she followed, the more frightened Su and Mo became, because the direction they were going was exactly the direction of Lijiao. Moreover, Su and Mo heard intermittently the words Su family, gold, antiques, and so on. It was obvious that these 2 people were coming for them. She had to find a chance to get rid of them. No matter what the 2 people came from, since they were helping the tyrants for money, they should be prepared to die for money. Su and Mo took out a high-voltage electric baton from the space. This electric baton was specially customized by someone for her self-defense in the end of the world. When caught off guard, even high-level superpowers can be easily knocked down. It is not a big problem to deal with 2 ordinary people as long as they are caught off guard. However, before Su and Mo could make a move, something came to her for justice. A group of handsome wild boar brothers were blocking the way of the 2. The taller of the 2 cursed several times and took the shorter one to change the way. However, the startled wild boar brothers were not so easy to give up. It was impossible for them to leave. 2 fat and strong wild boars grunted, raised their fangs, and rushed towards the 2 people. The 2 turned around and ran, but the wild boars chased them relentlessly. When the 2 ran, there were not only the 2, but also several other wild boars joined the chase. The short man saw that running was not a solution, so he took out a pistol from his waist and wanted to shoot the wild boar. When the tall man saw it, he immediately stopped him. Don't shoot. The gunshot will attract people. The tall man was busy stopping his companions, and he was hit by the wild boar and flew up directly, and then fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, he was agile and got up immediately after landing. At this time, it was obviously impossible to run anymore. The tall man had to take out a dagger from his waist and fight with the wild boar. However, the wild boars were thick-skinned and had amazing fighting power. The tall man fought against 2 or 3 wild boars, but soon his belly was broken by the wild boar's tusks. Blood spurted out, and he covered his belly in pain and staggered away. The short man was in a better situation than the tall man, but he was also forced to flee everywhere by the wild boars. At this time, seeing that his companions were injured, he could no longer bear it, so he took out his pistol and fired a burst of shots. His shooting skills were good, and he knocked down 2 and injured 4. Now, the wild boars were completely crazy. If they were just playing with the 2 before, now they were fighting desperately, especially the 4 injured ones. The tall man, who was already injured, could not dodge quickly and was soon knocked to the ground by the wild boars. Several wild boars trampled over him. The tall man let out a shrill scream, and then there was no sound. After the short man changed the magazine, he fired a burst of shots again. However, this time the wild boars ran wildly, and the hit rate was not high. Pistols of this era only have 7 bullets. The short man had used up all his bullets, so he could only put away his pistol, take out his dagger, and run for his life, not caring about his companions. The wild boar naturally chased him relentlessly. Suemo saw that the short man was running towards her direction, so she quickly forced the bushes where he was hiding to grow so that the bushes could better cover her position. It was also the short man's bad luck. He tripped over something on the way and fell to the ground. The wild boar chasing him from behind couldn't brake in time and stepped on him. The short man groaned a few times, and then there was no sound. The wild boar saw that both of them had fallen and nudged them with its mouth. Seeing that there was no movement, it planned to retreat. The injured ones were howling as they walked, and some of them were bleeding too much, and they lay on the ground while walking. Suemo came out, holding an electric baton, and went to see the short man who was close to her. The short man was actually pretending to be dead just now, and when he heard footsteps, he turned around and asked for help. "Help!
Help me!"
The short man's foot must have been broken by the wild boar, and it was twisted strangely at this moment. Suemo squatted down, smiled, looked at the short man and asked, "Who sent you to harm the Su family?" The short man widened his eyes, looked at Suemo for a while, and then said in shock, "You're Suemo." Suemo nodded. Tell me. Maybe I will save you." The short man's face changed several times. If he told me, the whole family would die. If he didn't tell me, he would die alone. In the end, the short man seemed to accept his fate, closed his eyes and turned his head to the side, looking like he was at the mercy of others, but in fact, the hand holding the dagger was secretly exerting force. Suemo sneered, and when the short man swung the dagger at her, she quickly twisted his wrist and stabbed him in the heart with her backhand. The short man widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he was surprised that this woman dared to kill so easily. When she wanted to say something, blood started to flow out of her mouth, and she could only make a sound. When the other person died, Suemo let go and went to check on the tall man. The tall man had died long ago, and his intestines had flowed out. After confirming that the 2 were dead, Suemo went to the injured wild boars that had fallen to the ground, selected 2 that looked more pleasing to the eye, electrocuted them with electric batons, and stored them in the space. The others were left here. After the robbery, some prey that was shot by bullets must have been left behind. There were gunshots, and those who heard it would definitely report back to the brigade. It was estimated that someone would come to check soon. After confirming that there were no traces left here that could trace her, Suemo hurried away. Suemo ran all the way, and when she was about the periphery of the mountain, she took out 2 bundles of firewood from the space and carried them up, and then took out a cloth bag made of coarse cloth, put some Coptis chinensis in it, and tied it to a bamboo pole. Sure enough, as soon as she walked out of the periphery, she saw several people holding earthen guns and going into the mountain. They should be the brigade militia. When Suemo saw them, she pretended to be surprised and asked, "I just heard gunshots. Did you guys catch any prey?" The militia captain Liu Baojia waved his hand. "It's getting late. Su Jiqing, You should go home quickly.
Oh,
Sue and Mo responded and walked away with firewood, hesitant to speak. She looked back from time to time, with a gossipy and curious look. As soon as Sue and Mo arrived near her home, she saw Li Yue walking back and forth anxiously outside the yard. Seeing Sue and Mo, Li Yue hurried over. Xiao and Mo, why did you come back so late? I was worried to death. Mom, what's wrong? I dug something and was a little late. I just met the militia going to the mountains. When they were on the mountain, I seemed to hear gunshots. Did they catch something good? Sue and Mo asked, pretending to be curious. Li Yue lowered her voice and said, it shouldn't be. The person who came back to report said that it was not the sound of a homemade gun, but a pistol. Your father and the captain have already gone to the commune to report to the police. The person who came back to report was a soldier, so he could hear the difference in the sound of gunfire. It is said that there were more than 10 gunshots, so something must have happened. In this day and age, spies are prevalent, and the people are still very sensitive to gunshots. Don't go to the mountains for the time being. The mountains may not be peaceful.
Li Wei said.
Sue and Mo nodded quickly, acting very obedient. Then she pulled off the cloth bag tied to the bamboo pole, handed it to Li Yue, and whispered, Mom, I found Coptis chinensis today and dug up a lot of it. Li Yue was surprised, opened the cloth bag, and saw that it was really Coptis chinensis. After weighing it, it was estimated to be 2 or 3 pounds, and it would be about 1 pound if dried. Coptis chinensis is expensive. At the purchasing station, 1 pound of dried goods can be sold for 8 yuan. This Xiao and Mo is really blessed. Others go up the mountain and get nothing. She not only dug up wild ginseng but also such rare plants as Coptis chinensis, and she was able to dig up so much. Li Yue tied the bag back. You process it, dry it, and then take it to the purchasing station to sell it. Li Yue helped Sue and Mo get the firewood to the firewood room and was a little surprised to see the high pile of firewood inside. Did Guoping get all these for you? Almost I got some myself. Sue and Mo didn't elaborate. In fact, most of these were smuggled back by her through the space. I haven't given him money yet, Mother. How much do you think he should be given? Sue and Mo asked. Li Yue took a look and said, give him 5 or 6 yuan. Lu Guoping is also a miserable child. His father was also a soldier and later died, leaving his mother to raise him and his sister alone. Most of his father's pension was also taken up by his grandparents and uncle's family, leaving only a little for the 3 of them. Although they were relatives of martyrs and the brigade took some care of them, at that time no one had enough to eat, so how much could they take care of? When there was no food, his mother gave all the food she could fill her stomach to the 2 children and only drank water to fill herself. Now that she has raised the 2 children, she has become sick. People who are obviously younger than her look at least 10 years older than her. Thinking of this, Li Yue said again, if you want to be more particular, you can buy some eggs and go over. His wife is about to give birth, so you can give her some brown sugar. Okay. Sue and Mo responded and then said, Mom, wait a moment, I'll cut a few slices of wild ginseng. You can take it back and soak it in water or stew it in soup for Grandpa. Lu Boming has also been holding ginseng slices in his mouth for 4 or 5 days. Now his condition is much better. He only needs to soak 1 or 2 slices of ginseng in water or stew it in soup every day to consolidate it. Sue and Mo took the wild ginseng out of the space yesterday and placed it in a ventilated place by the window to dry. Otherwise, it would not be justified if it remained the same as freshly dug after so many days. After entering the house, Sue and Mo took the wild ginseng from the window on the Kong, cut a few slices, wrapped them with paper towels, and handed them to Li Yue. Mom, when the wild ginseng is dried, I will keep it for you and Dad. You can make soup or soak it in water for Grandpa every 10 days or half a month. Okay. Li Yue nodded, and she would send the money for the wild ginseng to Xiao and Mo later. It's late. You don't have to cook. Mom made 2 grain-steamed buns. I'll bring a few to you later. Eat them with the mushroom sauce you made. They are delicious.
Li Wei said.
Okay, then I won't cook. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yue waved her hand. A few steamed buns. What's the hard work? Wait, I'll go back and get them for you. After that, Li Wei left in a hurry and soon brought a few steamed buns over and brought 300 yuan with them. Xiao Mo, this 300 yuan is for ginseng. I don't know if it's enough, but that's all my parents have. You keep it. Su Mo smiled, happy to have such sensible parents-in-law. They don't think that you should be filial to them because you are a younger generation. They will give you corresponding compensation within their ability. This is already a win over many people. Mom, take the money back. Grandpa has already given me money.
Su Mo said. What?
Your grandpa gave you money? You give his money back, and this money will be given by your parents.
Li Wei said.
How much money can the old man have? I'm afraid he has spent all his capital. Su Mo shook her head. Grandpa said that this is his intention. I have to accept it. I just need to accept his. Grandpa also gave me that. Su Mo said, pretending to go back to the room and take out a small yellow croaker to show Li Yue. Li Yue was startled, and her attention was indeed diverted. Put it away quickly. How could this old man give you this? You must not let anyone know about this, otherwise you will be cut off your tail and arrested for criticism. I know. I will keep it well. I am not showing it to you, mother. Li Yue lowered her voice and said, hide it quickly. No matter who it is, don't take it out again. After instructing Su Mo, Li Yue took the bowl and hurried back. She really didn't expect that the old man also hid this thing, so she had to let him hide it tightly. After Li Yue went back, she went to Lu Boming's room and told him about it. After listening, Lu Boming laughed. You are not even half as brave as Xiaoma. Okay, I know, you don't have to worry. Also, I have given the money, you don't have to give it again. Xiaoma is not a person who cares about things.
Li Yue.
Okay, you think she is timid. In the future, it is better to let the younger one stay away from entering Daddy's room so that the kids won't pick here and there and find something for her, which will be troublesome. The police from the commune station came very quickly, and Gung Chongqing and the commune's president Li Hongjun also came with them. After dinner, Su Mo watched from afar in the yard, and many people went up the mountain with torches. Because she wanted to hear some news, Su Mo didn't hang the curtains or turn on the desk lamp tonight, but lit the kerosene lamp and stayed on the Kong to write articles. However, until she went to bed, there was no big noise. The next day, Su Mo had just taken care of the vegetable garden when she saw Lu Qing'an and two police comrades, a man and a woman, walking towards her house. The female police officer wore a white uniform with a blue bottom, and the male comrade was dressed in blue. Old San's family, the police comrades have something to ask. You just tell them the truth about what you know. Lu Qing'an said as he approached. Okay. Su Mo quickly welcomed the few people into the house, took a cup, scooped some sugar into each cup, and made a cup of hot sugar water for the few people. Comrade Public Security, do you have any questions? Su Mo cooperated very well. In fact, the public security was just a routine questioning because Su Mo could be said to be the last one to go down the mountain. The two policemen were also busy all night, and now they felt a little better after drinking a cup of hot sugar water. Comrade Su Mo, what did you do in the mountain yesterday afternoon? The female police spoke first. I first collected firewood in the mountain yesterday afternoon, and then found Coptis chinensis. I dug it while looking for it, and it was not until the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, I hurried down the mountain. Su Mo said, the dug Coptis chinensis was drying on the bamboo basket under the eaves. Hearing this, the male police went out to take a look. It looked like it was indeed newly dug yesterday, and the amount was quite large. It was also possible to say that it was dug for an afternoon. Where did you dig it? The male police asked after coming in.
This.
I don't know what the place is called specifically, but I can take you there. Lu Qing'an interjected, Comrade Public Security, my third daughter-in-law is from High City. She has only been in the brigade for 2 months, so she may not be able to name the place. The male police officer waved his hand, it's okay. Did you find anything unusual in the evening? Abnormal? I heard gunshots. Does that count? There were several. It was when I heard the gunshots that I looked at the time and realized it was getting late, otherwise I would have to continue digging.
Su Mo said.
Then you weren't scared when you heard the gunshots? The female police officer asked. Why should I be scared? I thought it was the militia hunting, and I thought there might be some meat when I go back. My mother told me that in winter, the militia would go up the mountain to hunt. Sumo's eyes flashed with clear stupidity.
Thought?
That means now you know it's not the militia hunting? The female police officer felt that she had caught something.
Yes.
When I was going down the mountain, I ran into the militia. Asked them, but they didn't say yes, so it's not. Besides, didn't my father go to report the case? I saw my mother last night. Suemo looked at the female police officer with an expression of, why are you so stupid? The female police officer coughed awkwardly, and she actually forgot about it. In addition to the gunshots, have you found any other abnormalities? Did you hear any strange noises? The female police officer continued to ask. Suemo thought about it and shook her head. There are so many noises on this mountain. I don't know what is considered a strange sound. It doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Seeing Sumo's appearance, the two police officers didn't seem like someone who could participate in such a scene. After asking a few more questions as usual, they left. Led by Lu Qing'an, they went to find the next person to question. After the three left, Suemo closed the door and went to Lu's house to inquire about the news. Li Yue was taking care of her sparse vegetable garden at this time. When Suemo arrived, she hurried over and lowered her voice and asked, Mom, what's going on? The police just came to question me. The first and second wives had been curious for a long time, but they had never found a chance to ask. Now that the third wife had come over, they hurried over and looked at Li Yue eagerly. It was quite harmonious.
Li Yue.
Don't talk nonsense everywhere. Before speaking, Li Yue reminded first, especially to Lu Hohat. Lu Hohat nodded quickly. I heard that 2 spies came and encountered a group of wild boars in the mountains and killed several wild boars. Li Yue lowered her voice. What about the spies? Lu Hohat was a little nervous. What if the spies with guns entered the village and hurt people?
Dead.
Both spies died. One had his intestines pushed out by a wild boar, and the other was said to have stabbed the knife into his heart when he fell, and died. That's not bad. Lu Yuji patted her chest. Her children often went up the mountain to pick grass for pigs. If they encountered spies, it would be troublesome. Mom, are you sure there are only 2 spies? Could there be another one who is still alive and hiding? Lu Hohat asked a soul-searching question. Li Yue was stunned. How should I know? This is a matter for the public security. In short, during this period of time, you should tell the children not to run to the mountains and you should not go up the mountains yourself. The other party is carrying guns, and ordinary people like them can't escape from bullets. The 3 of them nodded quickly. After getting the news, Suemo went back. She didn't expect that the 2 people would be identified as spies. The main reason was that the police didn't find anything that could prove their identity on the 2 people, not even a letter of introduction, and the guns they used were not the models commonly used in our country. Such people are generally identified as spies first. Then the situation is reported to see if there are any troops or other units to claim them. If not, they are spies. In the morning, people from the County Public Security Bureau also came, with several cars, and a group of people went up the mountain again. In the afternoon, the 5 wild boars on the mountain were also carried down. The police took 3 away, and the remaining 2 were left to the Lujia village brigade. Lu Baogua quickly asked people to kill them, gave one to the commune cadres to take back, and the rest were divided among the members of the Lujia village brigade. These wild boars are not small, they are all big wild boars weighing 300 or 400 kilograms. After killing the boars and removing the internal organs, each of the more than 1,000 people in the brigade can get about 4 tails of meat. Although Suemo still had 2 big wild boars lying in the space, she still went to line up to get some. The meat she was given was good, estimated to be half a pound, with fat and lean meat. Suemo fried it with heavy seasoning that night. People say that wild boar meat has a strong smell, but maybe because she used enough seasoning, she thought it was not bad. The matter of spies caused quite a stir in the production brigades around Bukai Mountain. Although people did not dare to discuss it openly, they exchanged the information they had found out in 2s and 3s in private. The militia teams of several production brigades spontaneously divided into several groups. During this period, they took turns to patrol the mountains. Even if there were spies who escaped, they had to scare them away. Otherwise, it would not be safe for the members to go up the mountain to collect firewood or pig grass. The militia was so active that Suemo did not dare to go to the cowshed again. She would wait for this period of time to avoid being caught by the militia as a spy. She hoped that after the failure this time, the other party would not send anyone again in a short period of time. After finding out the situation clearly, she would find a way to inform Su Tingda about what happened here. She could not make a phone call at this time, as the phone call was very easy to be eavesdropped. She boldly guessed that the other party might have sent someone to monitor them. The next day, Suemo carried a basket of corn and rice and went to the processing plant of the commune. She planned to beat the corn into corn grits and occasionally cook some grits porridge. She also ground the rice into rice and took it to the cowshed several times. Compared with the rice now, the rice in her space was too smooth and white, so it was better to keep it for herself. With the machine, the speed was still very fast. In less than half an hour, everything was done. But the machine at that time was not as advanced as that of later generations. It could separate the rice husk. When it was ground out, the rice and husk were mixed together. It had to be separated by a windmill several times. It was the first time that Suemo used such a windmill. She found it quite interesting. Pour the rice into the funnel on the top, then turn the wind blades, use the wind to the husk out from the side, and the rice comes out from the bottom. Just take a basket and put it on the ground to catch it. It is said that this kind of windmill has existed hundreds of years ago. It must be said that Suemo also admires the wisdom of the ancients. Suemo did it several times until the husks were separated. Then she took a sack and swept the husks that were blown out and packed them up. The husks are good materials for pig farming, and they can be exchanged for work points at the brigade. 2 baskets of things cost 50 cents for processing fees, which is still relatively expensive. However, the electricity bill is 2.2 cents per kilowatt hour at this time, so it is not expensive. After all, it is easier to use machines. If she had to do these 2 baskets manually, she estimated that she would not be able to finish them in the whole morning. After finishing the things, Suemo went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. First, she asked for 1 jean of brown sugar and 2 jean of vermicelli. Seeing that there were dried tofu, she asked for 10 pieces. Brown sugar cost 59 cents, vermicelli cost 1.36 yuan, and dried tofu cost 10 yuan, a total of 2.05 yuan. Then she asked for 2 jean of kerosene, 2 boxes of clam oil, and 10 sacks that cost 10 cents. The weather here is cold, so she bought clam oil as hand cream. Kerosene was 84 cents, clam oil was 40 cents, and the sack was 1 yuan, a total of 2.24 yuan. The total cost was 4.29 yuan. Lu Xiaolan had also heard some rumors. After Suemo finished shopping, she secretly asked her about the situation. Suemo told her everything she could. Lu Xiaolan patted her chest and whispered, "This is really too dangerous. Third sister-in-law, you should be more careful when you go up the mountain in the future. We haven't had spies here for a long time, and I don't know why they suddenly came again." She remembered that when she was a child, spies were often caught in the mountains. Maybe there is something that they're interested in here. What can there be on this mountain? If they want to build a nest on the mountain, that would be troublesome. The militia must take action and patrol the mountain more often to scare them away. The militia has cooperated and taken turns patrolling the mountain. Even if they really have this idea, they probably don't dare to do it now. She hoped that the patrol would not take too long, otherwise it would be very inconvenient for her to go to the cowshed in the future. She might have to go there in the dark at night. Then I'll go back first. I have something to do later. Suemo was ready to go back and visit Lu Guoping's house later. Wait, third sister-in-law, please help me send a message to the eldest sister-in-law. The defective wool she asked about last time is available, but I can only get 1 caddy. Let her come and get it quickly. Okay. 1 caddy of wool was probably just enough to knit for Lu Guoqiang. Back to the brigade, Suemo went to buy 2 caddies of eggs for 1.56 yuan. The aunt at the chicken farm still used a straw basket to pack eggs for Sue Mo. Sue Mo remembered that she wanted to learn how to weave straw baskets before, so she asked with a smile, "Aunt, where did you buy this straw basket?" "I didn't buy it anywhere, I made it myself. Otherwise, when people come to buy eggs, I have nothing to put them in," the aunt said. Sue Mo was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the aunt was so skillful. So she asked, "Then can you sell me a few baskets?" The aunt waved her hand, "No. But you can come to buy more eggs. I will pack you a basket every time you buy." Sue Mo. It feels a bit like the supermarket promotion in the future, where you buy a row of eggs and get a lunchbox for free. It seems that this aunt also understands marketing. Sue Mo returned home and put away the food. She put the pound of brown sugar she just bought into the straw basket for eggs and put 5 yuan underneath it, and then took it to Lu Guoping's house. Lu Guoping's house is in the middle of the village, and it only takes about 8 or 9 minutes to walk there. There are only 3 adobe houses, and they look quite old. Sue Mo called a few times in the yard, and Long Xiumei came out soon. She was very surprised to see Sue Mo's sister-in-law. "Why are you here?"
Come in and sit down.
Sue Mo followed her in. Although the house was old, it was very clean. Long Xiumei's mother-in-law, Aunt Chunchao, was also in the house, sewing shoe soles. When she saw Sue Mo come in, she quickly got up and cleaned up. Aunt Chunchao was very thin, with gray hair, a hunched back, and her eyes seemed not very good, always squinting. "Is this the wife of the Chongjin?" Aunt Chunchao asked Long Xiumei. "Yes, mother," Long Xiumei replied. "Oh, he is so handsome, and he is a perfect match for Chongjin. They are a good-looking couple," Aunt Chunchao said with a smile. "Hurry up and sit down. Hurry up and sit down. Xiumei, make a cup of sugar water for your sister-in-law." Sue Mo hurriedly stopped her. "Xiumei, don't be in a hurry." "Yes, sister-in-law, wait for me for a while." Long Xiumei hurriedly made a cup of brown sugar water for Sue Mo. Sue Mo took it, took a sip, and said with a smile, "I came to see you today, and these eggs are for you to replenish your body." "Oh, you can't use it, you can take it back to Chongjing's grandfather." Aunt Chunchao hurriedly waved her hand. "Aunt, you keep it, his grandfather still has food. Guoping helped me collect so much firewood, otherwise I would have no firewood to burn in winter." "Oh, a little firewood is nothing. Chongjing takes good care of him," Aunt Chunchao said. If Lu Chongjing hadn't protected Guoping when he was a child, Guoping would have been bullied to no end. "Aunt, I saw you sewing shoe soles just now?"
Sue Mo asked.
"Yes, that's all I have." Aunt Chunchao's skill in sewing shoe soles is one of the best in the brigade. People in the brigade often ask her to help with sewing and give her some labor fees. It is with this skill that she saved some money and raised her 2 children to start a family. I think it looks pretty good. Sue Mo took a sewn shoe sole and looked at it. "Aunt, how about you also sew 2 pairs for me? Then I can make cotton shoes to wear." "Okay, how big are your feet?" 22 centimeters.
Sue Mo said.
At that time, shoes were measured in centimeters, unlike later generations, when most of them used European sizes. 22 centimeters is equivalent to size 36 shoes in later generations. "Should I prepare some cloth to send over?"
Sue Mo asked.
She had never sewn shoe soles before and didn't know much about it. Aunt Chunchao waved her hand. "No, you can come and get it in a few days." Sue Mo nodded and was still thinking about chatting about something else when she heard a notice on the radio asking her to go to the main force to pick up the package. "Oh, Annie, I have to go to get something, then I will come and sit another day." "Okay, you go first," Aunt Chunchao said, and when she saw Sue Mo was about to leave, she called her again. "Chongjin wife, drink the sugar water first." Sue Mo smiled and picked up the sugar water, drank it in one gulp, and hurried to the brigade headquarters. After Sue Mo left, Long Xiumei took the straw basket and found that there were not only eggs in it, but also a bag of brown sugar and 5 yuan. Long Xiumei exclaimed, "Mom, there is another bag of brown sugar and 5 yuan. The couple are both kind-hearted. Put it away. They will need you in the future. You two just work hard." Aunt Chunchao was moved. Arriving at the brigade headquarters, Suemo found that the aunties who were chatting at the door looked at her with strange eyes. Seeing Suemo coming, one of the aunties came up and said with a gossipy face, "Su Jiqing, there's a package for you, a letter and 2 remittance slips." Suemo responded and ran to the postman to sign for it. The package was sent by Lu Chongjing. It was quite big. I don't know what was sent. The letter was written by the editor of Haishur newspaper. There were 2 remittance slips, one for 30 yuan, which was remitted by Lu Chongjing, the other for 20 yuan, which was remitted by Haishur newspaper. Suemo was very happy to receive the remittance from the newspaper. It seemed that her article was selected. The aunties were always curious. When they saw Suemo sign for it, they quickly surrounded her and asked questions. "Su Jiqing, who sent you these things? Was it your husband? Or did your parents send you money again?" Suemo was very happy that her manuscript was selected, and she answered all the questions one by one without being impatient. The package and the remittance slip were sent by Chongjing, and the letter and the other remittance slip were sent by Haishur newspaper. Newspaper? Is it the place where newspapers are printed? Why did they send you money? Suemo curled her lips and smiled, waiting for this sentence. Yes, it's the place where newspapers are printed. What was remitted to me is the royalties. I am a non-staff correspondent for Haishur newspaper. I write articles for the newspaper. When the articles are published, I get royalties. The ants took a deep breath, and their eyes suddenly changed when they looked at Suemo. Before, they might just be envious of the money Suemo often received, but now they admire her. They basically have no education and only attended literacy classes for a few days. They are naturally in awe of those who can make a living by writing. Although it is a special period now, many people say that reading is useless, but that is more of the idea of young people. The older generation still admires people who read books. "Well, how much is the royalties?" asked an ant. Suemo smiled. "Not much, just 20 yuan.
What?
The ants gasped again. 20 yuan is not a lot? How much did he get before that? This Su-educated youth, who looked quiet, turned out to be a powerful person. It was also because Lu Chongjing had a sharp eye that he picked the best one at a glance. The ants were envious, wondering why their own ants didn't have such a good eye. After Suemo finished pretending, she was ready to go back. "Ants, I'll go home first." When the ants saw Suemo carrying a large package, they quickly made way for her. After returning home, Suemo first opened the letter sent by the editor of the newspaper. In addition to the letter, there was an industrial voucher and a 2G meat ticket that was valid nationwide. Suemo put the ticket away and unfolded the letter. In the first half, the editor highly praised Suemo for giving up her job in Haishur to support rural construction. As for whether it was sincere, no one knew. In the second half, it said that their newspaper had recently opened a column for educated youth who went to the countryside. The manuscript sent by Suemo was simply timely rain. He asked her to write more about this in the future, and he would try his best to get her a higher remuneration. The 4 articles that Suemo had submitted before were all controlled at a little over 1,000 words, and she was remitted 20 yuan, which was calculated at 5 yuan per 1,000 words. She remembered that the original owner had received 8 yuan per 1,000 words for one of her previous articles. It seemed that she still had room for improvement. After reading the letter, Suemo opened the package sent by Lu Chongjing. There was a brand new military coat inside, but it was a small size. It should be specially changed for her by Lu Chongjing. Suemo tried it on. Although it was a little big, it was just right for wearing in the winter when it snowed. Otherwise, she would have only one set of cotton clothes and no change. In addition to clothes, there were also canned meat, milk powder, and milk candy, all in double portions. Suemo put away one copy for herself and would take the other copy to the old man later. There was also a thick letter, which Suemo opened. It had 5 pages of letter paper. Lu Chongjing simply said at the beginning that he went on a mission after returning to the team and returned to the army half a month later. The next 4.5 pages were all about his longing for Suemo, with all kinds of sweet words, which made Sumo's mouth twitch, but curled up. Finally, He did not forget to remind Su Mo to write to him more often. Su Mo thought that she would send out the manuscript she had written recently tomorrow, so she took out the letter paper and wrote a letter to Lu Chongjing, telling him about what had happened recently, especially the fact that Lu Boming's health had improved. After thinking about it, she finally added a sentence, "I miss you too," at the end. While Su Mo was writing the letter, Lu Yuji, who had just returned from helping others pick cabbage, saw Li Yue washing things by the well, and went forward. "Mom, I heard that my third brother's wife received the manuscript fee remitted by the newspaper, which is 20 yuan. There's nothing exciting to see in the countryside, so anything new will spread quickly."
What?
Li Yue was at home packing up this morning and didn't go out, so she didn't know. "Just say that my third brother's wife is a reporter for a newspaper, and she submitted an article to the newspaper, it was published, and she remitted 20 yuan as a fee." Those ants didn't know what non-staff correspondent meant, so they just said reporter. "Is there such a thing?" Li Yue stood up and said with a smile, "Xiaoma is a smart child. This is also possible." The old daughter-in-law, the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. At home, she could make money by writing articles. When she went up the mountain, she would either encounter Coptis chinensis or dig wild ginseng. She is really a lucky star. Lu Yuji felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Li Yue so happy. When she had two daughters-in-law before, Li Yue liked her more. "I heard that my third brother also remitted money and sent packages back," Lu Yuji added. Li Yue waved her hand, not caring much. That's as he should be. His wife is at home, so he should send some money and things back. Lu Yuji didn't say anything, but she was actually surprised in her heart. If it were her, her son only cared about sending things to his wife, and his parents didn't have anything, she would feel a little uncomfortable. It seems that this third sister-in-law is still a bit capable. She has been in the family for only a month, but her status in her mother-in-law's heart is already so high. Lu Yuji suddenly felt a sense of crisis. It seems that she still needs to think more about the old people, otherwise her status as the eldest daughter-in-law will probably be lost. After Su Mo finished writing the letter, she cooked a piece of bread, went to the vegetable garden to pick a few spinach, and solved her lunch with the wild boar meat left over from yesterday. After lunch, Su Mo saw that the spinach in the vegetable garden had grown mature, so she prepared to harvest it. "Keep a part for yourself and send the rest to the Lu family. After all, this thing is not durable, and she can't stuff it all in the space." Moreover, when they got married, they dug up all the vegetable gardens, and the first and second rooms still have to exchange vegetables with the villagers. Although Li Yue planted some for them later, there really weren't many spinach roots. The spinach plot wasn't big, and Su Mo pulled it all out in about 10 minutes. She kept about 3 or 4 meals for herself, and put the rest in a backpack, took the things Lu Chongjing had sent, and went to Lu's house. When Su Mo went over, Li Yue was drying the bedding while the sun was shining. "Mom, my spinach has grown well. I brought some over. You can give some to the eldest and second sisters-in-law." Li Yue hurried over to help Su Mo pick the baskets and saw the full basket of spinach. She didn't quite agree. "If you bring all of it over, what will you eat? I still have some at home, and this stuff doesn't last long. When we got married, we dug up the vegetable plot and no one had much to eat, so we can share these, and it's good for a few meals." Li Yue smiled. "You're a generous person, okay? Then Mom will help you divide it, and I'll send you the backpack later." Su Mo handed over the cloth bag filled with things. "This thing is sent by Changzheng. Please keep it." "Do you have more?" "Yes, they are all double,"
Su Mo said.
So Li Yue also took it. On the other side, Lu Chongjing came back from training with his troops and went to the mailroom to see if there was any letter from him. When he found his package, he guessed that it must have been sent by his wife. He was so happy that his mouth grinned from ear to ear and hurried back to the dormitory with the package. The fool in Dacron underwear lived next to Lu Chongjing. Seeing Lu Chongjing coming back happily with the package, he hurried out. "Hey, look at how happy Lu Xinlong is. Your young wife sent you something?" Tao Peixing joked. In fact, after Lu Chongjing came back, he always showed off his wife to him, but he was also a bachelor, so he was so angry that he gave Lu Chongjing the nickname Lu Xinlong. Lu Chongjing pushed Tao Peixing away, Go away, stay away from me, you bachelor. Tao Peisheng was so angry that he almost fell down. They had only been married for a few days, but she already looked down on him. Let's see if he can still be happy when his wife writes to him and cries about the conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But he still followed Lu Chongjing's dormitory with a flattering face. There must be delicious food in such a big package. Lu Chongjing opened the package and took out a large bag of chestnuts, walnuts, and pine nuts. Then he took out something tightly wrapped in newspaper. When he opened it, he found it was 2 cans of sauce. Finally, he took out a cloth bag and took out a sweater and a letter from it. Lu Chongjing quickly opened the letter, glanced at it, and his mouth opened widely, smiling like a big fool. Then, he carefully picked up the sweater beside him and touched it preciously. This was knitted for him by his wife. It was really soft and comfortable. If you smell it, there was a faint fragrance. Tao Peisheng looked at Lu Chongjing's silly look and was very disgusted. He'd better not get married, lest his IQ drops. Without looking at Lu Chongjing anymore, Tao Peisheng took a jar of sauce, twisted it hard, and instantly a fragrant aroma came. Oh my God, this old nose smells so good. Tao Peisheng exclaimed, took a spoon from Lu Chongjing's table, scooped a spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Chongjing always said that his wife's cooking was good, but he didn't believe it. Now he believes it. It's really delicious. Lu Chongjing rushed over to grab it. You idiot. This is what my wife made for me. Tao Peisheng dodged quickly, scooped a spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth while dodging. Don't be so stingy. I've always given you a share of the things my family sent me. There are 2 jars here, one for each person. I'll take this one. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. Lu Chongjing was so depressed that he shouted from behind, take this pile of mountain products and give me back the mushroom sauce. Tao Peisheng waved his hand, went into the room quickly, and closed the door. Lu Chongjing, that scoundrel, was capable of breaking into the room and snatching things back. Lu Chongjing gritted his teeth, thinking that he was really careless and shouldn't have taken things apart in front of that idiot. Returning to the dormitory, Lu Chongjing quickly hid the other can, lest someone come to it from him again. Then he picked up the sweater again and took a look at it, quickly took off his clothes, wiped his body with a towel, and put on the sweater. It's so comfortable, so beautiful. His wife is so skillful. This sweater is no worse than the one sold at the friendship store. Lu Chongjing was intoxicated with himself, took off the sweater again, and folded it carefully. He was on a training march these days, and he couldn't bear to wear it, or it would get dirty. When Lu Chongjing was putting on his sweater, the troops had already blown the horn for lunch. Seeing that Lu Chongjing was silent, Tao Peisheng quickly took the mushroom sauce and ran away. In those days, the army provided soldiers with 45 kilograms of food per person per month, with flour, coarse grains, and rice each accounting for 1/3. Each person gets 1.5 kilograms of oil per month and only a few pieces of meat every 10 days, or half a month. Although it is already very good compared to ordinary people, the troops are all strong young men, and this little bit is barely enough to fill their stomachs. There is no good food. So when Tao Peisheng prepared his steamed buns and vegetables for night and just scooped 2 spoonfuls of mushroom meat sauce on a seat, the comrades sitting nearby looked at him with a wolf's eye. Hey, Lao Tao, what are you eating? It smells so good. Share some with your brothers. A comrade came over with a lunchbox. When the other people saw it, they also came over with lunch boxes, all sitting around Tao Peisheng, looking at him with burning eyes. Tao Peisheng. I gave it to me by Lu Chongjing. You can ask Lu Chongjing for it. Let's try yours first to see if it tastes good. If it tastes good, we'll go and get some from Lu Chongjing. Tao Peisheng was speechless. This group of old men only know how to pick on the weak. Normally, he shouldn't be so generous. He should be more stingy in the future. Tao Peisheng gave each of them a spoonful of mushroom meat sauce with a painful heart, and in an instant, only half of the can of mushroom meat sauce was left. Tao Peisheng didn't eat here. He covered the lunchbox and went back to the dormitory with it. After Su Emo sent the vegetables back, she took out the manuscript she had written during this period and polished it again. She planned to submit it to the local newspaper. If it was accepted, even if there was no money, some votes would be good. When Li Yue came to return the backpack, she saw Su Mo writing the manuscript and was very proud. Xiao Mo, are you going to submit again? Yes, mother. I plan to submit it to the local newspaper to see if it can be selected and get some votes or something. Okay, right, well, mother won't bother you, Li Yue said, and was about to leave. Su Mo remembered that she forgot to say the message Lu Xiaolan asked her to take, so she quickly called Li Yue. Mom, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative this morning. Xiaolan said that the defective wool yarn that my sister-in-law wanted was available and asked her to go get it quickly. Please tell my sister-in-law for me.
Okay.
Li Wei wanted to go home directly, but after thinking about it, she decided to go to the brigade headquarters where everyone was chatting and boasted about Su Mo to everyone. After that, she returned with a rosy face. She usually thought Li Tsuehua was pretentious when she saw her old daughter-in-law bragging about her. Now that she was bragging about it herself, she understood the taste of it. It was so refreshing. After Li Yue finished bragging, some people went to Li Tsuehua's house to stir up trouble. It happened that Li Tsuehua's old son and daughter-in-law also came back today, bought a few pounds of apples and cut meat, and gave her 5 yuan. After listening to this, Li Tsuehua curled her lips. What's the use of having more money? It's only right to spend it on her. That's true. What did your old daughter-in-law buy for you today?
The aunt asked.
I bought apples and cut some meat, and I was given 5 yuan. Li Tsuehua straightened her back. I also bought half a basket? What do you mean by half a basket? Li Tsuehua was puzzled. Apples. Li Wei said that her daughter-in-law sent her half a basket of the best white pears some time ago, and today she brought her milk powder, milk candy, and canned meat. Li Tsuehua realized that this person was here to cause trouble, so she took a broom and beat him out. Soon, the news that Li Tsuehua beat someone because her daughter-in-law was not as good as Li Yue's daughter-in-law spread throughout the brigade. Li Tsuehua was furious. In the past 2 days, Su Mo has been paying attention to the patrol of the militia team. It's true that they are responsible, patrolling day and night. Su Mo was in the yard, watching the brothers of the militia team, holding torches and going up the mountain again, and she was actually a little anxious. But then she thought she couldn't move, and the other party couldn't move either. Since the other party wanted to send someone to come secretly and didn't even dare to reveal his identity, it means that he has reservations and dares not do anything openly. Otherwise, given the identities of Su Tingqian and his wife, it would be possible to find a reason to drag them to the Revolutionary Committee for interrogation. Thinking of this, Su Mo calmed down. At this time, she had to stay calm. If she acted rashly, she might accidentally reveal her flaws. Now no one knows that she met those 2 people, and she killed one of them. The next day, Su Mo went to the commune post office and sent the polished manuscript to Haisher newspaper and local newspapers, and also sent the letter to Lu Chongjing. Then she bought 20 notebooks of letter paper at the post office, spending 2 yuan. By the way, she also picked up 2 remittance slips, which were credited with 50 yuan. After thinking about it, Su Mo went to the commune office building again, wanting to find Geng Chongqing to inquire about the situation, but found out that he was in a meeting, and it was estimated that he would not be so fast. Su Mo did not wait and planned to come back next time to inquire. Thinking that she hadn't eaten pies for a long time, Su Mo went to the supply and marketing cooperative again and used the 2 pounds of meat coupons she received yesterday to buy 2 pounds of pork belly. As a result, she happened to meet Lu Yuji, who came to get wool, and the 2 sisters-in-law rode back together. Seeing that Su Mo had bought 2 pounds of meat, Lu Yuji secretly sighed in her heart that they really couldn't compare with the life of the 3rd brother's family. After arriving home, Su Mo mixed the flour first. This time, she wanted to make something better, so she used all white flour. Of course, she used the flour from the space. Anyway, the pies would be golden on both sides by then, and people wouldn't think it was too white. While the dough was rising, Su Mo went to the vegetable garden at the door to cut a bunch of leeks, and took out a few onions from the space, washed them all, and chopped them. She chopped the 2 pounds of meat cut today and mixed it with leek stuffing and took out about 2 pounds from the space, chopped it and mixed it with onion stuffing. After mixing the stuffing, Suemo started to wrap it with 2 kinds of stuffing and wrapped about 70 or 80. Then she lit a large pot over a low fire, poured some oil on the pot wall, and repeatedly turned the wrapped pies with her hands into pancakes and began to bake them on the pot wall. When Suemo now makes fire, she always uses the pot connected to the fire wall, which can not only cook rice but also warm the house, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suemo was busy until noon and finally finished baking all the pancakes. Suemo took 3 bowls, picked up 6 pies in each bowl and 3 of each flavor, and put them in a basket, and went to Lu's house. Lu usually saw her cutting meat today, and since she baked pancakes, she would give them a few to try, as a celebration of her first payment for the manuscript. When she arrived at Lu's house, Suemo first sent them to Li Yue and the others. Lu Qing'an went to the commune for a meeting today, so he was not at home, so it was just Lu Boming and Li Yue. The 2 of them ate steamed buns made of 2 grain flour, fried some vegetables, and a small dish of mushroom meat sauce given by Suemo. Suemo saw that the 2 of them had just finished eating, so she quickly brought out the pies and put them on the table. "Grandpa, Mom, I made some pies. I'll bring some for you to try," Li Yue said with a smile. "Your grandpa and I are in for another treat." Then she took a pie and gave it to Lu Boming. "Dad, don't eat the steamed buns anymore, eat the pie. Xiaoma is a good cook, and her food is much more delicious than mine." Lu Boming took it with a smile, took a bite, and squinted his eyes in enjoyment. The pie had a thin crust and lots of stuffing, and was just the right amount of hardness. The moment it entered his mouth, the filling burst in his mouth, and it was absolutely amazing. His wife was best at making pancakes, and Xiaoma's cooking skills were not inferior to hers at all. Suemo looked at Lu Boming, and he was much more energetic than when she first met him. It was estimated that after a while of nursing him, he could go out for a walk, and she was very happy. Li Yue also took a piece of pie to eat, and after eating it, she couldn't stop. "Xiaomo, you have to teach me how to make pancakes someday." "Sure, come over whenever I'm free. You guys eat. I'll send this to my eldest and second sisters-in-law." "Oh, I brought it to them too?" "Yes, let the kids have a taste." "Go ahead. You thoughtful as the third aunt." Lu Boming waved his hand. "I wonder if this family can get back on its feet with Xiaomo as an example?" Suemo went to the big room first. They were also having a meal. They were eating rice porridge, a plate of fried spinach on the table, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. After Suemo gave them the pancakes, she chatted for a few words and left. Then she went to the second room. They were also having a meal, but the situation was nothing like the first room. There was a plate of steamed bread on the table, which looked hard, and a bowl of water was placed in front of each person. The 2 brothers Lu Guodong and Lu Guoyang rolled their eyes because of choking. Suemo brought out the cakes and said with a smile, "Second sister-in-law, I baked some cakes and sent a few for you to try." Lu Hohot took the cakes and said to Lu Guodong and his brother, "Why don't you 2 thank your third aunt quickly? I can't make such delicious food." The 2 little guys were very considerate and shouted loudly, "Thank you, third aunt." Especially Lu Guodong, his eyes were sparkling when he looked at Suemo. Although Suemo didn't have much contact with Lu Hohot, she knew that she couldn't speak. She curled her lips and said, "Then you eat. I won't disturb you for now." After Suemo left, the 2 brothers Lu Guoyang rushed over and each took a cake and started to eat it. They looked like they hadn't eaten for several years. Lu Hohot was furious. "Eat slowly. You are the reincarnation of hungry ghosts, as if I have treated you harshly." The 2 brothers ignored her, finished the cake quickly, and went to get another one. Lu Hohot quickly took the bowl away. "Just eat one. Your dad hasn't eaten yet. Leave one for your grandma to try." Lu Guodong was unhappy. Third aunt said, "This is for us kids. There are 6 cakes in total. My brother and I have 2 each, and you and Dad have 1 each. If you want to give it to Grandma, take your own one." When Suemo came over, Lu Guodong was watching through the window, so he heard what Suemo said just now.
Who taught you to talk like that?"
"Don't you know that you should respect your elders?" Lu Hohot was almost angry to death. You taught me that, didn't you say that I'm the eldest grandson in the family, and I should eat more of the delicious food? Lu Guoyang said. Give me the cake quickly, or I'll tell my grandma to take the cake that third and gave us to my grandma. Lu Hohot felt like she was shooting herself in the foot, but she still took another piece of cake and shared it with the two brothers. Lu Guoyang pursed his lips, but still took the cake and didn't make a fuss. He had heard from people that his mother's behavior was called a thief from the in-laws' house, moving all the things from the in-laws' house to her mother's house. During this period, they only had vegetables to eat when his father was at home for dinner. His father was not at home, and they had steamed cornbread and boiled water, and he was almost starving. The food at home must have been moved to his grandma by his mother, leaving them with nothing to eat. He also knew that he should respect his elders, but his grandma didn't love them at all, so he didn't want to respect her. If he had to respect anything, it should be to his grandma. His grandma gave them milk candy yesterday, saying that it was sent back by his third uncle. In the afternoon, Lu Qinggan and Lu Baogua came out of the meeting, smiling so much that the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes could kill several mosquitoes. The two of them dealt with the people who came forward to congratulate them, and then Lu Baogua quickly rode his bicycle, carrying Lu Qinggan on his back, and rushed all the way to the brigade at lightning speed. The bicycle was almost smoking from his pedaling. After returning to the brigade, the two went straight to the brigade headquarters and arrived at the broadcasting room. After calming down for a long time, they began to let each other speak. In the end, it was decided that Lu Baogua would speak. Soon, Lu Baogua's excited voice came from the loudspeaker of the radio, conveying three exciting news. First, their brigade was rated as an advanced brigade. Second, the commune funded the installation of a telephone as a reward, and their brigade will have a telephone in the future. Third, the county will reward a tractor next year, and their brigade will have a tractor in the future. In an instant, the whole brigade was boiling. Qingxi County only evaluates advanced brigades every 2 years, and there are only 3 places each time. There are a total of 9 communes in Qingxi County, and each commune has more than a dozen production brigades. It is not easy to be rated. The Lujia Village Brigade is the first advanced brigade in their commune. This is really an honor. Lu Qingyan and Lu Baogua were also very excited, with tears in their eyes. They can lead the brigade to become an advanced brigade during their tenure, which is also a matter of honor for their ancestors. They did not let down their fathers and fellow villagers, and did not let down the expectations of their leaders. They really did it. The 2 old guys, who are over 50 years old, held each other's hands tightly, wishing they could hold their heads and cry. The difficulties of the past few years flashed through their minds one by one, but now everything is worth it. Old man, you have worked hard. Lu Qingyan patted Lu Baogua on the shoulder. Lu Baogua also patted Lu Qingyan. You old man, you have worked hard too. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. After Lu Qingyan returned home, he went to Lu Boming's room, walked up to him and said, "Dad, our brigade has been rated as an advanced brigade." Lu Boming smiled, took Lu Qingyan's hand and patted it. "Our Qingyan is great. He has done what Dad can't do." Hearing the praise from his father, Lu Qingyan suddenly squatted down, holding his head and crying like a child. Lu Boming is a great hero and has a very high status in Lu Qingyan's heart. He always thought that he was too mediocre and had never done anything to make his father proud. It seemed that he had disgraced his father's reputation. Now, he has finally done something that can make his father proud. He is really glad that his father is still alive, that he can see the scene today, and that he can still hear his father's praise. Lu Boming also had tears in his eyes. He stroked Lu Qingyan's head and said, "Our Qingyan has always been great." Lu Boming owes a lot to his only child. He never educated him since he was a child, and could only come back to visit occasionally. When he was injured and retired, he had already married and had children. Fortunately, he has a pure heart and never complained about him. After hearing this, Lu Qingyan burst into tears. No matter how old he is in front of his parents, he is still the little boy who hopes to be praised. So, when parents are alive, life still has a place to go, but when parents are gone, life only has a way back. Lu Qing'an cried for a long time, and after releasing his emotions, he felt embarrassed again. He felt that he was so old and a grandfather, but he was still crying in front of his father, which was really embarrassing. Seeing that Lu Qing'an squatted on the ground for a long time after crying, Lu Boming knew that he was embarrassed. He handed over a handkerchief and said, "Wipe your face. Xiaoma made pancakes at noon. They are so delicious. Your wife left 2 for you. They are warming in the pot. Go and eat them quickly."
Hey.
Lu Qing'an quickly took the handkerchief, wiped his face, stood up, and went out. When he arrived in the kitchen, he scooped a spoonful of water to wash his face, and then took out the pie from the pot to eat. After eating this, Lu Qing'an's eyes began to moisten again. He had never eaten such delicious pie since his mother left. He missed his mother. So, this man in his 50s silently dropped a few golden beans in the kitchen. In the evening, the brigade's peanut oil was also squeezed back. The brigade cadre in charge of oil pressing notified everyone to bring their oil bottles to the brigade headquarters to collect oil and cotton. Su Mo went there with a small bottle. She only had 3.6 kilograms of oil. If she didn't have stock in her space, she would have to make all of it in less than a month. She was looking forward to the cotton. After receiving the cotton, she could make a few pairs of cotton socks and cotton shoes and take them to the cow sheet for her parents to wear. Otherwise, it would be so cold, and they would have to work frequently, and their feet would definitely get frostbite. When she went to get the soles, she asked Aunt Chunchao to make her 2 pairs of shoes for men, saying that she wanted to make shoes for Lu Chongjing. The next morning, Su Mo was writing a manuscript at home, and Li Wei came over with flour and meat, asking Su Mo to teach her how to bake pies. "You don't know, your grandma's pies are so delicious, and your dad loves them especially. It's a pity that I'm not very good at baking, and I always bake them hard. The pie you baked yesterday was no worse than your grandma's," Li Wei said to Su Mo. When she came back yesterday, she saw Lu Qing'an alone in the kitchen with red eyes, and he had finished eating the pie. She guessed that he missed his mother. She went to the commune to cut meat early in the morning and came back, thinking of learning how to make pancakes for him in the future. Su Mo curled her lips and smiled. Li Wei said that she loved men, and she was not bad herself. Su Mo started by teaching her how to mix the dough, then to mix the stuffing, then to wrap it, and finally to bake it. After going through the whole process, she still found some problems. First of all, the dough that Li Wei mixed was relatively hard, but the dough for wrapping pies was actually thinner, and after wrapping it, just dip it in some flour on the outside. Secondly, when mixing the stuffing, Li Wei was reluctant to add seasoning, and the stuffing she prepared was relatively dry. Finally, when baking, Li Wei had a fiery personality, so the fire burned, and it became strong unconsciously, which caused the moisture in the pancake to be quickly dried up, making the pancake look hard. After finishing, Li Wei touched her forehead where there was no sweat. This is really a delicate technical job, not suitable for a rough person like me. She felt uncomfortable watching the pancakes being baked slowly in the pan over a low fire, and always wanted to increase the fire and bake them all at once. Su Mo smiled. "It's okay, Mom. You don't like to bake them. Next time Dad wants to eat them, just tell me and I'll bake them for him."
Okay.
Li Wei didn't refuse. Then next time he wants to eat them, Mom will bring the ingredients and you can help bake them. Mom can't do such a delicate job. Li Wei sighed. It seemed that she was not the type to love a man. She could not hold out for more than one morning, and gave up. That's all. She already has several grandchildren. Whether she loves him or not, it will be a lifetime. Let's just live like this. Li Wei brought over a pound of meat and more than 2 pounds of flour. She cut some leeks in Su Mo's vegetable garden and baked about 20 pies. She left 4 for Su Mo to eat at noon and took the rest home. She didn't have to cook at noon and at night. At noon, Lu Yuji came over and took the bowl that had been used to hold the pies yesterday and brought over several pieces of tofu. "Third sister-in-law, this is the tofu I made myself. Try it. If you can't finish it, fry it in oil and make it into fried tofu, which can be kept for a longer time." Su Mo took it with a smile. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I was just thinking about what to eat tonight, and sister-in-law brought it to me." I haven't eaten tofu for a long time. Although she bought dried tofu the day before yesterday, she still had to say it in a nice way. Lu Yuji was also happy to hear it. I'm glad you don't mind. Apart from other things, the sister-in-law's tofu-making skills are still impressive. In her mother's production team, her mother occasionally made 2 plates of tofu at home. If someone in the team wanted to eat it, they would bring beans to her house to exchange. Sister-in-law skills are more than impressive. This tofu is much better than the one sold in the supply and marketing cooperative. It is very tender. Su Mo was not complimenting. The tofu did look tender. I also think that the tofu I make is better than the one sold in the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Yuji smiled. No one doesn't like to be praised. The 2 sisters-in-law chatted for a while. When Lu Yuji left, Su Mo cut a bunch of tender leeks for her and asked her to take them back to stew tofu. After Lu Yuji left, Su Mo put the tofu into the space. As long as there is space, it is better to eat tender tofu. In the afternoon, Su Mo went to Lu Guoping's house to get shu-sols. She had asked Li Yue in the morning. Others asked Aunt Chunchao to make shu-sols. They would bring some rags or scraps of cloth and pay 2 cents for a pair. Aunt Chunchao's sols are famous for being sturdy. As long as they are not too worn, a pair of sols can be worn for 2 or 3 years without any major problems. Su Mo estimated and pulled 2 feet of coarse cloth over, and then put $1 in it. After getting the soles, Su Mo asked Aunt Chunchao to help her make 2 more pairs of 28 work points. After asking her how to make cotton shoes and socks, she went back. Aunt Chunchao's soles are really good. The bottom is also tied with rope to make anti-slip patterns. If it were taken in later generations, it would probably be considered a handicraft. After arriving home, Su Mo began to think about it, starting with socks. After working for an afternoon and evening, she finally made a few pairs of decent cotton socks. The next day, Su Mo continued to work cotton shoes at home. While she was busy, she heard someone calling her outside the door. It was a man's voice, which sounded familiar. She went out and saw that it was Gung Chongqing. Uncle Gung, why are you here? Su Mo hurriedly welcomed the man in. I have something to tell you. After Gung Chongqing parked his bicycle, he followed Su Mo into the house. In recent days, the temperature has dropped a little, and it is windy. Su Mo saw that Gung Chongqing's face was a little red from the wind, so she quickly poured him a cup of hot water. Gung Chongqing drank a few sips of water and said to Su Mo with a serious expression, Xiao Mo, don't go to the cowshed or go around for the time being, just stay in the team.
Why?
Su Mo's eyes flashed. Gung Chongqing thought about it and asked, how much do you know about your family? He was not going to tell her, but thinking about the current situation, it would be better to tell her, lest she be plotted against without knowing it. Su Mo shook her head. I don't know much. I just know that my father was reported by someone, and after the Revolutionary Committee came to our house to investigate, my father arranged for me to go to the countryside. The original owner really didn't know anything, and came to the Lujia village brigade in a daze. Xiao Mo, I told you, don't be afraid. As long as you stay here, your uncle can protect you. Gung Chongqing said seriously. A few days ago, the 2 people who came from the mountain were identified as spies, but someone informed me that they came from High City and were the minions of certain people, specializing in dealing with things that cannot be done on the surface. They came this time just for your family. Su Mo looked terrified and scared, but her mind was working fast. Was there someone helping them secretly, so she notified Gung Chongqing? Or was it the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind? Or maybe Gung Chongqing was originally one of them and was trying to approach them in another way? The last scenario was the one Su Mo was most reluctant to think about. After all, from what she had known during this period, Gung Chongqing was a very capable and good official. He had only been in Hongqi Commune for 4 years, but he had brought it from the last place to the top 3. The lives of the commune members were at least better than before. It can be seen from the Lujia village brigade that 4 years ago, the net value of work points was only 4 or 5 cents, but now it has reached 12 cents. He was really good to Su Mo's family, but after all, she hadn't seen him for 4 years, so she had to be cautious. Moreover, in just a few days, With the current communication speed, someone notified him, which was indeed a bit too coincidental. Be cautious first. Uncle Gung, who notified you, is it credible? I don't know either. I suddenly received a call yesterday afternoon. I called a friend in Haishur and asked him to inquire about it. There is indeed such a group of people. Gung Chongqing said. It has only been 4 years since he left Haishur. He never thought that it has become so chaotic. Those people are really lawless. No wonder the old leader wanted to transfer him to such a far place. If he stayed there, he would not be able to get anything good. Xiaoma, it's better to believe it. Be careful. I will inform your parents. Don't go there again. I will also call all the brigades to strengthen the patrol to prevent them from sending people here again. Gung Chongqing said. Also, don't go to the place where you buy things again. It's dangerous. The pears that Su Mo gave him were not bought from regular channels. The reason why he rushed here was that he was afraid that Su Mo would take the risk of going to the cowshed at this time and be caught by the patrol. The second was that he was afraid that Su Mo would go to the black market and be caught by the people lurking here and use it to threaten them. Although he didn't know why those people were staring at the Su family, he had some guesses.
Sumo nodded hurriedly.
She didn't plan to go to the black market often. Now that she had the channel of Sister Lu, she didn't have to go. By the way, Uncle Gung, why are they targeting our family? Is there any danger at my uncle's place? Su Mo asked tentatively. I don't know the specific reasons, but it's nothing more than money. The Su family has been capitalists for generations, and some people probably think that the Su family has hidden other things. Gung Chongqing said, Don't worry about your uncle. After all, he is still in power. Others dare not do anything. I will call him. The phone is easy to be monitored.
Sumo muttered softly.
Gung Chongqing smiled. Don't worry about this. We brothers have our own secret language that only we understand. But you, don't say everything when you call. Su Mo nodded quickly, I know that. Then you should stay in the team during this time. Don't walk around. Even if you go to the commune, it's best to take someone with you. Gung Chongqing reminded again, and then he was ready to leave. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Mo said, Uncle Gung, how about having lunch before you leave? I made some pancakes yesterday, and we can just heat them up and eat them. Gung Chongqing wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the delicious mushroom meat sauce, he quickly changed his mind and said, okay. Su Mo pretended to go to the west room to get a few pancakes and 2 tomatoes, and then went to the vegetable garden at the door to pick some lettuces. She made a tomato egg drop soup, fried some lettuces, and heated up the pancakes that had just cooled. Gung Chongqing was very satisfied with the meal. He didn't expect that this little girl had a talent for cooking and was really good at cooking. After Gung Chongqing returned to the commune after a full meal, he took a few cadres to the countryside in the afternoon. Under the banner of inspecting winter safety work, he went to several brigades in mountainous areas and even visited the cowshed. The last place they went to was Lijiao. It was already getting dark. When leaving, Gung Chongqing took the opportunity to give Su Tingqian a lecture and secretly passed a small note to him when they passed each other. Haishur, Yang's house. Yang Xun came back from work and found a letter in her mailbox downstairs. It was from Su Mo, so she took it up. After opening it, Yang Xun felt mixed emotions. She didn't expect that Su Mo, such a proud person, would marry in the countryside. She would probably have to live in the countryside in the future. Because Su Tingqian had a good relationship with her father Yang Shuren, Yang Suyun and Su Mo had been playing together since childhood and were considered very good girlfriends. When they were young, their relationship was really good, they could even wear the same pair of pants. But since some time ago, Yang Suyun found that she began to envy Su Mo. Su Mo is beautiful, has a good family background, and is dressed exquisitely. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the focus of attention. She was just a supporting role next to her. Some people even made fun of her, saying that she was like a lady and a maid next to Su Mo. Obviously, her family was not bad. Her father was a university professor, and her mother had a job. But compared with Su Mo's family, her family seemed shabby and ridiculous. Su Mo's family of 3 lived in a 3-story house, and her family of 4 squeezed into a 3-bedroom apartment. Su Mo's room was more than half the size of her family. If she hadn't gone to Sue's house, she would not have had the chance to see the furniture in that house. Even the clothes that Sue Mo gave her casually were the ones that she couldn't afford with her pocket money saved for several years at the friendship store. Sue Mo had endless pocket money every month, but she only had 5 yuan a month, and her mother still thought she was extravagant. They were obviously similar people, so why was there such a big gap? Gradually, her heart became unbalanced. She's been trying to adjust her mentality and not let herself be influenced by the outside world, but it seems to be of no use. She found that every time Sue Mo encountered bad luck, she would feel particularly happy that day. At first, she felt that she was very despicable and even dared not face Sue Mo. But then she thought again. Sue Mo was good in everything. She was just secretly gloating in her heart, and she didn't do anything to hurt her. Why not? Compared with those villains who stabbed her in the back, she was already noble. Thinking of this, Yang Suyun let it go. In fact, she was happy that something happened to Sumo's family. The princess who was high above finally fell to the mortal world and became the same as them. No, it should be said that she was not as good as them. After all, they had decent jobs in the city, but the princess was farming in the countryside. Now, she married a country bumpkin, and it might be difficult for her to return to the city in this life. Yang Suyun had a strange feeling of superiority in her heart. From now on, it was Sumo's turn to look up to her. As soon as Yang Shuren entered the door, he saw his daughter sitting on a stool in the living room, holding a letter in her hand, with a distorted expression on her face. Suyun, why do you look like this? Who wrote the letter?
Yang Xian asked.
Yang Xin came back to her senses and quickly adjusted her expression. Dad, you are back? It's a letter from Sue Mo. She got married in the countryside.
What?
Married? Married to whom? Yang Shuren was shocked.
She didn't say.
She just said that she was doing well and asked us not to worry about her. Yang Suyun handed the letter to Yang Shuren. Yang Shuren took it and scanned the few lines of words at a glance. Then he went into the room with a sullen face. Yang Suyun was a little puzzled, but then she thought that her father had a good relationship with Uncle Sue, and he would not be happy to see his friend's daughter marry a country bumpkin. Yang Suyun stood up and went to the kitchen to cook quietly. The next day, it was the day when the school paid salaries. Yang Shuren received his salary, added a few more yuan, and made up 100 yuan, which he remitted to Sue Mo. In the evening, Yang's mother Zhou Qiuying saw that her husband had not handed in his salary, so she asked, Old Yang, aren't you paying salaries today? Yes. Yang Shuren said. Where's the money? I sent it to Xiama. Zhou Qiuying stood up suddenly and asked in disbelief. Did you send it all? Yang Shuren nodded and said, I sent her 100 yuan. Zhou Qiuying wanted to slap Yang Shuren to death, but she lowered her voice and said, What's wrong with you? If you send all the money to her, how can our family survive next month? Will your mother in the countryside still send money? I know you have a good relationship with Su Tingqian, but you don't have to send all the money over. 20 is the most you can do. Xiaoma got married in the countryside. Yang Shuren said in a muffled voice.
What? Who told you that?
Zhou Qiuying was on the night shift last night and didn't know anything about it. Xiaoma wrote a letter to Suyun. Zhou Qiuying was silent, but after a while she said, Even if it's a gift, 50 is a lot. No need to give 100. Yang Shuren didn't speak for a long time, until Zhou Qiuying lay down and almost fell asleep. Yang Shuren spoke again. I reported Tingqian. During this period of time, he was almost driven crazy by this matter.
Oh.
Zhou Qiuying was dazed and didn't react much. After she reacted, she sat up suddenly and asked in disbelief. What did you say? I said I reported Tingqian. I think you are really crazy. You can actually do such a thing. Zhou Qiuying couldn't believe that the person next to her would actually report a friend. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Yang Shuren grabbed his hair in annoyance. Qiuying, believe me, I really didn't want to hurt him. If you didn't want to hurt him, why did you report him? Zhou Qiuying was almost angry to death. I just wanted to scare him. He always said something specious. I told him several times, but He didn't change. I thought about reporting him and letting the Revolutionary Committee scare him so that he wouldn't dare to do it again. I didn't expect it to be so serious. Yang Shiren regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Zhou Qiuying was no longer sleepy. She got up and walked around the room, feeling that something was wrong. Why did you suddenly think of reporting him? I was chatting with Lao Jiang and accidentally said something. Lao Jiang told me.
Yang Xian suddenly stopped at.
You've been used as a gun, do you know that? Zhou Qiuying was so angry that she spoke in dialect. She really wanted to pry open Yang Shiren's head to see how he could become a university professor with such a pig's brain. Does Zhang know about your report? Yang Shiren shook his head. No one knew. I refused at the time. But later I thought it made sense and secretly wrote an anonymous letter. Keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone, do you understand? If Su Tingda knew that you reported his brother, he would kill our whole family. Zhou Qiuying gritted her teeth. The Su family used to be so glorious in High City, and the relationships they had were not to be underestimated. When Su Zhongli died, the leaders who came couldn't be counted on both hands, not to mention the many ordinary people who had received the Su family's favor. In the years of natural disasters, how many people survived by relying on the Su family's food? If the news of Yang Shiren's report spread, Su Tingda would not have to do anything, and those common people would be able to drown their family with a spit. Yang Shiren also knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded quickly. I didn't tell anyone. Only you. Zhou Qiuying walked around the room for at least half an hour with a gloomy face, and then said, I will buy some things for Xiaoma tomorrow and send them over. I will also send some things from time to time in the future so that she will remember our kindness. Su Tingda's position is still stable, and he will definitely not ignore his only niece. If they are kind and let Su Mo remember their kindness, Su Tingda should not suspect them. With Geng Chongqing's reminder, Su Mo stayed at home for a week, either making cotton shoes or writing manuscripts and occasionally fiddling with vegetables. The main reason was that the weather was cold, and she didn't dare to lift the straw covering until the sun came out. She also put away the lettuce, cabbage, and leeks, gave half to Li Yue, and put the rest in the west room. The temperature at this time is simply a natural refrigerator. If you use dried wheat straw to pad the food in layers, it won't go bad even if you leave it for 10 days or half a month. She also plans to harvest the cabbage and radishes left in the field in a few days. That day, Su Mo heated up the Kong and was sitting on it writing a manuscript when the brigade radio began to broadcast someone to pick up the mail. Suddenly, Su Mo heard her name and was stunned. Did Lu Chongzheng write to her again? But she just received his letter the day before yesterday, and she hadn't even sent the reply yet. Although she was puzzled, Su Mo still put on a thick coat and hurried to the brigade headquarters. When passing by Lu's house, she found that Lu Boming was walking outside. Su Mo was happy and surprised and hurried over to help him. Grandpa, it's cold. Why are you walking outside? After the wild ginseng was dried, she cut a small piece and kept it to take to the cowshed later and gave the rest to Li Yue. Lu Boming waved his hand. No need to help, it's not a problem. I've been staying in the room for half a year. I'm almost moldy. Come out for a walk. Go get the letter. He just heard the broadcast. He guessed it was from Chongzheng. After he got better, he wrote a letter to Lu Chongzheng alone, telling him that Su Mo found wild ginseng to save his life. Seeing that Lu Boming was in good condition, Su Mo let go and went to the brigade. When she arrived at the brigade, Su Mo found that she not only had 2 letters, but also a remittance slip, and it was a large remittance of 100 yuan. Su Mo looked at the 3 words Yang Shiren written on the remitter, and her face looked like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What does this mean? Is it compensation? After harming the Su family like that, 100 yuan is so cheap? 2 letters. One was written by Lu Chongzheng, and the other was sent by the Heijiang provincial newspaper. But because of the impact of Yang Shiren's remittance, Su Mo didn't even feel excited to receive a reply from the newspaper. After rolling up the things and stuffing them into her pocket, Su Mo hurried back. The postman looked at Su Mo's hurriedly leaving back and was really envious. Secretary Lu's daughter-in-law was really worth marrying. He remembered that she seemed to have received 2 remittance slips 10 days ago, and now she received another large remittance. She was really a golden egg that could make money. After arriving home, Su Emo opened the 2 letters. Lu Changjing's letter was to thank her for finding wild ginseng to save Lu Boming's life. The words were so strong that they could be seen through the paper, which showed Lu Changjing's excitement. Su Emo calculated the time and thought that someone must have written a letter to tell him about this before she sent the letter to Lu Changjing. It was sent from the Hejiang provincial newspaper. There was a manuscript acceptance certificate, a receipt voucher for 5 issues of the provincial newspaper, a pound of brown sugar ticket, and 2 feet of cloth ticket. The receipt voucher for the provincial newspaper can be given to the local post office. After receiving it, the post office will deliver 5 issues of the provincial newspaper in a row. Due to special reasons, the provincial newspaper is no longer published every day. It is published roughly every 3 days. 5 issues can provide information for most of the month. Su Emo thought it was okay. Although she had no money, she had some tickets. If the articles she wrote were often adopted, she could read newspapers for free in the future. After opening the letter, Su Emo took out the remittance slip and looked at it, then sneered. No matter what Yang Shuren meant, as long as he dared to send it, she would dare to accept it. Who would complain about too much money? Wouldn't it be nice to use this money to buy things for her parents in the cowshed? But it was impossible to use this little money to atone for her sins. She remembered the grudges that should be remembered. Sooner or later, the Yang family would pay the price. Commune office building meeting room. Gung Chongqing, Li Hongjun, and several militiamen were sitting around their desks at this moment, all with solemn faces. Gung Chongqing strengthened the militia patrols in the mountains. A large part of the purpose was to find out if there were any hidden minions. Unexpectedly, the minions were not found, but they actually found something during the patrol. A militia team of a brigade found a very hidden cave while patrolling in the middle of the deep mountains. There were not only traces of people living in it, but also a lot of food supplies and a radio station. Judging from various traces, it has existed for a long time and has been used recently. This is a big deal. The militia immediately sent 2 people to the commune to report the case, and the others stayed there to guard it secretly. Now, that place has been taken over by the public security, and it is estimated that the army will send people soon. Although this matter seems to have nothing to do with them, the problem is big. There is such an enemy spy hideout in their commune, which means that the person is in their commune. If they don't find the person one day, they can't rest assured for a day, and people's lives are in danger. The enemy spies are very crazy. What if he has explosives or something like that? How many people will die? But now, before they have any clues, they dare not alarm the enemy. Gung Chongqing also gave them a gag order, asking them not to leak any information, so as not to cause trouble to the public security comrades and the People's Liberation Army comrades. Several people understood the seriousness of the matter and expressed that they would not reveal a single word. After a while, Gung Chongqing returned to the office, leaned back in his chair, and squinted his eyes, feeling a little tired. It was really one thing after another. Suddenly, the phone rang. Gung Chongqing picked it up, and it turned out to be his old leader. Chongqing, what's going on? Why consider? The old leader asked straight to the point. Gung Chongqing sighed. Old leader, something happened here. I may not be able to leave for the time being, so I'd better continue to work in this position. After Gung Chongqing came here, his political achievements were really remarkable. This year, the secretary of the Qingxi County Party Committee was transferred, and the deputy secretary was promoted to the secretary. After discussion, the party committee planned to let Gung Chongqing take up the vacant deputy secretary position. However, Gung Chongqing did not agree immediately, but said he would think about it. The main reason was that now was a time of turmoil, and he was afraid that if he left Hongqi Commune, he would not be able to protect Su Mo's family. This opportunity is not easy to come by. If we postpone it, we may have to wait for a few more years. Just a few years, we have to get things done. Gung Chongqing didn't care much about it. It just so happened that an enemy spy incident happened, so he had a ready-made excuse. The old leader was silent for a while, and finally said, I'll keep this position for you for a maximum of 2 years. No matter how big the problem is, you have to handle it for me within 2 years, and then you can become the deputy secretary. After saying that, the old leader hung up the phone. Gung Chongqing listened to the beeping sound in the receiver, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In this life, there are two people he wants to repay the most. One is Su Zhongli, who raised him, and the other is the old leader who cultivated him wholeheartedly. In the afternoon, Ma Xiaowan came to find Su Mo and invited her to go to the bathhouse. Su Mo, I heard that the bathhouse in the commune is open. Let's go take a bath now that there are few people and it is clean. Ma Xiaowan shouted as soon as she came in. Hey, why is your room so warm? I lit a firewall.
Su Mo said.
You lit a firewall before it snowed? The winter here is very long. The snow will not melt until the end of March or the beginning of April. You must not run out of firewood by then. Su Mo curled her lips. I am from the south and I am afraid of the cold. The main reason is that there is a lot of firewood. Most of the utility room is piled with firewood. She still has a lot of space and can make herself more comfortable. Why not? That's right. We collected a lot of firewood this year. If you don't have enough firewood, I will lend you some. Ma Xiaowan also gradually adapted to the life here, so she was not lazy when collecting firewood. By the way, do you want to go to the bathhouse? Go, wait for a while, I'll pack up. It's cold now, and it's really inconvenient to take a bath at home. It just so happens that she has never been to a bathhouse, so she might as well go and have a look. Su Mo sorted out the manuscripts she wrote during this period, and then packed them into different envelopes, and sent them to different newspapers respectively. She even submitted one to a magazine, which seemed like casting a wide net. She took the letters to be sent, the receipt and the remittance slip, packed towels, soap and clothes for changing, and prepared to set off. Seeing that Su Mo had so many manuscripts, Ma Xiaowan was a little envious. Su Mo, are you going to submit another manuscript? You are famous in the team now. Su Mo was a little amused. How famous are you? A talented woman who can make money. She can make money by herself, and her parents' home also sends money to her. People say that Lu Chongzheng must be very happy to marry you. Is it so exaggerated? Su Mo laughed out loud. If you talk about money sent by your parents, your family has sent quite a lot. She remembered that when she went to pick up the letter 2 days ago, Ma Xiaowan also received a remittance of 30 yuan. Haha, that's true. We are now considered the celebrities of the brigade. Many ants are very nice to me, and they are not as unfriendly as they were during the autumn harvest. Su Mo's eyes flashed, thinking of the dirty things she read in the book, and reminded half-jokingly, then you have to be careful. If someone asks you to go to her house, don't go. Be careful that someone is trying to get money. It is inevitable that some people are greedy for money and have malicious thoughts, planning to make a fait accompli. Then Ma Xiaojuan's life will probably be ruined. Ma Xiaowan waved her hand. Don't worry, I know. I'm not stupid. The two rode Su Mo's bike, and Ma Xiaowan carried Su Mo. It was very cold today, and the two of them huddled like quails, shivering as they rode to the commune. The two went to the post office to mail the letter first, and then to collect the remittance. Su Mo gave the receipt for the provincial newspaper to the staff at the post office and filled in her address. The staff said that the next issue would be sent to her. Ma Xiaowan saw that Su Mo had taken out another 100 yuan and said, Your family really loves you. They sent so much money again. It's not sent by my family. It's a friend of my father who owes my family money and came to pay it back. Su Mo said lightly. Hey, this is a good excuse to collect debts. My children have gone to the countryside and need money to spend. Ma Xiaowan finished her own imagination. After coming out of the post office, the two rushed to the bathhouse. It was really too cold all the way here, and they urgently needed hot water to warm up. The bathhouse of the commune was also a collective industry of the commune. It was only open in winter. Members of the commune did not need tickets to take a bath. The fee was 20 cents per time. The bathhouse was also very simple. There were no showers, pedicures, and baths like in later generations. There were 2 large rooms for men and women. There was a large pool filled with hot water inside, and a row of wooden cabinets next to it. The two paid the money, and since they both had quite a bit of money, they rented a locker for 10 cents. There were also small plates of peanuts, chestnuts, and pine nuts for sale in the lobby, not in large quantities, 10 cents each. Ma Xiaowan saw that the peanuts looked good, so she bought one, preparing to eat it while taking a bath later. Su Mo didn't have the habit of eating after taking a bath, so she didn't buy anything. The two of them carried their things into the bathhouse, and there weren't many people inside, probably less than 10, all soaking in different corners of the pool. It was warm inside, and Ma Xiaowan walked to the locker, quickly stripped herself, stuffed her clothes into the locker, locked it, took a towel and soap, and prepared to go soak in the pool. Seeing that Su Mo was still standing there without taking off her clothes, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Don't be shy, everyone is the same. If you are really embarrassed, cover yourself with a towel. When you get in the water, no one will look at you. Seeing that Ma Xiaowan had already entered the water, Su Mo prepared herself mentally, gritted her teeth, quickly took off her clothes, and locked the cabinet. Then she covered her chest, took a towel to cover her lower body, and prepared to go into the pool. As a result, when she turned around, she found that everyone was staring at her with burning eyes, and she was so embarrassed that she immediately squatted down. An older sister laughed out loud. Big sister, don't be shy. Auntie just looks at you, so white and tender, it's rare to see. Su Mo's skin is fair, and she uses her supernatural powers to nourish it every day. Her skin is so delicate and fair without any flaws. It is not an exaggeration to say that her skin is as white as cream. It doesn't feel much when she wears clothes at ordinary times, but now that she is completely, it is really glowing white. In front of a group of people with rough and dark skin, it is like a spotlight, attracting people's attention. Su Mo laughed awkwardly, then stood up to block it, and quickly went into the water. The elder sister laughed again, and moved over. Sister, are you an educated youth from the south?
Shumonadi. No wonder.
If we were from the north, we would have to walk with our heads held high. This is something that others can't ask for. Su Mo smiled awkwardly, but politely. She couldn't comment on the differences between the north and the south. Whether it was the original owner or her, they were all from the south. It still takes courage to walk in front of others. I can't get over that hurdle in my heart. Are you married, sister? The elder sister asked again. I am married. Su Mo nodded, not wanting to say more to strangers. Just got married not long ago? Your man is really lucky. The elder sister smiled. Only young wives are so shy. She wants to touch the white skin when she sees it, let alone men. Su Mo smiled awkwardly and moved to the other side with Ma Xiaowan. Fortunately, the elder sister was tactful and did not follow. Su Mo, your skin is so good, so smooth. Ma Xiaowan reached out and touched it. She had wanted to rub Su Mo's back, but now that she looked so tender, she didn't dare to do it.
Shumolaf.
It was a bad idea. She should not have come to the bathhouse. Su Mo applied soap on herself and began to wash. After washing for a while, a few more people came in. Su Mo looked up and saw Lu Xiaolan and Li Wei. Su Mo's eyes almost popped out of the window. What is it like to be honest with the mother-in-law and sister-in-law? She didn't understand, and asked for an online answer. At first, Li Wei didn't see Su Mo, but Aunt Chunfeng, who came with her, saw it and reminded her. Li Wei looked back and saw Su Mo and Ma Xiaowan together, completely, squatting in the pool very stiffly. Li Wei burst out laughing and said to Lu Xiaolan, hurry up and go to your third sister-in-law to block her. Look how scared she is. She had heard that in the south, even mothers and daughters did not bathe together. Xiaoma was probably seeing this for the first time, and she almost shrank into a ball. Lu Xiaolan took off her clothes neatly, folded them on the shelf next to her, took a towel and walked to Su Mo's side, and got out of the pool. Third sister-in-law, how long have you been here? Lu Xiaolan asked with a smile. We have just been here for a short time. You are not going to work today? Why didn't you see Mother on the way here? Yes, I will have a day off in 2 days. Since Mother wants to take a bath, I came to take a bath together. Mom came this morning. Someone told Aunt Chunfeng's daughter about a boyfriend, and Aunt Chunfeng invited her to come and take a look. When someone introduces a boyfriend, the girl's parents, who are more particular, will first go to the boy's house to check out the situation. If they think the conditions are acceptable, they will let their daughter meet the guy. If there are no major problems, the marriage is basically settled. Lu Xiaolan twisted the towel, wrapped it around her hand, and said to Su Imo, "Come here, third sister-in-law, I'll rub your back." Su Imo coughed lightly. "I've already washed it." Lu Xiaolan smiled. "How can you wash it clean? You have to rub it. Lean over to the edge of the pool, and I'll rub it for you." Su Imo smiled awkwardly and turned her back. Lu Xiaolan pursed her lips and smiled secretly. Third sister-in-law looked thin, but she was actually quite well endowed. She looked much fuller than when she was in the hospital before. Lu Xiaolan rubbed Sumo's back hard for a while, rubbing it red, but there were no wrinkles on it. "Yes, it's very clean, not dirty at all. Come here, third sister-in-law, it's your turn to rub mine." Lu Xiaolan washed the towel, handed it to Su Imo, and then turned around and lay down. Su Imo imitated the others and tried hard to rub Lu Xiaolan's back, and she really rubbed out wrinkles. Su Imo. Lu Xiaolan was enjoying herself, and when she saw Ma Xiaowan looking at her eagerly, she asked, "Ma Jiqing, do you want me to help you rub it?" She just heard from Li Yue that the man next to the third sister-in-law was surnamed Ma, and he was from the same batch of educated youth who went to the countryside as the third sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaowan quickly handed over the towel. "Thank you very much." Lu Xiaolan turned around and began to rub Ma Xiaowan again. Li Yue knew that Su Imo was shy, so after greeting her, she and Aunt Chunfeng went to a farther place. Aunt Chunfeng looked at her from a distance and found it funny, so she winked at Li Yue. Li Yue hit her. "You old thing, Xiaoma is shy. Don't laugh at her." "How could I laugh at her? I didn't even get close to her." Aunt Chunfeng glared at her. "It seems that of the three daughters-in-law, you like the youngest one the most."
Yeah.
Li Yue admitted generously, "Xiaoma is filial. Your old daughter-in-law is also quite capable. In just a few months, she has captured the heart of you as a mother-in-law. You don't understand, Xiaoma is a lucky star." Li Yue didn't know what to say. "Aren't you afraid that the other two will complain? If they want to complain, then complain. Who can really treat everyone equally? I am like this. I will love whoever is good more,"
Li Yue said.
"You can see it clearly." Aunt Chunfeng sighed. "Every family has its own problems. Otherwise, her family should also separate to avoid so many conflicts. The old couple will probably be more comfortable living alone." After more than an hour, several people left together. Li Yue and Aunt Chunfeng walked here. They walked fast, and it only took them about 40 minutes to walk here. Li Yue sent Su Imo and the others back first. The weather was cold, and she didn't like to ride a bicycle in the wind. On the other side, after the military headquarters received the news from the local newspaper, it immediately held a relevant meeting and finally decided to let Lu Chongjing take a team back to ambush and investigate. Lu Chongjing was very happy when he received the order. He immediately went back to pack up and set off with his men. Although he might not be able to go home, it would be good to see his wife from a distance. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply, and a light snow began to fall. Gung Chongqing was just worrying about what excuse to use to stop the patrols, and here came the excuse. He immediately sent someone to call the militia captains of the various brigades, and after giving them some affirmation and praise, he stopped the patrols. Su Imo woke up early in the morning and saw that it was snowing, so she quickly pulled out the remaining radishes and cabbages in the field. Although they were still a little tender, they were still edible. Li Yue also came to help, and was surprised to see that the radishes she pulled out had white skin. "Xiao Imo, why are your radishes white-skinned?" "They said it was a new variety from the south, so I bought some to try." Su Imo made up an excuse. Li Yue immediately washed one and tasted it. "Not bad, very crisp, sweet, and growing fast." "Did you buy it from the county supply and marketing cooperative?" "Mom will also buy some to plant. I still have a lot left from the last time I bought it. I'll pack a bag for you later." We can't let her go to the supply and marketing cooperative to ask, otherwise it will be exposed. The mother and daughter were busy for half the morning and put away all the vegetables. Su Imo also gave half to Li Yue and was helping her carry the vegetables back when the brigade broadcast asked her to pick up the package again. Shumo. Who sent this to her again? It's not a good thing to be too popular. A moderate amount will make people envious. Too much will make people jealous. After carrying the vegetables to Lu's house, Su Imo hurried to the brigade to pick up the package. The package was not too big, so when the postman came to deliver the letter, he brought it to Su Imo by the way. Su Imo was speechless when she saw that it was sent by Yang Shuren again. Is this going to use sugar-coated bullets to corrode her revolutionary spirit? I'm afraid that won't work. After arriving home, Su Imo opened the package. There were the original owner's favorite snow cream and hair oil, as well as the standard configuration of Haishur, a bag of white rabbit candy, and 2 cans of mail-in meat. There was also a letter from Zhou Qiuying. She said she was shocked to learn that her country girl got married. She said Yang Shuren and her father were as close as brothers, and she was considered half their daughter. The 100 yuan they sent was her dowry, so she could buy something she liked. She said they were her relatives, and if she needed anything in the future, she could just write to them, and they would try their best to get it for her. In the original owner's memory, Zhou Qiuying had always been a very shrewd and cost-conscious person. He was so generous to her suddenly, presumably because he knew about Yang Shuren's report. Zhou Qiuying is a native of High City, and she knows the influence of the Su family better than Yang Shuren. With her shrewdness, she can definitely guess that as long as Su Tingda does not fall, once he is found out, the revenge of the Su family will definitely not be something they can bear. So he is planning to take a conciliatory approach with her? What if the matter is exposed one day, and the Su family sees how much they care about her, and let them go? It's a good idea, and the plan is not bad, but it's a pity that she is not prepared to cooperate. Su Imo smiled, took out the letter paper, picked up the pen, and wrote a letter to Su Tingda. The letter kept praising the good of the Yang family. She said that she had not eaten a candy from the Yang family for more than 10 years in Haishur before. As a result, after she went to the countryside, Uncle Yang remitted her a huge sum of 100 yuan, and Aunt Zhou sent her a bunch of things. She also said that if she needed anything in the future, she could write to her. It was true that a friend in need is a friend indeed. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I believe that as long as Su Tingda is not stupid, he can detect the abnormality of the Yang family. After writing to her uncle, Su Imo began to write back to the Yang family. The letter was naturally full of gratitude, saying that her father had accumulated virtue for several lifetimes to make such a good friend. Then, she changed the subject and said that she was isolated from the news in the countryside. It would be nice if she could have a radio to listen to some current affairs. She remembered that the original owner had given a radio to Yang Suyun. No matter whether they bought a new one or took Yang Suyun's one. In short, whatever she took from her should be slowly spit out for her. The next day, Su Imo received the first issue of the provincial newspaper. While taking the newspaper, Su Imo gave the 2 letters to the postman to mail. At the same time, she also learned from the ants who were chatting that the militia team no longer had to patrol the mountains.
Zu Montag was Delig hattet.
She hadn't been to the cowshed for more than half a month, and she didn't know what was going on with her parents. Although Gung Chongqing said he would make arrangements, she was still very worried because the situation was unclear. After arriving home, Su Imo took out the backpack and began to put the things she wanted to take to the cowshed into it, preparing to go to the cowshed in the dark tonight. It had already started snowing, so she had to take cotton shoes and socks. Su Imo packed 3 pairs of cotton shoes, 2 pairs for men and 1 pair for women, and a few pairs of cotton socks. She also had to take some nutritional supplements. She packed the 2 bags of milk powder and canned luncheon meat sent by Zheng Ling, and evenly mixed a pound of brown sugar she brought from the last days, wrapped them in oil paper, and put them together. She also packed a bag of white rabbit milk candy. The small piece of wild ginseng was also cut into thin slices and carefully wrapped with a paper towel. For food, Su Mo directly packed 10 kilograms of rice and 10 kilograms of flour and took about 2 kilograms of sausage, bacon, and eggs. She didn't know if there would be any problems later, so she brought more. She also packed some vanishing cream and hair oil and several pieces of pie until the backpack was full. After putting the packed backpack into the space, Su Mo continued to pickle sauerkraut and make spicy cabbage at home. At night, she washed and went to bed early. At about 12 o'clock, Su Mo got up, put on a thick down jacket, put on a wig to disguise herself a little, and sneaked out. It was very cold and windy, and it was estimated that it would snow again tomorrow. There was no moon, and it was fortunate that Su Mo was a psychic with good eyesight, otherwise she would have a hard time walking. When she was about to reach the cowshed, Su Mo changed her down jacket, took off her wig, and wrapped a gray scarf around her head. Carrying a backpack on his back and holding a clay pot filled with ginseng bone and kelp soup in both hands, he went to the cowshed. When the soup was stored in the space, it was still boiling hot. Taking it out now is just right to warm his hands. As usual, Su Mo knocked on the door with a stone and learned a few bird calls. Since Gung Chongqing reminded him, Su Tiqian has been very vigilant every day and sleeps lightly at night. When he heard the secret code, he agreed with his daughter. His heart skipped a beat. Su Tingqian got up, put on a cotton-padded jacket, and did not let Mo Yurong light the lamp. He took a stick and went to open the door. When he saw that it was really Su Mo, Su Tingqian's heart just settled down and twisted again. The father and daughter entered the house, and after Su Tingqian closed the door tightly, Mo Yurong lit the lamp. "Momo, why are you here? Didn't your Uncle Gung say?" "Dad, the militia has stopped patrolling the mountains now," Su Mo explained in a low voice. Su Tingqian took the clay pot from Su Mo and put it away, not quite agreeing. "That's not safe either. What if there are still people hiding? And it's so cold today." Looking at his daughter's red face from the cold, he felt so distressed. "Dad, don't worry, I know what's going on." Su Mo put down the backpack, and Mo Yurong also poured a cup of hot water over Momo. "Drink some hot water to warm yourself up." Su Mo took it and drank several sips in a row. Although she was a superpower and more resistant to cold, she was still cold. Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong took out the things in the backpack and said, "Momo, Mom and Dad have enough food here. After this trip, you don't come here anymore." He didn't expect those people to be so rampant. They were already here, and they still dared to send people. Momo still had to keep a distance from them. As long as she was fine, they didn't care about anything. It was really easy for her to get into trouble walking on the mountain road in the dark. Before, she came in the morning when the weather was hot, and he could barely convince himself. But the last 2 times, she came the middle of the night in the dark, and he really couldn't rest assured. Su Mo did not answer directly, but said, "I will come less often when it snows and the weather is cold. But, Dad, I have to come today because I have too many questions that I need you to answer." Su Tingqian sighed. "You say, Dad will tell you everything he knows. Who did our family offend? Why are you all sent down but they're still keeping an eye on you? Is it for our family's money?" "Yes." Su Tingqian nodded and lowered his voice to the point that even Su Mo had to listen carefully. "The passbook in your hand is just a gimmick. What they want is something else." Su Tingqian considered how to tell Su Mo. After all, Su Zhongli has always been a very patriotic red capitalist and has done many practical and good things for the country and the people. Now he wants to tell Momo that her grandfather actually made another plan. He didn't know how to start for a moment. "Your grandfather is a very wise man, you know."
Shumonadit.
Su Zhongli is indeed a very wise and far-sighted person. Our Su family has been good at business since our ancestors. At its peak, the shops were spread all over the Jiangnan area. Although it has experienced ups and downs, the wealth accumulated is far beyond what others can imagine. Later, when it came to your grandfather's generation, he had different opinions from your eldest uncle, and the 2 brothers divided the family and used their own money to support the political parties they favored. Facts have proved that your grandfather still has a good vision. On the eve of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the situation was unclear, So your grandfather prepared some things and hid some in Haishur and the south as a retreat. Su Tingqian glanced at Su Mo, afraid that he would destroy the image of her father in his daughter's heart. Seeing Su Tingqian looking at her, Su Mo said, "I understand. A smart businessman never puts all his eggs in one basket." Su Tingqian looked at Su Mo in surprise. He always thought that his daughter was a scholar. It seems that she has the blood of the Su family in her bones after all. Later, the People's Republic of China was founded and the system changed. Your grandfather donated most of his visible money to the country. Some of the money that was inconvenient to take out was also exchanged for hard currency by him. Most of it was hidden in the country. When your great-uncle went abroad, he asked him to take a small part of it abroad and rented a safe in a trustworthy bank. Su Mo wanted to cross her feet when she heard this. As long as she could survive these few years, she would be a top third-generation rich man. What else would she need? It was important to live a safe and stable life and save the lives of her family. After the reform and opening up, she could take advantage of this and make a fortune. Your grandfather kept the news strictly secret. Even your uncle, and I knew about it before he died. I only told your mother some time ago. I don't know where the news leaked. Those people seemed to be very sure that our family had these things. It was difficult for them to start with your uncle, so they came for me. She tried to probe him in an indirect way at first, and when she saw that he didn't take the bait, she reported him. Then she picked on some trivial matters and put a hat on him.
Dad, who is it?
Don't give the worst answer. Su Tingqian smiled bitterly, the group of people who demoted your grandfather Zhang. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to this point. The other party is powerful and they can't afford to fight, so they can only hide. He thought that if he hid it would be fine, but he underestimated the other party's obsession with these things. Give away money to avoid disaster? That's definitely not possible. I'm afraid that the moment the money is given away, it will be the moment they die. Su Mo closed her eyes. Well, this is really not something she can afford to offend. Su Mo felt so bald. Being targeted by such a villain, how can the Su family get out of it? She just thought that she could lie down and be a rich second generation, but now it seems that she can't do it anymore. She still has to work hard, but what she wants is not money, but power. And power is precisely the most difficult thing. It's not easy or fast enough for her to rely on herself. She has to think of a way to send trustworthy people up, and then she can take advantage of the east wind. Dad, do you know Uncle Gung?
Su Mo asked.
She strolled in the mountains every day some time ago, and it's not that she didn't find anything, but she didn't think it was useful before, so she didn't confirm it. I know it well. What's wrong? Su Tingqian was a little surprised. Then can he be trusted? After all, I haven't seen him for 3 or 4 years. Su Tingqian was a little surprised. Momo, your Uncle Gung has been in our house since he was 4 years old. He was taught by your grandfather. Dad has watched him grow up. Although I can't say I understand his character very well, I still know about it. He is a very grateful person. I don't know how he treats others, but he has no ill will towards our family. He has made a lot of efforts and taken great risks for our family to get here. Otherwise, we might have to go to your uncle in the south. Although it's cold here, we only grow crops once a year, so we can rest during the winter. Moreover, this is the famous Beidot song, with fertile land and high grain yields. Under the leadership of Gung Chongqing, the Hongqi commune will basically not go hungry. If we go to the south, we will grow crops twice a year, and the labor intensity will double. The land there is barren, the grain yield is low, and it is normal to not have enough to eat. Moreover, Su Tingda is in the army and can't manage the local area. If they go there, their life will definitely not be as good as here. The most important thing is that Su Tingda is also being watched. If they go there again, it will probably play into the hands of the other party. Momo, do you doubt your Uncle Gung?
Why?
It's not doubt, it's mainly because Uncle Gung received the news just a few days after the discovery, which is a bit fast. Su Tingqian breathed a sigh of relief. Momo, your Uncle Gung has worked for so many years, and he must have accumulated a lot of connections. There is also an old leader above him, who thinks highly of him, and it is possible that someone will give him face. Moreover, those people are stirring up trouble, and there are many people who don't like them. Sue and Mo nodded and asked, Dad, do you think Uncle Yang is trustworthy? The situation is serious, and something should be explained to him as soon as possible. What's wrong? Su Tichyen felt that his daughter was a little strange tonight. I think there is something wrong with Uncle Yang. Suemo went straight to the point. As soon as the location of your relocation was decided, Yang Su knew about it and wrote to tell me. I was in a trance that day and stepped into the river. If I hadn't been rescued by my wife, I would probably be dead now. Uncle Yang sent me 100 yuan a few days ago. The next day I received a package from Aunt Jo. She said that she would treat me as her daughter in the future, and I could write to her if I needed anything. Dad, you know them better than me. They are not generous people. It is said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Sending 20 or 30 yuan is a great favor. Sending so much money, I think it's more like doing something wrong and using money to buy peace of mind. After listening to his daughter's crackling words, Su Tingqian was stunned. He had never doubted it before, but now that he thought about it carefully, he broke out in a cold sweat in such a cold day. Everything made sense. He really didn't expect that his friend of many years would turn into a man-eating venomous snake. When did the boy who broke his arm to save him start to change his appearance? Su Tingqian closed his eyes sadly. Do you suspect that he reported me? Su Emo nodded. It was not a suspicion, but a fact. Although he kept emphasizing that he had no ill intentions. Is he a minion of those people? Su Tingqian thought about it and said uncertainly, probably not. Yang Shuren's social circle is quite simple. Then are those things you mentioned hidden in those 3 villas? Su Emo seriously suspected that Yang Xun cooperated with those people in the later period, because the book did not mention the antique gold at all. When Yang Xun started his business, in addition to the money in the passbook, he also sold 2 villas. Su Emo initially thought that Yang Xun could start a business so smoothly because of strong financial resources and the convenience of the times. But in fact, in the 1980s, you needed approval to do things. The fact that Yang Xun could be so successful showed that the relationship behind him was strong enough. It's there, and it's not there. Although the other 2 villas are not on the same street, they are actually back-to-back and not far apart. The things are hidden in the underground secret room in the open space between the 2 villas. Su Tingqian's answer directly confirmed Su Mo's guess. Su Mo was confused, and she didn't know whether those people were in contact with Yang Xun. She had to talk to her uncle again and ask him to deal with the Yang family as soon as possible. Other things had to be arranged as well. She should study history more to see if she could help her uncle in his career and help him move to a higher level. If he was stable, their family would be much safer. By the way, Mom, Aunt Zhengling also sent me something. Su Emo told Emo Yurong about Zhengling sending something. Emo Yurong had been eavesdropping just now. Now that she heard her daughter tell her, she thought for a while and then said carefully, Your Aunt Zhengling should be trustworthy. When your father and I were imprisoned in the Revolutionary Committee, it was your Aunt Zheng's eldest son who took care of us, so your father and I didn't suffer much. In fact, those people had underestimated the strength of the Su family at the beginning, thinking that the descendants of capitalists would be hated by everyone if they entered the Revolutionary Committee. However, they did not know that Su Zhongli was very kind, and there were many people who pretended to obey him but actually disobeyed him. This is why the couple left Haishur. If they had sent their minions to attack at the beginning, the couple would have been skinned alive, if not killed. Su Mo nodded, indicating that she understood. Before, she had thought about asking Zhengling to help her buy things, but now that she knew that the enemy was so powerful and she was sincere, she should contact her less to avoid implicating their family. Anyway, the Yang family jumped out on their own, and it would be a waste if they were not used. Su Mo helped the 2 of them put away all the things. Mo Yurong took the net bag of pears, wrapped it in a piece of clothing, and hid it in the cave as a treasure. The apples that Momo brought last time were particularly delicious, and these pears looked good too. They would be eaten occasionally in winter to moisten the skin if they were hidden. After that, Su Mo took out the wild ginseng slices wrapped in paper towels from the pocket of her cotton-padded jacket and handed them to Su Tingqian. Dad, these are 100-year-old wild ginseng slices. You hide them well. I see that Grandpa Zhang is very thin, so you give him a piece secretly to replenish his body. Su Tingqian was surprised. Where did you get it? This is a good thing to save lives. Their family bought one a long time ago, and then it was all used up when Su Zhongli was sick.
I dug it from a mountain.
Su Mo said, use it when you need it. I have more. I will bring you more next time. After this period of supernatural power input, the two plants with 4-grade leaves have long since turned into 5-grade leaves. She was not going to sell either of them, keeping them for her own use. I also put ginseng roots in the kelp bone soup in this clay pot. You can drink more. After figuring out what she needed to know, and explaining what she needed to say, Su Mo was ready to leave. Before leaving, Su Tingqian couldn't help but say, Momo, the brigade has just distributed food, and my parents have enough food. You brought a lot this time, which is enough for half a year. Don't come during this period. Okay.
Shomonadi.
There was no need to argue with him on this issue. Whether to come or not was up to her. You have to be careful. Those people are carrying guns. Try not to go up the mountain. Even if you go up the mountain, don't be too far away from others. Su Tingqian waved his hand. Dad knows, you should go back soon. The weather is getting colder and colder. I'm afraid it will snow. Su Mo nodded and walked up the mountain briskly. Su Tingqian closed the door and went back to his room until he could no longer see his daughter's back. When she got to the mountain, Su Mo took off her cotton padded jacket, put on a down jacket, and put on a wig to disguise herself. The down jacket was long and black, which was more suitable for walking at night than the army green cotton padded jacket. When she was halfway there, Su Mo heard slight footsteps in the distance and immediately found a small earth nest to hide. From a distance, Su Mo saw a figure wearing a straw raincoat and a hat going deep into the mountains at a very fast speed. Su Mo didn't expect that there would be a night walker in such a cold day. It seemed that it was not very safe in the middle of the night. The straw raincoat and shoes on the other party's feet were both styles commonly used by local people. It was probably from the production team nearby. The other party in the straw raincoat went up the mountain late at night, so there must be something wrong, but Su Mo didn't have the energy to find out. After the person walked away, she got up and rushed home. After confirming that no one noticed, she went back to the house, added some firewood to the Kong, burned it warmly, and went to sleep. It was warm here on Su Mo, but on the other side of the mountain, the armed forces who were ambushed near the cave almost froze to death. Boss, when do you think the troops will arrive? A young man couldn't stand the cold and couldn't help but secretly ask his superior beside him. Soon, probably in a few days.
Don't talk, Barrett.
The superior was a middle-aged man. He was also cold, but he could bear it. The young man wanted to light a fire to warm himself, but seeing the cold face of his superior, he dared not say anything more. After a while, he hid by hiding. The young man found a corner, lit a small fire, and warmed his hands and feet a little. When it was almost done, he stepped on the fire and was about to go back. He looked up and saw a figure wearing a straw raincoat. The figure saw him and paused for a moment, then turned and ran away immediately. The young man was scared and broke into a cold sweat. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but the sound he shouted was like a mosquito. When he finally could speak normally, the man had already run away. The young man did not dare to shout at this time. If the leader knew that it was his mistake, not only would the spy escape, but the spy would also know that he had been exposed. This job that he had worked so hard to get would be over. He could not say this, so he pretended to know nothing. After the young man calmed down, he adjusted his expression and went back. Why did you take so long? The superior asked. A little constipated, the young man said. After that, he was very well behaved. He did not dare to shout about the cold until dawn. The armed forces had been lying in ambush for a day and had gained nothing. They were a little disappointed. Boss, do you think the news has leaked out?
Someone asked.
Not sure. It is also possible that the other party does not know that the patrol has stopped, or the other party is cautious and will wait for a few more days. We will continue to lie in ambush and wait for the troops to come. Several people ate some cold and hard steamed buns with cold water and continued to work. Sue and Mo slept until 8 or 9 o'clock before getting up. Sure enough, snowflakes were falling from the sky again, and they looked heavier than the day before. During the winter, everyone had nothing to do. After Sue and Mo washed up, she made some dumpling soup and sat back on the kong to write a letter to Zhengling. She didn't say much, just that she was fine and married a good family in the countryside, so she didn't need to worry about her. She had enough food and daily necessities, so she didn't need to send anything in the future and reminded her to pay attention to safety. She also found all the tickets from High City that were about to expire this year, stuffed them into an envelope, sealed it, put stamps on it, and sent it out when the postman came to deliver newspapers again. At this time, Lu Chongzheng and his team had also arrived in Qingxi County and temporarily stayed in the county armed forces. After meeting with relevant personnel, a group of people began to work according to the plan. In the afternoon, under the leadership of county-level cadres and the President Li Hongjun, several reporters from the newspaper came to the Lujia Village Brigade. The Lujia Village Brigade has changed a lot in recent years, and this year's harvest is particularly good. It has been set as a model, and the county specially invited the newspaper to come for interviews and reports. Lu Qinggan and Lu Baoguo were a little nervous and quickly arranged for people to entertain them. Their brigade was going to be in the newspaper, and this was the first time, so they had to entertain them well and let the reporters write about it. Do and be nervous. Just tell the truth. I'll arrange for someone to take these reporters around the brigade later, let them take pictures, interview, and collect some materials. Li Hongjun told the two. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and found that someone was leading a sheep over, and it seemed that they were going to slaughter it. So, he quickly stopped them. Don't kill the sheep, just kill a chicken and fry some eggs. Don't make it too extravagant. Reporters are very good at writing now. Don't turn a good thing into a bad thing. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Baoguo nodded quickly and asked someone to take the sheep back. He still had some sausages at home, and he asked someone to get them later, and he also fried dinner. In order to set up this model well, the propaganda department of the county government has put a lot of effort into it. Even the reporters from the Heijiang provincial workstation of 2 newspapers and 1 magazine were invited, plus some northern newspapers and magazines. A total of 7 or 8 came, a total of more than a dozen people. It was only after borrowing a large truck from the armed forces that the reporters could be brought in one trip. Lu Qinggan and his partner decided to take everyone to visit the brigade's sideline business first. On the way, the reporters kept asking questions, and the two really had to consider every word they answered, for fear that if they didn't answer well, they would bring shame to the brigade. After walking a short distance, the two were sweating profusely, feeling more tired than doing a day's farm work. They first went to the pig farm. The reporters saw that there were still 6 pigs in the kennel, and they were all fat, so they asked why there were so many pigs left. Lu Qinggan quickly jumped out and said that these were the New Year pigs left for the brigade to celebrate the New Year. Other production teams only keep 1 or 2 pigs for the New Year. Why do you keep so many in your brigade? There is a great shortage of meat in the city. A female reporter frowned and asked. Lu Qinggan glanced at the female reporter. She was fat and ate a lot. But he still smiled and answered. Other production teams have fewer people, but our team has more people, nearly 1,200 people. These 6 pigs may seem like a lot, but when they are really killed, the meat produced is at most 600 kilograms, which means each person will get half a kilogram. Half a kilogram per person is not a small amount. Many families in the city only have 1 or 2 kilograms of meat during the New Year. In the countryside, only this period of time can we eat some meat throughout the year. Lu Qinggan stopped smiling. This female reporter might be looking for trouble. The female reporter pursed her lips and stopped talking. However, a reporter saw that the pigs were well raised and asked about the method of raising pigs. Lu Qinggan was happy to answer this question. This was a good method he had figured out in the past few years. It would be good if it could be promoted and benefit other teams. When raising pigs, first of all, you need to pay attention to hygiene. The pig house should be clean and tidy so that the pigs will not get sick. Secondly, you need to be careful about what they eat. I have been thinking about this for several years and have figured out a method. Mix pig grass and old vegetable stems and cook them, then add some rice bran and wheat bran. It would be best if there is bean dregs. This way, the pigs will like to eat and grow faster. When the female reporter heard about feeding vegetables to pigs, she jumped out again. It's hard for the workers in the city to get vegetables, and your team actually feeds pigs with vegetables. Isn't this a capitalist style? There was a moment of silence at the scene. Suemo had been here for a while and couldn't listen anymore. It was obvious that the female reporter had been instructed by someone to come here to find fault. Comrade reporter, do you want to be a counter-revolutionary and stir up conflicts between the working class and the peasant class? Sumo's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. The female reporter's face immediately changed, and she scolded him sternly. Who are you? How can you accuse someone so randomly? Don't you think you are an enemy spy? I am Suemo, an educated youth who went to the countryside. You are the best at accusing people. Sometimes you call me a capitalist, and sometimes you call me an enemy spy. The female reporter's face immediately turned black. Suemo took down the backpack and put it on the ground. Fortunately, when she came, she also brought some old vegetable stems with her. I am here to give you some old vegetable stems. You can come and have a look, my journalist friends. I picked them when I was pickling sauerkraut yesterday. The vegetables are old and not suitable for human consumption, so I sent them to feed the pigs. The brigade will give me 1 work point for this basket of old vegetable stems. If these old vegetable stems are not sent to feed the pigs, they will also rot in the field. How can such a reasonable use and turning waste into treasure become a capitalist style in the mouth of this female reporter? The reporters looked over and saw that they were indeed not good leaves. They looked old, and some of them were even yellow. It's okay to throw these things away, but it's also okay to eat them. Farmers grow their own vegetables in the countryside, so it's naturally easier to eat vegetables than in the city. When there's enough vegetables, it's normal not to eat the old stems. Workers produce in the city, so sometimes it's hard to get vegetables, but the state is trying its best to allocate them and ensure the supply. You can't label farmers as capitalists just because they ate a few more bites of greens. In your eyes, farmers should eat coarse food and not be full or warm, and that's normal? Or do you think the working class is naturally superior to the peasant class? Excuse me, does anyone know this female reporter? Which newspaper are you from? What's your name? I think your thinking is very problematic. I think it's hard for you to write a fair and impartial report. I'm going to write a letter to your unit to complain. The female reporter naturally didn't dare to talk to her. Tao Peisheng, who was hiding at the side with a camera, pinched his throat and said the female reporter's name and the newspaper she belonged to. He had long disliked her, and she kept complaining about her as if she was so capable. This old Lu's wife is really powerful. She made people speechless with just 1 sentence. When the female reporter saw her name was exposed, her face turned from black to red, and finally to crimson purple. I just said it casually, there is no need to make a big deal out of it. She got this job with great difficulty. If she really wrote a letter to complain, she would probably lose this job. Suemo sneered. Then I hope you won't write casually when you write articles. If you can't be truthful, accurate, objective, and comprehensive, I suggest you change your career. Otherwise, it is very likely that your casual writing will cause many families to be broken up. The female reporter nodded for a long time and did not dare to say a word. She was afraid that Suemo would really write a letter to complain about her, so she dared not be angry or speak. Lu Baogwa secretly gave Lu Qing'an a thumbs up. This old man was smart and knew to find his daughter-in-law. People who make a living by writing should be dealt with by people with strong pens. A few words made people speechless. Lu Qing'an asked someone to call Suemo over. His original intention was to think that she should be easier to communicate with these reporters and asked her to come and help. Unexpectedly, she really helped a lot when she came. If this is really accused of capitalist style, the reputation of this advanced production brigade will probably be ruined. At this point, Suemo. It was not convenient to stay, so they gave the old vegetable stems to the old man who fed the pigs and left. After looking at the sideline business, the two took the reporters to stroll around the fields, focusing on introducing the new canals dug in the past 2 years and the reasons for the increase in grain production. After what happened just now, the reporters were much more cautious during the following visits, and the questions they asked were not so sharp. After the visit, some reporters stayed to interview the brigade cadres, while some went to the village to find out about the situation from the members. It is definitely not possible to believe what the brigade cadres say, but to ask the members to understand the most real situation. The false report of 10,000 caddies per mu must not appear again. Tao Peisheng also took a camera and mixed in, taking pictures while secretly investigating to see if there were any suspicious traces. On the other side, Lu Changzheng led a few people and took a small path into the mountain. They first met with the people from the Armed Forces Department, and after understanding the situation, they dispersed to check the surrounding area to see if there were any missed traces. Seeing that the troops were going to search again, the young man instantly became nervous. After a while, in the direction where the young man roasted the fire yesterday, there was a sound of birds singing, indicating that they had discovered the situation, and the others immediately rushed there. After a while, Lu Changzheng came back and asked the captain of the Armed Forces Department, "Did anyone go in that direction yesterday?" The captain pointed at the young man. He went there to relieve himself yesterday. The young man had already started to sweat coldly at this time. I went there, I was too cold, so I lit a small fire to roast. The captain was almost angry to death. "Didn't I tell you not to light the fire? What else?" Lu Changzheng's eyes were sharp. "You'd better tell the truth while there is still a chance." The young man lowered his head, not daring to look Lu Changzheng in the eye. No more. "Not far from where you lit the fire, we found traces of escape. The traces are very new, no more than a day old. We also found straw hanging on the treetops. Fortunately, it hasn't started to snow properly yet, and the snow is not heavy, otherwise the traces would have been covered up." The captain looked at the young man in disbelief. When he understood, his eyes shot out a cold light. This flat is going to kill him. Under the gaze of two sharp eyes, the young man collapsed and cried, I didn't want to. I was too scared. I wanted to shout, but I couldn't make a sound." The captain exploded directly, kicked the young man out, and cursed. Why did you enter the Armed Forces Department? Because you are afraid of death. This guy didn't retire from the army, but was stuffed in through someone's connections. These people who haven't been tempered by the army are really no good. He let go of a great opportunity to make merit. Now, let's not talk about merit. This group of people who have been hungry and cold all day may all be punished together. Tell me, what happened yesterday? Tell me in detail. Lu Changzheng said coldly to the guy who was still crying on the ground. If this guy was a soldier, he would have crippled him on the spot. Get up, stop crying, and tell me the situation honestly. The captain roared. The others heard the sound and hurried over. After the young man told the situation with tears and snot, they were all furious. The face of their Armed Forces Department was completely disgraced by this coward. Letting the spy escape was a huge crime. Lu Changzheng asked a few more questions, and when he saw that he could not get any more useful information from this coward, he asked those people to pack up. 2 people were left to the coward back to the Armed Forces Department to await punishment. The experienced one followed them to trace the direction in which the spy fled and look for new traces. But there were more traces only in the first section of the road, which should have been left by the spy when he fled in a panic. Later, perhaps because no one was chasing them, they calmed down and there were fewer traces available. A group of people dispersed to search. Lu Changzheng searched until he reached the location of Lijiao. Lijiao was on the mountain, and the cowshed was halfway up the mountain. It should be easy to find any situation, so he prepared to go and check to see if they had found anything. When Lu Changzheng came over, Su Tingqian was holding a bundle of straw and preparing to feed the cows. Seeing a stranger coming in, with sharp eyes and a strong momentum, he was not a good person at first glance. He immediately threw away the straw, rushed over to pick up a wooden stick, took a defensive posture, and shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Seeing Su Tingqian's look, Lu Changzheng's eyes were also stern. This man must know something. Maybe he ran into a spy and was threatened, so he was scared like this. When others heard Su Tingqian's roar, they hurried over. Seeing so many people looking at him, some with terrified, unfriendly, and hostile eyes, Lu Chongjing immediately put away his momentum and said with a smile, "Uncle, don't be afraid. I just came here to ask about the situation." It's true that Su Tingqian's hair has turned gray due to his demotion, and he has lived in the cowshed for a month. He looks very haggard. He is no longer the handsome middle-aged uncle he used to be. He looks like he is in his 50s or 60s. Zhongjin was calmer and asked, "Young man, I see you are not from Lijiao. What are you doing here?" Lu Chongjing looked at Zhongjin's demeanor and was afraid that he was an old leader who had been demoted from somewhere, so he said, "Old sir, I am from the Lujia village brigade next door. I was ordered to investigate something and came here to ask you about the situation." When they heard the Lujia village brigade, their hearts skipped a beat. Although Su Tingqian and his wife tried their best to conceal it, Lu Chongjing still caught the panic that flashed in their eyes. What was going on in their brigade that made the couple so scared? Could it be that the enemy spies were in their brigade? "Okay, ask. Leave as soon as you're done asking. It's better not to come to the cowshed. It's not good for you." Zhongjin spoke, walked to Su Tingqian, and slightly blocked him. "I want to ask you, did you notice anything unusual or hear any unusual noises between midnight and 3 or 4 in the morning?" Lu Chongjing asked, but his eyes were always on Su Tingqian and his wife. Mo Yurong's body almost went limp after Lu Chongjing said the specific time period. Could it be that Momo was caught when she came to deliver something? Others also had more or less such speculations, so they all said that they were sleeping soundly and didn't know. "Uncle, what about you? Did you notice anything unusual?" Lu Chongjing pointed at Su Tingqian and asked. Su Tingqian shook his head. "No, I usually sleep until dawn." Lu Chongjing smiled, his aura exuding, and he looked very ruffian. "Uncle, why are you so nervous when you see me?" And the aunt next to her, if she hadn't been holding the door, I'm afraid she would have fallen down. It seems that if she is not frightened, she will not tell the truth. It is not easy for these people who have been sent down here, and he does not want to do anything to them, but if they do not cooperate, he will have to use some special means. "Uncle and aunt, I have no ill intentions. I just want to ask about the situation. If you tell the truth, I will leave after asking. If you insist on not telling, then I can only take you away for questioning." Lu Chongjing said with a smile, and looked at Mo Yurong several times. This aunt looked a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Hearing what Lu Chongjing said, Zhongjin's expression also turned cold. He walked over to help Mo Yurong and said, "She is not feeling well. We only eat 1 meal a day. She is so hungry that she can't stand steadily. You will never understand what we have experienced. When a stranger comes, we are naturally nervous." Lu Chongjing spread his hands, and it seemed that he was not going to say it anymore, but he still advised, "Uncle, don't be afraid if someone threatens you. As long as you tell the truth, I will send someone to protect you before the matter comes to fruition." Su Tingqian shook his head firmly. "I really don't know. We work hard and sleep soundly at night." Lu Chongjing sighed. There was nothing he could do. "Everyone, do you mind if I take a look around?" Lu Chongjing curled the corners of his mouth. His movements were casual, and he really looked like a ruffian. Although he looked like a decent person, in the eyes of several people, he was not much better than the green-faced and fanged devil. Zhang Zhen said coldly, "Although we were sent here for labor reform, if you want to search our residence, you have to ask the commune leaders to come." Lu Chongjing shrugged. "I won't search your residence. I'll go and see the cows." After saying that, he left with a smile. Take a stroll first to put some psychological pressure on these people, and then ask them. If they really don't cooperate, we can only ask someone to go to the Armed Forces Department for questioning. When passing by the kitchen, Lu Chongjing poked his head in to take a look. The kitchen is very small, and everything inside can be seen at a glance. That's why Lu Chongjing saw the clay pot placed next to the stove at a glance. Although clay pots are all similar, this clay pot has a small hole on the edge and bottom of the lid, which is very similar to the one he accidentally knocked at home. Lu Chongjing walked over, picked up the clay pot and took a look, and it really was the one from his family. How could his clay pot be here? Looking back at Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong, who followed closely, Lu Chongjing suddenly had an epiphany, as if struck by lightning. No wonder he always felt that the aunt was familiar. It turned out that this uncle and aunt were his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It's over. When several people saw Lu Chongjing holding the clay pot and examining it, their hearts were in their throats. That was the one Su Mo brought over to pack things. It seemed that Su Mo was really in trouble. It was just that Su Mo didn't admit it, and he came here to find evidence. They had to insist that they didn't admit it and couldn't harm the child. At this point, Mo Yurong was not afraid. She had to protect her daughter. No matter what, even if she was tortured, she would not say a word. Mo Yurong walked over and stretched out her hand. "Comrade, we only have these 2 clay pots to cook. Please be careful and don't break them." Lu Chongjing laughed awkwardly. This small thatched kitchen really didn't even have a pot. The 2 clay pots could barely cook. Seeing Mo Yurong stretching out her hand, Lu Chongjing handed the clay pot back to her. Mo Yurong pretended that she didn't catch it firmly, and the clay pot fell down and hit the corner of the stove and broke. "Oh, what should I do? How did it break?"
Montag Yurong exclaimed.
Lu Chongjing. "Mother-in-law, your acting couldn't be more fake?" Others didn't expect Mo Yurong to be so bold that she dared to drop the clay pot. Su Tiqian hurried forward to pull Mo Yurong behind him, fearing that Lu Chongjing would make trouble on the spot. Instead of the expected trouble, Lu Chongjing just smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Sorry, Auntie, I slipped. I will give you a new one." The others were confused by the change in Lu Chongjing's attitude, thinking that he was up to something again, and became more wary of him. Lu Chongjing pondered and left the kitchen, and actually went to the cowshed to take a look. His mind was thinking about how to reveal his identity to his father-in-law and mother-in-law so that they would believe him and tell him the truth. He had to respect his father-in-law and mother-in-law, but he still had to do his work. "Uncle, Auntie, can I talk to you alone?" Lu Chongjing smiled, and his attitude was so good that he even changed his address. Su Tingqian didn't know what Lu Chongjing was up to and couldn't make up his mind for a moment, so he secretly glanced at Zhongzhen. Su Tingqian was born into a rich family, with his father and brother blocking the way. In the first half of his life, he was just going smoothly and he didn't experience much. Being accused and demoted was the biggest ordeal of his life. Zhongzhen nodded slightly and said, "Then you can go to the kitchen to talk." After that, he left with the others and retreated to the bedroom. Although this man acted unruly, his eyes looked upright, and he should not be a treacherous and evil person. The 3 of them entered the kitchen, and after Lu Chongjing stood still, he immediately saluted the 2 of them. "Dad, Mom, I'm Lu Chongjing, and Su Mo is my wife. I didn't recognize you just now, and I'm sorry for offending you." Lu Chongjing lowered his voice.
"Su Tingdian."
He was wondering why you suddenly became so nice, and it turned out that you were trying to pretend to be his cheap son-in-law. His cheap son-in-law is still in the army. When Momo came last night, she didn't say he was back. Before pretending, don't ask for details. Humph. Don't recognize your parents randomly. I don't have a son as old as you. Who is Su Mo? I don't know her. He wanted to use his relationship to get information from them, but that was not possible. "No, Dad, Mom, Su Mo is really my wife. I am Lu Chongjing." Lu Chongjing scratched his head. This was not good. His parents-in-law didn't recognize him. They might think he was a bad guy, but he didn't have his ID with him. "Believe me, I'm telling the truth." "Okay, we believe you. Su Mo is your wife, but we really don't know Su Mo." Mo Yurong said. Lu Chongjing. The couple didn't believe Lu Chongjing's words at all. It's not that there are no soldiers in their family. Lu Chongjing doesn't look like an officer at all. On the contrary, he seems to have a bit of ruffian air. They are a little suspicious now. He may be another minion sent by High City. First they threaten them, and then they tried to get close to them, trying to gain their trust and get information out of them. Anyway, no matter where he came from, he couldn't admit his relationship with Momo. Lu Chongjing was really confused. "Well, I'll go back and ask Momo to write a letter to prove it to you." The couple's hearts were lifted again. It seemed that Momo had been controlled by them and could even write a letter. The worry and hatred in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Lu Chongjung was a little puzzled, but he also knew that if he stayed at this time, not only would he not get the information he wanted, but it would also make the situation worse. Dad, Mom, I'll leave first. Don't worry, I will send someone to protect you secretly. Lu Chongjung said, fearing that the spies would come to harm them at night. He hurried back to send someone to keep an eye on them.
The two choked again.
Was this a blatant attempt to monitor them? They had originally thought of asking someone to notify Gung Chongqing to check on Sumo's situation. After Lu Chongjung left, the couple quickly pulled Zhang Zhen into the room and told him about the situation. Uncle Zhang, what do you think we should do? Mo Yurong was also crying secretly.
How is Momo now?
They are the ones who dragged her down. Wait, don't act rashly. Zhang Zhen said, if that man is really Momo's husband, she should come directly with her behavior. Although the man just now acted unruly and looked a bit ruffian, he didn't do anything to them. At most, he didn't ask about the situation and threaten them with words. Compared with those who looked at them like plagues, looked down on them, and beat and scolded them at every turn, he still respected them in his bones and was not the kind of person who bullied the weak. It is very likely that he is really Xiaoma's husband. After Lu Chongjing left, he quickly found his teammates to meet up and then sent 2 people to squat near the Lijiao cowshed. Let them keep a close eye on it, and if anyone goes to the cowshed to commit crimes, they should be controlled immediately. I went home. Now that the spies have been alarmed, there is no need to investigate secretly. 2 steps, vigorously search openly, and continue to investigate secretly. When Lu Chongzhen got home, Su Mo was planting vegetables in the house. When she heard Lu Chongzhen calling her, she thought it was broad daylight, and she was hallucinating. After Lu Chongzhen called her twice again, Su Mo was sure that she was not hallucinating and hurried out. She was surprised to see Lu Chongzhen standing outside the gate. Su Mo opened the door and asked, "Why are you back?" Lu Chongzhen saw that his wife didn't seem very happy and was a little disappointed. "I have a mission here, so I came back." After entering the house, Lu Chongzhen was shocked to see 4 large low wooden frames filled with soil in the hall. All other furniture and other things were moved to the corner by his wife. "Wife, what are you doing?" Lu Chongzhen's mouth twitched a little. "Growing vegetables. It's snowing outside, and we can't grow them. So we can grow some inside, otherwise we won't have any vegetables to eat in the winter." My wife is so smart. She can come up with such a good idea. When others eat cabbage and potatoes, we can eat lush green vegetables. They will be so envious. Lu Chongzhen quickly offered it.
Shomoshmail.
It must be said that this man is really good at providing emotional value. "Have you eaten?" Su Mo asked with a smile. "No, I've been busy all day and just ate 2 hard-steamed buns." Lu Chongzhen acted pitifully towards his wife. "I just steamed some buns. You sit down and I'll get you some to fill your stomach." Su Mo had just made some buns in the afternoon. The space had already collected 2 steamers, and there were 3 steamers on the pot that had just been steamed. There were also 3 fillings: pork lard, cabbage and tofu filling, leek, egg and vermicelli filling, and onion, ham, and meat filling. The tofu was the one Lu Yuji had given her that day, and the ham was from a certain Chinese ham in her space. She cut off about 1 or 2 kilograms of thin slices, cut them into small pieces, and wrapped them together with the chopped onions. Lu Chongzhen hurried to sit at the dining table in the corner. Su Mo took a bowl and picked up 4 or 5 buns from the pot. While Lu Chongzhen was eating, Su Mo went to the west room to open the bag of milk powder he had sent her, and made him a cup. Lu Chongzhen ate the delicious buns, almost finishing one in a few bites. His wife's cooking skills were really amazing, and the buns tasted amazing. Seeing that Su Mo had also made him a cup of milk powder, Lu Chongzhen felt relieved. His wife really loved him and even made him some milk powder. After eating 3 buns, Lu Chongzhen was no longer in a hurry to eat. He drank the warm milk and said to Su Mo, "Wife, I saw our parents."
"Oh."
Su Mo didn't react for a moment. "Did you see our grandfather? Lu Boming is in much better health now." Lu Chongzhen was stunned. Didn't his wife say that her grandfather passed away? Could it be that the old man just now was his grandfather? It is also possible. He would ask the old man for his opinion from time to time, as he was his father-in-law. Wife, is our grandfather still alive? Lu Chongjing asked carefully. Su Emo looked at Lu Chongjing in surprise. Didn't this man write a letter to thank her some time ago? Why is he talking nonsense now? Lu Chongjing realized that Su Emo had misunderstood. Wife, I'm not talking about my side, I'm talking about your side. I went to the cowshed in Lijiao. Su Emo was really shocked this time and stood up directly. You went to the cowshed? Lu Chongjing nodded. A spy hideout was found in the mountains, and I was ordered to come back to search for them. A full-scale manhunt was about to begin, so there was nothing that could not be said. The spy was hiding in the cowshed in Lijiao?
No.
But my father should have met the spy, and he might have been threatened. He doesn't trust me very much at the moment, and he won't tell me the situation when I ask him. So I came back quickly. You write me a letter, and I'll show it to my father. Don't worry, I've sent people to protect the cowshed, and my father won't be in danger. Lu Chongjing added quickly. Sumo's heart was in a knot, but after thinking about it, it seemed a little wrong, so she asked, How do you know that my father met the spy? Are there any traces showing that the spy went to Lijiao? Lu Chongjing told her about Su Tingqian's nervousness when he met him and the abnormal reactions of both of them when they talked about the time period when the spies went up the mountain to escape.
什么?
If she guessed correctly, both parties should have misunderstood. Su Tingqian should not have run into the spies. It was she who actually ran into the spies. Su Tingqian should have mistaken Lu Chongjing for a minion sent by Haisher. Su Emo glanced at Lu Chongjing. He was not wearing a military uniform today. He was smiling and looked a bit unskilled. Did you do something to make your parents think of you as a bad guy? Lu Chongjing coughed, feeling a little guilty. I just asked about the situation and my parents didn't cooperate, so I threatened them for a while, really just for a while. Lu Chongjing made a few gestures with his hands. I didn't recognize my parents at the time. If I had recognized them, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if I had 10 times the courage. Lu Chongjing looked at Su Emo pitifully.
什么?
Then how did you recognize them later? To be honest, the original owner's appearance is not much like Su Tingqian and his wife, and only the outline is somewhat similar to Emo Yurong. It is said that the original owner looks like her deceased grandmother. I saw our clay pot.
What?
Wife. Accidentally knocked 2 small holes on the clay pot you took over. I recognized it at the time. In addition, you look a bit like our mother, so I guessed it. Su Emo leaned on her waist. This is amazing. She can tell that a clay pot is his. She also saw the 2 small holes. They are not big. It is easy for ordinary people to ignore them. She thought they were there when she bought it. Wife, please write me a letter quickly. I will take it to show our father. This matter cannot be delayed. The sooner the spy is caught, the sooner we can rest assured. I'm afraid that even if I write a letter, he won't believe you. He will think that I have been controlled by you, or that the letter is forged by you.
Su Emo said.
Although she could imitate the original owner's handwriting, there were still some differences, and parents would definitely be able to see it. Su Emo thought about it and decided to tell Lu Chongjing about the family affairs. She wanted power to protect the Su family, and Lu Chongjing was also a good way out. After all, with her status, if she wanted to get a small official, it should be okay if she worked hard, but if she wanted to climb to a high position where she could compete with the other party, it would probably be difficult, and she might not even pass the political review. Lu Chongjing was about to speak when he was interrupted by Su Emo, who said shockingly, Besides, my dad should not have seen the spy.
It was me who met the spy.
Lu Chongjing almost spit out the milk in his mouth. What did you say? I went to the cowshed to deliver something at around 12 o'clock last night. When I came back, I saw a man wearing a straw raincoat going up the mountain from a distance. He should be the spy you are looking for. Lu Chongjing couldn't find words for a moment. He was so shocked. He never knew that his wife was so brave. She dared to walk on the mountain road alone in the middle of the night. But he immediately became worried and distressed. It was too dangerous to go there in the middle of the night. What if she met bad guys? And it was so cold that day, how hard it would be. but he couldn't say to stop her from going. After all, they were his parents, and it was really difficult there. There was not even a pot. Wife, don't go there in the middle of the night next time. It's dangerous. After a long while, Lu Chongjing said this. Okay. Su Mo didn't argue with him about this. That person was not tall, not much taller than me, either a woman or a thin man. Su Mo took the initiative to provide information. Seeing that Su Mo mentioned the spy, Lu Chongjing's expression became serious, and he asked Su Mo a few more questions. Su Mo tried hard to recall and told him everything she saw. After talking about the spy, Su Mo changed the subject. Chongjing, I want to tell you about my family. Lu Chongzeng immediately sat up straight. His wife was finally willing to talk to him. Did he pass her test? My family is from a capitalist family. My grandfather started to fund our party during the war. He was considered a very famous red capitalist in High City. Su Mo summarized the family affairs to Lu Chongjing. But in terms of money, she only talked about the passbook and did not mention the things buried under the secret room. After all, money can be taken out openly, but the things in the secret room cannot be seen in the light at all. Later, those people became greedy and set their sights on my family. Fortunately, my grandfather had done many good deeds before. Those people remembered the previous kindness and privately helped my parents to be safely sent here. However, even here, those people still did not give up. You should know that 2 spies came to the mountain some time ago and were killed by wild boars. Those 2 people were not actually spies, but the minions of those people. They came here to capture my parents and force them to tell the whereabouts of the things. Hearing this, Lu Chongjing's eyes flashed with coldness. If those people have found this place, then his wife is not safe either. Once his father-in-law and mother-in-law can't get anything out of them, they will definitely come to his wife next.
So, my dad was so nervous when he saw you.
He probably thought that you were a minion from High City. After hearing what his wife said, Lu Chongjing also understood the reasons for the abnormal behavior of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wife, are the other people in the cowshed reliable? The old man inside is called Zhang Zhen. He is the former mayor of High City and a good friend of my grandfather. He is absolutely reliable. The young man is Grandpa Zhang's secretary. He came here specially to take care of him. Grandpa Zhang trusts him very much. The other couple is a university professor in Jing City. They should also be trustworthy. I've been there several times and so far, there has been no problem. Lu Chongjing. This daughter-in-law is so bold. It hasn't been long, and she has gone there several times. Wife, how about this? You should write a letter and explain the cause of the matter clearly. I will take it to Dad. Then pretend that the clues about the spies were provided by them. After the spies are caught, I will find a way to get them some rewards, even if it's just getting them a pot. I saw that they cook in clay pots. Su Mo is very surprised. Don't they have a pot? Every time she went there, she went to her parents' room and had never been to the stove. Lu Chongjing shook his head. Wife, don't worry, I will find a way to get it for them. Don't go there again during this period of time. Do and let his soldiers arrest his wife. Prisoners still have a chance to make meritorious service while serving their sentences. The people in the cowshed provided clues and assisted in catching the spy, so it's okay to give them some reward.
주문하디.
She sent so many things over yesterday, and she planned to wait for a while. Returning to the room and taking out paper and pen, Su Mo picked up the pen and began to write the letter, trying to imitate the original owner's handwriting as much as possible. After Lu Chongjing finished eating, he looked at the 2 rooms again and found that with a wife, this house really looked like a home. A large shelf was added to the west room, which was filled with food. Their bedroom was also tidied up, and his wife was very romantic and planted several potted plants. It was just that the potted plants looked very familiar to him, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances and finally found something wrong. Wife, you're not planting wild ginseng, are you?
Su Mo looked up and said, yes.
His tone was calm, as if there was a cabbage there. Lu Chongjing was a little confused. These days, are there so many wild ginsengs that they can be pulled up and planted at home? The key is that they're still planted in clay pots. Can this be grown? Yes, it looks good. In this kind of thing, the more casual you act, the less likely others will notice the clues.
Hey, it really is.
Lu Chongjun walked around the clay pots. It's true that they are growing well. Even in the middle of winter, there are no fallen leaves. Could it be that wild ginseng actually likes to stay in clay pots? No wonder his grandfather wrote to him, saying that his mother said Momo was a lucky star. It seems to be true. It's hard for others to find even one wild ginseng, but his family has 4 planted in their house. Wife, don't let anyone see your ginseng. There are many red-eyed monsters in the village. Don't be reported. Not only will you have to hand in your things, but you will also be criticized. Don't worry, I usually don't let others into our house. The place where she put it could not be seen from the back window. Now it was winter, and the windows were closed tightly. After Su Imo finished writing the letter, she folded it several times and handed it to Lu Chongjing. Lu Chongjing took the letter and prepared to leave. When he passed the stove, he stopped. Wife, can I pack some buns to take with me? Those are in the mountains and haven't eaten yet. Su Imo naturally agreed. She took a clean cloth bag, asked the number of people, and picked up 2 for each person. Lu Chongjing left happily with the cloth bag. It was also a blessing for those to taste his wife's cooking. It was a little after 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Imo was ready to go to bed, and the team suddenly became lively. Su Imo quickly put on her clothes and got off the Kong. She walked to the yard to see what was going on, and saw Li Yue hurried over. Xiao Imo, hurry up, go back to the house. The public security and armed forces are here to catch spies. Su Imo was shocked. The spies are in our team? How would I know? Anyway, many people have come, and your father has been called over. Don't be afraid. Mother is here to accompany you. Let's go back to the house first, don't sleep yet. Someone will probably come to check in a while. After entering the house and getting on the Kong, Li Yue saw that Su Imo was very calm, as if she knew it in advance. Did you know that someone would come to catch the spies? Su Imo nodded. Yes. Chongjing came back in the afternoon. What? He came back? Li Yue was shocked. What is this? He only cared about visiting his wife when he came back and didn't go to see his parents. Su Imo touched her nose and made an excuse for Lu Chongjing. He was hungry, so he came back to get food, and then went up the mountain. I made a few baskets of buns this afternoon, thinking of sending some to you in the evening, but they were all taken away by him. Li Yue waved her hand, feeling a little distressed. We are not in the way. We can eat often. It's not easy for them. It's freezing cold in the mountains, and there's nothing to eat. Mom made a lot of steamed buns today. I'll bring them to you tomorrow, and if he comes back for food, you can steam them for him. Okay. Su Imo didn't refuse, mainly because she had no cornmeal, and it would be too extravagant to use only white flour. Xiao Imo, did the third brother tell us why he came to catch the spies? Li Yue asked in a low voice. I heard that a spy's hideout was found in the mountains, and the armed forces who were ambushing last night found the spy, but didn't catch him and he escaped, so every brigade came to search. Oh, what's the matter? The life seems to be getting better, and this happens again. Li Yue slapped her thigh. Why didn't the wild boar kill all the spies, and why did it leave one behind? The members of the Lujia village brigade are in a state of extreme confusion today. They were very cheerful during the day, but a group of reporters came to interview them and took a lot of photos. Those photos will most likely be published in the newspapers. Everyone was excited. If their photos could be published in the newspaper, it would be a great honor for their family. Late at night, the members had just gone to bed after a day of excitement when a group of people suddenly came and said they were going to catch a spy. Everyone was terrified. After living in the same brigade for so many years, everyone knew each other well. Suddenly, they were told that there might be a hidden spy among them. What a terrible thing! Their ancestors had been poor peasants for 8 generations, but they might be discredited just because they were in the same brigade with the spy. Some of the timid ones really thought everyone looked like a spy. They didn't need anyone to remind them. They racked their brains to think of all the unusual things in the village during this period. When the search team came, they didn't need to be asked. They told everything they thought of. There was not much useful information, but they talked about a lot of dirty things in the village, which made the accompanying brigade cadres so angry that their faces turned black. Fortunately, the reporters left. If the reporters were still here and heard these things, their advanced brigade would be famous all over the country. Even the fact that Sumo's vegetables grew fast was reported. Soon, someone arrived at Sumo's place. The leader of a production team in the brigade led the way, followed by 3 people from the county. Seeing that Li Yue was also there, the production team leader greeted her politely, and a few people went into the house to check if there were any hidden people. Of course, unlike the old movies, they didn't rummage around everywhere. They only checked the corners and large cabinets in the house. The flat wooden frame where Su and Mo put the vegetables in the house was also turned over by them. Fortunately, after Lu Changjing left, Su and Mo put the pots of wild ginseng away for safety. In addition to checking the house, those people also focused on checking the back corners of the house, the firewood room and the toilet, and other places where people might be hiding but the owner didn't know. After the inspection, they found nothing unusual. A middle-aged man with a big back hair came forward and asked very impolitely, "Are you Su Mo?"
Yes. Shomonari.
I heard that the vegetables you planted grow very fast. Did you use any foreign fertilizers? Su Mo almost laughed out of anger. There are quite a few people who like to put labels on others. She ran into 2 of them today. "Comrade, I water my vegetables with clean water and occasionally use some farmyard manure, but no fertilizer. As for why they grow so fast, my guess is that this land has never been planted before, so it may be fertile. As for whether there are other reasons, I don't know. This land is in the yard at the door. Comrade, you can collect some soil samples and send them to the research institute for testing. If you can find out the reason why the food grows so fast, I think all the farmer comrades will thank you." Although Su Mo was confident that she could handle this wave, this incident still reminded her that she should be more cautious in the future. The big back hair glanced at Su Mo. "You're very sharp-tongued. What were you doing at 2 or 3 o'clock last night?" "Nothing. I was sleeping."
Who can prove it?
"No one can prove it."
I was the only one at that time.
"Where is your man?" "With your beautiful young wife. He trusts you alone?" These words were a bit disgusting. The quality of cadres varies. There are good cadres who serve the public, and there are naturally parasites who like to show off their power and act in front of the people. Li Yue tried to hold back, but still couldn't help saying, "Comrade, my son has returned to the army and can accompany his wife every day. We country people are simple and honest, and my daughter-in-law has a good character, so we naturally trust her alone. Look, today there are outsiders coming, so I hurried over to accompany them." These words were almost like pointing at the slicked back hair man's nose and calling him a bad person. The slicked back hair man was about to get angry, but the person behind him pulled him and whispered, "These 2 are Deputy Battalion Commander Lu's mother and wife." The face of the man with the slicked back hair turned crimson purple in an instant, and the breath was stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down. He snorted, then turned and left. After leaving the yard, the man with the slicked back hair kicked the person who had just reminded him, Why didn't you say it earlier?" He made a mistake in showing off his power. He also saw that the family was well off and thought about whether he could make some money. Now that he hasn't made any money, he doesn't know if he'll be punished. After the people left, Li Yue went to close the gate of the yard and spat. "Bah! What kind of person is this? These days, all kinds of monsters can become cadres. That man with the slicked back hair is not a good person. Xiaoma, next time you go to the county, stay away from him when you see him." Li Yue reminded, and then muttered, "Isn't catching spies the job of the public security? Why are people from the Revolutionary Committee here too? Catching spies can make merit, and I guess everyone wants to make merit."
Su Mo explained to Li Yue.
Because she wanted to seek power, Su Mo flipped through history books tonight and made up for the power institutions of this period. Since the beginning of the movement, revolutionary committees have been established in various places to replace the original provincial, municipal, and county committees, but later, due to various reasons, some villains took advantage of the situation, and the work of the revolutionary committees was very chaotic. Therefore, many places began to re-establish new provincial, municipal, and county committees. The division of labor between the two leadership teams is not very clear, and everyone is naturally eager to do the work that produces results. For example, the Revolutionary Committee will naturally not let go of the work that can be meritorious by catching spies. After understanding the situation of the power institutions of this period, Su Mo became more and more determined to borrow power. In essence, she is just an ordinary person, but she has read books and learned some history, which gives her a little advantage over the people here. It may be possible in front of ordinary people, but it is still not enough in front of the big guys. Instead of squeezing in yourself, it is better to use this advantage and the knowledge of later generations to give your teammates an east wind. When they catch the wind, she can stand on the shoulders of the great men and look down on the humble cowards. For her teammates, in addition to the 3 candidates around her, it is best to choose some big guys with good character and outstanding contributions to cooperate with. This requires careful selection. Su Mo thought that maybe she could start with agriculture. Because she awakened the ability of wood planting, Su Mo collected many professional books on agriculture when she collected books in the end times. Although this novel is written very close to history, there are also some differences. It can be regarded as a parallel world of her world. Su Mo remembered that there was also a big man who improved the country's food problem in the book, but it seemed that he was not the one that everyone knew in her world. As for who it was, Su Mo couldn't remember it for a while. But she could go to the post office to subscribe to Science Bulletin to understand the level of agricultural research in this period. Then she would write a letter to test it out, ask the opinions of the big men around her, and then choose 1 or 2 big men with potential to cooperate. After all, the knowledge she learned from professional books was studied and demonstrated by countless researchers in later generations, which is far from comparable to the current research level. The sooner the country can get rid of the food shortage, the fewer people will starve. This matter is beneficial to the country, the people, her, and others. As long as the other party has a decent character, her contribution will not be erased. By then, the other party will gain big benefits, and she will also gain small benefits. The main thing is that the relationship is good enough, and if she needs help, the other party should not stand idly by. Of course, it is best not to ask for help. The brigade was noisy all night, and Li Yue did not go back. The mother and daughter fell asleep on Su Mo's Kong in a daze. However, they did not sleep well, and they woke up again at the slightest noise. Li Yue got up and went back at dawn. After all, there were still elderly people and children at home. She, Lu Qing'an, and the eldest brother came out again. Although she asked the second brother to keep an eye on them, she was still worried. After Li Yue left, Su Mo also got up. Su Mo took out professional books from the space and began to study seriously. More than 2 hours later, Li Yue came back again, and her face was not very good. Xiao Mo, you should stay at home and don't go out. I heard that many people were taken to the brigade headquarters for questioning last night. Li Yue was a little flustered, as many people she knew were taken away. Li Yue suddenly felt fortunate that she had a good son and a good husband, otherwise she might have been taken away as well. Su Mo nodded. Mom, don't worry, I'll stay at home. Li Yue leaned back on the Kong and sighed. I just heard from your father that Xiaolan came back early in the morning and is now being questioned at the brigade headquarters. Do you think that child has a problem with her brain? She doesn't come back normally, but now that we're catching spies, why is she back? In fact, Lu Xiaolan was also very wronged. She heard yesterday that a newspaper came to the brigade for an interview. It happened that she hadn't been home for a long time, so she applied to the director for a day off today. Early in the morning, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 kilograms of high-quality pork belly and bought candy and glutinous rice sticks. She was ready to go back to her mother's house to see her grandfather and parents and gossip. Unexpectedly, she was arrested as soon as she arrived near the brigade. She was also scared. Although her husband is a commune secretary, he has not been home since yesterday. She didn't know that the brigade was catching spies, so she walked into the trap. Fortunately, her father and brother still had some status, and they let her go back after a few questions. Lu Xiaolan returned to the Lu family with a pale face. No one responded when she called her mother. Instead, Lu Boming heard the voice and came out to greet her. Seeing that Lu Boming looked much better than before, Lu Xiaolan was very happy. Although she had heard Li Yue say it a long time ago, it was another thing to see it with her own eyes. Grandpa, you are really in good health? Oh, it's true. That's great. Lu Xiaolan circled around Lu Boming several times. Lu Boming was dizzy because of her and stopped her, saying, "You kid, you make me dizzy." Lu Xiaolan chuckled and raised the meat in her hand. "Grandpa, I cut the best pork belly and make braised pork for you at noon." Okay. Lu Boming was also very fond of his only granddaughter. The children were playing on the Kong, and when they heard Lu Xiaolan's voice, they put on their cotton-padded jackets and ran out.
Aunt.
Lu Xiaolan worked in the supply and marketing cooperative. Before she got married, she would bring snacks for the children every 3 or 5 days. After she got married, she never came back empty-handed every time, so the children liked her very much. Children just want to eat, and they will be nice to whoever gives them delicious food. "Aunt, you haven't been back for a long time." Lu Fengqin rushed over and hugged Lu Xiaolan. She was not much older than Lu Xiaolan, and Lu Xiaolan took care of her a lot when she was a child, so the two had a very good relationship. Lu Xiaolan touched her head and said with a smile, "I've been busy with work recently and have no holidays. When I'm not busy anymore, I'll come back more often." After that, she lifted the oil paper bag in her hand. "Line up, Annie brought you some delicious food." The children lined up with a smile, and Lu Xiaolan gave each of them 2 candies and some glutinous rice sticks. "Put the rest with your grandma, and let her give it to you later. Go back to the house quickly, it's cold outside." Lu Xiaolan rewrapped the rest. The children thanked them, happily took the things, and went back to the house. Lu Xiaolan also quickly helped Lu Boming back to the house. "Grandpa, where's my mother?" "She must have gone to Xiaoma. The village is in chaos now, and your third sister-in-law is alone, and your mother is worried," Lu Boming said. "Oh, what about my eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law?" "They all went out. They must have gone somewhere to chat." These two were carefree and left the children alone at home. "Grandpa, then you sit in the room. I'll go find my mother." "Go ahead." Lu Boming waved his hand. Lu Xiaolan first carried the things to the kitchen, thought for a while, and then took a bowl to put some glutinous rice noodles, and was about to go to Sumo's place. When passing by the first and second rooms, the children all leaned on the window to call her. "Aunt, where are you going?" "To your third aunt." Lu Guodong's eyes lit up. "Aunt, can I go with you?" "Sure, let's go." Lu Guodong quickly got off the Kong, put on his shoes, and ran out. Seeing his brother leave, Lu Guoyang followed him. Seeing that the second wife's family had left, the people from the first house also followed. So, Lu Xiaolan took the 5 children and went to Sumo's house in a mighty manner. Li Yue was frying chestnuts with Su and Mo in the house at this time. They added a little oil and sugar, and the whole house was filled with the sweet and sticky aroma of chestnuts. Lu Xiaolan smelled it as soon as she walked into the yard and asked loudly, "Mom, third sister-in-law, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." A group of idiots also ran in quickly, shouting as they ran, "Grandma, third aunt, we are here." Li Yue saw a group of people coming and frowned slightly, fried chestnuts. As soon as Lu Xiaolan entered the house, she felt warm. It's better to have a firewall to be more comfortable. Look how warm the house is. When it was built, it was she who suggested building a firewall. Handing the bowl to Su Mo, Lu Xiaolan smiled and said, "Third sister-in-law, I didn't buy anything, so I gave you some glutinous rice sticks." Su Mo took it with a smile. "I'm not a child anymore, so why do you have to bring me food? This glutinous rice stick is very good, and I just haven't eaten it before." Su Mo picked up one and ate it. It tasted good and was crispy. There are many snacks in later generations, and she has never eaten this. Seeing that Su Mo didn't dislike it, Lu Xiaolan was also happy. She was about to find a place to sit, but she was shocked when she saw it. "What are you going to do with a room full of mud?" "Third sister-in-law, what are you going to do?" "Growing vegetables so that you don't have to eat radishes and cabbages in winter,"
Su Mo said.
"Will this work?" Lu Xiaolan was surprised. "Why not? This room is warm, there is no wind or snow, and there is soil, so it will naturally grow. Li Wei said, your third sister-in-law is very smart. Yes, 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 look at my broken mouth, it can be done naturally. Lu Xiaolan laughed, and was secretly surprised in her heart. This third sister-in-law is amazing. Not only did she bewilder her third brother, but she also conquered her mother. Li Wei felt that her daughter's mouth was not reliable, and she did not tell her about the wild ginseng, so Lu Xiaolan did not know. Several children were surrounding the stove at this moment, slurping their saliva. They did not pick many chestnuts this year, and the adults kept them for cooking, so naturally they would not fry them for them to eat. Now, smelling the fragrance, they were really greedy. Su Mo looked at it funny, took a big basin, shoveled a full basin, and asked them to eat on the Kong in the West Room. After occupying the living room to grow vegetables, Su Mo also laid a Kong mat on the Kong in the West Room. When there were many people, they would entertain guests on the Kong in the West Room. When the Kong was heated, it would not feel cold. After bringing the things in, Su Mo quickly heated the Kong in the West Room. After frying the rest, Li Yue also shoveled a plate, and the three adults took another Kong table and sat on the Kong in the West Room to chat.
Mom, what's going on?
How come a newspaper came to interview us yesterday, and today they're arresting spies? Won't this advanced production brigade be eliminated by then? Lu Xiaolan asked in a low voice.
Puh, puh, puh.
You're such a bad mouth. Li Wei was so angry that she slapped Lu Xiaolan on the back. If they were really eliminated, her old man would probably die of anger. It took so many years of hard work to get this honor, and if it's really gone, it would be more than heartbreaking. Lu Xiaolan slapped him on the face a few times. I said the wrong thing again, with my broken mouth. Then she looked at Li Yue eagerly, waiting for her answer. It is said that the spy's hideout was discovered in the mountains, and the armed forces who were ambushing discovered the spy, but failed to catch him. So he escaped, so they came to the brigade to search. Escaped from our brigade? Or is he someone from our brigade? How should I know? Several brigades are searching at the same time. Who knows where he is? Li Yue waved her hand. Mom, you're great. You know that several teams are searching for you at the same time. You are a first-rate person at gathering information. Lu Xiaolan gave a thumbs up. Even her father didn't know much about the situation. Li Yue was a little embarrassed. Your third sister-in-law said it. Your third brother also told me. Su Mo quickly added.
Ah?
How did my third brother know? He is back. The army sent him to lead the team to deal with this matter. Lu Xiaolan smiled secretly. This man is really different after getting married. When doing a mission, he knows to choose someone who is close to home so that he can come back to see his wife. Third sister-in-law, does third brother reveal anything else? Lu Xiaolan asked. Su Mo was about to speak when an anxious call came from outside the yard. Third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law, is mother here with you? Li Yue stuck her head out and saw that it was Lu Hohot, so she said, I'm here, at the second brother's house. What's the matter? Lu Hohot heard Li Yue's voice and ran in. After entering the house, she heard a sound in the West Room and hurried to the West Room. As soon as she saw Li Yue, Lu Hohot burst into tears. Mom, you go find Dad and save my mother. My mother has just been taken away. Li Yue didn't care much. There are many people taken away for questioning in the brigade. There is nothing to be afraid of. They will be allowed to return after the questioning. No, my mother was taken away for questioning early in the morning and never came back. My brother just came back and said that my mother was pulled into a cart and taken away. Lu Hohot choked up. Mom, you go find Dad and save my mother. My mother can't be a spy. Li Yue was so shocked that the chestnuts in her hand fell. What did you say? Zhao Jiuxiang was taken away from the brigade by the people who were searching? Lu Hohot nodded with tears in her eyes. Mom, please, go find my dad and save my mom. As she said that, she bent her knees and was about to kneel down, but was quickly grabbed by Lu Xiaolan. Li Yue quickly got off the Kong, gritting her teeth in hatred. Don't cry first, I'll go and ask what's going on. But let me make it clear first, if your mother really did commit a crime, even gods can't save her. Your father is just the secretary of the 1st Brigade. How much power can he have? But please don't let it be that Zhao Jiuxiang, otherwise things will get out of hand. Not only will the advance team be gone, but the second son's job will probably be gone too. The future of the 2 grandsons might be affected. Spies are likely to be shot, so what good can the descendants of this spy do? The 5 children were also scared when they saw the adults like this. Seeing this, Li Yue said to Su Mo, Xiao Mo, these children will stay with you first. You take care of them. Mother will go and ask what's going on. After that, she and Lu Hohot left in a hurry. Lu Xiaolan was afraid that her mother would get anxious and angry, so she hurriedly followed. After everyone left, Lu Guodong asked nervously, Aunt San, is my grandma a spy? Su Mo touched his head. Aunt San doesn't know either. She had never seen Zhao Jiuxiang, so she really didn't know, and she only saw his back that day. Then can I still go to school in the future? Yes, Guodong, don't worry. Even if something really happens to your grandma, you are still your father's child. When he grew up, the environment was relaxed, and the impact was actually not that big. No one came back until lunchtime, so Su Mo made lunch first. She cooked corn porridge, fried some cabbage, and gave each person a steamed bun. Lu Changzheng saw the steamed buns yesterday, so Su Mo confiscated the space. She took away a basket for Lu Changzheng. In addition to the ones she ate yesterday, there was still one more basket. The children were uneasy, and even though they ate the steamed buns they had been longing for, they did not look happy. After dinner, Lu Fengqin took the initiative to help Su Mo wash the dishes, and while washing, she secretly asked Su Mo, "Third aunt, will there be any problem in our family?" Su Mo shook her head. Nothing will happen. Lu Fengqin breathed a sigh of relief and leaned close to her and whispered, "Third aunt, my eldest brother is very scared." Well, then you should comfort him more,
Su Mo said.
Lu Fengqin nodded, indicating that she could. Sumo saw that the children were all sitting on the Kong, and waiting like this was not a solution, so she asked about Lu Fengqin and Lu Guodong's homework. After asking, she told them fables she had heard when she was a child, such as the tortoise and the hare, the farmer and the snake, the crow drinks water, the wolf is coming, foolish old man moves the mountains, and so on. She asked questions while talking, which not only expanded their horizons, but also stimulated the children's thinking ability and enriched their imagination. It was the first time for the children to hear such a good story. They were all attracted and had no time to take care of other things. Especially the little fan Lu Guodong. His eyes lit up when he looked at Su Mo third and is really amazing. She knows martial arts and can tell such a good story. She is beautiful and gentle. How great it would be if third aunt was his mother. Seeing that they were fascinated by what she heard, Su Mo took the opportunity to remind them to read more and read well. But my mother said that it's enough to be able to recognize words. It's useless to read so many books now.
You all have to go to the countryside to farm,
Lu Fengqin asked carefully. Su Mo shook her head. Fengqin, this situation is only temporary. One day, those knowledgeable people will have the time to shine. If you don't study hard now, it will be too late to learn then. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Lu Fengqin listened and nodded, not quite understanding. On the other side, Li Yue, Lu Hohot and others were still waiting anxiously in the main hall of the Lu family, and Lu Yuji was also accompanying them. Lu Boming had also waited together before, but his body had just recovered, and the main hall was cold, so everyone asked him to go back to the house. They were in no mood to cook, so they just had some hot water and the steamed buns that Li Yue had steamed yesterday. Lu Hohot cried from time to time, and Li Yue wanted to slap her to death. After a long time, Lu Qing'an finally came back. Lu Hohot hurried to greet him. "Dad, how is it? Is my mother rescued?" Lu Qing'an waved his hands. His face was very bad. When the county cadres questioned them, the brigade cadres could not be present at all, and they would not tell them what was going on. He also smiled a lot, and a pack of good cigarettes was gone before someone let out a little bit of information. Someone got up at 2 or 3 o'clock the night before and saw your mother sneaking home. When questioned, Your mother refused to say what she was doing, so they took her to the police station for interrogation. Now Zhao Jiuxiang's family has been controlled at home and is not allowed to go out. The second daughter-in-law was not controlled because she was a married woman. If something really happened, she would probably be arrested. If Zhao Jiuxiang is really a spy, this is a big problem. The Advanced Production Brigade has a spy, and he is the relative of the brigade secretary. This is not a joke, and a group of people will have to suffer. Lu Hohat's legs softened and she fell to the ground in an instant, muttering, "My mother can't be a spy. It's impossible. She can't even read a single word. How can she be a spy?" She said this, but her face became paler and paler. She suddenly remembered that when she was a child, she seemed to hear her mother going out in the middle of the night several times while she was half asleep. After Zhao Jiuxiang was taken to the police station, she was so scared that she couldn't stand up. She was dragged into the police station. After entering the interrogation room, she was so scared that she wet her pants, which made the interrogator sick to death. However, even so, Zhao Jiuxiang still refused to say what she did that night, but just kept crying. "I'm not a spy. I didn't do anything bad. I'm not a spy. I didn't do anything bad." If she hadn't been burned, she would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow. The interrogators couldn't do anything with her for a while. They tried to torture her, but with her appearance, she probably couldn't take more than a few hits. It was not known whether she really had something to hide, or whether she was just a spy with a very strong psychological quality who pretended to be crazy. The interrogators had to detain Zhao Jiuxiang first and wait for more experienced people to come back for re-interrogation. If they couldn't get anything out of her, they would torture her again. Zhao Jiuxiang arrived at the detention room, squatted in a corner, and shivered like a sieve, half out of fear and half out of cold. But she really couldn't say anything. If she said anything, her son would never be able to hold his head up in the brigade for the rest of his life, and she would be finished with him. As long as she gritted her teeth, they would release her once they caught the real spy. In the afternoon, several more people were taken to the police station for interrogation. The commune police station was not big, with only 2 detention rooms. Those who were brought in were locked up here after the interrogation. Everyone hung their heads and squatted in a corner. Zhao Jiuxiang huddled up even more, trying to reduce her presence. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. She looked up, jumped up quickly, rushed over to grab the iron fence and shouted, his third uncle, save me, I'm not a spy, I'm not a spy." The voice was heartbreaking and extremely harsh. Lu Chongjing turned around and saw that it was Zhao Jiuxiang, the mother of his second sister-in-law. So he looked at the accompanying police officer with an inquiring look, and the police officer immediately told Lu Chongjing the situation. Lu Chongjing frowned, walked over, and said, "Aunt, you tell me the situation. As long as there is no problem after investigation, we will let you go back. We will not wrongly accuse any good person, but we will not let any criminal go." These words were not only said to Zhao Jiuxiang, but also to the other people imprisoned inside. Zhao Jiuxiang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, I'll tell you, but I'll only tell you. His third uncle, I'll only tell you." Lu Chongjing frowned and said, "Okay." He said to the 2 soldiers following behind him, "Take her to the interrogation room." Zhao Jiuxiang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart settled, and she stopped shaking. It's really easy to get things done with someone in the government. Although her little daughter gave little to the family, her husband's family was still good. At least they were powerful. If she hadn't met his third uncle, she would have been locked up here for 10 days and nights. The 2 soldiers took Zhao Jiuxiang to the interrogation room and left. There was a charcoal basin in the interrogation room, and the temperature was higher than that in the detention room. The smell on Zhao Jiuxiang became stronger. Zhao Jiuxiang wanted to get closer to Lu Chongjing, but when she smelled the on her body, she smiled awkwardly and silently stepped back a few steps. Lu Chongjing pointed to the interrogation chair and said to Zhao Jiuxiang, "Aunt, sit down." After Zhao Jiuxiang sat down, she smiled awkwardly and raised her handcuffed hands, saying, "His third uncle, can these handcuffs be undone? I'm really not a spy." Lu Chongjing did not answer, but said, "Tell me, aunt, what do you want to tell me?" Zhao Juxiang coughed awkwardly and lowered her voice. "I went to Lao Shida's house that night." "Oh, what did you do there?" Lu Chongjing took out a notebook and began to record. Zhao Juxiang didn't know how to start, and when she saw Lu Chongjing writing, she became anxious. "His third uncle, don't write. I only tell you that I am not a spy." Lu Chongjing still didn't stop writing, and said lightly, "What did you do at Lao Shida's house? Stealing? Or having an affair?" Zhao Juxiang began to feel uneasy. She felt that she seemed to have done something wrong. She shouldn't have thought that his third uncle was a relative, and that he would consider the relationship between relatives and cover up for her. Judging from his look, he might be willing to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. Zhao Juxiang kept silent again. Lu Chongjing looked up at her and saw that she was silent again, so he said, "Aunt, if you don't want to talk, I'll ask someone to find Lao Shitu, or find your uncle or Fu Bao to talk." Fu Bao is Zhao Juxiang's son. Zhao Juxiang gave birth to 5 daughters before this one son. She treated him like a treasure since he was a child and spoiled him. Sure enough, Zhao Juxiang got anxious when Fu Bao was mentioned. "His third uncle, you can't do this. We are relatives. If this matter gets out, my family will be in trouble and your family will lose face." Lu Chongjing sneered. They had already separated, so how could it affect his family? At most, his second brother would be embarrassed. But as for the wife he wanted to marry, he had to bear the consequences himself. "And if you tell the truth, I won't look for anyone. If you haven't committed any crime, I can ask someone to keep it a secret for you." Seeing that Lu Chongjing was going to arrest someone immediately if she didn't speak, Zhao Juxiang said in a mosquito-like voice, "No, I didn't steal anything. I just went to his house to chat for a while." But going to chat in the middle of the night, anyone could guess what they were doing.
No wonder they didn't dare to say it.
Now the style of work is strictly enforced. In rural terms, this is adultery, and they will be arrested, shaved into a yin-yang head, criticized, and paraded through the streets. If this kind of thing was discovered in normal times, the brigade would handle it privately and not report it. But it happened to be a special period for catching spies, so it was not easy to hide it. As for how to deal with it, it depends on the opinions of the commune cadres. Lu Chongjing guessed that this matter would most likely be suppressed and let the brigade handle it themselves. The county spent a lot of effort to invite so many news media to come, and they must want to show off their achievements. They will not let this matter discredit the advanced brigade. Therefore, he was not worried that the Lujia village brigade would be stripped of its title of advanced brigade because of this incident. Lu Chongjing did not continue to ask, but went out to have someone bring Zhao Juxiang back to the detention room and then asked someone to bring Lao Shitu. He would not only believe Zhao Juxiang's one-sided statement. Everything must be based on evidence, and the confessions of both parties must match. Lao Shitu has been uneasy since Zhao Juxiang was arrested. He is a widower. His wife and son died of illness a few years ago, and his 2 daughters have also married long ago. Now he is the only one at home. When he heard that the police were going to take him to the police station for questioning, he was so scared that he almost paralyzed. When he arrived at the police station, he didn't need to ask much. He just told everything like pouring beans. Although it is said that the village is big and there will be some dirty things, everyone's 3 views are still shocked. This old stone and Lu Hohat's father Lu Yuzhen were good friends, and they often visited his house. Zhao Juxiang was indeed good-looking when she was young, and as time went by, Lao Shitu began to have an idea. Seeing that Lu Hohat gave birth to daughters, Lao Shitu instigated Lu Yuzhen to come up with the idea of borrowing seeds. At that time, Lu Yuzhen was not able to hold his head up in the village because he had given birth to 5 daughters, and he had no heroic spirit. After being bewitched by Lao Shitu, he agreed. He also thought that it was better to give his brother a good deal than to give others a good deal, so he asked Lao Shitu to come. Zhao Juxiang was not able to hold her head up in front of her husband because she gave birth to daughters, so naturally, what he said was what he meant. As a result, I don't know if it was luck or something, but she really gave birth to a son. Now all 3 of them were happy. Lu Yuzhen had a son and had face. Zhao Juxiang had a son and had confidence. Lao Shi's wish was fulfilled, and he had another son who didn't have to raise himself. At first, they still lived their own lives. Later, Lao Shitu's wife and son died of illness one after another, so Lao Shitu put all his focus on Fubao and would give Fubao anything delicious, and the two families gradually became close again. Zhao Jiuxiang and Lao Shitu also slowly developed feelings for each other. It was a difficult time at that time, and Lu Yuzhen was happy to have someone to help raise his son, so he turned a blind eye and sometimes even covered up for them. It was precisely because of Lu Yougen's tacit approval that Zhao Jiuxiang and Lao Shitu were not discovered for so many years. Or maybe someone discovered them, but the person who discovered them was kind-hearted and didn't tell anyone. If it weren't for the spies being caught this time, it is estimated that this matter would not have been exposed. After hearing this, everyone was amazed in their hearts that there were such cuckolds in the world. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. After Lao Shitu was interrogated, he was also taken to the interrogation room and locked up, just in the same room as Zhao Jiuxiang. Zhao Jiuxiang was also surprised when she saw Lao Shitu. Why did they arrest you? Didn't she confess and then not arrest you? Suddenly, Zhao Jiuxiang thought of something and asked in horror. Did you tell everything? Did you tell about Fubao, too? Didn't you tell them first? If you didn't tell them, how could they arrest me? Lao Shitu was panicking. Zhao Jiuxiang raised her hand and hit Lao Shitu, crying as she hit him. I only told about going to your house that night, not Fubao. If you tell this, how will Fubao live in the brigade in the future? Her Fubao will be stabbed in the back in the future. Zhao Jiuxiang cried particularly sadly. She thought that at most she would admit to being an adulterer and be sent to a farm for labor reform. At that time, Fubao would break off the relationship with her and take the lead in criticizing her so that she could get sympathy in the future and live well in the brigade. Now that this old man has said everything, Fubao's background is not upright, and he will be drowned in spit in the future. Her Fubao has never suffered since he was a child. How can he not bear this? The more Zhao Jiuxiang thought about it, the sadder she became. She beat Lao Shitu without any mercy, and she hated Lu Changzheng at the same time. They were all relatives, so it would be fine if he didn't help her, but he hurt her like this. After a whole day of searching and interrogation, there was not much clue about the spy, but a lot of lawbreakers were found. There were a total of 5 production brigades along the mountain, and there were 3 couples of adulterers, including Zhao Jiuxiang and her husband. Maybe because it was the beginning of winter, everyone had nothing to do, so they had more tricks. They also caught 2 young men who went to the black market to sell wild boars in the middle of the night. It was unlucky for these 2 young men. They had just thought that they could go to the mountains to see if they could hunt pheasants, rabbits, etc. when it snowed. As a result, they happened to run into the wild boar that was injured by the stray bullet of the minions that day. The wild boar had been enduring for so many days after being shot, and it was already at the end of its strength. It was quickly dealt with by the 2 young men. Seeing such a big wild boar, the 2 men were reluctant to hand it over to the public, so they kept it and carried it to the black market to sell it at night. As a result, he ran into someone when he came back. He originally gave some hush money, and the matter would have been over. But he happened to encounter the arrest of spies, and he was confessed just like that. It was really fate. Another one was a warehouse keeper of the production team. He stole the grain of the production team. After reading these confessions, Lu Chongjing asked someone to copy a rough copy and send it to Geng Chongqing. These people will be handed over to the local authorities to deal with them. After reading the confessions, Geng Chongqing asked his secretary Fu Ming to go to the police station. He asked the police station to find a place to lock these people up first and deal with them after the spies' matter was resolved. Geng Chongqing has been thinking about what is there in their Hongqi commune that deserves the attention of spies these days. Qingxi County is just an ordinary small county. It is not on the border, and there is no secret research base. There are no pillar industries and no minerals. Hongqi commune is even poorer. When he first came, many brigades could not even get enough food. But it happened that in such a poor place, the spies built a den. If it was left over from the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, it would be easy to explain. However, various traces indicate that this den was newly built in recent years. So, what is here? Although the large search force has withdrawn, the entrances and exits of the brigade are still guarded, and each member is required to stay in the brigade. Without special circumstances, they cannot go out. Those who need to go to work must have a certificate signed by the brigade cadres before they can be released. Lu Xiaolan simply did not go back to her husband's house. She stayed at home for one night and went to work from the brigade early tomorrow morning. In the evening, Li Yue sent Lu Xiaolan to accompany Su Mo. Lu Xiaolan lay on the warm Kong, covered with a soft quilt, and sighed. New Kong and new quilt are still better, so comfortable. Her husband's house was built many years ago. Although the Kong dust was swept every year, it was not as warm as a new one. Third sister-in-law, is this quilt of yours made by our commune? It's really soft. Sumo's eyes flashed uncomfortably, and she replied, well, the master must have performed exceptionally well. This bed is made very well. The spare bed in the west room is not so good. The quilt she is covering now is the one she brought with her in the last days. So that's how it is. I was wondering when I got married, the quilt was also made by the commune, but why wasn't it as soft as this one?
I'm lucky.
I compared the two and decided to use this one because I think it's the best. How is your family now? Su Mo changed the subject. Lu Xiaolan sighed. What can we do? They've all been arrested. They won't be released easily unless they can find out anything. I don't know what Aunt Jiuxiang is doing. Why is she wandering around in the middle of the night? Lu Xiaolan also felt that Zhao Jiuxiang couldn't be a spy. She didn't look like a spy. If she said she went to steal things, she would believe it. What about the second sister-in-law? Didn't she make a scene at home? She felt that with Lu Hohat's personality, it was very likely that she would make a scene at home and ask Lu Qing'an to save people. She didn't make a scene, but she was probably scared. Her face was pale, and she looked pitiful. If this Aunt Jiuxiang is really a spy, then they, the children, are doomed. Guodong and Guoyang will probably be implicated as well. Her second brother did have a way out. If he was a little ruthless, he could just divorce and sever the relationship so that he would not be affected. Third sister-in-law, why do you think the spies would set up a hideout in our commune? To be honest, our lives have only gotten better in the past few years. In the past few years, many people still couldn't get enough to eat. I remember when second sister-in-law just got married, Aunt Jiuxiang often came to our house to borrow food, but mother wouldn't let her. She said that their family of 3 didn't have enough food to eat, and there were so many people in our family, it would be even less. Aunt Jiuxiang came a few times and didn't borrow any, so she never came again. At that time, our family hadn't built a house yet. We were very poor. We had a total of 4 adobe houses. My eldest brother and his sister-in-law lived in one room, my second brother and his sister-in-law lived in one room, and my parents, grandfather, and I lived in one room. Lu Xiaolan talked to Su Mo about the past. It's a good thing that third brother went to the army, otherwise he would have nowhere to live. Before the house was built, he would stay at Brother Guoping's house when he came back to visit his family. Su Mo suddenly felt sorry for Lu Chongzheng. When he was a soldier, he fought hard outside and sent a lot of money home. But when he returned home, he didn't even have a place to live. No wonder he only came back once every few years. But he felt a little strange, so he asked, wasn't your family a gentry before? How come there are only 4 adobe houses? The brigade headquarters is the house we had before. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, my grandfather handed over the land to the state. Later, after the collectivization, warehouses were built, and it became the current brigade headquarters. My brothers have an impression, but I don't remember it very well. Since I can remember, I seem to have lived in this adobe house.
Shumo understood.
Lu Boming, like Su Zhongli, is smart and sees the world clearly. Voluntarily handing over and being fought and divided, the nature is different. What was your third brother like when he was a child? After listening to Lu Xiaolan talking about the past, Su Mo suddenly wanted to know about Lu Chongzheng's past. My third brother has been handsome and smart since he was young. He is the best looking and smartest among us siblings. Speaking of this, Lu Xiaolan became interested and began to praise Lu Chongjing. He studied and always ranked first in the exams. He was admitted to university, but he didn't go and chose to join the army.
My father was very angry at the time.
It was only because of my grandfather's support that my father agreed. Su Mo didn't expect Lu Chongjing to be admitted to university, but fortunately, he chose to join the army at that time. Otherwise, he might be doing construction somewhere in the northwest now. My third brother is smart not only in studying. Every year during the autumn harvest, he can always take us to find large areas of hazel mushrooms, walnuts, and chestnuts. Every time during the autumn harvest, my family has a good harvest. Sometimes, we can find some pheasant eggs, catch wild rabbits, and the like. Mom told me today that you and my third brother are both blessed people. Lu Xiaolan smiled. As Lu Chongjing expected, that night, a phone call came to Geng Chongqing, asking him to keep the matter of the advanced brigade low-key. After hanging up the phone, Geng Chongqing pinched his brows tiredly, walked to the window, looked at the dark night outside and the occasional dim light, and fell into deep thought. I don't know if he is suspicious. He always feels that there seems to be an invisible black hand behind this. He has to re-examine his choice now. Is it really the right choice to continue to lie dormant in the Red Flag commune? The next day, after Lu Xiaolan went to work, Su Mo still took out books to study at home. Although she had read these books in a hurry at the end of the world, she still gained a lot from reading them carefully now. Tired of reading professional books, Su Mo took out the book Essential Skills for Crossing and started reading it. Although this book has some entertainment elements, there are many methods in it that can still be used as reference. Su Mo turned to the part about finding mineral veins and began to compare them one by one. Then she took out the stone she had picked up from the space and broke it with great effort. When she looked at it carefully against the sunlight, there was indeed some scattered golden light. This stone was picked up by a stream on her last day, when she went up the mountain. When the sunlight shone down, she saw that it looked a little different. It seemed to be a little golden when it was facing the sun, so she picked it up and put it into the space. She was in a hurry to find a place to charge the battery, so she thought about coming back the next day. As a result, she ran into the minions that day and never went up the mountain again. From the knowledge recorded in the book, combined with the stones she picked up, Su Mo guessed that there might be orogenic gold mines on this mountain. But to know whether there are any, she had to go back to the mountain and continue looking along the stream. If there are many stones with scattered golden light, there is a gold mine in 9 out of 10 cases. I don't know if this has anything to do with the spies building a nest here. Guizhou Province, Military District Family Compound, Su Family Study. After Su Tingda read the secret report, his face was so dark that ink could drip out. He slapped the table with his palm, which scared Sui Yuan. Sui Yuan, who was originally in a trance, immediately sat up straight, not daring to breathe too loudly. After a while, Su Tingda said to Sui Chen, "Go and call your mother up." When Fu Manhwa came, Su Tingda closed the door tightly and told the mother and son in a low voice about Su Zhongli hiding something. He also told them that Su Tingqian was targeted because of this. After hearing this, the three were also very shocked. Especially Fu Manhua, she felt a little uncomfortable. They have been married for so many years, and the eldest daughter is already 25 years old. This old Su is still on guard against her. Only now did he tell her the truth. With the greed of those people, in addition to staring at the brother-in-law, they will definitely not let go of this side. The situation of their family is far more dangerous than she thought. This is the secret report I just received. Those people have searched inside and outside the 3 villas for several times, but have not found anything yet. Now they have sent a second group of people to the north. Su Tingda handed the secret report to a few people to read, and after reading it, he burned it with a fire. I will call Chongqing later and ask him to remind Momo and the others. But they can't continue to look for it in Haishur like this. No matter how well the things are hidden, they will be found one day if they look for them like this. They have to go there as soon as possible and take the house back. Now the house is tacitly in the name of Su Tingqian. He is a transferred personnel, and they dare to do whatever they want. But if the house is returned to his name, Su Tingda, They will not dare to do anything so blatantly. He had planned to let his wife go to Haishur before, but now those people are so rampant that they dare to openly send people to Hejeong province to murder people. Who knows how dangerous Haishur is, and it is not safe for his wife to go. Well, I will ask for leave from the organization in a few days and go to Haishur.
Su Tingda said.
No, you can't leave. Fu Manhwa stopped him immediately. You have to keep an eye on it here. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. I'll go. It's not safe for you to go. Dad, I'll go with Mom. Sui Chen said. He hadn't had a vacation in several years, so it was okay to take a vacation at this time. His eldest son was steady and had good fighting skills, so it would be fine to have him accompany him. Okay, then you and your son will go. Su Tingda said, take a few more days off and go to the north to see Momo.
Shu Chen nodded.
He would find a chance to go without his father telling him. His uncle's family and Uncle Gung were all there, not to mention that his younger sister was married there. How could he feel at ease if he didn't go and see her? I have some things to deal with in the hospital, so let's leave in 3 days. Fu Manhwa estimated his time. Sui Chen had no objection. He was not busy during this period, so it was easy for him to take a leave. Lu Hohat waited anxiously for a day, but her mother was still not released, and her father and brother were still under control at home. She didn't know where she heard the news about Lu Chongjing, and she went to Lu Qing'an crying again. Dad, go find my third brother and ask him to release my mother. If my mother is really sentenced, we, as children, have no future. We are not afraid of the impact, but Guodong and Guoyang are still young, and they still have a long life ahead of them. We can't let them be affected. If Zhao Jiuxiang didn't commit a crime, the third brother would naturally release her. If she really committed a crime, the third brother would not be partial to her. He would sentence her as she should.
Liu scolded impatiently.
What about Guodong and Guoyang? Their future. What else can we do? Cut off the relationship with Zhao Jiuxiang. If that doesn't work, cut off the relationship with you as a mother. This is threatening them with the future of the 2 children. Lu Hohat choked and dared not say anything more. She started crying again. Li Yue was furious when she heard this, and she hid at Sumo's place at night. She complained to Su Mo, and Su Mo knew that this was how the second wife got married. It must be said that they were really brave. If any step was not handled properly, the 2 of them might be arrested for their work style. After complaining, Li Yue felt relieved. She told Su Mo some things about the brigade. Seeing that it was getting late, she prepared to go back and rest. Just as she walked to the gate of the courtyard, she vaguely saw a tall figure walking towards here. She quickly grabbed a wooden stick and shouted, "Who?" "Mom, it's me," Lu Chongjing replied. "Third brother? Why are you back?" "Everything has been arranged. I came back to rest tonight." Mainly because Gung Chongqing asked him to help send a letter to Su Mo, he took the opportunity to come back to see his wife. "Have you gone home?"
Liu asked.
Lu Chongjing shook his head. "It's late, so I didn't go back. I'll go over to check tomorrow morning." "Don't go back. Your second sister-in-law is not in a clear mind. If you go back, she might ask you to release her mother," Li Yue said, and then lowered her voice and asked, "Is Zhao Jiuxiang really a spy?"
"No."
"Then what did she do wrong?" Seeing Su Mo also pushed the door open, Lu Chongjing hurriedly said, "Mom, let's go in and talk." After listening to Lu Chongjing's words, Li Yue was almost petrified and even spit several times. Su Mo was not too surprised. After all, she had heard of even more shameless things. This matter is only considered a crime in this era because it is strictly punished. In later generations, it is a moral issue. You really need to clean your ears. A family of filthy people, they can do such a thing. It is possible that Lu Hohat seduced the second son to do such a thing. "Third brother, what should we do now? Will we be arrested, criticized, and paraded through the streets? Can we still keep the title of Advanced Brigade?" "The title can be kept. The county leaders told us to handle it in a low profile," Lu Chongjing said. He got the exact information from Gung Chongqing. The specific way to deal with it will have to wait until the spy issue is resolved, and then the commune will decide. These days, they will be locked up in the police station first. Hearing that her reputation could be saved, Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she thought of the scandal, her brain blood rushed up again. After all, they were married, and when the time came, the whole team would know about it, and their family would also lose face. The second son that married A. Not only did he mess up the family, but his family also had such a bad style. Fortunately, they didn't have a daughter, otherwise, with such a grandmother, it would be difficult to talk about her in-laws in the future. I'll go back and talk to your father. He's worried about his reputation being taken away, and he's been so worried that he can't eat these 2 days. Li Yue hurried back. After Li Yue left, Lu Chongjing took out an envelope from his pocket and gave it to Su Mo wife. This is what Secretary Gung asked me to bring to you. Gung Chongqing has been very busy recently and can't leave at all. After receiving Su Tingda's call, he was thinking about how to inform Su Mo. It happened that Lu Chongzheng had something to talk to him about, and after asking him about it after returning home tonight, he asked him to bring a letter to Su Mo. Gung Chongqing rarely looked for her at ordinary times, and he suddenly wrote to her, so there must be something urgent. After Su Mo took it, she hurriedly opened it and read it. There were only 2 lines of words, saying that Heisher No. 6 had sent people to the north again, asking her to be careful. Today is the 10th. Su Mo calculated the time and estimated that the minion should arrive tomorrow. I don't know if Gung Chongqing will go to notify the cowshed. Thinking of Lu Chongjing's previous words that he had sent people for protection, Su Mo hurried out. After Lu Chongjing gave Su Mo the letter, he went out to make a fire and boil water. He hadn't taken a shower for several days. He didn't dare to be so dirty when sleeping in the same bed with his wife. Seeing his wife coming out, she looked a little anxious, so he asked, "What's the matter?" Su Mo showed the letter to Lu Chongjing. "Are the people you sent to protect your parents still there? Don't let the people sent by Gung Chongqing be caught. They're still there, wife, don't worry." Lu Chongjing quickly comforted Su Mo. "Uncle Gung may send people to the cowshed, don't let them be caught. The commune has been very busy these days. He probably can't send anyone today. I'll talk to my parents, and I'll talk to Secretary Gung tomorrow."
Okay.
Su Mo curled her lips. It was good to have someone to help with things. "Wife, don't worry. There are many people lying in ambush at the intersections in the mountains and hills around here. As soon as they show up, they will be caught." Su Mo felt a little relieved and reminded, "They are carrying guns, you have to be careful." "Okay." Lu Chongjing nodded. If he didn't arrest the strangers carrying guns, who else could he arrest? He couldn't even be said to be partial, he was completely eliminating harm for the people. In order to prevent those people from noticing something unusual and not taking action, he was going to ambush near the station tomorrow. The main thing was that they came by public transportation, and he would definitely catch them as soon as they got off the bus. "Are you hungry? Do you want me to get you something to eat?" Su Mo asked. Lu Chongjing felt relieved, or his wife felt sorry for him. "You can have more if you have food," Lu Chongjing said. He only ate 2 steamed buns tonight, and he had digested them long ago after walking all the way back. "Okay, then I'll make you a cured meat clay pot rice,"
Su Mo said.
She even left some of the cured meat and sausage that Lu Chongjing had bought before. What kind of rice? Lu Chongjing had never heard of it. The southern way of eating is especially delicious. You'll know when you eat it, Su Mo said as she lit the small stove, took a clay pot and washed it, brushed some oil on the wall of the pot, put the cleaned rice in it, added appropriate amount of water, and let it cook. Then she went to cut some bacon and sausage, and when the rice was almost cooked, she put the meat on top. It would have tasted better with chopped green onions and coriander, but Lu Chongjing was at home, and it was not convenient to get them from the space. Su Mo went to pluck 2 cabbage leaves, cut them finely and put them on top, and finally poured some soy sauce on them. When Lu Chongjing came out of the west room after taking a shower, he smelled the fragrant smell, which made him drool. After eating the fragrant clay pot rice, Lu Chongjing stroked his belly and sighed. It was still better to be at home. After cleaning up, Lu Chongjing entered the house and found his wife sitting on the kong in a daze, so he asked, "What's the matter?" Su Mo shook her head to indicate that nothing happened. In fact, she was wondering why High City was so anxious to send a second wave of people after the first failure. The things are there. Can't they just look for them slowly? Unless they have a reason to get these things as soon as possible. Su Mo had read in a book before that during this period, many people took advantage of their positions to engage in the smuggling of cultural relics. Su Mo seriously suspected that those people might be in a hurry to attack the Su family because there was a gap in the things agreed with the trading party. Not only Su Mo, but also Su Tingda's family had such suspicions. Su Tingda also sent a secret report to the people in High City, asking them to collect evidence in this regard and report directly to the central government when the time comes. Seeing that Su Mo didn't want to say anything, Lu Chongzheng didn't ask much. But he also had some guesses in his heart. I'm afraid that his father-in-law might have more than just money, otherwise people from that side wouldn't have come so quickly. The two lay in bed and didn't speak for a while. After a long while, Lu Chongzheng turned around, took Su Mo in his arms and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lu Chongzheng had hardly slept these past few days. Now he was lying on the warm kong with his lovely wife in his arms, and he fell asleep in a short while. Su Mo listened to her breathing behind her and gradually fell asleep. Before 4 o'clock, Lu Chongzheng got up. Seeing Su Mo also got up, Lu Chongzheng hurriedly held her down. "You continue to sleep. Don't worry about me. I'll get up and make you something to eat." "No, I can do it myself." It sounded like it was snowing again outside, and he couldn't bear to let his wife get up so early and suffer the cold. "There are a few buns in the steamer in the west room. Heat them up and take them away. I'll get up and make them myself." Seeing that Lu Chongzheng would not give in, Su Mo did not insist. After Lu Chongzheng got up, he boiled some hot water to steam the buns, then went out with them. He had to go to the cowshed first, tell the story, and flatter his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After all, he did not leave a good impression when they first met. Then he had to hurry to the commune and arrange everything. This time, he would chop off one of their hands again, hoping that they would have some peace and quiet for a few days. This time they sent one more person than last time. The 3 minions could never have imagined that someone was already waiting to catch them here before they even arrived. When Lu Chongzheng arrived at Lijiao, he first went to ask the 2 people who stayed here about the situation. After all, internally, he said that he got the news from here, and if the spies had secret stakes among those cadres, they might attack here. Before leaving, Lu Chongzheng gave the 2 men a bun. He wrapped the buns in straw paper and kept them in his pocket. They were still warm. When the 2 young men saw the buns, their eyes sparkled. They had eaten these buns 2 days ago, and they were so delicious. They had been watching here yesterday and had eaten cold water with hard steamed bread. Now they had a hot bun to eat, which was really great. You two should stay alert and watch here carefully. It shouldn't take too long. Lu Chongzheng said, "I'll go over there and ask about the situation." When Lu Chongzheng arrived at the cowshed, Su Tingqian and the others had just gotten up for a while. They were holding straw and preparing to feed the cows and donkeys. Lu Chongzheng stepped forward and took the straw from Su Tingqian. Xiao Ding and the man from Beijing City were very tactful and moved away. Lu Chongzheng smiled and lowered his voice. "Dad, I'll do it. I have the buns made by Momo in my pocket. They are still hot. You can eat them with your mother first." Su Tingqian glanced at him, and the more he looked at him, the more annoyed he became. He really didn't want to admit that this man was his son-in-law. How could he look like a soldier? Maybe Momo was threatened by him to marry him. Su Tingqian ignored him and went to feed the cows first. Lu Chongzheng was not angry and still helped Su Tingqian with a smile. After feeding the cows, Su Tingqian said, "Don't come here if you have nothing to do." Lu Chongzheng quickly said, "Something happened. Momo asked me to give you a message. Then go back to the room and talk." Su Tingqian said. Lu Chongzheng followed Su Tingqian back to the room, secretly happy in his heart. It seems that the impression was better, and he was allowed to go back to the room. When he got to the room, Lu Chongzheng lowered his voice and repeated the matter of Geng Chongqing writing a note. After Su Tingqian heard it, he hated it so much. Those people really wouldn't stop until they were forced to death. Su Tingqian was furious, turned around and found Lu Chongzheng with a curled mouth, so he asked coldly, "Are you happy to see my family being hunted down?" Lu Chongzheng's curled mouth corners collapsed instantly. Isn't it that he looks very serious when he doesn't smile, and he looks more friendly when he smiles, and he didn't pay attention to the timing for a while. Sure enough, the father-in-law is the natural enemy of the son-in-law. How is it possible I'm worried? I'm happy because I thought of a strategy to defeat the enemy. Lu Chongzheng quickly told Su Tingqian about his plan. Will this have any impact on you?
No.
They came here with ill intentions, and I am also getting rid of harm for the people. Lu Chongzheng said. Who knows how many innocent people died at the hands of this group of minions? Then you should be more careful. That group of people are not good people, they are all armed. Su Tingqian warned.
I know.
Lu Chongzheng nodded seriously. He would not joke with the lives of his colleagues. Don't always be so frivolous as a soldier. You should be serious and upright. Su Tingqian couldn't help but say one more sentence. This cheap son-in-law is the person Momo is going to live with for the rest of her life, so he naturally hopes the best for him. When Lu Chongzheng heard that his father-in-law actually started to make plans for him, he couldn't help but want to curl his lips again, and he finally suppressed it. Yes, Dad is right, but I only do this in front of my own people. In front of outsiders, I am always cold-faced and fierce. Su Tingqian glanced at Lu Chongzheng with a little disdain. They met for the first time just 2 days ago. He still remembered his ruffian look very clearly. He didn't look cold and fierce at all. After currying favor in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Lu Chongzheng rushed to the commune to make relevant arrangements. Haisher was not as arrogant this time as last time. He sent good people and gave each of them a reasonable fake identity. The 3 of them had a bumpy journey, changed 3 trains and 1 bus, and finally arrived in Qingxi County. Unexpectedly, they were caught as soon as they walked out of the bus station. The 3 of them were confused, and they were relieved when they heard the other party say that they were catching spies. The leader smiled and said, Comrade, you misunderstood. We are not spies. We came here from Haisher to do business. We have letters of introduction and work permits in our pockets.
You can take them out and see.
Lu Chongzheng took out a letter of introduction and a work permit from Haisher Public Security Bureau from the man's pocket. The picture is from the internet. Please delete if infringed. Lu Chongzheng collected these and said, take them back first. If Haisher verifies your identities, they will naturally let you go. Then he gave his eyes and signaled his men to search the 3 people. Soon, 3 silenced pistols and several bullets were found on the 3 people. The 3 people did not expect to be so unlucky to encounter a spy arrest here as soon as they arrived, but they could only be taken back in frustration. Fortunately, they made full preparations this time. At most, they will be detained for 2 days, and then they can be released. On the way back, Lu Chongzheng was a little worried. If Haisher verified the identity correctly, they would have to release the person. At most, they could only detain him for a few more days. When he arrived at the County Public Security Bureau, Lu Chongzheng called the Public Security Bureau in Haisher. He was really lucky. The call was finally transferred to the deputy director, and this deputy director was the one who sent the secret report to Su Tingda. Upon hearing this, he immediately said that the Haisher Public Security Bureau did not have these 3 people. It was probably spies pretending to be them. They must down on them, track down their superiors, and safeguard national security. After hearing this, Lu Chongzheng almost laughed out loud. It was really God's help. When Lu Chongzheng called, the director of the Qingxi County Public Security Bureau was also beside him, and his expression immediately became solemn. Their Qingxi County had been stable for many years. Suddenly, spies came one after another. All of them were carrying guns, and even their identities were forged. Fortunately, the comrades of the People's Liberation Army were alert, arrested the people, and verified their identities. If someone is careless and lets him go just because he sees his work permit, how much harm will this cause? The director was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had to give all the police officers in the county a heads up, and everyone had to raise their safety awareness. Lu Chongjing handed the interrogation over to the Public Security Bureau and told them to use whatever means to find out who the spy was contacting here. After all, the purpose of coming here with a silencer must be great. Maybe he is here to assassinate the cadres. At the same time, they were reminded to be careful to identify and prevent the spies from jumping over the wall and biting randomly. The director was sweating coldly. He immediately summoned his men, separated the three people, and interrogated them severely. The three people really had a hard time. They had obviously arranged everything. Why did Haishur suddenly not recognize their identities? They were not spies, so how could they know who to contact? But they couldn't say their purpose. Once they said it, their fate would not be better than being identified as spies. Who is not afraid of Haishur Dark Prison? Now they can only grit their teeth and insist that they are from Haishur Public Security Bureau and let them call again. There must be a problem in some link. They didn't ask the right person. As long as one person recognized their identity, they could get away. How could they know that the deputy director of Haishur had already arranged that all calls from Qingxi County would be transferred to him? 2 days later, the guards at the entrance and exit of the brigade withdrew, saying that the spies had been caught. Even the guards at Lu Yogan's house left. When Lu Hohat learned about it, she breathed a sigh of relief. After living in fear for several days, she almost thought her mother was a spy, but fortunately, she wasn't. Lu Hohat scooped 2 bowls of white flour from home and carried them to her mother's house. Her mother had been locked up for so many days, and it was time for her to be released today. Her sisters had all married to other villages and couldn't help, so she had to go back to help clean up the house and make a bowl of noodles for her mother to get rid of the bad luck. When she got home, Lu Hohat went in and called Dad several times, but no one answered. Instead, a weak voice came from Lu Fubao's room. Lu Hohat hurried in and was shocked to see Lu Fubao lying on the Kong with a pale face. "Fubao, what's wrong with you?" "Fifth sister, cook me something to eat, I'm starving." "What? How long have you been hungry? Didn't Dad cook for you?" Lu Fubao shook his head. Lu Hohat was shocked. Her father always held Fubao in the palm of his hand. How could he bear to let him starve? Lu Hohat couldn't figure it out, but she hurried out to cook for Lu Fubao, but found that the cabinet was locked. She had to use the white flour she brought to make a bowl of noodles for Lu Fubao. Lu Fubao had been hungry for almost 2 days, and now that he was eating white noodles, his tears were falling as he ate. "Oh, eat slowly. What's wrong? Did you have a fight with Dad?" Lu Hohat felt very distressed. Because they were taught to love their younger brother since childhood, the 5 sisters of Lu Hohat loved Lu Fubao very much. Lu Fubao finished eating the white flour, wiped his mouth, and said, "I don't know what happened to my father. He suddenly ignored me and didn't give me food." "Fifth sister, do you think my father was possessed by evil spirits?" Lu Hohat covered Lu Fubao's mouth. "Fubao, don't say anything nonsense. This is feudal superstition. Maybe my mother was arrested and my father was worried, so he didn't take care of you. But he ate every meal, and he picked the good ones to eat. Every meal was white rice and scrambled eggs, and even the bacon was steamed and eaten by him." Lu Hohat. Her heart, which had just been put down, began to hang again. Thinking of the contemptuous look that Li Wei gave her when she looked at her these 2 days, Lu Hohat always felt that something big was going to happen at home. "Where is Dad? Where did Dad go?" Lu Fubao shook his head. "I don't know. After those people left, he followed them out." "You stay at home. I'll go out to look for them." Lu Hohat hurried out. It snowed intermittently for 2 days. Although it was not very heavy, most people stayed at home and did not go out. Lu Hohat asked several families, but they all said they had not seen her father. She looked around the brigade, but still could not see him. When she asked a family at the head of the village, the family said that they seemed to have seen her father go out. "I guess he might have gone to pick up your mother," the uncle said. Lu Hohat thought about it and thought it was possible, so she went back. Lu Hohat told Lu Fubao that if his parents came back, he should call her, and then she went back to her own home. There were 2 children at home, and Lu Weiguo would also need to eat after work, so she had to go back and do the housework first. However, until the evening, Lu Fubao did not come to call her. Lu Hohot was worried and hurried over again. The house was still dark, and Lu Fubao was full and was sleeping soundly on the Kong. Lu Hohot woke him up and asked, "Have your parents come back?" Lu Fubao shook his head. "Fifth sister, what should I do tonight?" Lu Hohot sighed, went to the cellar to get some sweet potatoes and put them in the pot to cook. "I cooked some sweet potatoes for you. You can light the fire yourself and eat them when they are ready." After saying that, she hurried away, feeling very uneasy. When she got home, she happened to meet Lu Weigua coming back from work, so she hurriedly asked, "Weigua, did you see my parents on the way back?" Her mother worked at the commune police station, and Lu Weigua also worked in the commune. If he had come back, he should have seen them on the way. Lu Weigua shook his head. "It's snowing now, and there is no one on the road except us who are working." Lu Hohot muttered, "This shouldn't be. Did something happen again?" So she hurried to the main house again to find Lu Qing'an. "Dad, why hasn't my mother been released yet?" After hearing what Li Yue said about that incident, Lu Qing'an also felt very ashamed. When people from the brigade outside talked about this, they would definitely mention the in-laws of the brigade's secretary of Lujia village. What bad luck did he have to face such a thing? Therefore, he didn't have a good face for Lu Hohot. "Your mother can't be released."
Why?
"The guards at home have been withdrawn, which means my mother is not a spy." "Your mother is indeed not a spy, but she didn't do anything good either." Lu Qing'an snorted. "What did my mother do?" Lu Qing'an was too embarrassed to say it, and when he saw Li Yue coming from the kitchen, he asked Li Yue to speak. When Li Yue finished speaking, Lu Hohot was completely stunned, not knowing what to do for a while, and returned home in a daze, sitting on the stool, without saying a word. Lu Weigua had also followed and listened to it just now. He was also very ashamed that his in-laws did such a thing. He also sat on the stool with his head down. Although the two boys were growling with hunger, they didn't dare to say anything when they saw their parents like this, so they had to sit back on the Kong. Suddenly, Lu Hohot stood up, yelling "not right," and rushed out of the house. Lu Weigua asked several times, "What are you doing?" But when he saw that she ignored him, he ignored her. Seeing that there were steamed vegetables and corn porridge in the pot, he scooped them up and brought them to the Kong to invite the two boys to eat. Before they finished eating, they saw Lu Hohot rushing back again. "Weigua, my father went out this afternoon and hasn't come back yet," Lu Hohot said in a crying voice. "I looked for him in the brigade this afternoon, but he wasn't there. Someone at the village seemed to have seen him leaving the village. I thought." "Weigua, do you think my father might have had an accident?" Lu Hohot said, tears falling. Lu Weigua also realized that something was wrong and quickly put down the bowl, explain it clearly. Lu Hohot told him everything that had happened since she went to her mother's house in the afternoon. Although the word order was a bit messy, Lu Weigua understood it. His heart skipped a beat, and he was afraid that something had really happened. "Wait a minute, I'll go tell Dad," Lu Weigua said quickly. After listening to what Lu Weigua said, Lu Qing'an was almost angry to death. What happened? Things happened one after another. But he still hurried to go to Lu Baogua's house to tell the matter, and then quickly gathered the young and strong men in the brigade, lit torches, and started looking for people. In less than an hour, someone who went up the mountain to look for him came down to report that he had found him. But the man had hanged himself, and his body was frozen stiff. After hearing this, Lu Hohot fainted as she served. Lu Fubao was also stunned, not knowing what to do. Someone was killed, and it was a sensitive time to catch spies. The brigade cadres did not dare to act on their own, so they asked someone to ride a bicycle to the commune police station to report the situation. After the police station people came, they first went to the place where Lu Yuzhen hanged himself to check the situation. After confirming that it was suicide, they put the body down and asked people to move it back to his home. In this situation, the brigade cadres did not know how to deal with it for a while. The daughters are all married, the son is useless and not his own, and the wife is still imprisoned. It's really a mess. "Brother, why don't you let Weigua take the initiative to deal with it?"
The funeral has to be dealt with,
Lu Baogua said carefully. "It's really annoying for old man Lu Qing'an to have such an in-law." Lu Qing'an gritted his teeth and nodded. This is the only way now. No matter what, the person is dead. As a son-in-law from the same village, there is no one in charge of the family. He has to take the responsibility and bury the person first. The news of Zhao Jiexiang and Lao Shita's affair has not spread yet, and the villagers don't understand why Lu Yuzhen suddenly hanged himself. Seeing that Zhao Jiexiang was not released, they all thought that Zhao Jiexiang was a spy, and Lu Yuzhen knew about it, but didn't report it, so he committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Everyone looked at Lu Hohot and Lu Fubao with different eyes. During this period, funerals were very simple because feudal superstitions were not allowed. Basically, the body would be kept at home, and then someone would be sent to inform relatives and friends of the death. After relatives and friends came to see the body and cry for a while, the body could basically be buried. At this time, cremation was not yet required in rural areas, and most people were still buried in coffins. After Lu Yuzhen was moved back, everyone helped to build a simple mourning hall in the yard. Because there was no coffin yet, they had to find a piece of wood to put it on. To be honest, Lu Yuzhen's body was really scary, with his eyes wide open and his tongue sticking out. The people who came to help didn't dare to look at it. After Lu Hohot woke up, she took a look and fainted again. Lu Fubao was also so scared that he cried and couldn't do anything. Lu Weigua had no choice but to find two brave people to help keep vigil. He rode his bicycle to the commune in the middle of the night and found Director Qi, asking him to help find someone to make a coffin quickly. Director Qi thought Lu Boming had passed away, so he comforted Lu Weigua and said that he would go to pay his respects tomorrow. It was a real loss to the Red Flag commune that such a hero had passed away. Lu Weigua thought something was wrong and said quickly, Director Qi, stop it, stop it. My grandfather is still alive and well, and he can live a few more years. The one who passed away is my father-in-law, Lu Yuzhen. Director Qi. This father-in-law has passed away. Why would he, as a son-in-law, come to make a coffin? This is the first time I have seen this. Director Qi apologized awkwardly and went out to find a nearby carpenter to work overtime in the workshop. In this kind of situation, no matter who it is, they will help if they can. The dead are the greatest. Li Wei was also very upset at home, so she brought her two grandsons over and let them sleep over at her place. I don't know what will happen to the second son's family in the future. According to her, it would be best if they were cut off. As for Zhao Jiexiang, he would probably be sent to a farm for labor reform. Now Lu Yuzhen is gone, leaving only Lu Fubao, his half-brother. He is almost 20 years old, married early, and has children. Let him take care of himself in the future. Once the relationship is severed, her two grandsons will not be affected much. If there are gossipers who dare to make fun of her, she will go and have a fight, and then everyone will be quiet. The next morning, the brigade sent people to inform Lu Yuzhen's 4 daughters who were married to other villages and his 2 sisters. When the 4 daughters heard that their father was gone, they couldn't believe it and asked directly if there was an accident. The person who reported the death couldn't say it clearly, just said that they would know when they got back. After the 4 daughters and sons-in-law went back, they saw Lu Yuzhen in that state and didn't see their mother. When they heard what Lu Hohot said, they almost fainted. Especially the first 3 daughters, they usually gave a lot of money to their parents' home, and their husbands had long been dissatisfied. Now that such a scandal has happened, I am afraid that their life in their husband's family will be even more difficult in the future. Zhao Jiexiang's affairs also spread one after another, and there were all kinds of rumors in the village. Lu Yuzhen's sisters were originally sad about how their brother suddenly became so upset, and they also felt ashamed when they heard about such an ugly thing. After staying for a while, they performed the most basic etiquette and hurried back. When the coffin was delivered, several sons-in-law collected Lu Yuzhen's body and asked someone to dig a hole next to the grave of Lu Yuzhen's parents and buried him. Because it was an ugly thing, there were not many people and it was really sad to see. The whole funeral was done in less than a day. As soon as the body was buried, the first 3 sons-in-law took their wives home, and before leaving, they scolded their wives to have less contact with their parents' family in the future. Lu Hohot's 4th sister Lu Manhwa also stayed for a while and was ready to leave. Before leaving, she advised Lu Hohat. Fifth sister, you should live a good life in the future. You are the one who married the best among the sisters in the family. You should cherish her. Lu Hohat's eyes were red, and she sneered. Live a good life? How can I have a good life? The rumors in this brigade may drive me to death. The other sisters left here and had some time to breathe in their husband's brigade. What about her? I am afraid that she will be pointed at wherever she goes. Fifth sister, this is not our fault. You should look at it more positively. Lu Manhwa is the most sober person in their family. She usually doesn't give subsidies to her parents' home as Zhao Jiuxiang asked, but only gives the filial piety she thinks is appropriate. Therefore, she is often scolded by Zhao Jiuxiang as an ungrateful person. Aunt Yue is not unreasonable. You just need to live a good life and stop listening to what mother said before. She won't do anything to you. Weigua is not the kind of person who abandons his wife when things go wrong. Fifth sister, listen to fourth sister's advice and live a good life, really. You are the daughter-in-law of the secretary's family. As long as you stand up straight, you will just listen to gossip for a while at most. It will be fine after you get through this period. Fu Bao is so old now. There is a house and food at home. Just let him live on his own. Don't force him to live with you just because mother says so. If you do that, your life will be really ruined. Lu Manhwa advised earnestly. Fifth sister was raised by her since she was a child, and the relationship is different. Lu Hohat nodded woodenly, and it was unknown whether she listened or not. When she returned to her own room, Lu Hohat lay down on the Kong directly, staring blankly at the top, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Weigua didn't know what to say. He just went out silently to cook 2 poached eggs and put them on the Kong table. Lu Hohat didn't sleep all night, so she got up early in the morning and went to her mother's house to talk to Lu Fubao, who also didn't sleep all night. Then the siblings went to the commune. When they arrived at the police station, they begged the police on duty to see Zhao Jiuxiang. The police happened to have been to Lujia village the night before, and they agreed after knowing their family's situation. They also took Zhao Jiuxiang to the interrogation room to make it easier for the 3 of them to talk. Zhao Jiuxiang was relieved to hear that her children came to see her, but when she saw that the siblings looked like they had suffered a great disaster, she suddenly became panicked for no reason. What's wrong with you? Zhao Jiuxiang asked in surprise. As soon as Lu Fubao saw his mother, he burst into tears and couldn't even speak. In just a few days, he felt that his world had changed completely. He was obviously the object of the family's love and the envy of the village before, but overnight, he became a person that everyone despised and seemed to be stepped on by anyone. Such a huge gap made this giant baby, who had been spoiled since childhood, not know what to do for a while. Fubao, my Fubao. Seeing her son crying, Zhao Jiuxiang also rushed over, hugged her son, and cried loudly. After she finished crying, Zhao Jiuxiang had time to turn around and look at Lu Hohat. Has the news spread? Lu Hohat nodded. During this period, let your father and Fubao go out less. It will be fine after a while when the rumors fade away. Zhao Jiuxiang could only comfort herself in this way. At home, you help your father. Lu Hohat closed her eyes. My father is gone.
What?
Zhao Jiuxiang was confused for a moment.
My father is gone.
He hanged himself the day before yesterday afternoon. He was buried yesterday, right next to my grandparents' grave. Zhao Jiuxiang widened his eyes in disbelief and couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Lu Hohat repeated it again. Zhao Jiuxiang trembled, and soon, the whole person was shaking like a hiccup. Lu Fubao was so scared that he hugged Zhao Jiuxiang and shouted Mom. Finally, Zhao Jiuxiang stopped shaking, as if he accepted the fact. He raised his head and laughed loudly. As he laughed, tears fell again. What a coward. He kicked his legs, and it was fine. They had to bear the rest. If he hadn't felt embarrassed about not having a son and asked her to do such a thing, how could there be all these bad things later? Now that he was gone, she would become accursed by everyone. Zhao Jiuxiang suddenly felt so hateful. Hated the injustice of fate, hated Lu Yogan's irresponsibility, hated Lu Changjing's unreasonableness, and hated everything that made her become like this. Zhao Jiuxiang was filled with hatred that he couldn't express. Seeing Lu Hohat on the side, he glared at her and said, "Your father is gone. Remember to take good care of your brother at home." Lu Hohat was frightened by the hatred in Zhao Jiuxiang's eyes. She was stunned for a while, and suddenly laughed. It turned out that what the fourth sister said before was right. In the eyes of mother, only Fu Bao is her child. In her eyes, the other daughters were just tools for her to take care of her son. "Mom, Fu Bao is grown up now. He can take care of himself." Lu Hohat said. "What do you mean? You are not going to take care of your brother? If he has any problems, I will lend a hand. But if you expect me to wash his clothes and cook for him and take care of him that's impossible." Okay. Zhao Jiuxiang was so angry that she was gasping for breath. "You see that I, your mother, am in trouble, and you think I can't take care of you, right? I tell you, I will go to the farm for 2 years of labor reform at most, and when I come back in 2 years, I will still be your mother." What a selfish ghost. Ungrateful wolves. You are all a bunch of ungrateful wolves, just like your dead ghost father. You are all heartless. If you don't take good care of your brother and wait for me to come back, I will skin you alive. You all owe me this. If it weren't for your father's bad idea, how could I be like this? And your unreasonable brother-in-law. We are all relatives, and he will report the matter." Zhao Jiuxiang cursed, turning all the fear, regret, and resentment during this period into hurtful words, and sprayed them at Lu Hohat. Looking at her own mother who treated her as her mortal enemy and scolded her, Lu Hohat's heart grew cold little by little. It's time for her to live her own life. If Fu Bao has any big problems in the future, she can lend a hand, and that will be the best way to preserve the brother-sister relationship, nothing else. Thinking of the disagreement with Lu Weigua after the separation of the family because of helping her mother's family, Lu Hohat suddenly felt a little regretful. In order to get the pitiful praise from her mother, she hurt the people who really treated her well. Zhao Jiuxiang was tired of scolding, and the depression in her heart was relieved. After she regained her rationality, her heart skipped a beat again. She should have coaxed the fifth girl at this time. How could she scold her at this time? So she squeezed out her tears and choked. "Fifth girl, mother didn't mean it. Mother couldn't stand your father's death for a while, so she scolded those words. Don't blame mother." Lu Hohat was silent and didn't speak. Seeing that Lu Hohat didn't say anything, Zhao Jiuxiang got anxious. "Fifth girl, are you blaming mother? Mother has been locked up here for so many days, starving and freezing every day, and feels like she's being scratched by a cat every day. Suddenly, I heard that your father is gone, and I can't stand it for a while." Lu Hohat didn't listen anymore and said lightly, "Mom, we should go back. If you have anything to say to Fu Bao, just say it quickly. I'm going out first." Seeing that Lu Hohat really went out without looking back, Zhao Jiuxiang gritted his teeth, but also took the time to instruct Lu Fu Bao. First, he told him where the money was hidden at home, asked him to take the money and spend it sparingly, and then gave him some advice. "Your fifth sister is the softest person. You can beg her for mercy. She won't really ignore you. If she really doesn't care about you, just go to her house to eat, and if she dares to scold you, just make a fuss. This is to teach her son to be a tough guy. There's no one at home anymore. You have to go to work next year. Just do the easy work. Otherwise, you won't get any work points, and the brigade won't give you any food. Fu Bao, don't be afraid. If someone bullies you, just fight back. The barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Wait for your mother to come back." Lu Fu Bao nodded to everything Zhao Jiuxiang said. He was totally at a loss now. On the way back, Lu Fu Bao kept looking at Lu Hohat's face. He felt very uneasy when he found that she had been ignoring him. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the village, he ran into a few second-rate guys. They were carrying bags, probably going to the commune bathhouse to take a bath. "Hey, isn't this Brother Fu Bao? Are you going home now? Whose father's home are you going back to?" A second-rate guy asked loudly, causing a burst of laughter in an instant. Lu Fu Bao blushed, and thinking of Zhao Jiuxiang's words, he wanted to rush over. Lu Hohat grabbed him and dragged him away. "Fifth sister, why are you stopping me?" Lu Fu Bao was indignant. You can't carry anything on your shoulders or lift anything with your hands. Who can you beat? Lu Hohot said. He can knock you down by himself, and you still want to pick a group? Lu Fubao had nothing to say and left angrily. Not long after Lu Hohot and her brother came back, Lu Chongjing also came back with a bag on his back. He first went to Lu's house to see Lu Boming and talked with the old man for a long time before returning home. Suemo was studying at home. When she heard the sound, she quickly put away her book, took the newspaper that was used to cover up, opened it, and pretended to read the newspaper. This newspaper was delivered by the postman yesterday. Because the postman didn't come to catch the spies before, 2 issues were delivered yesterday. Suemo went out and saw that it was Lu Chongjing, still carrying things. She thought he was going back to the team and came back to say goodbye to her. Are you going back to the team?
Suemo asked. No.
I can still stay at home for a while, and there are still some things I need to check. Lu Chongjing said. There are still some things to be investigated about the spy matter, and it happened to be near his home. So, he was handed over to this matter, as compensation for the urgent call for him to return to the team last time he got married. Today, other comrades have returned to the team, so he took his things and came back to live. Lu Chongjing took out the dirty clothes in the bag, went into the west room to get a basin to wash the clothes, and when he passed by the wooden frame where Suemo grew vegetables, he found that tender sprouts had emerged. It seems that this method is quite good, but it is a bit time-consuming. Otherwise, if it is promoted, the people in the north will not have no vegetables to eat in winter. When Lu Chongjing was washing clothes, Suemo squatted aside and asked him about the spy. It was also a coincidence that the man was really in Lijiao, a 15-year-old boy, and he was not a spy. It should be said that he was hired by the spy to monitor the situation. The boy's parents died early, leaving him and his sister to rely on the relief of the brigade to survive from hunger to fullness. 5 years ago, when his sister was sick and he had no money to buy medicine, he went to the mountain to dig herbs. He was afraid that his sister would die of illness like his parents, so he knelt down and prayed to the mountain god, saying that he would do anything as long as he could cure his sister. As a result, an old man really came out and said that he could pay him to cure the disease, but he had to help him do things. The boy was only 10 years old at that time and had never been to school. He really thought that the old man was a mountain god, so he was naturally grateful and did not refuse. The old man took him to the cave where something was hidden, asked him to help pay attention to the situation here, report information to him regularly, and taught him how to use the radio. It was all very simple to operate. If something happened, just press it once, and if nothing happened, press it twice. This kind of ineffective radio transmission is very easy to be overlooked, so it has not been discovered for so many years. The spy finally gave the boy 10 yuan, and there was a lot of food in the cave, which was also given to him. It was with that 10 yuan that the boy cured his sister's illness. Thanks to the food, the brother and sister no longer had to go hungry and could eat half full every day. The young man was naturally very grateful and would report to the mountain god once a month. It was not until he grew up and watched the movies shown by the film teams several times that he realized that the man was not the mountain god and that he might have done something bad. But for the sake of money and food, he had to continue. According to the young man, the spy would come once a year. Every time he came, he would leave 10 yuan and some fine grains and canned meat. The spy came just last month, and the young man did not dare to move all the things home at once, so he left some in the cave. Therefore, the patrol team found food there and mistakenly thought that the spies would live there regularly. The young man went up the mountain in the middle of the night that day because he was afraid that the patrolman would find the cave, and he wanted to move the remaining food back home. The young man didn't understand, but the others knew that the spy appeared once a year to replace the battery of the radio. The radio was a 2-watt miniature radio that could use dry batteries, but the transmission distance was very limited. The approximate transmission distance would never exceed Shuangshan City. Therefore, the spy must have another hideout in Shuangshan City. To find another hideout, it would take a long and careful investigation. This time-consuming task could only be handed over to the local public security department. The main reason why Lu Chongjing stayed was to find out what the purpose of the spies was to keep an eye on this mountain. Su Emo sighed after hearing this. The state's punishment for spies is very severe, and the young man's fate should not be much, although he was deceived at the beginning. But his sister's future life may be difficult. Changjing, are you going up the mountain?
Su Emo asked.
Well, let's go, and see if we can find anything before the snow gets too heavy. Lu Changjing said, then asked the elderly people around us if there was anything unusual on the mountain before. Wait a minute. Su Emo turned and went into the west room, pretending to take out the broken stones from the backpack in the corner, but actually from the space. After Su Emo came out, she handed the stone to Lu Changjing. Look, is there a golden light on it? I picked this up by the stream on the mountain. If there are many stones like this, I suspect there may be gold mines on this mountain. Do you think this is why the spies need to keep an eye on this place? Lu Changjing took the stone and took a closer look. Sure enough, there were sporadic golden lights on the broken surface. Although it was not particularly obvious, it was definitely not something that ordinary stones could have. Lu Changjing looked at Su Emo with a strange look in his eyes. No wonder his mother said that his wife was a lucky star. Others couldn't find wild ginseng, but his wife found 5 of them. If you pick up a stone by the stream, you may find a gold mine. If this is not a lucky star, then what is it? His ancestral tomb must be smoking. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm looking at who is so lucky to marry such a beautiful and capable wife. Turns out, the lucky person is me. Lu Changjing was puzzled at first, and then he looked enlightened, which instantly made Su Emo laugh. Wife, you really solved most of my problems in one go. With a virtuous wife like you, I'm afraid I will often make contributions in the future. Lu Changjing really wanted to hug his wife and kiss her a few times, but it was a pity that his hands were not clean now. Su Emo glared at him and said seriously, "Don't rush to praise me. I'm not so selfless. I have conditions. You also know the situation of my family. Those people may not give up so easily. If there is a gold mine at that time, I wonder if I can use this to bargain with the higher-ups and send you and Uncle Gung to the higher-ups. I also want to use this to find a job in the commune." After hearing what Su Emo said, Lu Changjing also became serious. After thinking for a while, he said, "If there's a gold mine, there shouldn't be any big problems on my side. But I'm not sure about the political side, so it's best to ask Uncle Gung to come and discuss it together." The situation of his wife's family is indeed more difficult. If there is a chance, he can keep doing the task here. He can also feel more at ease if he watches it nearby. Then we will go up the mountain later to see if we can find more stones like this. If it is confirmed that there is a gold mine, we will ask Uncle Gung to come and discuss how to maximize the benefits.
Su Emo said.
Lu Changjing frowned. Wife, it's snowing outside. It's very cold. Tell me where it is, I can go by myself. He didn't want his wife to go with him and suffer the cold. I can't tell you where it is, but I know the approximate location. I'll take you there. I'll wear something thicker, so I won't feel cold if I exercise. Lu Changjing wanted to say that they could just look along the stream, but seeing the firm look in Su Mo's eyes, he knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he had to obey. But when he went out, he insisted on giving Su Emo his military coat. Su Emo grabbed a handful of white rabbit milk candies, took the remaining few pieces of egg cakes, and filled a pot of hot water to take with her, to eat as lunch on the mountain. Lu Changjing originally planned to carry Su Emo if she couldn't walk, but he found that although she didn't walk very fast, her speed was not slow. It seems that after this period of exercise, his wife's physical strength has improved a lot. I wonder if she is more durable than before? However, the more he walked, the more Lu Changjing found something wrong. This was the direction of the deep mountains. Wife, do you usually walk so far up the mountain? Not really, I just got lost that time, so I walked a little further. The two walked in for more than half an hour. Seeing that Su Emo had no intention of stopping, Lu Changjing silently took out his pistol and loaded it. This is completely deep in the mountains, and you may encounter wild beasts at any time. It is only in winter now, when the grass and trees are dead, that it is easier to walk. If it were any other time, it would not be easy to walk. His wife is really a heroine, worthy of being a woman who dares to walk on the mountain road in the middle of the night. When spies choose their hideouts, they know to stay as close to the periphery as possible, but his wife is good. She keeps walking in. Finally, after walking for about 10 minutes, Sue and Mo stopped and pointed to the stream beside her. It's here. At this time, the stream was not completely frozen, but there was some thin ice in the flowing water, so the stones in the stream were still clearly visible. The two kept looking in along the stream for more than half an hour, but they did not find any special stones. Seeing that time was almost up, Lu Chongjing stopped the search and asked Sue and Mo to have lunch first, fearing that she might be hungry. Lu Chongjing picked up some dry branches and started a small fire, letting Sue and Mo roast some, and then put the kettle on top of the fire to warm the water. The two of them ate egg cake with warm water, and each of them ate 2 pieces of white rabbit candy. Sue and Mo sat by the fire, feeling a little disappointed. After all, she had high expectations, thinking that she would definitely find a second similar stone, but in the end, she found nothing. Lu Chongjing saw Sue Mo's disappointment and quickly comforted her. "Wife, it's still early. Let's look for it again." As he spoke, he helped Sue and Mo shake off the snow on her hat. But looking at the snow, it seemed that it was getting heavier and it would probably take more time to look for it. It would take more than 3 hours for them to go down the mountain at their speed. Sue and Mo nodded, and then took a branch to play with the snow on the ground. The snow was not thick, and after digging, she pulled out a stone from the ground. The stone was originally slightly embedded in the ground, and after Sue and Mo pulled it out, it turned over, and the side that was originally underground was exposed. On it, there were 2 golden pieces the size of soybeans. Sue and Mo was also shocked. Was she possessed by the god of luck? After exchanging a glance with Lu Chongjing, both of them had some disbelief in their eyes. After seeing his wife's luck with his own eyes, Lu Chongjing really didn't know what to say. Could this be the so-called chosen one? Lu Chongjing held Sue and Mo and kissed her, then picked up the stone and walked to the stream to wash it. After washing, the golden color became more obvious, and there were probably more than those 2 golden beans in it. Lu Chongjing handed the stone to Sue and Mo and said with a smile, "Wife, there really is a gold mine." Sue and Mo also smiled happily, took it and looked at it, then handed it back to him to put away. "That's good. If there is, you can let the people around you climb up, and they have an extra layer of protection." "Why is it on the edge?" Sue and Mo was a little confused. "This place is a little far from the stream." Lu Chongjing explained, "It may have been washed down when the snow melted. In years with heavy snow, the water on this mountain is so big that the stream can become a river. It just so happened that there was a heavy snowstorm here last year." His father even wrote to him and told him that he hadn't seen such heavy snow in at least 20 years. It is very likely that it was washed down when the snow melted at the beginning of the year, and then there was spring planting. The adults didn't have time to go up the mountain. By the time they were free, the grass and trees on the mountain had already grown lush, and it would not be found. Only his wife was lucky. She found it after coming here once. The two of them searched along the stream again. This time, they not only searched in the stream, but also searched along the edge. After searching for more than an hour, the two found several gold-containing stones and even a gold nugget the size of a rice bowl.
There is no need to look for it this time.
With the gold nugget, it is absolute proof. I will discuss with Gung Chongqing when I go back to see how to operate it better. Lu Chongjing washed all the stones and packed them up and walked down the mountain with Sue and Mo. It's almost 3 o'clock now, and the snow is starting to fall heavily. If we don't hurry, we'll have to go in the dark. On the way back, Sue and Mo thought about Lu Yogan's matter, so she asked, "Have you heard about the second sister-in-law's father?" Yesterday, Sue and Mo and Lu Yuji went to pay their respects. No matter how the relationship is usually, it's unreasonable not to go to the father of the sister-in-law who died in the same village. Although Lu Hohot spoke in a sarcastic tone, she really didn't do anything out of the ordinary on Sue Mo's side. Lu Chongjing nodded. He saw it when he was sorting out the files. I didn't expect him to go this far. How many people wanted to live in the end times but couldn't, but this one who could live chose to commit suicide. This is his own choice. Lu Chongjing actually despised this kind of behavior. If you have the courage to do this, you should also have the courage to bear the consequences. Fortunately, the punishment of the commune has not come out, and the people in the brigade still don't know about it. Otherwise, it would seem that everyone forced him to death. Maybe in the eyes of some people, face is more important than anything else, even life. I saw my second brother's brother-in-law yesterday. He looked very immature and seemed useless. In fact, Suemo wanted to ask if that person had intellectual problems. Lu Chongjing sneered. Lu Fubao has been spoiled since he was young. It's not an exaggeration to say that he has everything he wants. I think my second brother might have more sons. Not really. My second sister-in-law's family has a house, and they have just distributed food. He is so old, so he doesn't need my second brother to support him, right? It's hard to say. I hope my second brother can be sober by then. If you get involved with this person, it's hard to say whether you can get rid of him in the future. The wind and snow gradually got stronger, and the couple stopped talking. They silently accelerated their speed and hurried down. Suddenly, Lu Chongjing, who was walking in front, stopped, took Su Emo and hid behind him, and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. Su Emo paused and followed Lu Chongjing's line of sight. She saw an animal standing by the stream with horns on its head. It was not much bigger than a sheep and looked like a deer, but it seemed a little stupid. Roe deer, deleted if infringement, novel plot. Please do not imitate. Roe deer was listed as a national second-class protected animal in 2000. If caught, they will be sentenced to less than 5 years. Is this a roe deer? Su Emo asked in a low voice. Lu Chongjing nodded and whispered, "Wife, don't move. I'll catch it." After that, he let go of Sumo's hand and crouched down to go around. The roe deer seemed to want to drink water, but probably felt that the water was cold, so it stood by the stream and hesitated, not knowing what to do. It was the first time Su Emo saw Lu Chongjing take action. He crouched down and moved forward in the snow. He was very fast, but there was no sound at all. When he was about to get close to the roe deer, he pounced on it, hugged its neck, and twisted it. With a click, the roe deer brother died in the northwest before he could react. In less than 2 minutes, a roe deer was knocked down so quietly. No wonder he, a rural guy with no background, could climb to the position of deputy battalion in 7 years. Lu Chongjing carried the roe deer on his shoulders and waved to Suemo. "Wife, let's go back early. We will eat roe deer meat tonight." Suemo hurried over. Because Lu Chongjing had to carry the roe deer, he couldn't lead his wife, so he let her walk in front and he watched from behind. Suemo thought that there were still 2 big wild boars in her space. She had to find an opportunity to kill them and get the meat out and keep it for later. The main thing was to bleed them. It was too bloody to do it secretly at home. I guess I still have to go up the mountain and find a place to do it secretly. But there are a lot of things going on recently, and she is not short of meat for the time being. She will do it when the wind is quiet. The couple was not slow, but they didn't get home until around 7 o'clock. It was already dark, and it was snowing, so no one was outside, and no one saw them carrying a roe deer. After arriving home, Lu Chongjing quickly took a basin and bled the roe deer. It was cold, and if he didn't bleed it quickly, it would be too late. Roe deer blood is a good thing. "Wife, do you know how to handle roe deer blood?" Lu Chongjing asked. Suemo shook her head. She had only heard of deer blood wine and the like, but that was all she had heard of, and she really didn't know how to make it. "Okay, then I'll take it over and let Mother handle it." As he spoke, Lu Chongjing skinned the roe deer neatly. Roe deer skin is also a good thing. When it's time to nitrate it, it can be made into a jacket. Suemo lit up all the kerosene lamps in the house and brought them to the living room. She also lit the stove to make the room brighter, so as not to tear the skin due to poor visibility. But Lu Chongjing was quite skilled, and it was obvious that he had done this job many times. "Do you often skin the roe deer?" Suemo asked. "I'm often in the mountains when I'm on a mission, and I skin everything I catch and eat," Lu Chongjing explained. Suemo nodded, and she didn't stay idle either. She took out some rice and steamed it, preparing to make braised roe deer meat to eat with rice. After skinning the roe deer, Lu Chongjing brought the roe deer to the well, gutted it, and cleaned it. When it was almost done, he cut a piece for his wife to cook first, and then cut the rest. He picked up a piece of about 3 or 4 pounds and prepared it for his parents. His two brothers' families also took about 2 pounds each. For the rest, he took a few pounds to the cowshed for his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and the rest was pickled half and cured half so that his wife could eat it slowly later. This roe deer weighed about 70 pounds, and there was about 40 pounds of meat except for the bones. With these roe deer meat, his wife occasionally went to the commune to cut some meat, so there would be no worries about eating meat this winter. After packing up the things, Lu Chongjing took a backpack and put the meat he was going to take. He also took the roe deer heart and made soup for his grandfather. He served the roe deer blood and prepared to go. After thinking about it, he took the roe deer skin and asked his mother to help with the saltpetering, as his wife probably didn't know how to do it. Li Yue and her husband were very surprised to see Lu Chongjing coming with so many things. "Did you go hunting in the mountains this afternoon?" Li Yue took the things and asked in a low voice. "I went up the mountain for something and happened to meet you," Lu Chongjing said. When Lu Chongjing came in the morning, Li Yue was also at home. She probably knew what Lu Chongjing was going to do, so she patted him on the back. "You're doing a dangerous job. Why do you bring your wife with you? When you return to the team, don't let her know anything. What if the remaining spies want to retaliate, and Lao San is not here, and they retaliate against Xiao Mo? What will she do as a woman?" "Mom, don't worry, I know what's going on," Lu Chongjing said, and then pointed to the 2 copies for the first and second wives. "These 2 copies are for the eldest brother and the second brother. You help me give them, I'll go back to eat first." Li Yue waved her hand. "Okay, you go back soon." It was already past 8 o'clock. I'm afraid they must be starving. When Lu Chongjing came back, Su Mo had already cooked the meal. One was braised roe deer meat, the other was stir-fried lettuce with white rice. The two of them ate very contentedly. After dinner, Lu Chongjing washed the dishes and fetched water for his wife to take a bath. The two had been busy in the mountains for most of the day, and although it was cold, they were sweating. After Su Mo finished washing, Lu Chongjing went to wash too. When he finished washing and entered the room, he saw Su Mo holding a newspaper, reading it close to the kerosene lamp. "What are you looking at, wife?" "Our brigade's report." Su Mo handed the newspaper to Lu Chongjing. She didn't expect it to be published so soon. It was written fairly without any weird things, except that the part at the end that boasted about the achievements of a certain county leader was a bit long. Lu Chongjing took it and read it for a few seconds, then put the newspaper aside. He stared at Su Mo with burning eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Wife, we should rest." Su Mo nodded, her face a little hot. Things happened naturally. People say that a short separation is better than a new marriage, but Su Mo felt that this was really too better, and she couldn't bear it, so she secretly used her supernatural powers to relieve it. Su Mo didn't know that she had shot herself in the foot. After that, Lu Chongjing lay beside Su Mo's ear and coaxed her softly. "Wife, you are so good. Treat me like this in the future, okay?" Su Mo didn't even have the strength to speak and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. But someone kept asking in her ear, so she could only ask weakly, "What?"
Just like that.
Lu Chongjing described it again. If Su Mo hadn't restrained herself, she would have almost jumped up. Could it be that supernatural powers can actually be passed on? In such a shameful way? Su Mo was full of affection, but the atmosphere in the Yang family in High City was not so good. Zhou Qiuying received Su Mo's reply today. She didn't expect Su Mo to be so rude and ask for a radio. When Yang Shuren came back in the evening, Zhou Qiuying slapped the letter in front of him.
Sumo wan sa radio.
"What can you do? This girl is really rude. She is really spoiled and doesn't understand the ways of the world. In my opinion, just say that you can't buy it because you don't have a ticket and send her 10 yuan every month in the future. Otherwise, her appetite will be spoiled and she will be ungrateful." Yang Shuren opened the letter and read it. After a while, he said, "You told her that you had something to ask you. Now that she has asked, you don't do it. Since you want her to remember your kindness, the first thing you have to do is to do it. Didn't she give one to Su Yun before?" Just send Su Yun's one to her. Although the price of radios has been reduced this year, one still costs more than 60 yuan, and tickets are required. Haisher goods are in great demand, and tickets for such large items are difficult to get because they don't have the overseas remittance coupon subsidy, like the Su family. Do you think your daughter will agree? Zhou Qiuying sneered. When she comes back, you can tell her yourself. Don't let me be the bad guy. Yang Siyun made an appointment with her colleagues to watch a movie tonight. She came back late and was surprised to see her parents still sitting in the living room. Dad, Mom, why haven't you gone to bed yet? The Yang family didn't have a TV. After dinner, Yang Shuren and his wife usually went back to their rooms early to read newspapers or books. Your dad has something to tell you, Zhou Qiuying said with a mocking tone. Yang Siyun came over and sat down obediently. Dad, what's the matter? Yang Shuren coughed. It's like this. Xiaoma wants a radio in the countryside. Send your radio to her tomorrow. Yang Siyun widened her eyes in surprise. Why? Why should Su Mo take her radio if she needs it? She originally gave you this radio. Now that she needs it, there's nothing wrong with you giving it back to her. Did she write to ask me to give it back to her? There's no reason to take back something you've given away. She didn't say that. Your mother and I wrote to her, asking her to tell us if she needed anything. She wrote back saying she wanted a radio, and we thought you had one, so we sent it to her first. Yang Siyun felt very uncomfortable. She didn't expect her parents to care about Su Mo so much. They even took her things and sent them to her. Then why don't you buy her one? Yang Siyun felt a little choked up. You know the situation at home. Your brother is getting married soon, and there are many places to spend money at home. Yang Shuren's tone began to become impatient. As for that radio, I see you don't use it often. Su Mo has suffered enough in the countryside. As her good friend, shouldn't you care more about her? What's wrong with giving her something to use? This radio was originally given to you by her. Su Mo has given you many things before. Isn't this coat you are wearing a gift from her? She was never reluctant to give you things. Now she needs it in the countryside, but she just wants a radio, and you are so reluctant to give it to her? Siyun, when did you become so selfish? When we were little, you would save half of a piece of candy for her. Yang Siyun felt that her father had torn her face, and she was so ashamed and angry. The radio was originally given to me by her. If I send it to her, she will know it at a glance. It doesn't matter. I will write to her and explain clearly that there is no coupon at home, so I will send this to her for her to use. If you want to send it, then take it yourself. After that, he got up and went back to his room, slamming the door loudly. After returning to the room, Yang Siyun lay on the bed and cried, feeling extremely wronged. After crying for a while, she stood up, took off her coat, and threw it on the ground. But after a while, she picked up the coat and hung it on the hanger. This coat was bought at the friendship store. Even if you have money but no overseas remittance coupons, you can't buy it. Among her friends, she is the only one who has won, and everyone is envious. Even if you don't like Su Mo, there is no need to be things. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the train that Fu Manhwa and Su Yichen took arrived at Haisher railway station. Because they bought sleeper tickets, the mother and son did not suffer too much on the train. The two went to the guest house first, opened a room, got hot water, washed up, and changed into decent clothes. They first went to the villa where Su Tingqian and his family lived before and saw that it was sealed, so they turned around and went to the street office here. After revealing their identities, a person who had received favors from Su Zhongli before secretly pulled Fu Manhwa aside. They told her that the street office couldn't handle the matter and that they would only be passed around and delayed here, so they asked her to go directly to the Revolutionary Committee. The mother and son went to the office of the Revolutionary Committee of High City again. As soon as Fu Manhwa arrived there, she acted like an official's wife and stated her identity directly, saying that she was the wife of a division commander of a certain army in Guangxi province, and asked to see the director of the office. When the secretary heard that this person was of some importance and was accompanied by an officer, he hurriedly called his superior. When the superior heard this, he asked him to delay and let him wait, and there was no rush to meet. The secretary took the two to a meeting room, served them tea, and said that the director would be here soon. As a result, they waited for 2 hours before the other party finally arrived. As soon as the director of the office came, he spoke in an official tone, saying that he was very busy at work and had finally found time, and asked them what they wanted. Fu Manhwa didn't beat around the bush with him, and directly asked to remove the seals on the 3 villas under Su Zhongli's name and return the houses to them. Oh, Comrade Fu, I'm afraid this won't work. Su Tingqian is not only a stinking 9th category member, but he also has the tendencies of a capitalist roader. Everything under his name will be confiscated, the man said. Fu Manhwa slammed the table. I don't care what Su Tingqian did wrong. We have severed ties with him. These houses are not Su Tingqian's, but my father-in-law Su Zhongli's, and they belong to my Su family's property. Everyone knows how much contribution my Su family has made. These remaining things are recognized by the country. Do you still have national laws in your eyes? Oh, Comrade Fu, you have wronged us. We are also doing things according to the rules. Which rules? Take them out for me to see. During the revolution, our Su family almost emptied our family assets to support the revolution. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, we handed over all our assets, and even the leaders praised us for loving the party and the country. During the difficult period, my father took out all the dividends subsidized by the government and used his connections to buy food everywhere to help the poor people around him. When my father passed away, the People's Daily even published an obituary. Such a man of lofty ideals who loves the party, the country, and the people has only passed away for a few years, and you are going to occupy his last property under various pretexts. It's really chilling. You'd better give me a reasonable reason. Otherwise, no matter how difficult it is, we will report it to the big boss and ask him to give our Su family an explanation. The office director was so coldly sweating by Fu Manhwa that he immediately went out to ask the boss for instructions. After the director slipped back to the office, he quickly called his superior and told him the situation. At the end, he added that Fu Manhwa was very imposing and must have someone behind him. The superior quickly called his superior again and reported the situation. The superior thought of the 2 groups of people who had been sent out recently and failed, and guessed that there was someone behind the scenes protecting the Su family. This person might be quite capable. Although they are in power now, they are not yet at the point of doing whatever they want. Before they understand the situation clearly, they plan to slow down and see how it goes. Don't let the Su family's order overturn the whole boat. So the superior ordered to do as Fu Manhwa asked. Soon, the order was conveyed to the office director. When the director returned to the conference room, he was extremely polite and kept apologizing to Fu Manhwa and her son, saying that their subordinates had misunderstood the meaning of the superiors and immediately sent someone to tear off the seal. He also said that the subordinates were young and impetuous, and there might be some losses, and they would compensate according to the price at that time. Then he sent a small car to send the 2 back respectfully. The mother and son went directly to the villa where Su Tingqian and his family lived before. The people from the street office received orders from their superiors and came here in advance to remove the seal and wiped the dirty places on the door clean. There were 2 cadres from the street office waiting at the door, one of whom was the elder sister who had reminded Fu Manhwa before. Comrade Fu, here are the keys to the 3 houses.
Keep them.
The elder sister said, check them later. If anything is missing, report to our street office. We will try to find what we can. If we can't find it, the leaders have said that we will compensate you according to the price. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. Fu Manhwa said, without showing much affection towards the elder sister. They are being watched now, so they must not hurt others. After taking the keys, the mother and son opened the door and went in. The house was better preserved than they thought. At least there was no vandalism in the yard. The 2 went into the house again, and it was okay. Except for the whole set of Wangwali wood furniture in the living room, everything else seemed to be there. Those people probably thought about moving in after a while, so they didn't let anyone destroy it. Sui Chen's speculation was also agreed by Fu Manhwa. Check each room one by one to see if there is anything obviously missing. After all, they haven't been here for a few years, and they don't really know what exactly is there, so they can only take a general look. When they came back after checking one by one, they found that the ones that were missing were almost all antique furniture. Sue's only preferred old-fashioned furniture, and the room he lived in before was now almost empty. Sumo's room was decorated in a Western style, and it was the most intact, almost untouched. Sui Chen's eyes were cold, and it seemed that Haisher was really the one who had the final say. They dared to smuggle cultural relics so blatantly, and all the old items with a little value were looted. These things were valuable before, but now they are worthless. A compensation according to the price would not be much, so they had to take the loss. The 3 houses were not far away, so the mother and son went to check the other 2 houses. No one lived there, and there were not many things there. It seemed that nothing was missing. I'll find someone to change the locks of the doors and gates. Fu Manhwa said, go to the bank in the afternoon to see if the remittances are still there. At noon, the 2 went to a nearby state-owned restaurant for lunch. In the afternoon, they first found a locksmith to change the locks of the gates and doors of the 3 houses. Then they went to the bank and found that the remittances had been misappropriated. The mother and son made a list of the missing items and reported the misappropriation of the remittances to the street office. The street office said that special matters should be handled specially, and there would be a reply within 2 days at the latest. In the evening, the mother and son went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a bag of apples, went to the staff building of the school, inquired about Yang Shuren's residence, and prepared to go to Yang's house to take a look. Before leaving, Su Tingda told them to go to the Yang family to check the situation. He always felt that something was wrong with the Yang family, but he didn't find out anything specific. When Yang Shuren opened the door and saw the 2 people, his eyes flashed with panic at first, and then surprise. Sister-in-law, Su, when did you come to High City? Come in and sit down. He welcomed the 2 people in. I just arrived today and came to deal with the house. Fu Manhwa smiled and put the bag of apples on the table. Yes, the house matter still needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise it may be.
How is it handled now?
It's all handled and taken back. Yang Shuren was secretly surprised. It seems that Su Tingda was not affected at all. The house was taken back, as he said. At the same time, he was a little scared. Did the mother and son know something when they came to the door? My old Su specifically told me to come to see you and thank you for taking care of his brother before. Fu Manhwa deliberately emphasized the word, take care. This is not taking care of me at all. He is the one who usually takes care of me. Yang Shuren was shocked and stuttered, and cold sweat began to appear on his back. Fortunately, Zhou Qiuying happened to come back with vegetables at this time, and was also startled when she saw Fu Manhwa and the others, but she quickly reacted. Oh, is this Sister Su? It's been many years. Zhou Qiuying hurried forward and asked warmly, and then looked at Sui Chen and asked, is this the eldest or the second child? They have grown so big, I can't recognize them. Because Su Tingqian had a good relationship with Yang Shuren, when his brother and sister-in-law came back, they would often invite their family to dinner, so Zhou Qiuying also recognized Fu Manhwa. This is the eldest. Fu Manhwa said. What a handsome guy. Zhou Qiuying praised, and then changed the subject. I just bought some meat, and Sister Su must have a simple meal with us tonight. Before, she always ate at your place, but this time she'll eat at my place. Then she started chatting about Su Mo. I just sent something to Xiao Mo today. This child has a hard life in the countryside, and she said she wanted a radio to relieve her boredom. So, Suyun's radio is not used much, so I sent it to her first. It would have been fine if Zhou Qiuying had mentioned Su Mo, but this time, she stepped on the thunder point. Su Mo has grown a lot during this period of time, and she would never do something blatantly asking others for things. But she did this now, which shows that she no longer wants to maintain a good relationship with the Yang family. This child said that he got married in the countryside over there. Do you know about this? Yes, I told her when I got married. She married an officer. Oh, this child is so lucky. She went to the countryside and married an officer. Sister Su, please sit down for a while. I'll go cook. Fu Manhwa stood up and said with a smile, Qiuying, don't worry. We came here after dinner. We just wanted to see you after not seeing you for many years. We have been busy all day and are tired. We'll go back to rest first and get together again when we have time. After saying that, the mother and son left regardless of the young couple's retention. Since Sue and Mo has noticed the problem, there is no point in investigating. They can just call and ask about the situation tomorrow. At that time, there will be grievances and revenges. As a result, Lu Chongjing didn't seem to feel anything, even though the two were almost touching. So, it will only work at that time? Sue and Mo fell asleep in a daze with doubts. In the early morning, when Lu Chongjing came over again, Sue and Mo did not refuse in the spirit of inquiry. Even when Lu Chongjing begged her to do so, she used her supernatural power again. Naturally, Lu Chongjing enjoyed it very much. Sue and Mo was immediately torn. What was going on? Did her supernatural power change after entering the book? Or was it actually like this, but she, who had no life, didn't know it? Lu Chongjing didn't have much experience in this area. Although he felt different, he thought it might be some kind of skill. Seeing that Sue Mo was a little distracted, he thought it was very tiring. Wife, if you're tired, don't do it. This kind of thing, men should do the work. How can you let your wife suffer? Sue Mo rolled her eyes and didn't want to pay attention to him. She dealt with it with a hum. Lu Chongjing got the benefit, so he was very attentive. He washed the vegetables, cooked, cleaned, etc., and let Sue Mo rest on the Kong. He even brought her water for brushing teeth. Lu Chongjing was happy to serve, and Sue Mo let him do it. Soon, Lu Chongjing brought breakfast to the Kong. 2 bowls of rice porridge, 2 fried eggs, and a plate of spicy cabbage. Li Wei came over when the couple was having breakfast. She had soaked roe deer blood in wine last night. This stuff is very nutritious, and she thought of sending a jar to the 3rd child today. Seeing the two eating breakfast, Li Wei came in and chatted for a while. It was warm at home, and Sue Mo didn't wear too much, just a shirt with a sweater. Neither of them had long collars, so when she moved, her neck would inevitably be exposed. Li Wei saw the lip marks on Sue Mo's neck, and the corners of her mouth twitched. How could this 3rd child be so wolf-like, always tormenting his wife? Look at what she has become after being bitten. In fact, this really wronged Lu Chongjing. The main reason is that Sue Mo has fair skin and tender skin, so if she is a little more forceful, it will easily leave marks. Seeing his mother standing there, holding a jar, Lu Chongjing asked, "Mom, what are you holding? For us?" Li Yui tightened her grip and laughed. "No, this is the soybean paste Aunt Chunfeng gave me. I just happened to pass by and came in to take a look. It's better not to give this roe deer wine to the 3rd child. Now that he has been tossed around like this, what will happen if he drinks this wine? Aunt Chunfeng's soybean paste is good. Give us some." Lu Chongjing stood up and prepared to get a bowl. "Oh, this is not all mine. I still have to share it with your 4th aunt, and I'll give you more later." Li Wei held the jar and left quickly. Lu Chongjing thought his mother was a little strange, but he didn't care much. It's just soybean paste. If you really want to eat it, you can go and exchange it with others. After dinner, Lu Chongjing rode his bicycle to the commune to find Gung Chongqing. Sue Mo also got up and processed the remaining roe deer meat, pickled part of it, and tied the rest with ropes and hung them above the stove to dry, making them into smoked bacon. Gung Chongqing had just called the cadres to a meeting, and when he returned to the office, he saw Lu Chongjing sitting outside the door waiting for him, and was a little surprised. "Is there something wrong?" Gung Chongqing raised his eyebrows. He was a little afraid to see these people now, and he didn't want them to cause him any more trouble. That group of lawbreakers were still in the police station and hadn't been dealt with yet. Lu Chongjing nodded. "Come in and talk." Gung Chongqing opened the office and walked in. Lu Chongjing followed him in, closed the door, sat down and asked, "Is it convenient to talk?" Gung Chongqing was stunned, then reacted, curled the corners of his mouth. "It's safe. Talk." Since discovering the spy's den, he asked the people from the Public Security Bureau to check the entire office building, and no monitoring equipment was found. Lu Chongjing took out a stone from his pocket and handed it to Gung Chongqing. "This is what Momo and I found on the mountain yesterday." Gung Chongqing took it and when he saw the gold beans on the stone, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Is there a gold mine on this mountain? Lu Chongjing nodded. This was discovered by Momo. She wanted to use this to push us up. Do you have time today? Come to my house for a simple meal, and we can discuss it. Okay, I'll go there tonight. Gung Chongqing said. He felt warm in his heart. This girl didn't forget to think of him even after getting benefits. Do you think the spies are staring at Hongqi Commune because of this gold mine? Gung Chongqing asked again. Lu Chongjing pondered for a while and said, It's hard to say, there is a 50% chance. This gold mine and that cave are in two completely different directions. Moreover, gold mines need to be mined. Even if the spies find them, they can't dig them away. Lu Chongjing intuitively felt that the spies staring at this place should not have much to do with the gold mine. They had already searched the area around the cave, but found nothing. But now he has not been asked for other reasons, so it is hard to say for the time being. He plans to find more of the older generation to ask about the situation. Maybe he can find out something unusual. After leaving Gung Chongqing, Lu Chongjing rode his bike to the nearby brigade to find some old people to understand the situation. In the afternoon, the commune cadres brought Lao Shitu and Zhao Jiaxiong back. The brigade issued a notice of criticism and called the members to hold a simple struggle session. It may be that Liu Yogan's death made everyone sigh, so everyone just watched the excitement, and very few people really went up to beat and scold. In the end, Lao Shitu and Zhao Jiaxiong were sentenced to 1 year of labor reform on the farm. It was snowing and cold, and Su Imo didn't go to watch and continued to study at home. In the afternoon, Li Wei came over, took a small jar of soybean paste, and brought back 3 letters for Su Imo Xiao Imo. There are your letters. It's cold, so mother brought them back for you,
Li Wei said.
Su Imo thanked her and took it. There were 3 letters, 2 from newspapers and 1 from a certain publication. They were probably rewards for having her submissions selected. Su Imo opened them and saw that it was indeed a reward. However, these editors were a bit stingy. In addition to the letter of praise, they only gave 2 tickets each, not even newspaper coupons. There were 6 tickets, 3 industrial coupons, 1 ticket for half a caddy of brown sugar, and 2 tickets for 3 taels of oil. The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. When she read novels before, she often saw people getting rich by writing. Why was it so miserable for her? Perhaps this is the norm in this special period. However, such stingy newspapers and publications were still blacklisted by Su Imo, and she would never submit to them again. After all, she did not write for feelings, but to make money or earn tickets. If it was too little, it would not be worth it. It would be better to save energy and do more effective things. Su Imo gave the half-pound brown sugar ticket to Li Wei. Mom, this brown sugar ticket is for you. Take it to buy brown sugar and drink it when it's cold. Li Wei knew that Su Imo would be rewarded with tickets for her submission, so she took it. After Fu Manhwa and Su Yichen left the Yang family, they went to the post office and called Su Tinga. Because Haishur was the base camp of those people, they were afraid of being monitored, so they didn't call Gung Chongqing directly. Fu Manhua first told Su Tingda about what happened today, and then hinted that there was indeed a problem with the Yang family, and asked him to call Gung Chongqing to ask, and they would call him tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, the mother and son went to the guest house to pack up their things, went to the state-owned restaurant to eat, and then went back to the Su family's villa. On the other hand, after Fu Manhua and her son left, Yang Shuren and his wife were also very uneasy. Old Yang, you didn't reveal anything, did you? Zhou Qiuying questioned. Official wives like Fu Manhua are the most sociable. They tried so hard to persuade him to stay, but he didn't stay for dinner.
He must have some thoughts about them.
Yang Shuren shook his head. I tell you, you have to keep calm. Suang is at a critical moment now. Don't make any more trouble here. Zhou Qiuying warned. Yang Suang, the son of the Yang family, is also a capable person. He is 23 years old this year and works in the finance department of Haishur Textile Factory. He was just nominated as the deputy director this month. It is still in the public announcement period. As long as the public announcement period is over this month, he will be the youngest deputy director in the factory. Yang Suhong's partner is the daughter of the director of the textile factory. The two have been dating for 2 years, and Yang Swang is also ready to get married after the position of deputy director is stable. It is very beneficial for Yang Suhong's future career development to be able to climb up to such a Yu family. Zhou Qiuying was really nervous when Fu Manhwa and her son came back at this time. When did they come back? What did they come back for? Zhou Qiuying asked again. He said he arrived this morning to deal with the house issue, and the house has been taken back. Zhou Qiuying thought, as expected, what a status the Su family had in High City before. How could it be so easily taken over by someone? Only this brainless person in her family would report them. Such a reliable tree was offended by him. You have to keep a low profile during this period of time. Don't let anyone notice anything. Zhou Qiuying was still worried. I know. Yang Shiren was very annoyed. With the relationship between me and Ting Qian, no one will think it is mine. If they didn't suspect, they wouldn't have come today. Zhou Qiuying snorted. So what if they suspect? They have to show evidence. Yang Shiren pulled his hair hard and said angrily in a low voice. Even if they know what? I haven't done anything wrong. What can they do to me? The most they can do is break off relations between the two families. Yang Shiren walked around the living room like a trapped beast. The country is different now. It is no longer the world of those capitalists. There is not a single false word in the letter of denunciation I wrote. Even if Su Tingda is an officer, he cannot come to deal with me just because I told the truth. Otherwise, I can report him and use his power to oppress the people. You are already old. How can you still be so naive? Zhou Qiuying was also angry. If the Su family wants to deal with you, they don't have to do it themselves. She was unsure whether to send the radio today, so she went back to her parents' home to ask her brother. Her brother works in a government department. Although his position is not high, he is more informed than them. Her brother told her that someone above wants to deal with the Su family, but there are also many people who want to protect the Su family. The Su family looks like it has fallen on the surface in High City, but its strength is actually hidden in the dark. Su Tingda was transferred to the Guangxi military region because the Su family is powerful in this area. The authorities are afraid that if Su Tingda is left here, this place will be controlled by the Su family in the future, so they transferred him far away. After hearing what her brother said, Zhou Qiuying was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. She immediately sent the radio to Su Mo. Her brother also reminded her that if the Su family knew about it, they would take revenge. For the future of the child, she had better break off the relationship with Lao Yang. Zhou Qiuying wanted to explain it to Yang Shiren, but seeing his look, she suddenly didn't want to say it. To be honest, she was disappointed with Lao Yang. A person who could report even his good friends, who knows if he will report her when he sees that she is not satisfied one day. After all, they are husband and wife, and she has always been open when talking to him. Yang Xian came back and found that her parents were sitting in the living room. Both of them looked very bad. But because they took her radio, she was in a bad mood, so she didn't ask and went straight back to her room. The family of 3, each in their own temper, didn't even eat dinner. On the other side, Geng Chongqing finished his work, packed up, and prepared to go to the Lujia village brigade. Just as he arrived at the door of the office, the phone rang again. When he picked it up, it was Su Tingda. The two brothers exchanged ideas, and Geng Chongqing also told Su Tingda about Su Mo's discovery of the gold mine and asked for his opinion. When Geng Chongqing arrived, it was already dark. Lu Chongzheng returned a little earlier than Geng Chongqing and helped Su Mo to cook. There were 3 dishes. One was stewed hazel mushrooms with roe deer ribs, one was fried eggs, and another was fried cabbage. The staple food was white rice. Lu Chongzheng even went to his father to ask for some white wine. The 3 of them ate first, and then talked about the matter. The 3 of them expressed their own ideas. It is 100% certain that there is a gold mine, and now the question is how big the gold mine is. This needs to be reported, and the country will send a professional team to survey it. However, how to report it is a technical job. If it is not handled well, the country will at most give a little reward, and the credit will all go to others. I have an old leader above me, and I can operate through his hands. Do you have a reliable leader in the army who can help you get the greatest benefits? Gung Chongqing asked. As for Xiaomo's request, I can arrange it here. Sumo's request is to get a position as an agricultural researcher in the commune first, so that she can go into research and get close to the big guys in the future. Politics is really not her strong point. Lu Chongjing thought about it seriously. He has a good relationship with their regiment commander and brigade commander, but these two people may not be of high enough level, and he may not get much benefit by mediating for him. It seems that he can only take that step. My grandfather saved a person before. That person is now in a good position in the central government. He has not used this relationship for many years. I can ask my grandfather to write a letter to contact him first. Although that person has not visited my grandfather for a long time, he still sends parcels and letters every New Year. He also told my grandfather to write to him if there is anything. As long as it is not illegal or treasonous, he will try his best to do it. Okay, you contact him first. No, use someone from the Su family. The Su family also has someone in the central government, but that person is not in a good situation now. If you can use him, try not to use him first. After all, it's better to use a favor once. If this gold mine is to be developed, in the early stage, the army must be dispatched here to guard and preside over the work. Lu Chongjing's demand is also simple, that is, he will be transferred here with the troops when the time comes. With him watching, if Haishur sends someone else, he will catch one, and if two come, he will catch a pair. With a higher safety factor, he doesn't have to worry about the safety of his wife all the time. As for how high he wants to be promoted, he doesn't have a strong goal. The country will arrange it anyway. As long as he is promoted one level, his wife can follow the army. As a soldier, he still prefers to climb up step by step with military merit. Before I came here, I received a call from my eldest brother. My eldest sister-in-law and Ichen are already in High City, and they have taken back the house. He asked me to ask you, what is wrong with the Yang family? He asked someone to investigate, but they didn't find anything. Dad, it should be Yang Shuren who reported it. Su Mo said, and then repeated her analysis. I also told Dad about this. Judging from my dad's expression, this should be almost certain. Okay, I know. Gung Chongqing's face was cold. This Yang Shuren is really an ungrateful person. On the surface, he didn't take advantage of the Su family in these years, but in many things, others helped him because of his good relationship with Su Tingqian. Even his son said that he was admitted to the finance department by himself. But at that time, it was a choice between the two. The two people's strength was actually similar. If it weren't for the face of the Su family, he might not necessarily choose his son. After all, the textile factory was originally handed over by the Su family. After the sister-in-law and others deal with the Haishur matter, they will come here to see you. They asked if you need to bring anything? Su Mo thought about it and didn't need anything, so she said, ask the aunt to take the overseas remittance coupons and exchange them for some national tickets. Just a little grain coupons will do, and exchange more for other things. After all, she will be in politics in the future, so she will definitely not go to the black market unless it is absolutely necessary, so she still needs to have enough coupons. The three of them communicated for a while, and Gung Chongqing was ready to go back. Seeing that the snow was heavy again, it was not safe to ride a bike at night. Anyway, the calm was heated in the West Room, so he asked Gung Chongqing to stay for one night. How about staying here tonight? Let's go to the cowshed early in the morning and ask Dad and old Zhang for their opinions? Gung Chongqing thought about it and thought it was okay. Zhang Zhan has been in the officialdom for many years and is already an old fox. It is not bad to listen to his opinions. Moreover, he has many connections. He was demoted because he did not want to go along with the crowd. If he wants to go back one day, it should not be difficult. Gung Chongqing wants to sleep in the West Room. There are quilts. Su Mo made 2 quilts as dowry. It's just that they are all cotton quilts, without quilt covers. This. Uncle Gung, I have to wrong you to cover the quilt. Su Mo was a little embarrassed. She had not collected enough cloth coupons to buy another quilt cover. Gung Chongqing was a little surprised and a little sad. He waved his hands quickly. It doesn't matter. This cotton quilt is quite white and looks clean. The little princess who used to be meticulous in food, clothing, and daily necessities did not even have cloth to make another quilt cover. Gung Chongqing decided to get some cloth coupons for Su Mo when he returned. He was negligent before and gave her only food and daily necessities. At the same time, he gave Lu Chongqing a cold look. He was an officer, but he couldn't even take care of his wife. Lu Chongqing was also a little embarrassed. He had given all the cloth coupons to his wife before, and he didn't know where she had used them, and he didn't see her making new clothes. After Gung Chongqing was settled, the couple returned to their room. At around 4 in the morning, Lu Chongqing and Gung Chongqing got up and prepared to go to the cowshed. Su Mo wanted to go with them, but the snow and wind were too strong, so Lu Chongqing didn't let her. They took 2 pieces of pickled roe deer meat and some food from home, and then they set off. When they came back, it was almost 7 o'clock. Su Mo had prepared breakfast. After Gung Chongqing finished eating, she went back to the commune in the snow and wind. After washing the dishes, Lu Chongqing also went out. He first went to Lu's house and talked about that matter with Lu Boming. The grandfather and grandson talked secretly in the room for more than an hour, and finally Lu Chongqing left with a handwritten letter from Lu Boming. After nearly a month of nourishment with wild ginseng, Lu Boming's body has improved a lot. If it weren't for the strong snow and wind, he would have gone out for a walk. After Lu Chongqing left, Lu Qing'an went to Lu Boming's room and asked, "Dad, what did the 3rd son want to talk to you about?" Lu Boming waved his hand and smiled. "Keep it secret for now. You'll know when it's done in a while. Anyway, it's a great thing. This little Mo is really the lucky star of his old Lu family. He was a dying man, but she saved him. Now a gold mine has been discovered, which is not only a matter of the 3rd son's promotion, but also a great thing for their Hongqi commune and Qingxi County. With this gold mine, their Hongqi commune and Qingxi County will have a pillar mining industry. It is no longer a small county with nothing. The development here in the future is limitless. Although most of the gold mines are under the charge of the army, they will definitely recruit some workers from the local area, which can provide a lot of jobs." Seeing that his father was smiling and asked several times, he didn't tell him anything at all, and he felt a little aggrieved. He felt that his father liked the 3rd child more than him, but as a father, he couldn't argue with his own son, which was really depressing. After returning to the room, Lu Qing'an sighed and lay on the Kong. Li Wei was sewing clothes, so she asked him what was wrong. "Dad was talking to the 3rd child. I went to ask, but he didn't tell me." Lu Qing'an felt wronged. Li Wei rolled her eyes at him. "You know what the 3rd child is doing here. This matter must be kept secret, so how can I tell you? Dad is knowledgeable and the 3rd child asked him for some advice." "What's wrong with that?" Lu Qing'an waved his hand. "It's not that. You didn't see that Dad smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. The last time he saw his father so happy was when the country was founded. Originally, Lu Qing'an just asked casually, but now that he was treated like this, he was really curious to death, and his heart was like a cat's claw. One is his father, and the other is his son. Both of them know, but neither of them told him. What a feeling! Alas." Lu Chongqing rode his bike to the county town, borrowed a car from the Armed Forces Department, and drove to the city. The leader had a confidant who had been transferred to Shuangshan City before. He had written a letter to Lu Boming, asking him to go directly to that person if he had any questions. That person is now the 2nd in command of Shuangshan City. Lu Chongqing reported Lu Boming's name and was soon invited into the office by the secretary. "What do you want, Mr. Lu?" the man asked solemnly. It was the first time in so many years that Lu Boming came to visit him. He admired such a person very much. If it were someone else who would use the life-saving grace of the leader to climb up. But Mr. Lu, in so many years, had never troubled the leader for anything. Lu Chongqing handed Lu Boming's handwritten letter to the man. There was nothing written in the letter, just saying that he wanted to talk to the leader about something. After reading it, the man immediately started making calls. After a series of transfers, he finally contacted the leader's secretary and told him the situation. The secretary had been with the leader for many years. He was the one who handled the packages sent to Lu Boming during the Chinese New Year. He immediately went to ask the leader for instructions and got a reply soon. The man hung up the phone and said to Lu Chongjing, "The leader said that he will be waiting for the old gentleman's call in the office all day tomorrow." After that, he wrote down the phone number to Lu Chongjing. In recent years, the leader's work has been transferred from time to time. If you are not a confidant, you really can't contact him. Lu Chongjing took the phone, thanked him, and went back. When passing by the commune, he went to find Geng Chongqing again and communicated with each other about the progress of the matter. This matter should be dealt with as soon as possible. No one knows whether another person will go into the mountains and find gold containing stones. Geng Chongqing called the old leader in the morning. The leader that Lu Chongjing was looking for also had a good relationship with the old leader. He just had to wait for Lu Chongjing to say hello so that he could go and discuss with others. The old leader also asked them to bring the things to Beijing as soon as possible. If they want to talk, they must have real evidence. I will take my grandpa to make a phone call tomorrow morning. It's no big deal. We can leave the day after tomorrow. Lu Chongjing said. Geng Chongqing nodded. I will arrange the work today and tomorrow, so I can leave the day after tomorrow. Hi, sure. At noon, the director of the street office came to the door in person and said that the furniture could not be found. He asked whether he would buy the furniture back for them or compensate them and buy it themselves. The mother and son naturally chose the money. The leader has instructed that we will compensate you according to the best furniture price on the market. The director of the street office smiled awkwardly. The leader said that you'll be compensated with 350 yuan for the furniture in the living room that you reported. The leader said that you will be compensated with the price of 2 pairs of sofas. As for the wardrobes, desks, and beds, you'll be compensated with the best price available. I went to the furniture market and asked about the prices. The best artificial leather sofas sell for 89 yuan a pair. The large wardrobe sells for 64.85 yuan. The desk sells for 34.20 yuan, and the large wooden bed sells for 54.3 yuan. The leader said that you will be compensated with 350 yuan. What do you think? Fu Manhwa curled her lips. She didn't know if 350 yuan was enough to buy a pair of rosewood stool legs. With just this little money, they wanted to buy all the furniture that was moved away. Did they do this to disgust them? But the situation was stronger than people. Their main goal was to get the house back. As for the rest, they could only tolerate it for now. Don't make the other party fall out over these things, otherwise it will not be worth the loss. Now, she felt that things were going too smoothly. She had thought that there would be a tough battle to fight. You should also understand that this amount of money is far from enough to compensate for those things. The things were moved away by others, but the compensation is from the country. Our Su family has always loved the party and the country, and we don't want to embarrass the country. We will accept this money and let this matter go for now. Fu Manhua said. The director of the street office didn't know whether to agree or not, so he could only smile bitterly and said, "We are also doing things according to the instructions from above. I know your difficulties. The furniture matter is over." Fu Manhua said, "What about the overseas remittances?" The higher-ups are still investigating and will give a reply soon. The overseas remittances were really not ordered by those people. They didn't even look down on the 500 yuan overseas remittances. It was the people below who were greedy and secretly claimed the money. At that time, banks were also very chaotic, unlike later generations when you have to go to the bank in person to do anything. The people below took the overseas remittance notice and the slip stamped by the relevant department, so it was easy for them to claim the money. Fu Manhua received the compensation money, signed, and sent the director of the street office away. Then she went to the post office, called Su Tingda, and told him what happened. Su Tingda also told him about the Yang family. He couldn't talk about the gold mine over the phone, so he hinted that something good was going to happen and asked them to stay in High City for 2 more days and not to leave in a hurry. Knowing that it was Yang Shuren who reported Su Tingqian, the mother and son took action. First, they visited some acquaintances, and then used some favors to arrange everything. Lu Chongjing returned to the brigade and first told Lu Boming about the situation. After arriving home, he told Su Mo about the situation. "Wife, do you want to go to Jing City?" Lu Chongjing asked. "Can I go?" Su Mo's eyes lit up. "It's icy and snowy here now, and there's nothing to do. If possible, it would be nice to go to Jingshi for a stroll. Jingshi has become very urbanized in later generations, and many things with a sense of historical era are gone. Of course you can. You are one of the discoverers. But it may not be possible to meet the leaders. But there's nothing wrong with going there for a stroll. Lu Chongjing smiled dotingly. His wife came from a big city, and she must be bored after staying in the countryside for so long. It's snowing now, and she has to stay at home every day. Then I'll go with you. Su Emo was very happy, and suddenly remembered that Fu Manhwa and others were coming, and said, "Then we have to tell my uncle to let my aunt and others come later, or we can meet up directly in Jingshi." Okay, I'll tell Secretary Gung tomorrow. The next day, Lu Chongjing borrowed the brigade's ox cart and took Lu Boming to the commune post office to make a phone call. Some members of the brigade were surprised to see Lu Boming could go out again. It seems that good people are still blessed by God. After the call was connected, Lu Boming told the leader about the matter, and the leader naturally agreed. For him, this kind of thing was not a big deal, and it was all good things that benefited the country and the people. He was just giving the credit to the right person. But it was a bit unpleasant to report it to a higher level, so when Lu Chongjing came to Jingshi, he asked the second-in-command to come with him, so that it would be more legitimate. It was also a way to communicate with the local leaders, and the leaders also approved the report. On the third day, the three of them took their things to Shuangshan City, met with the second-in-command, and boarded the train to Jingshi together. There is no direct train from Shuangshan to Beijing. They have to go to Harbin first, and then take a train from Harbin to Beijing. It takes 8 hours to take a train from Shuangshan to Harbin, and the ticket price is 2.6 yuan. The four people boarded the train at noon, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when they arrived in Harbin. The train from Harbin to Beijing will not be available until the next morning. After buying the tickets, the four people booked 2 rooms in a guest house near the train station and rested for a night. The next day, the 4 people boarded the train to Beijing again. Among the 4 people, 3 were officials and were eligible to buy hard sleeper tickets. The hard sleeper ticket from Harbin to Beijing costs 13.8 yuan, and it takes more than 30 hours if there are no delays. But it is snowing in the north now, and delays are common. They set off from Harbin at 9 a.m. on the 20th, and arrived in Beijing at more than 4 a.m. on the 22nd, which took nearly 45 hours. Their conditions are very good, with hard sleeper tickets, and they can sleep lying down on the train. There was enough money and tickets, and every meal was hot food served in the dining car. In this way, after 2 days of clanging on the train, Suemo felt a little uncomfortable. You can imagine how difficult it was for those who could only sit in hard seats. In the era when transportation was too slow, it was really too painful to go on a long journey. The leader had arranged for someone to pick them up, and the 4 of them were taken to a yard to settle down. Just after a short rest, the soldier who picked them up informed them that it was time to set off to meet the leader. Suemo had no official position and was not on the list of people to be interviewed. Suemo quickly asked the soldier if she could go out for a walk by herself. She got a positive answer. Lu Chongzheng and Gung Chongqing told Suemo to pay attention to safety and then followed the soldier. Suemo packed up, changed her clothes, put on her bag, went out to ask people about the situation, and then went out for a walk by herself. The yard where she was settled should be considered the location of the 2nd and 3rd ring roads in the future. Before the end of the world, Sumo's parents also took her to Beijing for a tour. Compared with the hustle and bustle of later generations and the tall buildings, the current Beijing has a strong atmosphere of the times. It's a pity that she didn't have a camera, otherwise it would be nice to take pictures and record them. After walking around for a while, Suemo went to the most eye-catching scene in Beijing, now the subway. This subway was built in October 1969 and is a war preparedness project. Before January this year, it was not open to the public. Only with a visitor ticket issued by the relevant department can you enter. On January 15 this year, the subway section from Gongshufen to Beijing Road began trial operation with a ticket price of 10 cents. When Suemo asked someone just now, an older sister strongly recommended the subway. When she arrived at the subway station, Suemo bought a ticket and went in to experience it for a while. The speed was naturally incomparable to that of later generations, but at this time, it was already a very high-end thing. Sue Emo strolled around by herself and didn't go back until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. When she got home, she found that the others hadn't returned. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock in the evening that the three of them returned. Lu Chongjing didn't take the initiative to talk about the situation, so Sue Emo knew that she couldn't tell her for the time being, so she didn't ask. In the next 2 days, the three people went out early and came back late, and Sue Emo wandered around by herself. She went to Tiananmen Square and walked around the periphery of the Forbidden City. During this special period, because of the looting and smashing of the Four Olds team, the central government closed the Forbidden City to the public in order to protect cultural relics. She also immersed herself in the Hadong culture of the old Beijing. She was almost caught as a spy by the Chaoyang masses with extremely high political awareness. Fortunately, Sue Emo brought a letter of introduction with her. After a good talk, they believed that Sue Emo was a bumpkin from the countryside to Beijing. She went to Huada, which she had been thinking about, and then visited the market in Beijing, bought some things, and spent a huge amount of 28 yuan to buy a can of malted milk and ordered 2 roast ducks. Although malted milk was evaluated as not delicious by later generations, it was a special product of this era after all, so Sue Emo still bought a can and took it back for the old man to try. Of course, she also wanted to try it herself. Roast duck is also a specialty of Jingshi. Since we are here, we must bring it back for the old man to taste. On the evening of the 24th, when the three of them came back, they all had happy faces, and it was obvious that things went very smoothly. When they went to bed at night, Lu Chongjing hugged Sue Emo with some guilt and said, "Wife, things are urgent. We have to go back tomorrow." He was still thinking about accompanying his wife to visit Jingshi, but he couldn't spare any time. Sue Emo waved her hand. "Things are urgent. I have visited all the places I should visit these days. Mainly relying on bus number 11, there are really limited places to visit. Let's come again in the future, and I will accompany you to visit again." Lu Chongjing said. He has been to Jingshi 2 or 3 times and is more familiar with it than his wife. On the 25th, Sue Emo sent Lu Chongjing to get the roast duck early in the morning, then packed up his bags, and after meeting up with a survey team, a group of people set off on the return journey. At the same time, the 11th Regiment of the 4th Garrison Division of the Shenyang Military Region also sent a platoon of troops to the Hongqi Commune. Fu Manhwa and Su Yichen were already on the train to the north. It took quite a lot for the two to go north. Because someone was always watching them, they bought tickets to the south first, got on the train, and got off the train quickly after the surveillance was led away. The tickets to the north were also bought by someone else, and in order not to attract attention, they bought hard seat tickets. The mother and son sat on hard seats for 2 days to Beijing, and only bought hard sleepers when they changed trains in Beijing. When you marry a wife in the future, you must marry someone closer, and don't look for someone in the north. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to go back to your parents' home in the future. On the train, Fu Manhua said to Su Yichen with a pale face. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the relatives to get along with each other in the south and the north. She was not old-fashioned. The main thing was that if they were too far away, they might be able to move when they were young, but it would be difficult when they were older. As for Sumo's marriage, she has to walk from the southernmost tip of the motherland to the northernmost tip. Just on the train, she has to stay for 7 or 8 days. She is an old man. How many times can she go through this? I am afraid she can only come this time. Thinking about it, it is really a bit sad. The old Su family has always been strong in men and weak in women. Su Mo is the only woman in 3 generations, and she married so far away. The key is that the north is still cold. She only wears 2 clothes in Guangxi province. Now she is wearing 2 sweaters, but she is still cold. This is on the train. If she goes outside, she will freeze to death. I don't know if the cotton-padded clothes she bought in High City are useful. Su Yichen turned his eyes away with a guilty conscience. He is a person he likes in the army from Jin province, and he is pursuing him. Because they need to go to the mountains for a preliminary survey before the blizzard, the country specially dispatched an express train. With the help of the survey team, Su Mo and his team returned to Harbin in less than 30 hours. Then I changed to the express train and returned to Shuangshan City in the evening of the 26th. During this period, although there was unrest, the country was also working hard to develop. If the industry is to develop, it is necessary to introduce advanced equipment from abroad, but our country is extremely short of foreign exchange. In order to solve this problem, the country has issued a series of support policies for gold mining and production in recent years. At the same time, a large number of troops have been sent to explore gold mines in places where gold mines are easily formed. However, after the gold mines are explored, they may not be mined. It is necessary to conduct a comprehensive analysis based on local geological conditions and potential exploitable reserves and other factors to determine whether the deposit can become a productive gold mine. Mineral deposits like the ones they reported, which have naturally revealed or are basically mature and extremely easy to mine, so the country attaches so much importance to them. When a group of people arrived in Shuangshan City, the platoon of soldiers sent by the military region also arrived. With them came a series of field military supplies and several military trucks. After Lu Chongjing met with the platoon leader, he immediately took the supplies, the people and equipment of the survey team, and went to Qingxi County. Su Mo and Geng Chongqing wanted to pick up Fu Manhwa and the others, so they stayed in Shuangshan City for one more night. The next morning, they met the mother and son at the train station. Fu Manhwa, who had lived in the southernmost part of the country for nearly 20 years, was shivering with cold in the northernmost part of the country with ice and snow. Fortunately, Su Mo took the military coat sent by Lu Chongjing with her when she went to Beijing. Seeing this, she quickly put it on Fu Manhwa. After drinking a bowl of hot mutton soup in the state-owned restaurant, Fu Manhwa finally recovered. "I'm really old and useless,"
Fu Manhwa sighed.
Thinking back to when she was young and doing revolution, she was still very enthusiastic in the field hospital in a single piece of clothing in the cold weather. "And you just didn't adapt to it at once. You'll be fine once you adapt." Su Mo quickly comforted her. "That's right. It's still hot in Guangxi at this time. Your uncle just needs to wear a long-sleeve shirt." Fu Manhwa likes Su Mo a lot more now. She looks cheerful and generous, and her eyes are tough. She no longer looks like a delicate lady. As expected, people need to go through things to grow up. After eating and warming up, the four of them took the bus back to Qingxi County. Geng Chongqing and Su Yichen went to the Armed Forces Department to find someone and borrowed a car to go back to the Lujia Village Brigade. The main reason was that there were a lot of luggage, and it was really hard to carry them on the snowy road. Geng Chongqing got off the car at the commune. After walking for so many days, he had a lot of work piled up, and he had to deal with the work quickly. Other cadres in the commune found several military trucks carrying a group of soldiers and things to the mountains early in the morning. They were all panicked, thinking that something big had happened again. Now that Geng Chongqing came back, they found their backbone and hurried over to ask about the situation. Before the final survey results came out, Geng Chongqing couldn't reveal it, but he also gave them a reassurance, saying that it was a good thing. The armed forces sent them to the brigade headquarters, but the road was narrow and snowy, so he didn't dare to drive. He felt a little embarrassed about this. Before leaving, he told Su Yichen very politely that if he needed a car, he could go to the Armed Forces Department to find them. Although Su Yichen was from the Guangxi military region, he was the head of the regiment. In the eyes of these small staff, he was also a big boss. After the staff left, Comrade Su carried a large backpack in front and back, a luggage bag in his left and right hands, and Sumo's big suitcase in his right hand. He walked without any image. Sumo's eyes twitched and she said hurriedly, "Brother, let me carry one of your backpacks." Su Yichen waved his hand. "No, you carry the bag of luggage and help my mother." The road was slippery on snowy days, and his mother was wearing leather shoes, so she didn't want to fall down. The bag of luggage left for Su Mo to carry was filled with clothes and was relatively light. After arriving home, Su Mo got busy. She lit a fire neatly, lit the firewall, and heated the Kong, and also put a pot of water in it, waiting for it to heat up so that Fu Manhwa and Su Yichen could wash. The mother and son were surprised to see Su and Mo busying around. Before, Gung Chongqing called and said that Su and Mo took good care of the family. They were actually skeptical. Now seeing Su and Mo like this, they finally believed it. After warming up, Fu Manhwa began to look around the house. Although it was not as good as the Su family's villa, it was already very good in this country. The man's family should be considered very well off here. Fu Manhwa looked at the wooden frame where Su and Mo grew vegetables in the house and found it interesting. Did you grow this?
주문하리.
Yes, there are no vegetables to eat in the north in winter. I grow them in the house so that I can eat something green in winter. Because Su and Mo combs the vegetables every day with her special powers, the vegetables are very lively. Even after being away for a few days, they are still green. The ones that grow well are now about 10 centimeters tall. Xiao and Mo, seeing you like this, your aunt is relieved. Su and Mo smiled. I was ignorant before and made you worry. Fu Manhwa smiled. We are family and don't talk about each other. The most important thing is that you are doing well. You don't know, when your uncle heard that you got married here, he was worried for several days and couldn't sleep. Su and Mo felt a little guilty. At that time, she only wanted to move out of the educated youth point. In addition, there were rumors in the village. She also had a good impression of Lu Chongjing. In addition, she had a new experience of traveling through books, and she got married on impulse. I'm sorry, Aunt. I was impulsive and made you worry. It's okay to be impulsive, as long as the result is good. Now, seeing that you are like this, it is obvious that you are doing well, so we are relieved. Where is your husband's family? Where is it?
Fu Manhwa asked.
Just when I came here, there were several rows of blue brick and tile houses.
Su and Mo said.
Fu Manhwa nodded. Let's rest for a while and visit them later. Then, she picked up a bag, put it on the stool, and opened it. This journey is long, and I didn't bring any gifts. This bag is full of cloth. You can collect what you want. As for the rest, you can take a piece for your husband's family. Su and Mo walked over and saw a bag full of cloth. She couldn't help but smack her lips. Aunt, why did you buy so much cloth? Your Uncle Gung called me and asked me to bring you more cloth. I thought that Haisher cloth is also famous throughout the country, so I might as well buy more and give cloth as gifts to your husband's family. She also heard from Gung Chongqing that in the countryside, each person only gets 3 feet and 4 feet of cloth coupons every year, and cloth must be extremely scarce here. As her first visit to her husband's house, she must not be stingy. Her husband's family is strong, so Xiao and Mo has confidence in her husband's family. Each piece of these cloths is 7 feet long, which is enough to make a piece of clothing even for a grown man. She even grabbed a few more pieces for some of the ones with pretty patterns. Fortunately, the Su family had a strong relationship in the textile factory. Otherwise, the cloth coupons alone would have been enough trouble for her. Su and Mo couldn't help but smile when she heard that it was Gung Chongqing who asked her to bring it. It seemed that the cotton quilt she used that night had left a deep impression on Uncle Gung. When she was shopping in the market in Jingshi this time, she happened to come across defective cloth that did not require coupons, and she managed to grab a big piece for her despite her youth and strength. It was a light beige color with small flowers, suitable for a quilt cover. She would make the quilt cover later, so that her eldest brother wouldn't have to cover himself with a cotton quilt as well.
Okay, thank you, Aunt.
Su and Mo was touched, knowing that she was doing her best to save her face. Fu Manhwa picked up another backpack and took out a lot of things from it. I bought this vanishing cream, shampoo, and shower gel for you at the friendship store. I also bought you a pair of fleece leather boots. It's snowing here, just right for wearing. There are 2 cans of condensed milk. Keep one for yourself. Take the other one with you when you go to your in-law's house later, and give it to your grandfather. I also picked out a skirt for you, an autumn style, to wear in spring and autumn. Fu Manhwa said as she took things out, her words full of the care of the elders for the younger generation. After taking these things, Fu Manhwa took out all the fabrics in the luggage bag one by one, put them on the com, and selected with Su and Mo the ones they would take to the Lu family later. There were more than 20 pieces in total, most of which were cotton, twill, and khaki with beautiful patterns, and there were also a few corduroys. There were even 2 pieces of the most fashionable Dacron and Valentine fabrics. This piece of gray corduroy is a bit too dark in color. It's not suitable for you, little girl. I'll give it to your mother-in-law later. You can pick 2 more pieces for your 2 brothers and sisters-in-law. Sumo looked at them and picked 2 pieces with patterns more suitable for children. "Aunt, the water should be hot. Do you and your brother want to wash up and soak your feet to warm up?" Sumo saw that the room had started to warm up and thought the water was hot. "Okay, I'll scrub it first," Fu Manhwa said. She had been on the train for 5 or 6 days, and she felt smelly. If they saw her for the first time, others would think she was someone who didn't care about hygiene. "How about taking a bath directly? I have a big bathtub here, and I've boiled a big pot of water, which is enough." Sumo felt that it would be better to take a bath directly than to scrub it. Oh, it would be great to be able to take a bath. Fu Manhwa was happy. She took a bath every day in the south, and she felt uncomfortable without taking a bath for several days. Sumo hurried out, took out the bathtub, washed it, and moved it to the west room. She asked Sui-chen to fetch hot water, and then went to the well to fetch water for the water tank again. After Sui-chen finished fetching water for Fu Manhwa, he came out to take over Sumo's work. While fetching water, Sui-chen asked, "Are his parents treating you well?" Sui-chen was a calm person, not the talkative type. He was much older than Sumo, and he was not as close to her as Sui-yuan. But he loved his only cousin very much, and was the type who didn't talk much but did a lot. Sumo nodded. "They're all very good to me." "Are uncle and aunt okay?" "Not bad." She hadn't been to the cowshed for 20 days, and now she didn't know what it was like there. "If it's convenient, take me there in the next 2 days."
Okay. شما
"I don't know if your husband can come back in the next few days."
شدی چند سعید.
It was such a coincidence. If they couldn't meet this time, they wouldn't know when they would be able to meet again in the future. He only took a month's leave, and could only stay here for 3 or 4 days at most. They had to go back to Guangxi province, and it would take at least 8 to 10 days on the road, and they had to change for trains. They left Guangxi province on November 14th, and today was the 27th. Sumo didn't know. After all, this was an order from the higher-ups. But she thought that Lu Changzheng would definitely take time to come back if he knew that his aunt and the others were coming. After Fu Manhwa finished taking a shower, the 3 of them took their things and prepared to go to Lu's house. As soon as they walked into the yard, they ran into Li Yue, who was carrying things. Li Yue also saw smoke coming out of the chimney here and knew that they were back, so she came over with Sumo's things. During the time that Sumo was away, there were 2 letters from Sumo, a remittance notice and a package, and Li Yue helped her collect them first. "Xiaomo, who are these 2? Li Yue asked when she saw 2 strangers, but she already had a guess in her mind. "Mom, this is my aunt and brother." Sumo hurriedly introduced. "Hey, aunt-in-laws, brother-in-laws, hello, hello." Li Yue greeted them with a smile, wanting to shake hands, but she was holding a package in her hand. "It's cold. Why don't you sit inside?" "Hello, in-laws." Fu Manhwa also greeted with a smile. "I was just thinking about going over to visit. We took a long train ride, so we'll go back to Xiaoma's place to pack first." Li Yue quickly put the package in Sumo's hand and said, "Xiaoma, this is your package. You take it home first, and mother will take my aunt to my in-laws' home first." As she spoke, she took out the letter and remittance slip from her pocket and gave them to Sumo, then warmly greeted Fu Manhwa and Sui-chen and left. Sumo quickly took the things back to the house and hurried over. When they arrived at Lu's house, Li Yue welcomed the 2 to the main hall and quickly called Lu Qing'an and Lu Boming out. Li Yue asked Lu Qing'an to quickly light the firewall in the main hall, and she made brown sugar water and served food. When Sumo arrived, she also hurried to help. Seeing Li Yue so enthusiastic, Fu Manhwa was also satisfied and quickly said, "My in-laws, don't be busy." "Oh, there's nothing to be busy about. We don't have much good stuff in the countryside. These are all picked up from the mountains. You can try them." Li Yue filled a pot with fried chestnuts and fried pine nuts, and also filled a plate with the dried peanuts. Lu Boming came out a little late because he was changing clothes, and when Fu Manhwa and her son saw him coming out, They quickly stood up to greet him. They had heard Gung Chongqing say about this old man, and they all respected the old revolutionaries. After they were all seated, Fu Manhwa said, Xiaoma's parents are not convenient to come, so since I, the eldest aunt, am free, everyone sent us two as representatives to come and take a look. We should have come when the wedding happened, but the two children got married in a hurry, so we didn't have time to come. This is my fault. Lu Boming quickly said, I was in poor health at the time, and the two children felt sorry for me, so we got married in a hurry. My life was saved by Xiaoma. Fu Manhua didn't know about the wild ginseng and thought that Lu Boming's words were old-fashioned and that Su Mo had married to save him. She didn't know how to respond for a moment, so she could only laugh it off. At this time, the eldest wife's family also came over. Lu Boming quickly introduced, This is my eldest grandson and his wife. These three children are all from my eldest grandson's family. Seeing the children coming, Fu Manhua quickly picked up the bag beside her, took out a bag of white rabbit milk candy from it, and gave each of the three children a small handful. My journey is long, and I didn't bring anything. Come, have some candy to sweeten your mouth. The three children took the candy and thanked him happily. Here are 3 pieces of cloth. This one is corduroy. I'll make a coat for you, my in-laws, and the other 2 pieces will be given to her eldest and second brother's families. Fu Manhua took out the cloth and handed it to Li Yue. In-laws, we are already very happy that you can come. Why did you bring so many things? It's really a waste of money for you. Li Yue was very embarrassed, and she had already started thinking about what to bring for Fu Manhua and the others when they left. Not to mention the other 2 pieces of cloth. The corduroy cloth was 2.10 cents per foot, and the piece given to her was at least 7 feet. Fu Manhua waved her hand. It's okay, we went back to High City first, and everyone said that the cloth in High City is good. Since we've been there, we'll bring some for everyone. After that, she took out the condensed milk and gave it to Lu Boming. Old senior, drink this condensed milk at night. Take good care of yourself. Good days are still to come. Lu Boming smiled and responded, Okay, I will take good care of myself. Everyone chatted enthusiastically for a while, and Fu Manhua asked to leave and wanted to go back to rest. Naturally, the Lu family would not refuse, and Lu Qing'an and his wife sent them all the way to the gate of the yard. Aunt, go back and rest, and come to our house for dinner in the evening. Li Yue said. Okay, then we'll come to bother you again in the evening. Since we are here to visit relatives and the other party invites us to dinner, we must go. When they left, no one from the second house showed up. On the way back, Fu Manhua asked, Didn't they say there was a second brother? Why didn't I see him? His second brother works in the factory in the commune and won't be back until the evening. Something happened at the second sister-in-law's parents' home, so she probably isn't at home. Su Mo didn't know whether Lu Hohat was at home, but she didn't hear any sound. After returning, Su Yichen fetched water to take a bath, and Fu Manhua went to sleep on the Kong for a while. She was really tired after tossing around for so long. Su Mo took a roast duck bought in Beijing and then took some pickled roe deer meat and sent them to the Lu family. When Su Mo went over, she saw Lu Qing'an and his wife killing a chicken. Mom, I bought a roast duck in Beijing, and we have pickled roe deer meat at home. I brought them all here to add a dish to dinner. Okay, you put it in the kitchen. I was thinking of asking your father to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat. Now that you two have the meat, Mother will get some other things, and it will be enough. Li Yue said with a smile. When Su Mo put away the things and prepared to leave, Li Yue realized that something seemed to be missing and hurriedly called Su Mo Xiao Mo. Where's the third brother?
什么?
So this man just realized that his son is missing? In fact, it is not Li Yue's fault. Lu Chongzheng has been a soldier for 7 years, and the days he has been at home for no more than 1 month in total. She has long been accustomed to the days when Lu Chongzheng is not around. He has something to do in the army, and he is busy. He may not be back for a few days. Su Mo said. This is really not the right time for something to happen. People from the Yu family are coming, and I don't know if I can see them.
Li Yue muttered.
He knows that the aunt and others are coming, so he should find time to come back.
Suemo said, Mom, then I'll go first.
Li Yue waved her hand, asking Suemo to hurry over and not to neglect her in-laws. After Suemo went back, she quickly took out the defective cloth bought in Beijing, pushed the sewing machine to the living room, and began to make a quilt cover. Sui Chen came out of the bath and was surprised to see Suemo sewing something. You can do this? My mother-in-law taught me. Not only can I make a quilt cover, I can also make a cotton padded jacket. What I'm wearing is made by myself. Suemo was a little proud. Sui Chen gave a thumbs up and watched Suemo from the side. Sewing a quilt cover is very fast, and Suemo finished it in half an hour. At this time, it doesn't matter if you have to wash it first. Go directly to the west room to put on the quilt, and sew the opening with cotton thread. Then take out the mattress and spread it on the kong and cover it with sheets. After finishing, Suemo asked Sui Chen, Brother, do you want to take a rest first? Sui Chen shook his head, his eyes moist. When Suemo was doing all this, Sui Chen had been watching by her side, feeling both proud and sad. As the only girl in the 3 generations of the Su family, Sumo had been spoiled since she was a child and had never had to do housework before. But now she can do everything, and she must have suffered a lot in the past few months. Okay, I've made the bedding for you. If you feel sleepy, just go to bed and sleep for a while.
Suemo said.
Pointing to the bamboo basket with firewood next to her, she said, The firewood is here. If you feel that the kong is not hot enough, just open the kong door a little and add some firewood. Before going to bed at night, you should also add 2 pieces of firewood, otherwise it will be cold in the middle of the night. After finishing all this, Suemo finally had time to look at the letters and packages that Li Yue had brought just now. There were 2 letters. One was from High City newspaper, which contained, in addition to the invitation written by the editor, 2 kilograms of meat coupons and 1 kilogram of sugar coupons. Of course, there was also a remittance slip for 24 yuan. The other one was from Hejiang Provincial Daily, which was still a coupon for 5 issues, as well as 3 feet of cloth coupons and a half kilogram of oil coupons. Up to now, Suemo has received several rewards for submissions and also discovered an interesting thing. It seems that the local newspapers in the north like to give people sugar coupons, cloth coupons, and oil coupons, while those in High City like to give people meat coupons. I guess they're also giving them out according to their own understanding and what she needs. Sui Chen saw Suemo smiling, so he asked her if there was any good news. When Suemo told him what she had found, Sui Chen also found it a bit interesting. Local newspapers should know more about the local rural conditions, so they give more cloth coupons and oil coupons. There is no shortage of cloth in High City. The editor probably fears that you won't have meat to eat in the countryside, so he gives you meat coupons. Then he asked, Do you really have income from writing now? Suemo handed him the remittance notice. Yes, this is the 2nd time I've received the manuscript fee. The last time was 20 yuan. Brother, tell uncle not to send me money in the future. I have the manuscript fee now. When the gold mine is settled, Uncle Gung will arrange a job for me, and then I will have a salary. Sui Chen nodded, but didn't say anything clearly. Then, Suemo opened the package again. It was a radio, and there was a letter from Zhou Qiuying in it, saying that there was no ticket for the radio, so she sent the one that Yang Suyin was using to her. Is this sent to you by the Yang family? Sui Chen remembered that Zhou Qiuying said she sent a radio to Suemo. Suemo nodded, yes, but this was originally given to Yang Suyin by me. I just want it back. Sui Chen sneered. My mother and I have arranged everything for the Yang family, and they can't get anything good out of it. Although they didn't have any definite evidence against the Yang family, sometimes the power of words was beyond imagination. Fu Manhwa had slept for more than an hour and was a little more energetic. When she heard the brother and sister talking outside, she got up and came out. Then she took out a thick coat from the luggage bag and took out a stack of banknotes from the secret pocket. Xiao, we want the house back, but the old furniture in the house has been moved away. The street office compensated them 350 yuan. You keep this money. Su Mo had learned from Su Tinqian last time that the house in High City was allocated to their family, so she took it without any burden. Also, you should take this 500 yuan in overseas remittances. If those people don't fall, your parents will probably have to stay here. In this situation, it is actually the safest for them to hide here. Buy them more food. Don't be afraid to spend money. If the money is not enough, send a telegram to your aunt, and I will remit the money immediately. I have exchanged all your remittance vouchers for daily use. When the bills run out, write to your aunt, and I will exchange them for you. The day after the compensation for the furniture, the street office sent someone to return the remittances in full, and not a single remittance voucher was missing. Su Mo did not refuse and took all the money and bills. She really needed these things more than they did. When the time was almost up, the three of them went to the Liu family's side. Fu Manhwa and her son were talking to Liu Boming in the living room, while Su Mo went to the kitchen to help Li Yui cook. Liu Yuji was there too, helping to roll out the dumpling wrappers. Liu Qing'an, who was helping to cut vegetables, saw Su Mo coming and quickly put down the kitchen knife and ran away. Before running away, he said to Li Yui, "You go cut the vegetables, let Xiaoma cook. She cooks deliciously." Li Yui was so angry that she raised her rolling pin and wanted to hit him with a hammer. This old man, asking him to help in the kitchen is like being tortured. Liu Qing'an was not lazy. He liked to do other things, but he didn't like to go into the kitchen. "It's okay, Mom, I'll help you," Su Mo said with a smile. "What do you want to cook?" "Xiao Mo, do you think this is okay for tonight? Make chicken stewed with mushrooms and vermicelli, roe deer meat stewed with cabbage, and the roast duck can be eaten directly, and then fry an egg and make some sauerkraut pork dumplings. While stewing, add some cornmeal cakes." "Okay, Mom, it's already very rich. You may not be able to eat so rich during the Chinese New Year. Your aunt and her family have come all the way here, so you have to treat them well."
Li Yui smiled.
In the countryside at this time, if the host can kill a chicken to entertain guests, it is definitely a very important guest. Chicken and mushrooms, Mom has already stewed them in that pot, and you can stew the roe deer meat in this pot over here. Su Mo nodded, and Liu Qing'an had already cut these ingredients. After lighting the fire, Su Mo fried the roe deer meat, added water and soy sauce, and stewed the cabbage. Before Liu Qing'an had time to cut the roast duck, Su Mo took it to the fire to roast it, and when it was hot, she sliced the duck with a knife. It was the first time that Li Yui had seen this, and she was a little surprised. "Is this how duck meat is cut?" "Yes, this roast duck should be sliced and eaten." "The duck skeleton, I will take a radish and cook a duck skeleton and radish soup later." This roast duck is just for the taste, so Su Mo didn't make it as complicated as in later times. With pancakes and mixed vegetables, just eat the meat directly. Li Yui was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the old man didn't have time to cut it just now, otherwise it would be a joke. Roe deer meat is tender, so it doesn't need to be stewed for too long. When it's almost done, Su Mo put it in a large bowl. After washing the pot, she added water, put the duck skeleton into stew, took a radish, cut it into cubes, and put it in to stew the soup together. In another pot, Li Yui also put corn cakes on it, and after serving all the vegetables, she prepared to cook dumplings. While Liu Yuji was cooking dumplings, Li Yui went out to take a look and saw that Liu Weiguo was already chatting with the two boys in the main hall, so she called him out. "What's wrong with your wife? When there are guests, she doesn't even show up." Li Yui asked in a bad tone. Liu Weiguo was also annoyed. "Mom, ignore her, let her be." Since Zhao Jiuxiang and others went back to the brigade for criticism, Liu Hohot has never left the house again. Liu Fubao had no one to cook for him. He came a few times and Liu Hohot didn't say that she would not cook for him, but asked Liu Fubao to exchange for grain. Liu Fubao was not really a hard-working person. After all, he went to school. His grades were another matter, but he was still a junior high school student. So he moved 2 bags of grain to Liu Hohot's place, and he didn't eat here. He came to get it once a day, and went home to eat it by himself. Influenced by this incident, Liu Guodong didn't go to school for several days. The 2 brothers stayed at home together every day, and they didn't look as lively as before. "Then you keep an eye on her and don't let her make any trouble," Li Yui advised. Mom, don't worry. She won't make any trouble. Lu Wei said he saw that his wife seemed to be getting better these days. After the dumplings were cooked, Li Yue hurriedly called for dinner. Seeing so many dishes, Fu Manhua hurriedly said, "Old sister-in-law, you are really hard to make so many dishes. It seems that I will have a good meal today." "Oh, big sister, don't say that. We in the north are not as delicate as those in the south. You have to eat it." After the afternoon conversation, the two were no longer so polite and called each other relatives. The room was warm with a firewall, and the whole family gathered around and ate happily. Lu Qing'an even took out the roe deer blood wine that he had soaked some time ago, and everyone at the table drank 1 or 2 glasses. Lu Hohot next door listened and felt very sad. She thought someone would come to call her over, but unexpectedly no one came. After dinner, they chatted for a while, and then everyone went home to rest. Su Mo was tired from the busy day, so she went back to boil water and took a bath, and then went to sleep with Fu Manhua on the Kong. After drinking roe deer blood wine, the two women slept well. Sui Chen, a young man full of vigor, got up and practiced a whole set of military boxing before going to bed. On the other side, in the Lu family's main room, the couple were also chatting at night. The third brother's family is really good. Her eldest cousin, who is only 1 year older than the third brother, is already the head of the regiment at the age of 25. Her eldest aunt is also the director of a hospital, and her eldest uncle is a division commander. Lu Xingjuan sighed. The third brother has had good vision since he was a child. Even when he married a wife, he picked a good one at first sight. At the beginning, everyone thought that the third brother gave up the female soldier in the art troupe and married a female educated youth who went to the countryside, which was a loss. Now look, not only is she capable, but she also has a strong background. With such support from the Yu family, the third brother's future will only get better and better. Lu Yuji was unhappy when she heard Lu Xingjuan's sour tone. "What's the matter? Do you think you've lost out by marrying me?"
How could that be?
Lu Xingjuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "We are just right.
I just said that.
I don't have the ability of the third brother, and even those who are better wouldn't look down on me." Lu Yuji smiled and pinched Lu Xingjuan. "It's good that you know. By the way, why didn't the third brother's wife's parents come? Could something have happened?" Lu Yuji asked in a low voice. "It's possible. When the third brother was going to get married, Dad also guessed so. But it shouldn't be a big deal. The eldest uncle is very capable. I guess it will be fine in a year or 2.
Lu Xingjuan said.
Her aunt gave our family a piece of cloth. What do you think we should give her when she goes back? Just wait and see what Mom gives, and we can add some when the time comes." Su Mo slept well the night before and got up early the next morning to make breakfast. She could handle it easily by herself, but now that her aunt and elder brother were here, it would be difficult to be careless. Su Mo took the pickled roe deer meat, chopped it up with onions, and prepared to make pancakes. When Su Mo got up, Fu Manhua also got up. Seeing how Su Mo mixed the dough and stuffing, it was obvious that she had done a lot of work. After Su Mo made the pancakes, Fu Manhua took a piece to taste first, and it was really very good. Fu Manhua broke off a small piece and gave it to Sui Chen, who was chopping wood in the yard. "Try it. I didn't expect that Xiaoma, a child, has such skills." Sui Chen ate it and nodded. Xiaoma has really learned a lot during this period of time. She must have suffered a lot. Su Mo baked more than 20 pancakes in total. After that, she took 2 eggs and made an egg soup. After that, she invited the two to come in for breakfast. After breakfast, Sui Chen took the initiative to wash the dishes. Su Mo went back to her room and moved a jar with wild ginseng from the corner of the room. This wild ginseng was prepared by her for her uncle's family. She has been taking care of it with her supernatural powers during this period. Su Mo carefully dug out the wild ginseng. Although it didn't look as good as the one she gave to Lu Boming, it was not small. It should be several decades old. Fu Manhua was originally watching the vegetables planted by Su Mo in the living room. When she saw Su Mo taking out a fresh wild ginseng, she was very surprised. "Aunt, I dug this wild ginseng from the mountain some time ago. I have been growing it in a jar and waiting for you to take it back when you come.
Suemo said.
These days, there are also cases of lost packages. She would not mail wild ginseng, which is hard to buy even with money. Fu Manhua took the wild ginseng and looked at it, unable to say no. This wild ginseng is at least several decades old, and it is a good thing to save lives. Old Su is fine in the rear, but his 2 sons are on the front line. Okay, Xiaoma, I will shamelessly take this thing. Su Emo waved her hand. Aunt, we are a family, don't say that. Fu Manhua and Su Emo carefully cleaned the wild ginseng together. Then they took a bamboo basket to put it on the Kong, and slowly dried it with the heat of the Kong. After packing up the wild ginseng, Su Emo locked the door and took the 2 of them to stroll around the Lujia village brigade. They walked to the commune and found Gung Chongqing. At noon, they also had lunch in the commune cafeteria. On the way back, Su Emo went to the supply and marketing cooperative to have a look. Seeing that there was mutton for sale, she bought 2 catties. Mutton is cheaper than pork, and 2 catties only cost 1 yuan and 1 cent. 2 catties cost 2 yuan and 80 cents. She also bought 2 catties of Chinese sausages, which cost 2 yuan and 80 cents. After thinking for a while, she spent another $2 and bought 2 kilograms of bulk liquor. She was going to take it with her when she went to the cowshed. The weather was cold, and her parents could drink some occasionally to warm themselves up. She also bought 2 kilograms of cotton. Now that she had no shortage of cloth, she planned to make herself another cotton coat for exchange. After returning, Li Wei came over to chat for a while. In the evening, Su Emo made mutton soup, and the 3 of them went to bed early after eating. At around 11 o'clock, the 3 of them got up, took their things, and secretly went to the cowshed. The snowy night was really cold, and several people walked on the mountain with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Fu Manhua and Su Yichen looked at Su Emo, who was leading the way in front, and there was heartache in their eyes. Hearing from others is one thing, and experiencing it in reality is another. In the middle of the night, she was a woman carrying things and walking in the dark on the mountain. How scared must she be? Xiao Emo, do you usually walk this road alone at night? Fu Manhua asked softly. Not all of them take this route. There are several roads on this mountain to get there. This one is closer. Su Emo said. We used to go earlier in the morning. Now it's snowing, so it's easy to leave footprints in the morning. If we go at this time, when we get up in the morning, the footprints will be covered by snow. The wind and snow were strong, and the 3 of them didn't dare to talk much. They almost walked in silence all the way to the cowshed. Su Emo knocked on the door and called a few times as agreed. After waiting for a while, someone hurried out to open the door. Su Tingqian opened the door and was shocked to see 3 people at the door. He wanted to close the door reflexively, but stopped when he saw Su Emo clearly. Momo, these... Uncle. Su Yichen called Su Tingqian softly in the Haisher dialect. Yichen? Su Tingqian didn't see clearly, coming quickly. Let's go back to the room and talk. After returning to the room, under the dim kerosene lamp, Fu Manhua finally saw Su Tingqian's appearance, and tears came down immediately. In her impression, her brother-in-law has always been high-spirited and suave, but the man in front of her has gray hair, a thin figure, and looks a bit like an old man. Qianyu, what's wrong with you? Fu Manhua choked up and couldn't speak. Looking at her once gentle and beautiful sister-in-law, she was also haggard and looked older than her as the eldest sister-in-law. Fu Manhua couldn't help it. She held Emo Yurong's hand tightly with one hand and covered her mouth with the other hand to prevent herself from crying out loud. All her previous dissatisfaction with her brother-in-law's family disappeared after seeing the miserable situation of the 2. What was left was only heartache. Fortunately, Lao Su didn't come, otherwise, seeing his brother like this, I'm afraid he would fight with those people immediately. Sister-in-law, don't cry. Emo Yurong also choked with sobs to comfort Fu Manhua. It's just a skin. What does it matter, as long as the person is okay? Fu Manhua calmed down for a long time before she calmed down the sadness in her heart. Wiping the tears from her face, Fu Manhua gritted her teeth and said, You just hold on. Believe in your eldest brother. He will definitely find a way to rescue you from here. Su Tingqian waved his hand. Sister-in-law, tell your eldest brother not to act rashly. Now is the time when those people are in power. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The most important thing is to protect yourself. We're here now. Except for the hard work, it's actually not bad. Momo arranges food and clothing, and Chongqing takes care of your safety. My daughter. Son-in-law also helps. Once you get used to it, everything will be fine. Although Lu Chongzheng is a bad boy, he is a man of his words. He really arrested people, as he said, and he also found a way to rebuild the kitchen for them and got them a big iron pot so that it would be more convenient to cook in the future. Fu Manhwa did not answer. Before coming, she also agreed with this idea, but now seeing them like this, she felt that she had to find a way to do something. Thinking back to the first time she met Su Tingqian, he had just returned from studying abroad. He was a young man with high spirits. He passionately expressed his ambitions in front of his brother and sister-in-law. The young eagle who wanted to soar in the blue sky eventually broke his wings in the cage, and now he is to live in the dark mud. At this moment, the faith in her heart was almost shaken, but fortunately, she soon came to her senses. It has never been the country that caused all this, but some people who stir up trouble. These aspiring forces must unite as soon as possible to correct the chaos, restore stability to the motherland, and restore political clarity. After Fu Manhua calmed down, Su Tingqian went to another room and called Zhang Zhen over. Seeing Zhang Zhen, Fu Manhua's eyes were moist again. Their family lives in Guangxi province, and they have little time to go back to High City every year, but Zhang Zhen still has a very high status in the hearts of the couple. An old senior who has dedicated his whole life to the country, and the people has ended up like this. This further strengthened Fu Manhua's previous thoughts. Although she is just a doctor, she has treated many bigwigs over the years, and she also has some connections. However, this matter needs to be planned, and planned well. Zhang Zhen was also very surprised to see Fu Manhua and Sui Chen. After hearing that they had returned to High City, he asked them about their current situation, and both of them answered seriously one by one. Su Mo mainly brought the two of them here this time and basically didn't say much. She just silently took the things she brought from the backpack and helped Mo Yurong put the things away. When Mo Yurong saw Su Mo bringing another earthenware jar over, she asked in a low voice, "Momo, what is this?" "I'll make the mutton soup tonight. You can heat it up and eat it tomorrow to warm your body." "Okay, Mom will go get a bowl. You can take this clay pot back later," Mo Yurong said. After the last incident with Lu Chongzheng, Mo Yurong always remembered that she should not keep anything that was brought in, lest it be used as a handle to harm her daughter. "I'll go with you," Su Mo said. She happened to go to the kitchen to take a look. Although Lu Chongzheng said that he had arranged for the production team leader of Lijiao to do it in the name of reward, it was still better to see it with her own eyes. The mother and daughter went to the kitchen quietly. The small thatched house that used to be the kitchen had been demolished and replaced by a much larger adobe house than before. Chongzheng arranged for someone to build this kitchen. It used to be a thatched house, but now it has been built into an adobe house. He also built a new stove and equipped it with a large iron pot. Even the kitchen knife was replaced with a new one. The old one had several holes in it and was not easy to cut. Mo Yurong said softly. Mo Yurong was not as averse to Lu Chongzheng as Su Tingqian was to her son-in-law. After all, after observing him, she felt that this son-in-law was not bad. Su Mo felt sad. "Mom, why didn't you tell me that you didn't have these things?" "Momo, other things are easy to hide, but pots and other daily necessities are not easy to hide," Mo Yurong said. Occasionally when they were cooking, someone would come to the cowshed to lead the cows and drive the donkeys. These things used outside must have a legitimate source. Su Mo turned on the flashlight, shone it in the kitchen, and took a basin with Mo Yurong and went back. The few of them didn't dare to stay too long and went back at about the same time. On the way back, Fu Manhua and Sui Chen were silent. They have always been in the army and have never seen the living conditions of those transferred personnel before. When they arrived at the Lujia village brigade, the conditions at Sumo's mother-in-law's house were quite good, so she didn't feel that life in the countryside was so difficult. Tonight, when I arrived at the cowshed and faced the miserable situation, I was shocked. In that environment, even in the middle of winter, you can still smell a strong smell of cattle. If it's like this in winter, there will definitely be swarms of mosquitoes in summer. They're already taken care of by someone and their situation is relatively good. At least they can eat enough and don't have to suffer from the cold. You can imagine how miserable the situation of others is. Xiao Emo, take good care of your parents and wait for our good news. When they were about to return to Lujia village, Fu Manhwa gritted her teeth and said, "Shomonari? Okay." After arriving home, Fu Manhwa and Sui Chen did not sleep well all night. Sui Chen was holding his breath, and he got up at daybreak to chop firewood for Su Emo in the yard. Compared with his younger sister, he, as a brother, had too little to bear. Su Emo heard the noise and got up too. Seeing that it was already 6 o'clock, she began to make breakfast. Today's breakfast was simple. Su Emo cooked some corn grits and rice porridge, then cut some sausages and steamed them, and cut a plate of spicy cabbage. After breakfast, Sui Chen said he had something to find Gung Chongqing, so he rode Sumo's bicycle and went to the commune. Su Emo accompanied Fu Manhwa to the Lu family to chat with Li Yue and others. At noon, Su Emo was going to go back to cook. As soon as she went out, she saw Lu Xiaolan coming back on a bicycle. Her eyes were still red, and she must have been crying. "Xiaolan, what's wrong with you?" Su Emo was a little surprised. Every time she saw Lu Xiaolan, she was smiling and she had almost never seen her cry. When she went to the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday, she did not see Lu Xiaolan. Her colleagues said that she was on vacation. Lu Xiaolan curled her lips and forced a smile. "It's okay, I just happened to be on vacation and went back to visit my family." "Then you go in quickly, it's cold outside. My aunt is here and is chatting with my parents in the main room. I'll go back to cook first." Seeing that Lu Xiaolan didn't want to talk, Su Emo didn't ask any more questions. About half an hour later, Fu Manhwa also came back. The two waited until after 12 o'clock, but Sui Chen didn't come back, so they ate first. At noon, they had the leftover barley porridge from the morning. Su Emo heated up 2 pancakes from yesterday and fried some vegetables with lard. The white flour at home has been almost used up. Lu Chongqing should be at home during this period. It is not convenient for Su Emo to take it from the space, so she thought about taking the wheat to the commune processing plant to grind flour in 2 days. After dinner, Fu Manhwa went to the Kong in the west room to check the wild ginseng. Because the Kong has been burning all the time, it dries relatively quickly. It is estimated that it will be done after drying for about a day. In fact, wild ginseng is best dried in the sun, but now there is no condition, so it can only be placed on the Kong to let it dry in the shade. After a rest, Fu Manhwa went to the Kong for a nap again. She had something on her mind last night and hardly slept, so she had to make up for it at noon. Seeing Fu Manhwa sleeping, Su Emo also went to bed and slept for a while. In the afternoon, Su Emo heard a noise in the yard and got up to see. It was Sui Chen who came back. There was a bamboo basket hanging on the back seat of his bicycle, which was full of things. "Shumo." So, nominally he went to find Gung Chongqing, but actually he went to buy things? Su Emo hurriedly helped to take the things down, all of which were food. There were half a bag of rice, white flour, and cornmeal. Each bag was estimated to be 20 kilograms. There was also a large piece of pork, a large piece of pork fat, 2 fish, and eggs that were estimated to be 2 or 3 kilograms, which were placed in a straw basket and padded with wheat straw. He also bought her a bag of apples. Su Emo was a little confused. Could it be that her brother saw that there was not much food in the jar in her cupboard and thought that she had nothing to eat? "Brother, why did you buy so much? There are grains all over the shelves in my room. I just haven't had time to process them yet." Sui Chen waved his hand. "It's okay, you can keep it and eat it." She looked like she had a lot of grain, but there were 3 people in the cowshed who needed her supply, so that was not enough. He could only help a little when he came here, and she had to rely on her alone to support the family. Lu's family. After hearing what Lu Xiaolan said, Li Yue was also anxious and angry. Did the doctor really say that it's not your problem? Li Yui asked. Anyway, I have no problem. I went for a checkup on purpose and showed her the report, but she didn't believe it and insisted that it was a woman's problem. As Lu Xiaolan spoke, her eyes became red again. Lu Xiaolan has been married for almost a year, and she has a good relationship with her husband, but her stomach has not moved until now. Her mother-in-law was anxious, and she found some folk remedies in the past 2 months and gave them to Lu Xiaolan every 2 or 3 days, which made Lu Xiaolan sick. In fact, Lu Xiaolan was also anxious, so she searched for a day and secretly went to the county hospital to see a doctor. The doctor said she was healthy and had no problems, and hinted that she could ask her lover to go for a checkup. She went back and told her mother-in-law about it, but her mother-in-law didn't believe it, saying that if there was no problem, how could there be no movement until now? Instead, she gave her more frequent folk prescriptions. Lu Xiaolan was really miserable. She asked Yang Jingming to go to the hospital for a checkup, but Yang Jingming thought that he was strong and healthy, and that aspect was also okay, so it shouldn't be his problem. Lu Xiaolan couldn't stand the medicine, so she went to the city again on vacation yesterday. As a result, the city hospital didn't find any problems with her and told her not to take medicine randomly, so as not to ruin her body. Lu Xiaolan asked the doctor to write a report for her and took it back to her mother-in-law, but her mother-in-law still didn't believe it and hinted that she bribed the doctor to write a false report. This made Lu Xiaolan very angry, and she got angry with Yang Jingming that night, asking him to tell his mother not to cook messy medicine for her anymore. As a result, her mother-in-law cooked another bowl of medicine for her early this morning. Usually they put it in a bowl, but today they used a large bowl. This was a blatant provocation. Lu Xiaolan had been spoiled by her family since she was a child, so she couldn't bear it. She immediately had a big quarrel with her mother-in-law and ran back to her parents' home. Li Wei was also anxious. It was always the women who were blamed for not being able to have children. Now that her daughter was fine, the problem must be on her son-in-law.
Then,
well, how is Jingming in that aspect? Li Wei still asked. Don't blame her son-in-law for not being able to succeed himself. Lu Xiaolan blushed slightly. Although she was carefree, she was still a little embarrassed to discuss her bedroom affairs with her mother.
That's
it. Lu Xiaolan muttered softly. What are you asking seriously? What kind of thing? Can it be done? Is it okay? Li Yui's expression was serious. If it can be done, it's okay. Then it shouldn't be that it can be done. Li Yui was also puzzled this. Your third sister-in-law's aunt is the director of the hospital. Why don't we go ask her? Not a bad idea, right? Looking at you, I don't think it's a big deal. Her aunt is a good person, and your third sister-in-law is not a gossiper. I was thinking that if you run back home, Jingming will definitely come to pick you up. If a professional doctor gives some advice, he should be able to listen to it. Lu Xiaolan thought for a while and said, Okay, then let us go and ask. Face is nothing. It's important to solve the problem. When the mother and daughter came over, Su Mo was heating up food for Sui Chen. As soon as Lu Xiaolan entered the door, she was shocked by the green vegetables in half of the room. Third sister-in-law, I didn't expect your vegetables to really grow. She had just planted it when she came last time, and it had grown so well in just 20 days. Su Mo smiled and said, It grows well on its own. Su Mo didn't deliberately speed up the growth of the vegetables this time. She just enhanced their vitality. They grew normally on their own.
Fu Manhwa also got up at this time.
Seeing Li Yui coming, she quickly asked someone to come in and sit on the Kong to talk. After Su Mo heated up the rice, she brought it to Sui Chen. Sui Chen ate quickly and finished it in just a few bites. After washing the bowl, he went outside to chop firewood. After Sui Chen went out, Li Yui lowered her voice and told her about Lu Xiaolan and then asked Fu Manhwa. Big sister, who do you think is at fault in this matter? Fu Manhwa had actually worked in the obstetrics and gynecology department for a period of time before, so she was clear about some of the issues, so she said, Don't be shy, answer my questions truthfully. Lu Xiaolan nodded quickly. Do you have frequently? How is the quality? Fu Manhwa had already entered the state of a doctor's consultation at this time. It's quite frequent, and the quality is okay. Seeing that Lu Xiaolan didn't answer the point, Fu Manhua asked in detail. How many times a week? 2 to 3 times or so. Did you pay attention to the duration of each time? Lu Xiaolan was a little embarrassed. No, I didn't pay much attention. It was probably about 10 minutes. Your husband's function is basically normal, but he may have some kidney deficiency. It shouldn't be a big problem. Usually, give him more kidney tonifying foods, such as sesame, black beans, mutton, loach, etc. Don't be too stressed. Having a child has a lot to do with your state of mind. There is a couple in our army. Both of them have no problems after examination, but they have been married for many years and just don't have children. No matter how hard they try, it doesn't work. Later, they didn't plan to have children. Once they relaxed their mentality, they got pregnant. After hearing what Fu Manhua said, Lu Xiaolan also breathed a sigh of relief. Talk to your mother-in-law nicely. If she doesn't listen, don't wrong yourself and don't drink too much to hurt your body. Don't argue with her. You can keep the medicine and pour it out secretly when she doesn't see it. I've been in the hospital for a long time. What kind of people have I not seen? Although they are a military hospital, there are scumbags in it, and it is not uncommon to see evil mothers-in-law bullying their daughters-in-law. Of course, it's best to persuade your husband to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Xiaolan quickly agreed. Her expression obviously improved, and she began to smile. But Su Mo felt vaguely not so optimistic. Logically speaking, there is not so much food pollution at this time like in later generations, which is prone to infertility. The two are only in their early 20s, and with such a frequency of, they should be able to get pregnant soon. After listening to Lu Xiaolan's description, she felt that Yang Jingming was very likely to have azoospermia. This disease is no secret in later generations, but it seems that it has not been discovered at this time, and there is no corresponding equipment to check. I hope it is not azoospermia as she thinks, otherwise Xiaolan will have to toss in the future. After solving the problem that was weighing on her mind, Li Yue chatted for a while and went back with Lu Xiaolan. On the way back, Li Yue secretly said to Lu Xiaolan, "There is roe deer blood wine at home. When Jingming comes to pick you up, you can bring a jar back to nourish him. This son-in-law looks tall and strong, but I didn't expect that he is not that useful. They just got married and they only have 3 or 2 times a week. When she and the old man first got married, they wanted to sleep on the Kong all day. In the evening, Gung Chongqing came over with a large piece of mutton and 2 bottles of wine. He had been busy for so many days and finally finished all the backlog of work. He finally had time to come over tonight to get together. Su Mo took the things and saw that Gung Chongqing also brought wine. She guessed that he was going to have a long talk with Sui Chen tonight, so she thought of cooking more dishes to prevent them from being hungry in the middle of the night. Since there was mutton, Su Mo thought of making a chestnut mutton stew. Then stew it in the small stove, and when you want to eat, just get a bowl. It will always be hot. Make some braised pork, some braised fish with radish, and stir-fry some vegetables with the lard residue from cooking the meat oil, and eat rice as the staple food. Dinner is considered rich. It was getting late, so Su Mo started to prepare. Chop the mutton into pieces and wash it, put it in a casserole and stew it on the small stove, then wash the rice and stew it. After several people helped Su Mo peel the chestnuts, Su Mo sent them to the West Room to chat. They haven't seen each other for several years, so they must have a lot to talk about. Although they usually contacted each other by phone, the phone bill was so expensive that they dared not say much. They would hang up in a hurry after finishing their business. While Su Mo was cooking, Lu Chongjing also came back with a pheasant in his hand. Su Mo looked and thought, everyone is here now. Lu Chongjing first went into the house to meet Fu Manhua and Sui Chen, then went out to kill the pheasant and brought it in for Su Mo. Su Mo hurriedly went to get hazel mushrooms and vermicelli and stewed the chicken. Seeing that so many people were there and the dishes were rich, everyone asked Lu Chongjing to go to Lu's house and call the 3 old people to come for dinner. When Lu Chongjing went to Lu's house, Fu Manhua hurriedly put away the wild ginseng in the West Room that was almost 70% dried. Fu Manhua put the wild ginseng in the corner, and it would not be found if you didn't pay attention. Gung Chongqing only found it when Fu Manhua took it. Sister-in-law, where did you get the wild ginseng? Xiao Mo gave it to me. She saw it in the mountain some time ago and kept it for us to take back. Fu Manhwa said. Geng Chongqing smiled. This girl has encountered all the good things in this mountain. Wild ginseng and gold mines. Without great luck, how could they be found? Fu Manhua also smiled. That's right, this place can support this girl. Because the living room was occupied by Su and Mo to grow vegetables, dinner had to be eaten on the Kong. There were too many people to sit down, so they were divided into 2 tables. The 5 men ate on the Kong in the west room, and the 3 women, including Su and Mo, ate on the Kong in Su Mo's room. The Kong table was small, so the dishes were served in small bowls. The other dishes were stewed in a pot over a low fire and served after eating, which was quite warm. The group of people ate and talked, and it was past 9 o'clock in the evening before the 3 old men went home. After everyone left, Lu Chongzheng talked about the gold mine. That day, they went back to Qingxi County to rest for a night, and the next morning, they took people up the mountain. First, they searched along the stream all the way to the source, and found a lot of gold-containing stones along the way. After searching for more than a day, they finally found a mine halfway up a mountain in the deep mountains. According to the preliminary survey of the survey team, the gold resource reserves of this gold vein are at least tens of tons, which is of great mining value. The specific reserves will have to wait until winter is over and the snow melts before a detailed survey. Although it is only a rough estimate, this reserve is enough. Everything they planned in Beijing should be realized. Now they just have to wait for the results to be reported and the appointment and dispatch from the state. Now the situation is confirmed. The army will send more troops in 2 days. We will first block the mountain and then open the road to it in winter. When the engineers come in the spring of next year, we can start mining. Lu Chongqing said. Geng Chongqing nodded and said, if there is a need to open the road, we can mobilize the members of our society. For mining roads like this, recruiting local people to help, there is no free one. After all, it is a hard job, at least 50 cents a day. The winter here is long, and the agricultural production of the new year will not start until April. It would be good to take the opportunity to let the members earn some extra money. Lu Chongqing nodded. If there is a chance to seek benefits for the villagers, he will naturally strive for it. Afterwards, the few people talked about other things. Su and Mo listened for a while and prepared to go back to her room to sleep. The house is warm, and it is easy to feel sleepy after eating. After Su and Mo and Fu Manhua went to sleep, Su Yichen's eyes on Lu Chongqing gradually became sharper. Lu Chongqing sat upright and let him look at him. I don't care what your purpose is in marrying Xiaoma, but if you dare to betray her, my Su family will not forgive you. I didn't marry her for any purpose. It was purely because I fell in love with her at first sight. Lu Chongqing said solemnly, I will never betray her in this life. Su Yichen looked at Lu Chongqing inquiringly for a while and said, in the 3 generations of my Su family, she is the only girl, and everyone dotes on her. She grew up in a honey pot for the first 18 years, and she never suffered any hardship at home. In the past 6 months, the family has undergone tremendous changes. She has suffered a lot and has endured too much alone. Seeing how outstanding she is now, I, as the eldest brother, feel both proud and distressed. It's not easy for her. You have to take care of her more and help her a little. If one day you feel that she is a burden, don't bully her or make her suffer. Call me, and I will come and take her away. Lu Chongqing's eyes were stern, and he said solemnly, there will never be such a day. He finally married his wife. He loved her so much. How could he bear to bully her and let her suffer? The 2 men looked at each other and drank a glass. Geng Chongqing smiled and drank a glass as well. No need, Yichen, I'm close. Just tell me. I promise to take her far away. Su Yichen toasted Geng Chongqing with a glass and said, Uncle Geng, I'll leave this to you. Su Yichen was only 5 years younger than Geng Chongqing, so he usually called him Brother Chongqing. This was the first time he called him uncle so seriously. Geng Chongqing smiled, you kid. Then he filled the glass and drank it in one gulp. Su and Mo didn't know what time the 3 of them finished eating. She just seemed to hear someone go out in a daze. When she got up early in the morning, Su and Mo found that there were still some dishes left, so she prepared to make some corn porridge to eat with the remaining dishes. When Suemo was making a fire, she heard the door of the west room open. She turned around and saw that it was Gung Chongqing. Gung Chongqing saw that Suemo saw him, and there seemed to be disappointment in his eyes, so he said, "He left 2 hours ago. He had to go back to the mountain to arrange things." The group of soldiers were still camping in the snow on the mountain. As the main commander, Lu Chongzheng could not leave for too long.
Oh.
Suemo responded, "Uncle Gung, what time did you chat last night? Why did you get up so early? 1 or 2 o'clock?" Gung Chongqing did not pay much attention to the time. "I have always been a light sleeper." After that, Gung Chongqing looked at the vegetables planted by Suemo with interest and asked, "Xiaoemo, how did you think of growing vegetables in the house? I saw it in the book sent back by my uncle before."
Suemo said.
Then she briefly told Gung Chongqing about the principles of greenhouse vegetable planting that she had learned from her agricultural knowledge during this period. Anyway, the book sent back by the uncle had been seized by the group of people who had confiscated the house, so they had no way to verify it. Gung Chongqing listened with interest. This was indeed a very advanced planting concept. If it could be promoted, the problem of eating vegetables in winter for the people in the north would be greatly improved. It seems that this girl's desire for a position as an agricultural researcher was not aimless, and she had something in her hands. As the head of the commune, he thought further. When the gold mine is mined, the flow of people in Hongqi commune will definitely increase. I dare not say what food those people eat, but vegetables will definitely be solved nearby. Then the brigade in this area can add another sideline of growing vegetables. While eating breakfast, Suemo learned from Sui Chen that they were going to leave and go back tomorrow. The holiday was limited and the journey was long, so Suemo could not keep them. After breakfast, she got busy. She took out all the pork that Sui Chen bought yesterday and chopped it, and went to the west room to grab a few handfuls of dried hazel mushrooms to soak. Suemo was going to make some mushroom meat sauce for them to take back and mix with rice. "Xiaoemo, don't worry, we can just buy food on the train." Fu Manhwa thought Suemo was making food for them on the train. "Aunt, here's the mushroom meat sauce I made. Uncle hasn't eaten anything I made yet. You can take it back and let him try it,"
Suemo said.
Fu Manhwa smiled when she heard it. "Okay. By then, your uncle will probably eat 3 more bowls of rice." Fortunately, Li Yue brought some soybean paste last time. Although the effect may not be as good as bean paste, it is also very fragrant. When Suemo was making it, Fu Manhwa smelled it so fragrant that when it was done, she immediately scooped a mouthful to taste it. "It's delicious. Xiaoemo, not to mention your uncle, and will eat 3 more bowls of rice." Fu Manhwa gave a thumbs up. The meat sauce was ready, but what to put it in was another problem. Suemo thought that she seemed to have seen a canned fruit bottle at Lu's house before, so she prepared to go to Lu's house to ask for it. When Li Yue heard Sumo say that Fu Manhwa and the others were leaving tomorrow, she quickly found all the cans for Sumo, and then she started to work on it herself. There were 5 bottles in total, and Suemo estimated that they were just enough. After washing the bottles and waiting for the mushroom meat sauce to cool down, Suemo bottled and sealed them. After filling 5 bottles, there was still some left, which she saved for noodles at noon. Lunch was casual. Suemo made some hand-rolled noodles, paired with fresh vegetables picked from the house, and mixed with mushroom meat sauce. It was so delicious that Fu Manhwa ate 2 large bowls. In the afternoon, Suemo started making dumplings again. The ingredients were limited, so she only prepared 2 fillings. One was filled with leeks and eggs, and the other was filled with cabbage and oil residue. The leeks were also freshly cut in the house. Although they were a little tender, they were emerald green and looked very pleasing to the eye. Seeing Sumo's skilled look, Fu Manhwa sighed. "Xiaoemo, you have suffered." Suemo blinked and smiled. "Aunt, it's not hard. How many people can't eat white flour dumplings?" Fu Manhwa touched Sumo's head, her eyes a little moist. "This is a good child." In the afternoon, Li Yue came over with a backpack filled with things for Fu Manhwa. "Sister, I heard from Xiaoemo that you will be back tomorrow, and we don't have anything good here, so I got some local specialties for you," Li Yue said as she took things out. This wolf skin was caught by the brigade 2 years ago. You can take it back and make a pair of knee pads for your uncle-in-law. I heard that the south is very humid. You must protect your knees in winter. This dried river fish was caught from the river in front of the brigade. The meat is very fragrant.
You can take it back.
When cooking, cut some shredded and add a little soy sauce to steam it. It tastes good with rice or steamed buns. This cured rabbit meat is also caught in the mountains. It is cured and dry, so there is no need to worry about it going bad. You can take it back and eat it. As he said this, he took out 3 pieces of cured rabbit meat. These hazel mushrooms and walnuts were given by my eldest daughter-in-law. This cured lamb leg was given by my second daughter-in-law. There are not many good things in the countryside. Don't despise them. Fu Manhwa was stunned for a moment when she saw Li Yue taking so many things. After hearing what Li Yue said, she hurriedly said, "Oh, sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Which of these is not a good thing? They are hard to find in the south. I came here empty-handed, and I took so many when I left. How can I feel embarrassed? If the journey was not long, I really should have brought more gifts." "Don't say that, sister. The cloth you gave is of such quality and color that we can't buy it here. I picked up all these things from the mountains, please don't despise them." The two exchanged some traditional Chinese kung fu before Li Yue left. Because they had to leave early tomorrow morning, Fu Manhwa packed up and went to bed early. The next day, at about 3 in the morning, Su and Mo got up quietly, boiled water in one pot, and cooked dumplings in another. Su Yichen said that 2 members of the survey team were going back to Beijing today, and the army had a car to take them to the railway station, so they could just take a ride together. Lu Changzheng had already made arrangements and would come to the brigade headquarters to pick them up at around 5 in the morning. Not long after, the mother and son also got up, and after washing up, they ate hot dumplings again. Su and Mo cooked all the dumplings and put the rest in lunch boxes for the mother and son. If they couldn't fit, she put them in an enamel pot with a lid. "Aunt, take all these dumplings with you, get some hot water on the train, and heat them up in it. Homemade dumplings taste better than the food on the train."
Okay.
Fu Manhwa nodded. Her eyes were already a little moist. "Xiaoma, you have to be well. If you have any problems, just call us."
Yes.
Su and Mo nodded, feeling a little bitter in her heart. When the time was almost up, the 3 of them carried their luggage to the brigade headquarters. The weather was relatively good today, and it didn't snow. When passing by the Lu family, Lu Qingyan and his wife, Lu Xingjuan and Lu Weigua all stood up to see them off. Even Lu Boming went to the intersection and talked to the mother and son for a while. Several people sent the 2 all the way to the brigade headquarters, and after waiting for less than 5 minutes, the pickup car arrived. After getting in the car, Fu Manhwa had tears in her eyes, rolled down the window, and kept waving. After this farewell, "I don't know when I will see you again. Xiaoma, take care," Su Yichen said to Su and Mo before driving away. "Yes. Brother, take care of yourself too." Su and Mo also had tears in her eyes. She was still not very good at parting. When the car drove away and could no longer be seen, they went back. Li Yue patted Su and Mo on the back and comforted her. "Xiao and Mo, don't be sad. When the 3rd brother has a day off, let him accompany you back to your mother's house."
Shumonari.
After arriving home, Su and Mo felt that the house was a little empty again. People are like this, they get used to the days with many people, and then suddenly they are alone and feel empty. Su and Mo sighed, thinking about going to the west room to put away all the bedding. The bedding in the west room had been neatly folded by Su Yichen and placed on the Kong. Next to the bedding, there was a stack of money. $31.80. Su and Mo held back her tears all morning and cried in an instant. "I'm afraid that the eldest brother only kept the fare and gave her the rest of the money." Su and Mo was emo for a while, then she pulled herself together to clean the house. She cleaned the place, washed what needed to be washed, and hung it in the house to let it dry naturally. The house had a fireplace and a Kong, so it was quite dry. She hung a wet quilt cover and bed sheet and used it as a humidifier. After that, Su and Mo took out the steamed buns she had steamed before from the space, had an early lunch, and went asleep on the Kong again. She didn't know why, but she was always sleepy these days, and she didn't know if her period was coming. Thinking of her period, Sue Emo felt something was wrong. It seemed that she didn't have her period for a whole month last month. Logically speaking, the original owner's body had been adjusted by her, and she should have her period every month. Sue Emo mobilized her supernatural powers, thinking about continuing to adjust it, but she didn't expect that when she was running her supernatural powers, she felt two very weak vitality in her lower abdomen. Sue Emo jumped up in shock. What the is this? Is she pregnant? But isn't it difficult for people with supernatural powers to get pregnant? In the end times, it is no secret that people with special abilities have difficulty getting pregnant. Because of this, no matter how fierce Lu Chongjung was, Sue Emo never considered the issue of contraception. In the past 10 years of the end times, there have been only a handful of children born to female people with special abilities. And not only women, but also male people with special abilities find it extremely difficult to make their partners pregnant. Why did she get pregnant after just a few times? Sue Emo was a little bald, a little bit unbelievable, and a little panicked at the same time. She was not prepared to be a mother at all. Sue Emo did not give up and mobilized her special abilities to feel it again. Sure enough, there were two weak vitality. One of the vitalities seemed to feel her temptation and even interacted with her. Sue Emo jumped up again in fright. What the is this? Why can it interact? Is she pregnant with a person with special abilities? But if you calculate the time, it's only 15 days at most. It's still an embryo, right? How can she know how to interact with superpowers?
Sue Montag was shocked.
Could it be that she was pregnant with a monster? Sue Emo used her special powers to test again, but this time, no matter how she tested, the vitality did not interact with her again. Sue Emo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not pregnant with a monster. But when she thought that she was already pregnant with two babies, Sue Emo sat on the Kong dejectedly again, not knowing what to do for a while. If they must have won, and it will be her, she cannot deprive them of the right to have children. But what should she do after having them? The career she has laid out has just started. It is obviously not the most appropriate time to get pregnant at this time. She doesn't know if she can still get the promised position after she gets pregnant. Moreover, she has never taken care of a child. She doesn't know if she can be a good mother. Sue Emo was a little panicked and couldn't adapt to this new identity for a while. Sue Emo was so irritable that she simply lay back on the Kong, covered with a quilt, and went to sleep. In the evening, Lu Chongjung came back and saw that the room was dark and there seemed to be no one. When he entered the room, he found his wife leaning on the Kong, looking depressed. Seeing this, Lu Chongjung's heart ached. He walked over and hugged Sue Emo gently. Wife, don't be sad. I'll take a vacation next year and accompany you to visit Uncle and his family. Sue Emo didn't respond. After a while, she said faintly, Lu Chongjung, I'm pregnant. Lu Chongjung didn't react for a while. What? Sue Emo suddenly remembered that it seemed that normal people couldn't feel that they were pregnant at this time, so she changed her words and said, My period didn't come. I might be pregnant. Lu Chongjung was stunned at first, but after reacting, he began to feel a little sweet in his heart. He was so happy that he picked Sue Emo up from the Kong. Wife, are you serious? Lu Chongjung's eyes were as bright as stars. Lu Chongjung's joy also infected Sue Emo a little. Lu Chongjung, do you like children? Generally, I can't say I like them, but I don't dislike them either. But I like the children you gave birth to for me, wife. Sue Emo curled her lips. It must be said that this man is a talker. Wife, what about you? Do you like our child? Lu Chongjung felt a little uneasy. Anyone with eyes could see that Sue Emo was not happy. What if his wife said she didn't like it? Would she just not want the child? Thinking of this, Lu Chongjung couldn't help but hold Sue Mo's hand tightly. In fact, after he found his father-in-law and mother-in-law in Lijiao, he had thought that his wife might not have married him because she liked him. Maybe she wanted to have a separate residence so that she could take care of her parents. But so what? This woman is his, and she will only be his in this life. He also has the confidence that his wife will slowly like him as they get along in the future. But now they've been together for too short a time. What should he do if his wife doesn't want their child? After a long time, Su and Mo spoke. Lu Chongjing, I don't know. I don't know if I can be a good mother. Hearing Su and Mo say this, Lu Chongjing's heart was finally at ease, and he comforted her softly. Wife, you are so smart. You will definitely be a good mother in any situation. What if I can't? Su and Mo turned away. Children are not adults. They are very difficult to take care of. Medical conditions are so poor now. What if there is a problem during pregnancy? Or the child gets sick after birth? What should I do? He can't speak. Feeling Su Mo's nervousness, Lu Chongxing gently patted her back to comfort her. Wife, no, don't be afraid. We are all strong and healthy, and the baby will be fine. Then, go to the hospital for regular checkups every month. Don't be afraid if the baby is sick, there are doctors. The order from the army will come down soon. I can be here, and I will accompany you. Don't worry about my parents. I will be here, and I will take good care of them. Knowing that his wife didn't want to give birth to his child, but was afraid that she couldn't take good care of it, Lu Chongjing felt relieved and distressed. She had been under too much pressure during this period of time due to the sudden change. Now she suddenly had to take on another identity. She probably felt a little overwhelmed. It was not easy to secretly deliver things to the cowshed, and she had to be on guard against the dark hands from High City at all times. The things at home were probably overwhelming her. He had to take her burden for her so that she could feel at ease and relaxed. Wife, I'll take care of everything. Lu Chongxing kissed Sumo's forehead and continued to comfort her. I'll take care of all the housework in the future. You just need to rest at home. Needless to say, after being persuaded by Lu Chongxing, Sumo's irritability was reduced a lot. You said, if I get pregnant at this time, will the position promised to me be lost? Lu Chongxing smiled. Wife, don't worry about it. The boss will not break his promise. Besides, the person who makes the specific arrangements is Uncle Gung. Not to mention that you are just pregnant. Even if you're going to give birth the next day, he will arrange the position for you. Su Mo thought about it. That's true. In later generations, people have seen too many news about being fired for pregnancy and have forgotten the specialness of this era. At this time, jobs are all for one person, a safe and secure job, and can be passed on to children. It's her appearance that's wrong. It's probably affected by estrogen and progesterone. After thinking it through, Su Mo didn't bother about it anymore. Since she already has it, she just needs to take good care of it. As for work, let's take it one step at a time, as long as the position can be given. When do you think those appointments will be issued? Su Mo asked Lu Chongxing. Seeing that his wife's eyes had regained their former agility, Lu Chongxing breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, they will be issued this month. It was only December 1st, and a month was enough time for the higher-ups to get things done. Wife, you take a rest first, I'll go cook. Lu Chongxing gently put Su Mo on the Kong and lit the kerosene lamp for her. His wife was pregnant now, so she couldn't be tired. As for the word maybe that Su Mo said, he simply ignored it. Lu Chongxing cut some sausages and steamed them with rice, fried eggs, and stir-fried some vegetables with animal oil. He had to get more things to nourish his body. He didn't dare to let his wife eat meat every day, but he still had to ensure that there were eggs every day and the nutrition had to keep up. After dinner, Lu Chongxing began to have troubles again. There is still a lot of work to be done in the mountains now. He can't come back every day. It's good enough to come back every 2 or 3 days. Moreover, after the appointment is given, he will definitely have to go back to the army to hand over the work. Wife, why don't you tell my mother? Let her come to cook in the future? Lu Chongxing said. Duent, I'm not sure yet. Although she is sure. Even if she is really pregnant, there is no need for others to cook. Other women in the brigade have to work in the fields when they are pregnant. I am not so bad that I can't even cook a meal. But you just... He saw that his wife was not in a very good state just now. He had heard from a married comrade that when this wife was pregnant, she needed someone to accompany her the most. I just thought about it wrongly before. It's fine once you figure it out. Don't tell your mother. She still wanted to read and study at home. If someone came over all the time, it would be really inconvenient. She was used to being independent, so she didn't need someone to cook for her when she was pregnant. After the work was over, she had to go to work again. I'm worried that you'll be tired. Sue and Mo smiled. It's just cooking, you won't be tired. If I were really tired, I would tell you. Okay. Wife, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. When sleeping at night, Lu Chongjing was extremely honest, and he would get up from time to check whether Sumo's quilt was covered. For nearly 10 days after that, Suemo stayed at home and did not go out. Lu Chongjing also tried to come back once every 2 or 3 days, and every time he came back, he would bring some game. After all, they were working in the deep mountains and they had weapons in their hands, so they could get a lot of things. The soldiers stationed there also relied on these prey for their meals. During this period, Su Mo was studying and writing manuscripts at home, and she also took the time to make herself a cotton coat. Originally, she wanted to make one for Lu Chongjing, but Lu Chongjing was afraid that she would be tired, so he didn't let her, saying that the army had issued it. Occasionally, Li Yue would come to Su Mo to chat. Fu Manhwa and others also returned to Guangxi province on the evening of the 8th and sent a telegram to Su Mo on the same day to report their safety. On this day, Ma Xiaowan came to play with Su Mo and told her some things about the educated youth. She said that the old educated youth Lin Xia, her family found a partner for her and asked her to go back for a blind date during the winter. If it is suitable, Lin Xia may be able to return to the city by getting married. She also talked about some conflicts in the educated youth camp and lamented that Sumo's decision to marry and stay away from the educated youth camp was a wise move. I heard that there will be another batch of educated youth coming next spring. There are 10 people now, and there are so many conflicts. I don't know what will happen if another batch comes in the future.
Ma Xiaoyuan sighed. There are so many people.
If your financial conditions allow, you can see if you can apply to build a house near the educated youth camp. Living alone will make life more comfortable.
Ma
Xiaojuan's eyes lit up. How much does it cost to build a house? Su Mo didn't know the exact amount and gave a rough range. For an adobe house, it may cost 70 or 80. After all, she has nothing from adobe to wood. Everything has to be bought by others. Ma Xiaowan pondered for a moment. Okay, wait until spring and see how many people come. At noon, Su Mo invited Ma Xiaowan to have lunch. She cooked corn porridge, cut some cured roe deer meat, and most importantly, fried 2 kinds of green vegetables. Ma Xiaowan was very satisfied with the meal. Normally, people don't think green vegetables are that good, but in winter when there are no vegetables to eat, green vegetables are considered top-notch delicacies. Su Mo has been planting these vegetables for a month and a half, and they can be eaten one after another. Su Mo picked some of the better ones and sent them to the Lu family, asking Li Yue to be in charge of the distribution. On December 12th, the reward and appointment documents for the gold mine came down. Geng Chongqing was promoted to the secretary of the Qingxi County Party Committee, Lu Chongjing was promoted to the head of a certain regiment, and Su Mo was appointed as a special agricultural researcher of Hongqi Commune. The 3 appointments officially took effect on January 1st, 1972. In addition to Sumo's work as a special researcher, her superiors also secured a bonus of 500 yuan for her. This bonus was specially delivered by a cadre of a certain county committee the day after the appointment was issued. A commendation meeting was also held in the brigade to praise Su Mo for discovering the gold mine and her selfless reporting spirit. Then, they began to brag about what these cadres of a certain committee had done, what results they had achieved, and what achievements they had made. Su Mo braved the wind and snow, stood on the podium of the brigade, and smiled falsely, listening to the cadre's long-winded official language, and she wished she could kick him off the stage. Finally, after the cadre had been talking for more than an hour, Su Mo finally received the money and hurried down. The members of the Lujia village brigade were all excited. They had never thought that a gold mine would be found in their mountain. This was a great thing. With the mining industry nearby, their lives would probably be even better. The militia members who had participated in the mountain patrol before felt a little uncomfortable. Why didn't they open their eyes a little more at the beginning? Otherwise the honor, the reward, and the job would all be theirs. After sending the county cadres away, Lu Bagua patted Lu Qing'an on the shoulder and said, "You old man, you kept it secret so well that you didn't leak a word." Lu Qing'an smiled and said, "This matter needs to be kept secret. How can you talk nonsense?" In fact, he felt very bitter in his heart. The three grandfathers and grandchildren knew about it, but they kept it from him alone. On the other side, Aunt Chunfeng was also teasing Li Yue. "No wonder you love your youngest daughter-in-law the most. This is really a gold nugget." Li Yue smiled and nodded. "Yes, it is a gold nugget." She said that Xiaoma was a lucky star, and now she even found a gold mine. The two of them were talking and laughing, and they happened to meet Li Tsuehua, who was walking back with her head down. Li Tsuehua glanced at Li Yue and walked away. She no longer had the energy to compare. In the afternoon, Lu Changzheng also came back. After being appointed, he had to go back to the army to hand over his work. This time he would be away for at least half a month, and he had to come back to see his wife first. There were some things he had to talk to his family about. After packing up, the couple went to Lu's house. In Lu Boming's room, Lu Changzheng told several elders and two brothers that he had been promoted to regiment commander and would lead troops to be responsible for the development of the gold mine in the future. Lu Weiguo was on vacation today and happened to be at home. Everyone was very happy. This was a 3-level promotion. If it were to happen step by step, it would take many years. Moreover, the person was transferred to the front, so he didn't have to see him every few years like before. Third brother, who is more senior, the regiment commander or the county party secretary? Lu Weiguo asked. The county party secretary is the highest official in Qingxi County. They are of the same level. Lu Changzheng said. Lu Weiguo gave a thumbs up. Okay. Third brother. Although Lu Boming was also happy, he still said to Lu Changzheng in a serious tone, "This kind of thing can only be encountered by chance, so just take the shortcut once. In the future, you still have to be down to earth, and using military merit to climb up is the right way." He was afraid that his grandson would have some bad ideas because the shortcut was too easy. "Grandpa, I know, don't worry," Lu Changzheng said solemnly. He didn't expect that he could be promoted directly to the head of the regiment. Among them, he was afraid that the leader had made great efforts and repaid his grandfather's kindness to him. "Okay, I've told you the matter. You should go quickly, don't let people wait too long." Lu Boming waved his hand and asked Lu Changzheng to go quickly. The car to take him was waiting at the brigade headquarters. Lu Changzheng nodded, carried the things and left. It was windy and snowy, so he didn't ask anyone to take him back, especially Su Mo, who kept urging her to go back. After Su Mo left, Lu Changzheng came back, pulled Li Yue aside and whispered, "Mom, my wife is pregnant. Please help take care of her during my absence." Li Yue was so angry that she slapped him. "You child, why didn't you tell me earlier?" At noon, people were still blowing the cold wind on the podium for an hour or so. If they knew that she was pregnant, they would not let anyone go up. "My wife doesn't let me tell you," saying that she is not sure. But she hasn't had her period for more than a month, so it is likely that she is pregnant. "Does she have symptoms of morning sickness?" Lu Changzheng shook his head. "I haven't seen her." On the contrary, his wife's appetite is amazing. She used to eat only 1 bowl of rice in one meal, but now she eats 2 bowls. "Okay, I know, you go quickly." Li Yue waved her hand. The third brother went to the army this time and would be back soon, so she was not so sad. After returning to the room, Li Yue thought that some people would not when they have morning sickness. Xiao Mo might really be pregnant. Seeing Li Yue thinking, Lu Qing'an asked, "What did the third brother want to talk to you about? Why couldn't she tell him everything?" Li Yue rolled her eyes at him and said, "He said you might be a father again." "What?" "He said his wife might be pregnant and asked me to take care of her during this period." "Really?" Lu Qing'an was also happy. Although he had been a father several times, this was the first child for the third brother. The third brother was promising, and he was looking forward to his children. "How many eggs are there at home?" "Give them all to Xiaoma." "I saw a bag of milk powder in the cabinet a few days ago. You can take it too. It's up to you to arrange it." Li Yue scolded with a smile. Wait for me to go over and ask about the situation first. Since Su Imo realized that she was pregnant, she used her supernatural power to warm the two embryos from time to time. Now she doesn't need to deliberately perceive it. She can feel their strong vitality. Since the vitality of those two guys became stronger, Su Imo felt that she was very easy to get hungry. It seems that most people can't eat when they first get pregnant, so why is she so hungry? The birth rate is low in the end times, and she hasn't collected any books on pregnancy and childbirth, so she doesn't know much. But as long as the embryo is vigorous, there shouldn't be a big problem. Just eat when hungry. After returning home, Su Imo was hungry again, so she took out an apple from the space and ate it. She knew a little that when pregnant you should eat more apples, grapes, and the like so that the baby will have white skin and big eyes. So, Su Imo now eats at least one apple every day. There are about 400 kilograms of apples in her space, which is enough for her to eat until the baby is born. After Su Imo finished eating the apple and was about to rest, Li Yue came over. Li Yue put the eggs she brought on the table and asked with a smile, Xiao Imo, have you felt anything different recently? When Su Imo saw Li Yue like this, she knew that Lu Changzheng must have said it. She didn't hide it and said, you get sleepy and hungry easily. Li Yue slapped her thigh. That's it. Xiaoma, you should be pregnant. Don't be too tired recently. Sleep when you are sleepy. Don't be reluctant to eat. The child needs nutrition to grow. Mother brought you half a basket of eggs. You eat first, and I will buy more after you finish eating. Li Yue smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. The third brother and his wife are both good-looking, and the child born will definitely be very good-looking. Li Yue saw that the bedding on the Kong was spread out, and knew that Su Imo was sleepy. Without waiting for her to answer, she said, you go to sleep. Mother has nothing to do. Just come to see. After that, she left in a hurry again. Su Imo also knew Li Yue's character, and after asking her to walk slowly, she lay down and took a nap. After Li Yue went back, she told Lu Qing'an the exact situation. Then she said with some worry, Xiaoma will go to work in the commune next month. She is pregnant now. I am really worried about her riding a bike in the wind and snow. How about this? You can borrow a donkey cart from the team. This winter, you can send her off in the morning and pick her up in the evening. Li Yue said. Lu Qing'an. How can a father-in-law pick her up and drop her off to work every day when her daughter-in-law is pregnant? This is not good, right? How about asking the second son to give her a ride? The second son has to go to work every day anyway. Li Yue thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate. Riding a bike is dangerous. What if she falls? It is safer to ride a donkey cart. But as a father-in-law, what's the big deal about picking up and dropping off my daughter-in-law every day? To avoid being gossiped by those gossipers. If it was a daughter, it would not matter. Everyone has nothing to do during the winter, but when this person has nothing to do, he likes to talk nonsense and gossip. Li Yue thought about it, and it made sense. There were many dirty people. Then you teach me how to drive a donkey cart. I'll learn it and send it off in the future. Li Yue said. Although she had never driven a donkey cart, she had ridden it many times and knew a little bit. Learning it would be safer. Lu Qing'an thought about it and felt that it was okay. After the couple discussed it, Lu Qing'an went to Lu Boming's room and told him the good news. Finally, there was something he knew before his father. He was not like them, who liked to hide everything. This good thing should be shared. As soon as Lu Changzheng returned to the army, he was called to the office by the division commander. When he saw Lu Changzheng, the division commander did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Changzheng, I saw your transfer order. Have you really decided? Yes. Lu Changzheng stood up straight and answered loudly. The division commander stared at Lu Changzheng and said after a while, Lu Changzheng, you are not suitable for the logistics unit. Although he became a regiment commander, that regiment was a logistics support regiment. For someone as motivated and potential as Lu Changzheng, he really didn't want him to go there. He should stay on the front line. Although he might not be able to be promoted so quickly, his prospects would definitely be better than going to that regiment. If he went to that regiment, he might stop at the position of regiment commander. But if he stayed in his current position with Lu Changzheng's ability, He believed that he would sooner or later climb to his current position and might even go further than him. The division commander sighed and said, "Sit down. I have something to tell you." After Lu Chongjing sat down, the division commander took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Chongjing. "This is an order from the superiors. They want to select talents from our army to form a flexible, capable, well-equipped, fast-moving, well-trained, and combat-capable special task force to perform special tasks. Over the years, you have completed every task very well. You are a rare sharp knife soldier in our army. I originally wanted to recommend you to the superiors to lead the formation and training of this special task force. Unfortunately, your transfer order came down before I submitted this letter of recommendation." Lu Chongjing clenched his fists. In his bones, he is a wild person who likes to accept challenges. If he had heard that such a team was to be formed before, he would definitely be the first to sign up.
But now,
he knows the pressure his wife is carrying, and he has promised that he will accompany her to face it. Since he promised her, he can't break his promise. Seeing that Lu Chongjing didn't say anything, the division commander continued, "You completed the last mission very well, and you have the credit for discovering the gold mine. If you want to continue to stay in the frontline troops, I can mediate and promote you to the deputy regimental level. Although it is not as high as the current regimental level position, you should know that the prospects of the frontline troops are far from comparable to those of the logistics troops." Lu Chongjing was very grateful to the division commander for valuing him and considering his future, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Division commander, I have made up my mind." The division commander was a little angry. "Lu Chongjing, don't you love shooting the most? You practice shooting so hard, just to command mining one day?" Lu Chongjing's eyes were a little red because of what the division commander said. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, "Division commander, my wife is pregnant." The division commander's words were choked in his throat before he could say them. After a long while, he put down his hand dejectedly and said, "I know, you go." After saying that, he waved his hand to let Lu Chongjing go out. The frontline troops sounded glorious, and brave soldiers all wanted to come here. But it is indeed dangerous here, and no one can guarantee that they can come back safely every time. Maybe one day they will die for their country. Since his wife is pregnant, let him be more at ease. Sure enough, the land of gentleness is the tomb of heroes. Lu Chongjing endured the bitterness in his heart, stood up, and saluted solemnly to the division commander. Then he turned around and strode away. When Lu Chongjing was closing the door, the division commander called him again. "If you want to come back one day, call me." After saying that, the division commander waved his hand and let him go. After coming out of the division commander, Lu Chongjing was called over by the brigade commander and the regiment commander. Like the division commander, the brigade commander did not quite understand his decision, but also respected his choice. The regiment commander, who was most familiar with him, understood him a little. He patted his shoulder and said, "Is it for your wife? So sometimes life is really difficult. When ideals and family conflict, it's really hard to choose either one." The regiment commander was also deeply troubled by family affairs. Lu Chongjing pulled the corner of his lips and said, "My wife is pregnant. I will settle down for a few years, and don't let her worry. As for the future, we'll talk about it later." The logistics unit did a good job and had its own outstanding features. But he didn't actually plan to stay in the logistics unit forever, but it was difficult to plan for the future now, so he could only make plans when the time came. Lu Chongjing has always been a person who sets a goal and takes action quickly. Since he has decided to transfer, he will hand over his work to the person who will take over his job as quickly as possible, and then go to the new unit in advance to understand the situation. When Lu Chongjing was busy, Su Mo lived a very chic life at home. Now that she has a job, Su Mo is not going to submit articles to multiple newspapers anymore. She will only submit to Haisher newspaper, which pays for her articles. After writing and sending out the articles for Haisher newspaper, Su Mo began to study, eat, and sleep in a cycle. After starting work, she plans to use the knowledge she has learned, combined with actual research, to write some papers to see if they can be published in academic journals such as Science Bulletin. As long as she can get one article published, it will be much easier for her to make friends with the bigwigs. During this period, Gung Chongqing came. He is also handing over his work now. He has used his connections to help the former President Li Hongjun become the secretary. After 4 years of cooperation, Li Hongjun has become a member of Gung Chongqing's party. Helping him to the top position will help him continue to control the Red Flag Commune. After all, there are people here that he cares about and wants to protect, and he dare not slack off. However, someone has already intervened in the selection of the president, and they can't control too much, so they have to take a step back. Now that Hongqi Commune has a gold mine, it is also a hot commodity. There must be many people who want to get a piece of the pie, so some people have to let others drink some soup. Xiao Imo, your position as a special researcher is set at level 28, with a monthly salary of 27.5 yuan. The monthly ration is 27 caddies of fine grains, 4 taels of oil, 5 taels of meat, 20 caddies of coal, and 12 meters of cloth coupons per year. These are fixed. For the rest, the commune will flexibly issue some coupons for daily needs every month. Gung Chongqing told Su Mo about the salary and benefits of her position. If you have any problems, go find Li Hongjun. I told him to take good care of you. I just arrived in the county and will be busy for a while. I may not be able to take care of this side. You should take care of yourself first.
Shumonari.
I know, Uncle Gung, don't worry. A new president will be sent by the higher-ups. He will arrive in late January at the latest. It is not known whether he is an enemy or a friend. You should be careful when the time comes. While Su Mo and the others were reaping the rewards, the Yang family in Haishur was in dire straits. First, it was Yang Suong. As the public notice period was about to end, the union received several letters of objection on the last day. Each letter listed many of Yang Suhong's work mistakes, and the content was different. Adding up several letters, the mistakes were too many. Since the letter of objection was received during the public notice period, Yang Suhong's promotion would naturally have to be postponed. The specific situation would have to wait for the union to investigate before making a decision. Yang Suhong's girlfriend Zhongya was also very angry. It was the last day, and she was ready to celebrate for Yang Suong, but this happened. She immediately ran to the factory director's office angrily and asked her father to think of a way to find out who was behind this. In fact, as soon as the union received the letter of objection, someone showed the letter to Director Zhong and asked him if he wanted to suppress it. After all, Yang Suong was Director Zhong's future son-in-law. Director Zhong also wanted to suppress it at first, but after he read the letter, he gave up the idea of suppressing it. These letters listed Yang Suhong's work mistakes, including the time, place, and how he remedied it afterwards. They were all written clearly and could not be denied. These mistakes were not too eye-catching at ordinary times. At work, there will always be times when mistakes are made, and they can be remedied afterwards. But when it broke out at the juncture of promotion, it was a big problem. After all, Yang Suong did not make any great contributions to the factory, and he did not have the merits to suppress these mistakes. These mistakes were listed one by one, which would make people feel that this person was mediocre and not qualified for the position of deputy director. Those who wrote the letter were obviously well prepared, and Director Zhong did not dare to be careless. Maybe if he suppressed it, something bigger would happen on the other side. He even thought conspiratorially that this might be a trap set against him. He has been the director for so many years, and he is not completely clean. I can't do anything about this. Someone wants to deal with him. Go ask him if he has offended any big shots recently. Director Zhong sent his daughter away with a few words. After Yang Suong got the news from Zhongya, he couldn't figure out who he had offended recently. What's more, he has always been smooth in doing things and basically would not do anything to offend people. Yang Suong couldn't find the answer on his side, so he wondered if there was something wrong at home. So, he rushed home immediately after work and told Zhou Qiuying about the matter. The textile factory allocated a single dormitory for Yang Suong, and he basically lived there and only went home when he had a break. Because of the busy work, he has not been home for more than a month. After hearing this, Zhou Qiuying was shaking all over. half angry and half scared. She was angry that Yang Shuren offended the Su family and dragged his son down. She was also angry that the Su family had no mercy at all and attacked the child at the first move. Since the Su family has begun to retaliate, I am afraid they will not have an easy time. Thinking of the possibility of living with cattle and sheep, Zhou Qiuying trembled all over. When Yang Suong saw his mother like this, he knew it was a family problem. "Mom, who did you offend?" Yang Suhong's face was grim. He was afraid that his promotion this time would be ruined, and he would have to endure for a few more years. "Su family, your dad offended the Su family," Zhou Qiuying said weakly. "Su family? Which Su family?" Yang Suong didn't react for a while. Which other Su family could it be?
This.
How could this happen? Aren't Dad and Uncle Qian close friends? How could the Su family? Yang Suong was very shocked. They had always had a good relationship, so why did his dad suddenly offend the other party? "Su Tingqian was reported by your dad." Zhou Qiuying was a little speechless. Yang Suong was stunned, and after a long while he said, "Is my dad crazy?" They are on good terms with the Su family, and even a fool knows that only when the Su family is good, they can be better. What his dad did was really hurtful to others and not beneficial to himself. It's no use saying these now. He has already done it. Su Tingqian's family has also gone to the countryside. Now that Su Tingda has found out about this, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Su Tingda is not as cruel as Su Tingqian. Didn't my father save Uncle Qian? He should. Zhou Qiuying waved her hand. Saved. It's just a polite way of saying it in the Su family. Your father just sent him to the hospital. The Su family should have repaid this favor 800 years ago. When Su Tingqian was young, he rode a bicycle in Haishur on a whim one day. The second young Master Su, who usually went out in a car, was not familiar with bicycles. When he was going downhill, he lost control and flew out, hitting his head, and fainted. Yang Shuren happened to pass by and carried him to the hospital. Su Tiqian stayed in the hospital for more than 10 days because of a concussion. Yang Shuren had just applied for college at that time and took a job taking care of patients in the hospital to earn tuition. After a few interactions, the two became familiar with each other and later became good friends. In order to repay Yang Shuren, Su Zhongli covered his university tuition and living expenses. At that time, the country had not yet been founded, and tuition fees were required to go to university. The tuition fees were not cheap and were definitely not affordable for a rural family. It can be said that without the money from the Su family, Yang Shuren might not have been able to go to university. After listening to Zhou Qiuying's story, Yang Suong fell silent. Over the years, Su Tingqian often joked that Yang Shuren had saved his life, and he really thought it was a great favor. But the reality was that his father had taken advantage of him. Yang Suong covered his head in dejection. His father had offended his only supporter. "Suong, the Su family will not let us go so easily. We have to think of a way to at least save you and your sister first." The mother and son discussed for a while, then went out again, each to find someone else. Since Fu Manhwa and her son came, Yang Shuren has been very dedicated to his work, often preparing lessons and correcting homework until late at night. On this day, Yang Shuren came back at almost 10 o'clock. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhou Qiuying sitting on the sofa in the living room with a cold face. "Who has offended you again?" Yang Shuren changed his shoes and walked over to ask.
You.
Zhou Qiuying stared at Yang Shuren with red eyes. The Su family has begun to retaliate. Suong has been reported, and her future has been completely delayed. Yang Shuren was shocked and asked her what was going on. After Zhou Qiuying told the story, he slammed the table in anger. "They are slandering." "It's not slander." Suhong's future father-in-law said that everything written is true. How could Suong, this child, have so many handles in the hands of others? Yang Shuren was anxious. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by handles? This is just a normal mistake at work. Who doesn't make mistakes at work? It's just that someone has counted them. Su Hong will definitely not get a promotion this time. I'm afraid he will be suppressed for a few years. Who knows what the situation will be like in a few years?" Zhou Qiuying became more and more angry. She picked up the newspaper on the table and slapped young Shiren. It's all your fault. It's all your stupidity that hurt the child. Yang Shiren knew he was in the wrong, so he let Zhou Qiuying beat him, muttering, How could they do this? I didn't mean it. Yang Suyin was reading in the room. When she heard her parents arguing outside, she hurried out. When she saw Zhou Qiuying beating Yang Shiren, she rushed over to stop them. Mom, what are you doing? How can you hit Dad? It's not good if people hear it. Yang Suyin said in a low voice. She has always been proud of having a father who is a university professor. What did I do? Ask your dad what he did. Your brother's future has been ruined by him. Zhou Qiuying said hatefully, but she finally lowered her voice and stopped. Yang Suyin panicked and asked, What happened to my brother? Didn't he say he was going to get a promotion some time ago? In the Yang family, Yang Suyin's first proudest person is her father, and the second proudest person is her brother. These two people will be her future supporters. Because of what your father did, your brother's promotion is ruined.
Why?
Dad, what did you do? Her brother is the future son-in-law of the factory director, so isn't his promotion a foregone conclusion? Oh, he's probably too embarrassed to say it. Zhou Qiuying sneered. He reported Su Tingqian. Su Tingda found out about this, and now the Su family is taking revenge. Yang Suyin covered her mouth in shock, with mixed feelings in her heart, not knowing what to say for a while. Although she didn't like Su Mo very much, she never thought of harming her. Sure enough, old people are still poisonous. Because of her subtle feelings towards Su Mo, Yang Suyin sensitively realized that her father might be like her, and didn't like Uncle Su as much as he seemed. The suffocating feeling of having to look up to a good friend, probably only she and her father could understand. Dad, you shouldn't after a long while. Yang Suyin squeezed out such a sentence. You should work harder during this period. Maybe you will be the next one. Zhou Qiuying said to Yang Suyin. Yang Suyin panicked. She and Su Mo both graduated from high school in 1969, which was the time when the country vigorously advocated that educated youth go to the countryside. Fresh graduates who cannot find a job within half a year will have to face the reality of being sent to the countryside. She remembered that she cried to Su Mo at that time. Su Mo is an only child, and even if she doesn't have a job, she may not be sent to the countryside. But if she doesn't have a job, she will most likely be sent to the countryside. Su Mo told her not to worry and wait a little longer. A month later, the food factory posted a notice to recruit office staff, and Su Mo asked her to sign up quickly. She signed up, passed the exam, and became an employee in the logistics office of the food factory. Now that she thinks about it, this job might have been found for her by the Su family. If they really want to retaliate and make her job go away, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? If she loses her job, won't she have to go to the countryside like Su Mo? Thinking that she would have to do farm work in the countryside like Su Mo, Yang Suyin burst into tears instantly. Mom, you have to think of a way. Yang Shiren was frightened by this matter and was in a daze for several days. One day, he came out of his house and went to the office in the teaching building. He found that people on the school road looked at him with strange eyes, and people whispered from time to time. Yang Shiren stopped someone and wanted to ask what was wrong, but the person saw it was him and walked away instantly. Yang Shiren suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He finally got to the office with a heavy head and was notified that the principal was looking for him. When he arrived at the principal's office, Yang Shiren learned that someone had posted an anonymous big character poster on the notice board, accusing him of being ungrateful, reporting and framing Su Tingqian, and causing Su Tingqian to be demoted. Yang Shiren was sweating coldly when he heard it. Professor Yang, I know you have a good relationship with Su Tingqian, and you should not do such a thing. The school security department has torn up this big character poster, and the school will try to find out who posted it. Adjust your mentality and don't delay your teaching work. The principal reminded Yang Shiren.
Yes.
Yang Shiren nodded and fled from the principal's office. In the next few days, the rumors intensified, and some students even began to boycott Yang Shiren's class. Compared with Yang Shiren, who taught in an old-fashioned way, Su Tingqian, who was knowledgeable, witty and handsome, was obviously more popular with students. Originally, when Su Tingqian got into trouble, many students secretly felt sorry for him. Now that they knew that he was framed by people who regarded him as a good friend, they had to vent their anger for their former teacher. Seeing that the students were getting more and more violent, the school had to suspend Yang Shuren's classes first. Before Yang Shuren's side was settled, something happened in the food factory again. Several people were actually a report was made that the food factory had manipulated the recruitment exam that year and hired people through the back door. This incident caused quite a stir, and the food factory could only take out the sealed test papers from that year and re-examine them. In the exam that year, the food factory hired a total of 6 people. Upon investigation, it was found that 2 people had indeed entered through the back door, one of whom was Yang Suyun. In the recruitment exam that year, Yang Suyun happened to be ranked 7th. However, only 6 people were recruited that year, and Yang Suyun was not qualified. She replaced the original 6th place and got the job. After this incident, the 2 people who had entered through the back door were naturally fired. At the same time, the food factory also took this opportunity to deal with a group of people who violated the rules and regulations. Being fired was not enough. The family of the original 6th place got the news from somewhere and ran to the Yang family to make a scene. In the end, the Yang family paid 500 yuan to settle the matter. However, the whole family compound knew about it. Yang Suyun hid at home, crying every day, and dared not step out of the house at all. Zhou Qiuying looked at the father and daughter who were staying at home and felt overwhelmed. In just 1 month, the once glamorous family of 4, one's future was ruined, one was suspended from school, and one even lost his job. Now she is the only one left. I don't know how the Su family will deal with her. Zhou Qiuying felt extremely terrified. I'm afraid that the father and daughter will never be able to turn over. The only one who still has a little hope is their son. After thinking it through, Zhou Qiuying took the money from home and went to find Yang Suang. Suang, you discuss with Xiaoya and find a time to arrange a meeting between the parents of both sides to discuss your marriage. You have been dating for 2 years, it's time. Zhou Qiuying said. Yang Suang was a little annoyed. I told her father said to talk about it later. He was also anxious because of the series of incidents at home. Zhou Qiuying sneered. This director Zhong was afraid that her family's affairs would be related to him. You should do more work on Xiaoya. After all, parents can't persuade their children. Zhou Qiuying gave the 500 yuan she brought to Yang Suang. Buy her more things, coax her more, and get married as soon as possible. Zhou Qiuying's eyes flashed with a fierce light. If necessary, make it a done deal. If Xiaoya is pregnant, then we will get married, even if Director Zhong doesn't want to. Yang Suang put away the money and nodded. I understand. Lu Chongjing took the brown sugar ticket prescribed by the doctor and hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy brown sugar. On the way, Lu Chongjing lowered his eyes and thought deeply. His wife's excuse that she fainted from hunger because she didn't eat may be a good excuse to fool others, but he didn't believe it. When his wife fainted, she was eating. The fruit on the Kong table was big and round. It should be grapes. He had seen many special supplies in the army, but he had never seen such good quality. Besides, it was not the season for grapes. After spending a long time together, he could sense something strange. For example, sometimes when he came home at mealtime, the food his wife ate, whether it was rice or flour, was fine, white, fragrant, and soft, much better than the current food. At first, he thought his wife had bought new food, but after observation, he found that it seemed that it was only when she was eating alone. And the speed of food consumption at home was much slower than normal. The only explanation was that his wife didn't use the food at home when he was away. Also, his wife seemed to always have some advanced ideas. Although he was a soldier, he read newspapers and magazines a lot. Moreover, there are some news in the military that are not convenient to disclose to the outside world. He is confident that he is quite familiar with the current level of the country. But he has never heard of the things his wife said inadvertently during the chat. He once thought whether his wife was an enemy spy, but as soon as this idea came up, he overturned it. Although his wife's family has overseas connections, the elders in the family have made a lot of contributions to the party and the country. Children educated in this kind of family cannot do things that betray the motherland. His wife is kind and filial. A person who can carry things on the mountain road in the middle of the night to take care of his parents can't do anything bad. She also used wild ginseng to save his grandfather, an old Red Army soldier, and discovered the gold mine and reported it to the country without blinking. The most important thing is that he felt the same feelings in his wife. Such a person will never be an enemy spy. So, even if his wife has some secrets, she doesn't want to say it, so he pretends not to know. Anyway, his wife is not a bad person, and it doesn't matter if she has some secrets. Moreover, when he was on a mission last year, he had contact with talented people from a national secret agency and knew that some people in this world have abilities beyond ordinary people. He estimated that his wife might be one of these people. After buying brown sugar, Lu Chongjung hurried back to the health center. He borrowed a cup from the doctor and made a cup for Su Mo. "Have you seen Xiaolan?
How is she?"
Li Yui asked while Su Mo was drinking brown sugar water. Lu Xiaolan has not returned since she returned home last time. During this period, Li Yui went to the supply and marketing cooperative once to cut meat for Su Mo, but she did not see Lu Xiaolan. The mother and daughter have not seen each other for a month. Li Yui was a little worried about Lu Xiaolan's situation. She is not in the supply and marketing cooperative. Her colleagues said that she took 2 days off. Lu Chongjing said. Li Yui heard that this was not right. "My daughter usually goes home to visit after a day off. There is no reason for her not to come back after 2 days off. Something must have happened. Who knows, her mother-in-law is torturing her again. How about going to your brother-in-law's house later?"
Li Wei asked. "Okay."
Lu Chongjing nodded. Lu Xiaolan's in-law's house was near the commune, and it only took a few minutes to drive there. After Su Mo finished drinking the sugar water, Lu Chongjing paid 2 cents for the diagnosis fee, carefully helped his wife out. When they arrived at the car, Li Yui's face, which had just recovered a little color, turned pale again. It was really bad. She wanted to when she smelled the smell now. Seeing that Li Yui looked bad, Su Mo hurriedly said, "Mom, you sit in the front. The view in the front is better, and you won't get carsick so easily." Lu Chongjing also said, "Mom, you sit in the front. I will drive slower later." I should have known not to ask my mother to come along, so that she would suffer in vain. Li Yui sat in the co-pilot and felt much better. It was mainly because of the wide view, and Lu Chongjing drove slowly again this time. The three of them went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 canned yellow peaches and a pound of egg cake, and then went to Lu Xiaolan's in-law's house. Lu Xiaolan's husband's family also has 5 rooms in a row of blue brick and tile houses, with a small courtyard of about 100 square meters. At this time, Lu Xiaolan's mother-in-law Fang Chunfang was chatting with her eldest daughter Yang Limin in the room. "Mom, she still doesn't want a drink?" As they chatted, Yang Limin turned the topic to Lu Xiaolan. Fang Chunfang curled her lips. She doesn't want a drink, saying that there is nothing wrong with her body. Yesterday, she even dragged Jingming to the city hospital for a checkup, but Jingming didn't have any problems either. It was a waste of money. I think the problem lies with her. I did it for their own good, but ended up being blamed. Those things are so precious. Fang Chunfang became more and more angry. "You are just too good to her, and you act like a mother-in-law." Yang Limin said, "This daughter-in-law needs to be disciplined. Xiaolan was not well taught by her parents, so you have to bear the burden." "Okay, I understand." The eldest daughter married well and often gave money to her, so Fang Chunfang listened to everything she said. "How is your mother-in-law recently? Is she healthy?" "Very well. She has no worries about food and drink, and someone takes care of her," Yang Limin said, with a forced smile on her face. Yang Limin's father-in-law is the second in command of the County Revolutionary Committee, and her husband's position is not low either. Her in-laws are quite powerful in Qingxi County. Fang Chunfang also hoped that her in-laws could help her husband and son, so she valued this in-law very much. "Someone gave your father 2 bottles of good wine a few days ago. When you go back later, take them back for your father-in-law to drink." The mother and daughter were chatting when they heard the sound of a car, which seemed to be driving into their yard. They quickly got off the Kong and went out to see. When she came out, she saw Li Yue getting off the car, with a tall and handsome officer and a fairy-like beauty standing next to her. "Hey, mother-in-law, why are you here?" Fong Chunfeng laughed quickly. Is this her third brother and sister-in-law? Oh, they are really a perfect match, both talented and beautiful. Lu Xiaolan heard the voice and hurried out of the room. Mom, third brother and sister-in-law, why are you here? Li Yue smiled and said to Fong Chunfeng, I haven't seen Xiaolan for a long time. I happen to have something to do in the commune today, so I came to see her. The third brother happened to be there, so she pulled him over to support Xiaolan. Fong Chunfeng quickly welcomed the people into the hall and told Lu Xiaolan to make tea quickly. These days, tea is not cheap, 3 yuan and 60 per caddy, and you need a ticket. Most people really can't afford it. Hey, mother-in-law, you come here, why buy things? Fong Chunfeng took the things and said politely. After everyone was seated, she asked again, why did my nephew come back on leave again? Li Yue took a sip of tea and said with a smile, he was promoted to regiment commander and brought the troops back here to deal with the gold mining. My son is back. If you want to bully my daughter, you have to think twice. Fong Chunfeng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that her mother-in-law had come with bad intentions. She quickly said, oh, this is a great thing. Xiaolan is a very tight-lipped child. I haven't heard her reveal any news. The transfer order was issued half a month ago. She hasn't been home for a long time, so naturally she doesn't know. Fong Chunfeng smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Is this my niece-in-law? She is so beautiful. Since she was mentioned, Su Mo quickly called her aunt. Oh, this guy is good-looking and has a sweet voice. I heard that Secretary Gung of the commune is your relative? Su Mo replied, yes, he is my uncle. Li Yue continued with a smile. Now he is not the commune secretary but the county party secretary. Fong Chunfeng paused. It seems that she will have to re-examine this marriage in the future. This son is in the army. The system is different, and he can't help her family much. But this daughter-in-law's uncle, that's different. Immediately, the attitude became more enthusiastic than before.